all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Like, the moment we started this new team, we were expecting a lot of hate, you know, a lot of discouraged comments. But even though we didn't do so well, maybe at Dubai, I feel like the fans were still great. They know that our team is new, they know that we still have a long time together, and the future is like still far away, and it's a process, you know, it's a long process.
They thought they'd get some hate. That's interesting. I think people absolutely love both of these teams. Thunder Awaken, very popular, and OG as well. We've got a lot of fans in the crowd today cheering for each of these teams. South American fans, OG fans, Dota fans. Chaps, I'm looking forward to this one.
It should be a really good series. I think, in my opinion, I agree with SVG. I think this is the series of the day for sure. I want to see how far Thunder Awaken can go. I still think they have more in them. OG's going to have to play really hard to beat them, I think.
Yeah, I think the main thing for OG is they've played yesterday, and I think they made Misha and Chu proud because they're able to make a deeper run. You know, they're not playing with their coach, they're not playing with their captain. Sure, they have Seb standing in, but they want to play with their main roster. They want to, you know, get to TI off the back of the main roster. So yeah, I think they've done those lads proud yesterday, and that momentum should just carry them through today.
I think the biggest thing for that team is the threats they've established. The deeper this team goes, it feels like all of a sudden you have to start respecting even more of what they're proposing, which to me is, at this point, how much is it, right? There's the Razor, there's the Timber, there's the Mars, there's the Enigma, there's the Pangolier that comes in with it. Suddenly you're up to 5, 6, 7, 8.
The Windrunner? The Windrunner?
I mean, the Wind Ranger.
Please.
You can just ban
the Wind Ranger was an assumption. I assume that's the first ban.
5 out of 5, 100% win rate. If this is not banned today, then they are losing the series now.
I mean, genuinely, have we ever seen anybody perform on that hero like Seven's performed in this tournament? I cannot remember.
I honestly can't think so. I know Slacks is on...
It's never been an every game type of hero. It's like they'll throw it in, it'll win a game, get a lot of kills.
Yeah, this guy's getting 2-man shackles 6 times in a row every game. Oh, okay, now we need to ban it. And it feels like teams don't want to ban it because nobody wants to ban Wind Ranger. I would never want to ban Wind Ranger. Then they go and play it. It's game 1. They get Wind Rangered.
And you think, we should have banned it.
Okay, that's pretty annoying. Maybe we'll ban it game 2.
Yeah. But this is a young team. This is a young team. New blood is how I would put it. And we had a little chat with Seb. He had a bit to say about the whole new blood thing with OG.
I think having new blood do as well as they're doing in this tournament, which I think they're kind of dominating the whole tournament, I think it's super important for Dota. I think it's important for the state of the game, the gameplay. I think they reinvent a lot of things that people kind of got maybe a bit lazy about. And I think it's really good for the scene. I think it must be inspiring for a lot of people out there that are thinking about breaking through the Dota scene and maybe thinking that it's a mountain that's too, you know, hard to climb. Turns out it isn't. I think it's awesome, and yeah, I don't think, if you're a Dota fan, this is the best thing we could have like wished for.
He talks about new blood so much, I'm kind of worried he's a vampire. He also looks really young as well.
Has he aged at all in the last
That's what I'm saying. I don't think the lad's aged.
It's what TI rings do for you. It's a little extra power up, you know.
So they built this team up of these young lads. Kev, we were talking about it earlier. How do you go about acquiring such a talented group of players? You said, oh, they play against them in pubs.
I think it definitely helps that the people that are helping make team decisions are players that also know the game really well. Sometimes that can happen with an organization where somebody that maybe is a CEO or is trying to talent direct, maybe they play Dota, and even if they do, are they going to be pro level and be able to make good decisions on who they hire effectively? So having Seb and No-Tail in that position to help find new talent has got to be helpful, because it's not like you're like playing a pub and then boom, there's the guy that could hire you.
Right.
Hopefully you're nice to him, and hopefully you play well.
Also, I give a shout out to the European team Creepwave. You know, about a year or so ago, they were playing, and it was like Fishman, Crystallis, BZM, ATF, and then Kataomi, I think, was the 4th player. But it was those rosters that build the players up, and then it's the respect of bigger organizations looking at these teams going, we want to still these good ones.
Right.
But they're the ones who kind of form these players and found them from the pubs.
All right, let's go and have a pre-game interview with Seb, because I'm sure he's got something to say ahead of this matchup.
The game with Thunder Awaken should be quite different from yesterday. I think they have a playstyle that's much more aggressive. So I think it's going to be much more action-packed in a way, and I think it's less likely to drag into the late game. I don't know, like actually for most of my career, I have played against the crowd in a way, like the crowd has, rooted against me. I think yesterday the support was crazy. I want to say it maybe was not the first, but it was quite unique for me. And I think the guys also, it really helped them. For most of them, it was their first game on stage. So the support was crazy. It was amazing. I really want to thank everybody for like the support and the energy. Maybe you guys don't play on stage and stuff, so you wouldn't know, but it really, really makes a difference, a big difference. So thank you so much, and hopefully let today be the same.
You've been personally thanked by Seb, everybody. Congratulations. Of course, Thunder Awaken are the other team in this matchup, and we got a chance to chat with Panda Boo.
The thing is pretty hyped about playing in the arena. I'm like so amazed I'm gonna play here in front of a crowd. I have always wanted to do that. Yeah, it's amazing right now. I'm not afraid of OG. I want to beat them. I'm gonna be their Slayer. So today we're gonna be playing for El Gatito. We're gonna win. Go!
Brilliant. I know there's a lot of South American fans in the audience. Tsunami, you're down there with the people. How's it looking?
It's looking surprisingly balanced. I thought it was going to be a mostly European biased crowd, but Panda Boo has won the hearts of many people. And I've also been enjoying many of the features we have at this event, one of them being balloon art. Okay, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Savras. I'm new in Dota, and my favorite hero is Storm Spirit.
My condolences that Evil Geniuses got eliminated. I know it must have been your favorite team. But the Storm Spirit looks beautiful. I love it. And how about you? Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Lolo. I'm an offlaner. So I got myself an Octarine core. I'm sorry, it's really weird speaking of this.
I'll do the talking for you. Okay, so this is an Octarine core?
Yeah. It used to be my favorite item when it released.
And now, not anymore?
Why? It changed like a billion times.
This looks so good, though. I love this. And then, how about you? Last but not least, introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Beth. I'm a support player, and Hoodwick's recently been my main hero. So.
We got to get you a boomerang as well. We'll go back, but I hope you guys have been enjoying all the balloon art. And then, last but not least, who are you rooting for in this series?
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm waiting for.
Which team are you rooting for?
OG.
OG?
OG. We're OG!
Okay. Which team?
All right, well, my French blood.
Okay.
I have to support Sam. Vas-y, Sam. Sébastien, j'ai confiance en toi.
Well, okay, we got a big French contingent, and how about you, please? Someone root for poor Panda Boo.
OG is why I play Dota. It's what got me into the game, so I have to support OG.
It's fine, I'll be rooting for South America, and so will many people here in the crowd, I'm sure. And I hope you all enjoy this next series.
That's a lot of love for OG. Let's get, for everybody in here supporting Thunder Awaken, can we get a big cheer from the South American fans, please? That's fair and balanced, because it's important to be fair and balanced. This is going to be a really good game. I thought yesterday's games between OG and Fnatic were chaotic. I could barely tell who was winning. SVG, we were watching them backstage. Did OG look in control, or was it just like, it looked like somebody won, but I don't know how?
There was a bit of trash talk at the end, but I think they were definitely worried at a couple points there. I do not think that game was nearly as confident as the end result made it look. I think Fnatic was super favored in that series, even in that game 3. That was a difficult game to pull back, but that's the advantage of playing on a LAN. People make more mistakes.
Right.
And if you're a team that can always capitalize on those, you're a better team at capitalizing on them, it means you can go deeper. And we've seen from TI runs, often it's not the best team that goes farthest, it's the team that is making the least mistakes or able to capitalize on everybody else's mistakes. I think OG is definitely a team you have to think about in that regard.
Well, the teams are ready to come out very soon, so let's get ready for OG versus Thunder Awaken.
No esperaba que OG ganaría el BO3. En realidad no es por subestimarlos, creo que respeto mucho a sus jugadores. Ese tipo de juego de OG de jugar de 3 cores te funciona siempre y cuando el otro equipo no sea tan agresivo. Obvio que puede cometer errores y todo, pero yo siento que es una ventaja para los equipos que solamente juegan con 2 cores, por así decirlo.
Predator striking while the iron's hot.
For Thunder Awaken, we have been scrimming them a lot. I'm looking forward to playing against them. Honestly, we didn't have like good success playing against them in scrims and stuff because I think their playstyle is kind of good against us. They're playing like the way I used to play before, quite aggressive style support. I think it will be interesting to see how I feel like I'm playing against myself in a way. So yeah.
They can take him out a second time. Tiger.
They just dropped the ball.
The root side will put a stop to John Well.
Another root.
But there's the second root again. John Well doing his best to stop these black holes, but Raven still falls. John Well also going down.
It's amazing to hear the crowd cheering for OG. It just wants me to play more Enigma, you know. Like, just give me this hero. I want to make the crowd proud.
Sí, yo creo que vamos a ganar contra OG.
Please give a warm welcome to South America's last hope as they enter the stage. It's Thunder Awaken! And I know most of you gamers probably had to wake up extra early, but you had to do it for this next team. Please make some noise for OG!
When we come back from the break, 2 fan favorites will go head-to-head in the first game of a best of 3 and the first game here today at the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. Do not miss this one. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. Thunder Awaken. OG will be coming to you guys very shortly. We're going to be getting into the draft, and this is going to be something. This could be a crazy game. I've seen some odd picks coming out here and there. We talked about the Wind Ranger, but we've also got this whole POS 5 Viper thing that Panda Boo runs, right? It's just, I don't know what to expect. It's going to be hard for you guys to guess the draft, which is what I like to do. I want 2 heroes from each of you. Go on, T.
Can I take the easy one?
No.
Wait,
OG.
T, yeah. For
Enigma.
OG. Yeah.
Pangolier.
All right.
Windrunner.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. I'll give you
stretch yourself a little.
Is that just literally their last draft?
You give me a pop quiz, I'm going to go for the easy answers. I'm going to get the 3 easy dubs.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm not going to give you many points for any of these.
What? You didn't say that at the start.
Can I predict what Kevin's prediction was going to be?
Now
I feel like I have
that's
a
a
decent
meta
chance.
game. Yes, I like that.
I'll tell the truth. Go ahead.
I feel it was Kunkka Tiny. You were going for the Dark Mago hero pool.
He's got a hero plus 5, by the way.
Potentially a TA in there.
You overestimate my intelligence. I was going to say Pugna.
PK.
Oh, you're just going straight
Mars.
meta. Well, then take my prediction that was for Kevin, make that my prediction.
So you're going to say Kunkka, Tiny, and the Pikachu.
I think OG's going to give Dark Mago one of those 2 heroes, which are
Really?
his best 2 at this tournament, even his best 2 historically.
Why would
and
they
then I would not be surprised to see a Picaz TA come out.
Why would they do that?
Because they're brazen, they're bold. Seb is on their team. He's
What did you say?
no mercy.
The easy ones,
You said
Pugna,
Pugna,
Chaos Knight,
yeah.
and Mars.
CK Mars. I mean, these have just been the heroes of the tournament. Really, Mars has been like when I think about this tournament, I think CK, Grimstroke, Mars.
For sure. Yeah, I think that the reason I picked those heroes, I mean, you said beforehand, you said, oh, if they get banned, it doesn't count as much. I think these heroes are going to make it through because I think the more specific heroes are going to be banned. Not necessarily like I don't think they care as much about the current tournament meta. I think they care more about what are the heroes they're winning with that are a little bit alternative. It's going to shake up the draft a little bit more, and I think OG will be more comfortable in that area.
Yeah, at this stage of the tournament, it's less about what everyone else is doing, but you have to respect your opponent, right? So for OG, it is this Enigma, this Pangolier. They tried running the CK carry, but then they got slaughtered yesterday. So potentially, if your first pick against it, or OG has first pick, you give them the CK, you let them do this.
Right.
Because you know they weren't able to get the draft online. So I think it's less about the tournament meta, but really what your opponent's doing.
I mean, you would hope, wouldn't you, that none of the teams here would be so susceptible to targeted banning that you just ban these heroes and that's it. Like, they're all capable of playing with a variety of drafts and heroes, SVG.
I think it's definitely true. I do think if you're gonna target one player, targeting Dark Mago is not a bad idea. It's what I did whenever I played this team. His hero pool can be very narrow in terms of what he's gonna super excel with. Not that he can't play other stuff, but I think, again, Tiny Kunkka for this guy are absolutely insane. After that, it's a difference of tempo for this team. And I think that's what OG has to be thinking about in this series. We saw Seb talk about it, the aggression that can come out. They were talking about countering the tri-core style that OG has. I think that is the exact right thing to do. That's why I think those heroes out of mid, fast carries that can take over the map quickly, deny that tri-core the heavy farm that they need. It's going to be the road to victory for Thunder Awaken.
Also, if you're Thunder Awaken, I think you're pretty happy that you're playing against OG right now, because the games that they have lost, it's to Beastmasters, to Lycans, to Furians, this overwhelming push, and you're trying to skirmish, but if you lose a fight, you lose your base. OG, they're not a team that's picking these heroes. They're not the ones breaking down the map, ending the games by 2025. They're themselves greeding it up, getting the BKB, the refreshes, like becoming cores across everyone. So I think this matchup often fares well for Thunder Awaken, that they can play their style and not just get removed. But maybe OG knows that, and they've, got some, some spice ready to surprise them in the draft.
I mean, that sort of mega push lineup, it is so scary to play into. If you pick a team fighty draft, you'd think it's all right because they're going to group up and push. We'll team fight into them, but it's a gamble, isn't it? Because if you lose that team fight, like T said, you're going to lose buildings.
I think the major team fight thing, I don't think it's necessarily the Thunder Awaken style. I think it's more like pickoffs. I feel like they put themselves in a position where Pakaz can move around and get solo kills or contribute to ganks. That's what they like doing. They are overwhelmingly strong at picking off heroes on the map and then going high ground maybe after an Aegis push or something like that. So I feel like they're going to want to spread things out. Even if OG does get their big teamfight heroes, Thunder Awaken's going to grab mobile stuff that can get pickoffs, that can separate them, get their kills, and then not necessarily force that direct teamfight. But even if they do, they're still really good at spellcasting, so they'll still have a good shot.
That's like those Sand King Rana lineups, right? They get that, the Sand King Rana Tiny. We saw the multiple spell displacement with the Magnus type lineup. Then they're super happy playing that pickoff game.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if Thunder Awaken ban Enigma. I think you give it to OG.
Really?
I think Enigma is their most exploitable strat. I think it's also one we've shown people have been willing to give it to them, so you have more data on what they're going to pick with it. Yep. And it's a hero you can historically run over. Like, if they get Kunkka in the first phase versus an Enigma first phase, I think Thunder Awaken's super happy.
Yeah, when looking into Enigma, it's about the laning presence. You can't have those games where the Enigma Jug gets like 5 kills on the Visage and the game's over, right? It's about having a decent lane, being able to deal with the black hole throughout the game, and actually just invade the jungle, pre-15 minutes. Don't allow this Enigma to just kind of AFK farm, hit the creeps, and then distribute. But I think for Thunder Awaken, they naturally have that player style where they're picking Tiny, they're picking Snapfire. At minute 4-5, they're just running through.
Yeah, why is this team not in your jungle?
Exactly.
That's
right.
a better question.
They literally live in the enemy jungle, so like it works for them. I think this is, again, I'm excited for this matchup because they're so different in playstyle, but also so aggressive uniquely.
Interesting. So, if they're going to pick this aggressive playstyle from Thunder Awaken, run at OG early on, what would you say would be the heroes that they absolutely need to secure to make sure that strategy will work for them?
I mean, they'd love to have a Mirana, I think, because that's one of the best heroes for giving lots of pick-off options if they can pick setup stuns and multiple lanes. I think they'd love to have Mirana. Like SVG pointed out, Kunkka is excellent for that as well because he's going to counter a lot of mobile heroes. X marks the spot, gives you solutions against Io, against some Spirit heroes, things like that. They can combo that with other stun follow-ups. Pakaz on CK has been really, really effective as well for getting gank setups because he's going to win his lane most likely. Then he can transition into some Silver Edge build or a Blink build to get kills. They've got lots of options, I feel like, and that's one of their big strengths.
That's where I feel like the TA can come out. I think most people think of carry TA as kind of slower, farm heavy, but I actually think the way this team will utilize it, it can be very fast paced because she can give you the super early Roshan. After you get that super early Roshan, you take over the map with trap vision and suddenly it just becomes too claustrophobic. You can't move anywhere, you can't play. I think the most important ban that I would want to see, or at least being Thunder addressing, is this Timber Saw. I think Timber is going to cause them a lot of problems in this matchup.
How so?
It's a hero that historically is very hard to deal with on lane. Omar has shown he can play it into anything. He can come back and suddenly you have to be able to team fight this hero in the mid game. And again, going back to what is Dark Mago going to play on the mid pool, Timber is going to be a big problem for them in their offlane hero pool unless they end up in that more Sand King Storm category, which could be good with the Mirana type pickoff lineup, but I don't think you want to be forced into that position.
Also, fun fact, Notel did actually say tomorrow, he did tweet this.
What?
So that picture about Notel,
what?
he retweeted it and said, tomorrow, smiley face.
What?
So,
No tail kiss my husband?
yeah. Hand on heart, I'm quoting No Tail's Twitter, all right? He said tomorrow, which is today. And he's smiling now. He's like, God. He knows.
Yeah, if you were wondering if the players can hear us a little bit.
Yeah, he knows.
He's thinking, God, I hope this goes to 3 games.
Yep, there we go.
This is your time to psychologically,
Oh, yeah,
mess
we
them
can
up,
get into
say
his head.
something, Get into his head.
Okay, What do you say in this moment?
Cannot get into that guy's
Nah,
head,
this
I'll tell you
guy,
that much.
he's in Zen. Oh, also, he's got no headset.
It's visualizing
Wake
how many
up.
kills he's going to get this game.
Wake up, Bakaz. Wake up. It's time to play Dota.
Oh, man.
He only has to wake up a little bit before OG to beat this team. That's what he's saying. He's sending a message out there.
Team Roshan.
It's a pretty good balloon animal.
That is. Are they? Is there someone up there making them?
No, the fans are making themselves.
I'm so stupid. That was my first assumption today. Why have I got so many people good at balloon animals in today? But of course,
Ted, you think they're going to have an unsupervised make your own balloon station? I don't know. You know what everyone would make.
That's a good point.
It'll get bad real fast.
That's a good point. So I guess we got monitor issues maybe for one of the teams. Well, that's annoying. Pretty annoying for them.
It's always something going wrong, broken monitors, broken.
Is that what it is? What are the tech issues that you've encountered? Like small stuff, like mouse acceleration's wrong, monitors on 60 hertz, just little random stuff like that.
There's definitely some pickier players too. Always something little. Always some player on your team that's always complaining about some Mojo Storm style. It's always somebody that has issues with the entire setup. It feels off. It feels wrong. The chair's too high. The chair's too low. The
table's
desk is
too low,
far.
yeah.
So that's why traditionally tournaments are just going to make everything adjustable. You figure it out. You can't complain to us if everything has a range of mobility.
Genuine groan there.
Yes, that's a genuine groan.
Is that a Ricky roll, I think?
A Ricky roll, yeah, very, very good. How is that a Ricky roll, though? We can see it. I mean, it's like, that's the usual Ricky meme, is it's invisible.
It's not well thought out.
I'd like the camera people to find as many bald men in the audience as possible, so that I can feel as
at home
and united.
Instantly cuts to players, man.
The team with the best hair, instantly on camera.
Right. Well, shouldn't be long. There we go. There's one. Shout out to Bold Bro. He's like, I'm not bold to shave my head, mate.
Clapping for that.
I had to clap.
Very little clap there. Did not get much applause for your.
That is the best Bold Dota player in the room, though.
Hey.
He's the only one.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, are you trying to compete with your Ragi, Ted?
1v1 me mid, bro. That's what I'm saying.
That's the content we need.
You think you could win out of like 30 tries?
I don't think I could win.
What hero?
1,000
If you
tries.
had to pick a hero, don't forget Yoragi to carry. He has played 14 different carries in 17 games at this tournament.
Right.
If you had to pick a single hero to play against him in a 1v1.
Is it a mirror match?
Yeah.
This is what you're going to use that stat for in the TED 1-on-1.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to fill here, so I might as well fill the spicy stat here.
All you got to do is play him enough times that he starts getting bored, and he's like, the only way this ends is if I let him win.
A war of attrition.
Yeah, he's going to have to spin it afterwards.
I don't know what I'd pick.
Yoragi is younger, though, Purge.
He is.
He has
younger.
more life
Double
ahead of him.
Stamina.
Less
No,
responsibility.
What hero is it? Have you played against him? And have you played against him?
I mean, he's a carry player. He's like Terror. When he picks Terrorblade in pubs, I'm so happy. It's just
Do you
like the
reckon
freest of wins.
Do you reckon if I picked like a POS 5 that he's probably barely played, that I'd played a lot of,
No.
I'd have a chance?
He's still going to beat you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying over 10,000 games, I can maybe squeak one past him.
He's going to level up past your skill level in like 6 games.
You need to lean into the RNG. Spirit Breaker 1v1 mid,
Ooh.
lock into the right clicks, hands off keyboard bash.
Yeah.
Maybe Gaben's on your side that day.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. Maybe, yeah, maybe 1 in 100,000 games I could be in.
I have faith in you, Ted. You're like 6-7k MMR. You can do it.
Well, you're about 4,000.
Wait, you're 10k?
11k, Ted. Oh my god.
Ted, wow. No wonder you're here.
I'm like Archon 5.
The highest MMR host Dota's ever had
in the history of Dota,
gentlemen.
I actually think I might be. I think I'm.
Was that a joke or?
No, I think I.
No, you got to Ted's head now. Look at him.
No,
He's
Ted.
growing.
There's no way.
I'm higher ranked than Sheeps.
What about Cap?
Oh, Cap, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really think about Cap as a host, you know, or a human.
So they are still struggling with the height of something.
So I'm going to load up the pubs and see if anything spicy's happened in the recent couple of days.
His clicks are not working. How many times SVG has these pseudo issues not been real at all? Like an imagined issue, like something feels wrong. Is there ever anything like that?
They're always real, Kevin.
Yeah, in their mind, yes, but what about everybody's mind?
They're always real.
Okay.
If something makes a player feel off, it is a real issue. That's how I've thought about it.
Really? What is the lamest technical, like, pause excuse in-game that you've ever had? Because I always have these, like, lag, and I always think it's not lag, is it? It's something else. It's something like I've got an itchy foot, or I need to blow my nose, or something like that. Be honest.
At LAN or online though? Online. The players' excuses when they're online are, I got lag, and they just fuck off to the toilet, you know, they're just out. But on LAN, they're kind of stuck in their seat, right?
Yeah. All right, not online.
I mean, I don't know if this is a good story to tell, but I'll tell it anyway.
Go for it. We've got so much
exactly
time.
what I was hoping.
We are trying to fill here.
Well, we used to scrim TSM a lot before they were TSM, Team Undying, and Moon Meander would always pause on us, and he would take 10 or 15 minutes and go do something. And after about 6 or 7 times of this, Quinn, of course it was Quinn, got really mad. He was flaming in the chat, you know, why do you keep pausing? What are you doing?
Right.
And apparently it was Moon, he kept saying he had to take care of his cats. Apparently his cats do need medication and help and stuff.
Oh,
so
wow.
then he made Quinn feel bad.
Oh,
like
man.
Quinn's like, all right, I'm not going to flame any more pauses because you don't know what it is, you know?
Oh, man. Oh, look at this guy's hat. All right, well, we are finally there, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's hat has summoned the draft for OG versus Thunder Awaken, and we can go into game, thank God. Yay! Dota.
All right, they banned the Timber, they banned Enigma, and OG, they do go for the CK.
Oh, look who's right. Who am I missing here? Mars.
Mine were banned, all right, Chief.
Here it comes.
Notice Windrunner has made it through.
You didn't miss the part where Ted was like, I'll give you more points if it's picked over banned.
Yes.
That's why. It's truly tactically choosing.
Double points.
I'm crippled at this one.
Leave it to Purge to try hard
Kev's on
panel
2
game.
already.
It's got to be Pugna Storm opener, right?
You'd think so, eh?
Unless they want the Kunkka for the CK match.
Oh, Kev's got 3 points.
All right, I'll just go retire again. You can handle it, Kev.
3 out of 3, baby. First 3 picks of the best of 3.
Yeah,
Nailed
that
it.
is genuinely impressive.
Thank you. I winged it.
Then again, they could have been listening.
That's true.
CK has a 92% pick and ban rate. Pug has an 83% pick and ban rate. Mars has a 90% pick and ban rate. He played the odds.
I didn't go into the numbers. That's the best part. I was like, in my head, I was like, oh, those are the... Okay, this is a hero.
Oh, that's the Razor.
This has been banned a lot against OG in the first phase, and this is one of Amar's lane dominator heroes. Sometimes this is with IO. It's really strong.
This is right up OG's alley of how many carries is too many carries. Apparently, it's infinite.
But also it gives OG away, because last time they played the CK carry, it was into, I think, the Medusa, they struggled a lot. And if this is like an offlane Razor with some, like, let's say, Nyx 4, you're not going to care about this Medusa CK matchup because your lane's going to go so well that you're just going to be able to run over your opponent.
Does push more KO. All of a sudden, he is more of the initiator, tank some damage instead of dealing as much because he has an offlane carry. It is a style Yuragi's very comfortable playing, so if there's one team that can consistently pull it off, it has been OG. At the same time, this is, again, perhaps the most aggressive team in this tournament in terms of how much they want to push the tempo, get to your side of the map.
But for OG, they're picked, it looks like greed, but their heroes are good because they buy BKB so quickly. Like when you're into Thunder Awaken, Pugna, Mars, it doesn't matter if you're only picking cores in the first 3, because you know by 15, 16 minutes, they're going to have either like Armlet BKB, just Falcon Blade BKB if you're Razor, and you're going to be able to match that fight. Armlet Razor? No.
I think the mid for Thunder Awaken is super important, and how well he rotates, because pretty consistently Amar, if he gets one of his top 4 heroes, he basically always wins the lane. So the mid is so important, because the solution to that usually is tank the lane a little bit, don't feed too much, and then the mid comes in and ganks him like twice, and the game feels a little bit reset. So that's the timing you want to hit. Marzarine is great against Razor too, but once he gets BKB, then it's bad again. So they need to really exploit that first like 20 minutes against Amar.
That's why I thought they were going to take the mid early here. I mean, they are second pick, so I understand holding it can feel a lot better. Generally, you just conceptually draft that second pick. But again, you're going to see the Storm ban, the Tiny's out. You don't necessarily want to Kunkka into the Razor here. It's going to what is Dark Mago going to play here that's going to pick up the aggression?
I mean, he's only played 5 heroes so far at the tournament, and I think it's, what is it? Kunkka's available and Batrider's available, right? So Batrider probably would be the one you'd lean towards.
I kind of like the Grim ban here. It could have been like Grim Doom is the last 2 picks for OG. That could have been spooky.
That's pretty scary.
I mean, for OG, it's going to be Wind Runner +1, right?
Oh, you already know. I mean, Wind Ranger's basically already picked.
It's already locked in.
If it's not banned, it's coming out.
In.
I think it's okay here. They might want more team fight backup, though. Honestly, I don't feel like this is the opener you want Wind Ranger with. I think they prefer it would be the heroes that can throw out a lot of high damage bursts from far away. The Timber and the Pangolier type heroes. I feel like CK, Razor, they just want heroes to help them run in, be able to tank the damage.
Couldn't this be like, I guess you don't want to pick at your final core as well, but like Wind Runner Ember style, where your Ember doesn't really care. You can jump backlines on Pugna.
Yes, you can go that route too.
Yeah.
That would be a decent route to go here. Especially since Thunder Awaken does not have the most direct stuns for this Ember. We saw it yesterday just go completely out of hand in these games where your best stun was like a Spear Breaker charge in one of those, so...
I think the Tusk does solve some of those problems, though, because once BKB comes out, Mars is useless, but Tusk is still useful.
Yeah.
He can still Walrus Punch through BKBs, and he can block things off with shards. So I think that gives them some solution against those cores.
It's also like the Snowball is a little tiny bit of save, isn't it? It's quite good for
It can be. Against
Mitch?
Razor, it's not the best.
Yeah,
but
not against
it's still useful against CK, potentially, definitely against Shackle Shot.
Well, a little worried for this Tusk lane, though. How are you going to set it up? If it's a Tusk Mars lane, you're laning into a CK +1. Sounds pretty rough, especially if you has the range support, which is likely Wind Ranger. And having slow side lanes for Thunder Awaken in this series, I think is going to be a very hard challenge to overcome, just because of they have to get aggressive. They have to get on OG side of the map where they're getting outscaled. Suddenly, if your side lanes go bad, that's usually where a lot of the momentum in Dota comes from nowadays. Your mid can maybe pick it up if you get some crazy matchup, but again, Dark Mago's been playing a very select hero pool. You're not necessarily going to get that. That's my big question with this Tuskar is what is its laning impact going to be here? This does not look like early lanes to go into already.
That's why I think that the Batrider for Thunder Awaken, if OG picks another hero susceptible to that, it might help out. Oh, there go Phoenix. But still, yeah, I think...
Phoenix is going to give OG some team fight they desperately need right now. They've got great single target disable stuff, but Phoenix on top healing those cores is going to make it hard for Thunder Awaken to get kills.
The other problem is, do they have an egg hitter?
They do not. And it's also an even more lane pressure on this Tuskar. It's one of the worst lane matches for this hero. Every time you pop Tag Team, you get Fire Spirited.
Can't attack fast, yeah.
I would say Thunder Awaken's one of the few teams that's played offlane Snapfire. And now you can just put, you know, Mars mid, Tusk Snapfire in your offlane combo. You then have the Lil Shredder for the egg, and it does give them some comfort. But for OG, they're still comfortable with this. They've got the Gale Force to help cover for the egg, and then also just how quickly the Razor CK will frontline with the BKBs kind of makes it hard for, you know, the Snapfire to walk in. CK is just going to blow you up if you even get close.
That is a scary. You've got Razor and CK running at you. That's pretty scary.
That's menacing.
That's why it's so important you fight them pre-BKB. And I think that could even, if they want to, Snapfire has been a good solution against CK. You could also do like Snap mid. That could be one of those great side lane gankers. She can gank with her first 2 skills. She can bring Mortimer's Kisses. That could be a decent solution to killing the CK or the Razor in these early rotations, if they do want to go that way. You could also just aim the Mars wherever the heck the Razor is going to go. Give that solution so you don't have to worry about static link as much.
So he links you, spear him away.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you can land the spear, and most of the time you can, he gets pushed away. His lane stage is still good, but not incredible. They maybe just go a lot of semi-carries on Thunder Awaken and try to roll over OG.
But this is why it's so much fun, because in the pre-game, we had the interview with the coach where he literally said, we want to play into OG's tricore because we think our style of skirmish and aggression, we get 2 cores online and we fight them. That's our style to play, and we're seeing it here. Like, it's full-on skirmish in Thunder Awaken, and OG, it's greed galore. You know, Phoenix is a greedier support. Wind Runner naturally kind of want to get some items too, and then Razor CK. It's kind of what was expected, I guess, from the Thunder Awaken side.
Anti-mage ban.
I guess those are solutions against Razor. He gets the link deep, links away. Probably out carry in the ultra long run, I suppose.
Carry Queen of Pain on the menu.
I thought about that earlier, but I just didn't say it because it is a Razor counter in lane, you know, blink away. But
I feel like every time I've thought of some ridiculous pick this tournament, I didn't say it, it got picked, so I'm just going to say them now and then
you should just
take it on me. I'll take the burden, you know. Queen of Pain last pick coming out here, but I generally think they want something that'll help clean up the Roche. You have Tuskar, Snapfire, they're already enabling it so much. They want a good Aegis carrier here. I don't think their other two cores are using it amazingly. And again, if your name of the game is, okay, you're going to play Tricore, you're greedy, we're going to run at you. I think Aegis is a huge part of the current setup for that in the meta. There's that TA ban, so
yeah.
Give me a quarter of a point.
That's a half.
You guys did a great job getting bans today, I gotta say.
Well, yeah, you got a tiny ban.
Oh, you did get a Wind Ranger pick.
No Conquer ban though, so lost points there. Could still pick it, of course.
They did ban Ember. Storm was out from earlier, so there's Void Spirit for OG if they want another mid-spirit initiator, but that's about it.
Could it be just like a Invoker start, like Quaswex, counter aggression to the skirmish? Or they go Void Spirit?
I think Void Spirit's just better than Invoker there, because again, OG's going to play Exort Invoker most of the times.
Yeah, true.
And it's greedier, it's a bit slower for BZM. They don't have amazing Sunstrike setup outside of Shackle, which I guess is 100% guaranteed. So
it also makes the Tusk really annoyed. You mentioned earlier about the Tusk not having a game. If now there's a Void Spirit mid, if he's ganking mid, he's going to dissimulate away. He's got so many ways to kite out that aggression that if this Tusk doesn't have a good side lane, he's going to feel lost trying to transition from lane into the game.
This is a tough carry pick. There's like Faceless Void and Spectre that come to mind in terms of what Picasa has been playing this tournament, but it's kind of hard to pick these into the Phoenix team fight that maybe your Snapfire is confident enough in answering it. I mean, you also have to deal with this Razorling, which is always super annoying to pick any of these melee carries into. They don't have a way to break the link. You're not going to be able to throw this hero mid and put Mars up there like Kevin was suggesting, because they do need super heavy physical to come out here, I think. It's a tough one. Pikasa's been known to pull out some cheeky heroes, though.
I mean, he's played Alchemist in the tournament one time. I don't expect it here.
You know what'd be really good for Thunder Awaken is Wind Ranger core. They can't do it because their opponents have it, but I feel like it would work well. You could like kill Razor. You could Wind Run against CK. Can't do it though. The rare case that Wind Ranger's not there in the pool.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I feel like for Thunder Awaken, they're still going to be happy picking a greedier core because the first 4 heroes should be able to cushion some of these early fights.
I agree, you have to.
So like a Void, the Void style carry, it might not feel great into like Phoenix and stuff, but your team are going to be helping you out getting to those items.
I think Faceless Void is your best bet here. You at least have some lane ability against Razor with the leapway. You set up for Snapfire all portions of the game. Pugna save into Crep can turn around the fights. You go in Chrono the CK out, unleash your magical damage on him. I'm not seeing much better. They can go some pickoff route.
And they go Void, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Combos well with the Snapfire.
Exactly, yeah.
All the rest of it.
It's also a decent time dilation game. A lot of times people don't think about the spell for the hero because Chrono is, Chronosphere, oh, big blue sphere, everybody loves those. But this hero is a lot about dilation. Can he get in the fights? Can he survive limited amount of stuns?
Right.
As long as he doesn't get shackled. I say that every time, and somebody always gets shackled except Wind Ranger, but he should have a pretty good time in the fights, just leaping in, time dilation everybody up, baiting out some spells, getting out, setting up the fight for his other two cores.
It's definitely one of the advantages against Wind Ranger. If you're playing support, 8-second cooldown, 3.8 second stun. If you time dilate that, her value is going to plummet.
Oh yeah, 100%.
If I'm Thunder Awaken though, I'm really scared about the BKB timings on OG. When they run across that river with the double BKB timing, Void doesn't really have damage there, and the rest of your team won't be doing anything. So if they don't take that fight correctly, they could crumble under the pressure of OG, and the cores just come online that much quicker. But if they take that fight, if they're successful, could be close.
Well, we're going to have to throw it over to our casters to find out. OD, Pixel, and Fog, take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. OG versus Thunder Awaken. Fog, we're getting once again to the Seb Wind Ranger. It's allowed in, it gets through. But overall, I've got to say, Thunder Awaken's draft, it looks pretty terrifying. Again, they've had some incredible games already with some of the hero player combinations. Sacred once again on his Snapfire. And that last pick, the Void, very likely to be a carry that got through the draft that maybe OG wasn't expecting to see Thunder get as that last pick.
I have to agree. I also feel like now they've raised this game where it's like, do you want to go late game OG? Now I think like Thunder Awakens might be able to take the late game fights easily if they get to those points. Also very early aggression with this Tusk pick. It looks it could be hard, but OG, they do have a bit of a comfort draft with this Razor. Amar has not gotten it in, I don't even know how many days. It's been banned first to every single time.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I mean,
let's think.
Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the first series today, and it should be a fantastic one. OG against Thunder Awaken here in Stockholm.
How much alt chat are we going to get on as
That's
well?
what we'll see. Well, of course, yesterday we had, obviously, with the old chat incident, it didn't work out for the team playing against OG. So we'll see if anything does come out of that one. But as Amar showed yesterday, not the guy to all chat. He'll step it up to the next level. Had a fantastic showing the other day on his Tidehunter. But yeah, let's see today what he can do on Razor. I mean, when you say lots of other teams have just been banning this out against him.
Yeah.
When you look at Thunder Awaken's draft, you kind of see why maybe they left the Razor in this time.
I think they have answers for sure. I mean, this Void pick is really interesting because linking a Void can be really difficult. They have the Spear always to disconnect or play around it to catch this Razor. They have Tusk who can save and pull people out. Cookie. They have a lot of different elements that they can do to throw out this Razor, but the pace does get much faster for OG when they have this hero, in my opinion. Even though they're still a very greedy team, I think Amar, when he gets this, he gets the timing usually on his BKB so fast because Razor just farms at an incredibly fast pace and usually tends to dominate lanes. Well, let's see how it ends up going because it is a Razor and what looks to be a Phoenix paired, I believe. Actually, not Phoenix and Bounty. So it's Razor and the Seb Wind Ranger up in the top lane. So it's double ranged, playing versus that Void. So maybe Pakaz will have trouble as well up there to set Amar up for that good start.
It's very much, as you say, going to be a bit of a test, really, to see if Thunder Awaken, with the 4 heroes outside of the Void, outside of those chrono cooldowns, if those 4 can sort of hold back the aggression that OG's full 5-man lineup is going to be bringing them in the mid game. Yeah. Because without a doubt, it is on paper, it's a good Void game as it goes on.
Absolutely, and they have ways to address the I never want to say like just the only team fight on OG, but the majority of the team fight on OG is going to be Phoenix, and they have a Snapfire. So they're always going to have a way to answer to that egg from Sacred. And I love how they always do this on the side of Thunder Awakens. One of the only teams that we've seen in a long time that does off-lane snap.
I mean, and they're so good at it
they
as
are.
well, right? Sacred has had some incredible games this major on the off-lane snap.
Lane setups, kind of, I actually like how OG has it set up right now. I know SPG talked about on panel, Fire Spirits versus Tag Team can be very effective.
See how well they're able to do in the lane and see if they're able to slow down Yuragi at all. It's going to be tough. As TK, one of the reasons why we're seeing him game after game after game. He's a very, very reliable hero in all stages, including the laning. Top lane. Panda getting a little low here. Seb getting those hits in and has to be careful. Once the level 2s are there, we'll definitely see them try and go for the kill, try for the burst.
Strong lane for OG, but we are seeing Pakaz still get 3 last hits. Will suffer though. He's gonna get hit so much in this top lane as the Void.
And of course, in that mid lane matchup, I mean, how do you expect this one to go down? Should BZM get a solid start here against Dark Margot, or Dark Margot able to bully him early?
Nah, I'd imagine they're both just gonna be able to get a good amount of free farm. It's hard to bully the Void Spirit when you're Mars. You're both just melee heroes. You both have ways to clear wave. And you both have kind of this damage reduction. If he does go for like Bulwark, you have the absorption with Resonant Pulse too, so I think it would be pretty even. Maybe Dark Mago gets slightly ahead on denies perhaps, but I don't know, it's probably just about even. Bottom. Tiger forced to dive away. Matthew gets a pull off.
With the mid lane, it's definitely the huge focus is going to be around the first power rune at 6 minutes in. Because without a doubt, you look at these 2 mids, both could be incredibly explosive if they get that right rune. Top lane, Amar getting a good link off. Bashes from Pakaz are still there. Amar trying to stand his ground to take down Panda, but it's going to be Amar that falls first.
That's a big deal. The Void lane killing the Razor lane, that's not something you'd expect.
Absolutely not, and that's the one thing. You may be able to, of course, drain the damage, but that bonus from the time lock still going to be hitting in.
Just that little bit, and he did get the 1 bash, so it all does add up. And Panda, he did go for the Decrepify at level 2, so he's going to be able to get that extra damage and potentially protect also versus Pakaz. Seems a lot of variety when I see this 5-position Pugna between what they get at level 2.
Nice dodge there from Pakaz as well, making sure he gets himself back up to full HP with the South.
And immediately after they get the kill, he buys boots. So ways to distance himself from the link, ways to get on top of the Wind Ranger as well. Now they have a pretty good speed advantage, I would say, in the top lane. 345 on Void, 330 on the Pugna. Looking at the 2 heroes on the side of OG, it's 290s. So should be able to distance himself pretty easily from both of the targets.
Yeah, very unlikely to see Pakaz himself die in this lane now. Of course, for Panda, he does still have to be careful with his positioning, but so far so good from him here.
Getting a lot of pulls already. I'm seeing Thunder Awakens. They got the top pull off, they get the bottom pull off, so lanes reflecting that a bit. Still seeing the Razor dominating the last hits, but it's to be expected, a Razor versus Void matchup. But as we said, that kill, very important.
And bottom, when you sort of look towards the potential of the Tusk and the Snapfire early on, do you imagine we'll see them have a chance to get aggressive, look for any kills down here?
Absolutely. It's any time that anyone gets out of position. Even the CK can die. You see Matthews holding skill points just in case of an opportunity that he sees to go for it. Because, you know, like we're mentioning, when Phoenix is there, the Fire Spirits are going to be able to counter tag team. But when he's not there, if they do have 2 points in tag team, potentially they could just go for Yuragi.
And Tiger himself also having to be careful. Anytime he ends up having to use that dive, we'll have to be cautious whilst it's on cooldown. Matthews not able to get in and trap him.
They do have 2 different ways to kind of disrupt that. When they have Snowball, when they have Cookie, they could just stop it in midair. The Shards also can catch him afterwards, so Taiga does have to be quite careful with his positioning.
In the mid. Top lane step. We'll be able to find a courier.
Alrighty.
Still a bit of money there for himself and the team. And the CS on that top, 19-5, 19-2. So again, I think this is
doing well.
Very impressive from Pakaz that he's getting the same amount of CS out of this lane as a Mars Razor.
It's quite massive for sure. Bottom, we see a lot of teams been doing this, especially when the pull gets stacked. Instead of playing the lane after that, you go and contest the pull, just clear it so they can't deny a full wave. Nicely done from Thunder Awakens. Taiga. Getting confident. Has 8 stick charges plus a Fairy Fire, so tanky Phoenix at this point. And bottom, getting aggressive.
Leading on to Sacred. Sacred will be able to cookie over towards Tiger. And they won't have any further damage here to threaten the Snapfire. Sacred more than fine. He's got those early stats. Confused range drop as well. He's very hard to burst through.
Matthew still holding skill points, just waiting for which opportunity, what it's going to be that he needs in the situation. Do love when I see players doing that.
In the mid, we did have Dark Margo having to take the walk back to base. He'll head back to refuel. He has hit the 6. Let's see what sort of move he can look to make next. 6 minutes coming up on the clock, so the power room will be the focus for the 2 mids. Bottom lane Sacred. He might just go down here. He'll try and cookie to safety. Sticking down low to the Fire Spirits, but he will live. The Tango regen, a Hedrosaur as well, keeping him alive. Over towards the river, BZM. He gets the rune down bottom. Up top though, Seb. Finding himself a bit of a fight here between himself and Dark Margo and Panda. Remember's going to be down, Seb. He's going to be able to walk out of this. Not able to quite get the kill there. Okay, with the arena. Sure, they'll get him. There it is. In fact, he gets the damage onto Seb, the connection onto BZM. BZM will jump to safety with the Dissimulate. Dark Margo getting the job done after all. They're taking out Seb around the mid.
And they bring Matthew now to mid to try to pressure with this catapult wave. Also, cute little thing. Dark Margo cuts quelling the tree that Seb was trying to shackle to in the river there immediately. So it might have actually connected. Really good little play. They're going to glyph, try to get a bit more tower damage, and Matthew will move back toward bottom.
Going to try to get quick with the jump onto Dark Margo.
Won't latch.
Have enough burst between the two of them. Astral Step's going to be up again in a few seconds, but a nice spear from Dark Margo pushing back BZM, making sure that he won't have the range to jump back
bottom.
in. At the same time, we're seeing top of cars. Was thinking about dropping a Chrono to attempt to finish the kill. Bottom lane, Yuragi's out with the TP. Chrono having to be used here by Pakaz to keep himself safe. As we did see the rotation there for BZM to try and get the kill on the Void. Pakaz, he'll save himself and back away.
Yuragi did TP to the tower. He's going to have Tiger to regen him back up, but it's a massive wave coming in here. Fairly early aggression, as we mentioned, Thunder Awaken, the way they play tends to be like this. Even the early points to point out for Sacred, taking the little shredder early on since he is versus the Phoenix.
Back in the mid. Oh,
get him.
It's going to come in time. Dark Margo, he's going to get out. Matthew.
Oh, Matthew.
A clutch save there as he turns up in the mid.
And now Seb.
He's in trouble, trapped in the shards. The shards will finally come to an end, but the blast is going to miss. Doesn't matter. Right clicks from Panda. Take out Seb. Thunder Awaken. Starting to show some very nice moves here already in the early game.
Their two supports are always this active. Incredible plays from Matthew this tournament. Always being in the right place at the right time for these saves.
I mean, that was so clutch there. That last moment
Split
there.
second.
Saving Dark Margo, getting him back to base. Making sure that OG, they're not finding the action that they'd hoped for. And this quick move from Dark Margo.
There's kisses as well.
OG might not expect this.
It's an easy kill if they do see Yuragi. Super active, as we've seen from this team.
Here we go. Dark Margo, he's closed the gap onto Yuragi. They get the spear connection. Kisses coming in as well. Thunder Awaken. Continue to come in with the moves in this early game. Mid lane, they do lose Panda. But getting the bigger kill themselves down bottom, Thunder.
OG gonna be able to turn this into a bit of a push. Thunder has to react. I like that Matthew's gone for the multiple points and shards. I actually like this build more on the Tusk lately. I feel like tag teams just gotten nerfed too many times, and shards and snowballs has been constantly buffed, so glad that he's gone for this build. More AoE, always going to be nice, more burst from a distance. And fun interactions we have too. Tusk Shards plus Mars, combo that they can do anywhere. They can always latch that spear to the Tusk Shards. And now they're going to get some stacks going on also, just in case. A little bit of a slowdown perhaps for Thunder. Seeing the last hits, OG pulling ahead. That Razor, dominant.
Very, very close to on the net worth. Pretty much all 6 cores in the game within a couple of hundred of one another. Tiger. Put the cookie into the blast. With the shredder damage, they'll take him out. Thunder getting these kills now. OG getting caught out a little bit.
And as we pointed out, Sacred, he's got his 3 points in Blast. Now going back to put more points in that little shredder because he wants to get that scaling potential as an offlaner. And yeah, always going to be able to watch Phoenix Egg. They always have something to address it.
Tiger. Get the refuel here for BZM. Last few times, you know, BZM, once they did get that bit of action onto the support, and he's been looking for the cores. Thunder have reacted. That top situation, Picard saving himself for the chrono, the mid move as well, where Dark Margo was kept alive. Made it tough for BZM to find those early kills that he really wants to get. Top. Oh! Got the attempt here with the shackle, but Picard does still have the time walk available. He'll make sure he can get over the tree line, so he's fine.
Dark Mago attempted to go for the Tumbler's Toy into getting the rune, but got caught in the Aether Remnant. So BZM will have a haste rune, so could get aggressive on these side lanes. Difficult to still gank Picaz, but could see him go for Sacred in the bottom lane potentially as they go for mid.
We're going to try, but the Remnant's going to miss. Dark Margo, he's up to the high ground. CP comes in. Matthew, he's there ready to save. We'll take him in pretty deep though, so Dark Margo does still go down, but the shards are out. The damage for the Kisses flying in. Thunder, they'll take out Tiger in return. This time, OG, they get the core kill, and BZM,
he's feeling strong.
He can go for more. Remnant connection over to the side. They'll try and Cookie Matthew away from the Astral Step. He'll still get run down here by BZM, but this defense is there from Panda. Dissimulate will hit, but the infused rain drop keeps Matthew alive. BZM won't get the kill. He'll barely get out as well there. Matthew nearly trapping him with the shard.
Look how much is just going on, how much attention is going on the mid lane. Even Picaz comes over, everybody just looking to emphasize on that early game. OG's playing quicker than usual.
They're
Top.
going to smoke him,
Amar
two of them.
Gets caught.
He's on his own. Whilst the rest of his team's headed over towards the mid lane, Amar having to deal with Dark Mugger, but he's got enough damage. He's actually going to get away with the trade there. They're statically beating. There was no follow-up.
And Picaz?
They've got the Phoenix Egg here taken out by Pano. No, he can't commit for it. He'll back away. Again, another chrono just being used to back off here defensively. They'll save the two of them, but that's a big kill there on the top for Amar there. You know, you saw from Dark Margo, he went for it, feeling that he had it, and he was so close, but the link, it turns things around.
There's 11 HP.
Snowball from Matthew, but that's going to be a snowball towards his death.
Oh boy.
Tackle shot from Seb in return. Matthew taken out.
OG's matching Thunder's aggression. Like, Thunder is usually the team that's playing a lot more aggressive. OG, from we've seen their style, usually tends back a little more, but they're getting some massive momentum coming here. Amar, now he's going to be too tanky for them to deal with. 1800 HP on this Razor. A big slip up from Dark Mago. That actually leads to them losing the mid tower, right? If he goes mid and he has Arena, potentially they can look to fight around there. So, big slip up for them.
It's still close towards the Blink Dagger, but indeed we're very unlikely going to see him try and make a solo move onto Amar again. They need to have a +1 if they want to attempt to kill that Razor. Amar now having all the space in the world top, he'll start working on this tier 1 tower.
It's always the little things that matter, right? Like Dark Mago, imagine he had even like a gauntlet or something, or if he had gone for something like phase boots in the mid lane.
That would have made a difference.
Would have made the difference, but he does want to be that big initiator for his team since they have an off lane Snapfire.
Heading over, straight away, quick reaction as soon as Panda shows himself. Seb locks him down.
Another tower gonna get dropped down very early on. These BKBs, I know T Governor was mentioning on panel how it could be something that Thunder Awaken just might not be able to deal with, these early BKBs that are gonna be coming out. And set up for a good time for Amar to have it, probably around like that 16-minute mark.
Thunder playing a little more careful now. They know that OG, they're hungry for action.
The blink is on Dark Mago though, so I do still feel like they're gonna play very aggressive, as they should. Can't just sit back and let OG farm as this Tricore.
OG will be forced back out of the jungle of Thunder Awaken.
3k gold lead already though.
And very likely that they'll be back for more soon, and especially if they want to make moves around Amar. What will be a very, very quick BKB timing this game. And once he's in with the BKB, unlikely that Thunder's going to be able to take him down, especially if he gets a link off onto any of the cores of Thunder.
They'll have to catch him pre-BKB, which they still can do. Catching him from tree lines, either a quick spear. They do have availability from that and the chrono to be able to hold him down in place and just blast him with the mortar kisses, but he's tanking too. So a lot of different things that they're going to have to go through, and looks like it's a little bit of a downtime here. Thunder, they're going to farm a bit. Losing these tier 1s is pretty devastating. It starts to make it hard for you to get aggressive and get onto the enemy side. As Matthew.
The power rune here, Matthew. And he's going to get the backup. Dark Margo in with the combo there. The spear to follow up the shard. They'll lock BZM down temporarily, but he's still able to jump out. Not enough follow-up burst damage to kill off the Void Spirit. He'll be fine.
They need Sacred in most of those situations. Whenever they have either the Chrono Spear or they have the Mars ulti, I think Sacred just has to be there to throw the damage inside. But he didn't want to be. I mean, right now he's still looking to farm this Blink Dagger so he can follow up with Dark Mago and always be in position. And he's got it. So I do think that they're still going to look to ramp up the pressure. Don't let OG sit back and farm like they tend to.
Yeah, Pakaz as well, carefully pushing out that bottom lane. He's getting closer towards the Maelstrom.
Bottom of the cores, though, it is a Void, so it does take a lot more time for you to farm in comparison to these Razors and CKs who just farm at this ridiculous pace.
Looks like they might want to try and find something here. Smoke up from the two of them. BZM and Seb ready to back up a mark.
OG's setting up for the fights, and Thunder, ideally they want to get a fight and try to push one of these towers, because just unable to really catch any breaks here.
Oh, Shaka won't latch. Remnant won't connect in time either. Kaz out to safety, and the backups arrive for Thunder.
Sacred.
OG's got to be careful themselves now.
Seb places the ward, immediately sees him. We'll be able to scurry away. We'll lose the ward, but does save his life. Thunder, all position bottom now for this tower.
And they've got every single ultimate as well, pretty much. Okay, outside the arena. Yeah, no, it's back up as well.
Back up.
So the full team fight ready to go from Thunder.
Taiga, snowball's on him.
There's going to be a deep move here from Matthew. Seb, hold back the offensive capabilities of Panda with that shackle. OG, they'll also just back away from this tier 1. They know that Thunder's turned up in their numbers, and trying to take a fight into Thunder's ultimates head on is not going to be too easy for OG.
Yep, they'll just split up and farm. If they have BKB, they'll fight down there, which is getting pretty close for Amar, but let's see if Thunder can push that tempo to get that tower. Because OG, like we said, they're playing the farm game. Phantasm used, farming.
I'll see another attempt here. On towards Taiga. He has got the egg and the dive. The dive alone will be enough. And not quite enough burst here between those two. Taiga with a good escape. And that lead overall continuing to grow. 5k advantage, the two cores at the top right now, Yuragi and Amar. Quite that bit ahead of anything that Thunder Awaken have at this point.
Shard now being picked up on the Wind Ranger in particular. Checking to see if anybody else actually did buy it. Not just yet. Shard, that Shard always has some like invisible impact, but also in this game in particular, it could slip things up of trying to focus an egg even. Just pushing them away from it or pushing them into it could catch them in the stun. A lot of different cool things that you can do with it.
Absolutely, yeah. Usually what as a snapfire, you want to stand your ground and just rip into it with the little shredder. But if you're getting blown out of position, you're having to step back in each time to get that second hit, and it slows down.
It could trip him up.
Yeah, it makes it that little bit harder to really just immediately get the mass amount of hits into the supernova.
Pakaz now will start to catch up in that farm. The Maelstrom is done, going straight for what looks like a Mjolnir next, so just wanting straight attack speed.
There's the jump. They should get themselves a quick kill here. Dark Margo instantly catching Taiga.
That ward that they placed earlier will catch Seb.
Towards Panda, and with the Gale Force as well, trapping Panda pretty much as he's got nowhere to run. Amar's in on top of him. Over to the side, they've got the control. BZM catches him. The follow-ups there from Yuragi as they drag him into the army of the CK's illusions.
Look at how long, I mean, that ward has lasted the entire duration. They were watching him for the entire, like minute or so that he was farming those Ancients. Seb with some really good aggressive wards. Now putting a ward mid, he actually sees the Tusk in the snap.
Off to the side, they might be able to get more out of this. There's the setup here, over towards Matthew. They'll try and save him with the cookie, gets him out of the range of the Dissimilate. BZM also low on the mana, so unlikely to want to try and dive for more. And the backups now coming in for Thunder. Dark Margo back in around the tier 2 tower. OG, got to be a bit careful now, especially with Void up in 10 seconds, and the ultimates will be there.
Almost a double BKB timing for OG, though. CK's about to have it, Razor has it himself. That's going to put a pretty big dent into the damage that Thunder Awakens has to throw into this Chronosphere if they get the BKB off before that Chrono will be coming out. Ooh.
See a short pause here. In terms of the build as well for sort of OG outside of the BKB, because we've got the Witchblade into the Aghanim, so the full damage from BZM.
I love that build.
And of course, just having that silence, likely as well, if they get a few more good team fights under their belt, that he'll have that AoE silence before some of the dispel that's required on the cores of Thunder Awaken will be done.
It's just a really obnoxious one to get into the backlines and to stop any type of saves, right? Like if the Void Spirit gets Ags, he can jump into the back, stop the Snapfire ult, and then jump in and also stop Matthew from potentially saving people with Snowball. That silence is very annoying, and a big chunk of burst damage versus something like a Void is always something that you want.
Oh, for sure, and that's why we're seeing Sacred Blink Dagger into the BKB. He has to get the BKB to be able to play this game.
I saw he had Ags and Shard and stuff queued up, but yeah, he's starting to recognize. They're also starting to fall behind quite significantly. 7,000 gold lead already for OG. And BKB's online.
Well, still yet to see Thunder find that opportunity to really exercise the strength of their team fight when everything comes together around a Chrono from Picard's. I think the only Chronos we have seen are the ones where Thunder's had to save themselves and bail out of there.
They're starting the Rosh, and they're going to be able to do it at full HP too, with the Fire Spirit slowing the attack speed. And that Chaos Strike gets scanned. Thunder Awakens, this is the opportunity perhaps if they were there on time.
And if they can get in with the ultimates, but it looks like that hesitation will mean that Thunder probably not going to have a chance of getting a look towards the Roche. Step out to the side as well, a bit of a distraction, and Amar, he'll step over towards them to try and get some kills. They get the kill on the Roche down. Amar, he's in on top with a good long static link on Matthew. It's going to be a lot of damage building up as Matthew dies immediately as the snowball comes to an end. OG, they'll take the kill, they'll secure Roshan, they'll get that Aegis on Yuragi.
This is starting to look pretty problematic for Thunder Awakens. Dark Mago, I think he was like, what, 70 gold from the BKB, so they made the executive call to not go for the fight around there.
And now whilst he may have that BKB, trying to find a fight into the BKBs of OG and the Aegis on the CK, it's not going to be easy for Thunder Awaken to slow OG down in these next few minutes.
Feels almost like they have to try. Otherwise, they're going to just continuously get out-farmed from this Razor and CK. Their Void, it continues to catch up, as we were mentioning, with that Maelstrom, but really starting to feel a lot of issues coming in for Thunder Awaken. But if anybody can do it, we've seen the way that this team can fight back when they are behind.
Absolutely, and they've got the tools to do so.
They do.
If they can get some sort of insane Chronosphere out from Picard, it absolutely may just give them that chance to start the fight off getting a couple of kills against OG. Especially if you can get that catch before the BKB reactions there from OG's core.
Exactly. They do have the team fight advantage just with the amount of spells that they can throw into the Chrono, but OG continuously in the right position, break the smoke. Dark Magos did not break though, so he's still getting in position.
Does have that DD rune as well, so...
Oh, now it breaks though.
And OG, they're so ready. In fact, they're ready to start make the jump themselves. They're in immediately onto Dark Margo. They keep it locked down. No chance for the BKB to go off. As Dark Margo falls, Matthew as well to die.
Uh-oh, things are really crumbling fast. BZM very quick with the Aether Remnant.
They're looking smooth here, OG. There was a bit of a slower start in the first few minutes where it looked like Thunder, they were the ones that were going to be the aggressors here in this action, but after those moments have passed, OG really taking over here. 10k lead at 21 minutes in, and the kill difference is not that big at all. It really is just the efficiency from OG, the way that they're getting so much more out of the map right now.
Everybody's farming on their side, right? Look at the Phoenix and Wind Rangers net worths compared to their counterparts. About 3,000 ahead on each. Very significant. You do see BZM's net worth being impacted a little bit from it, but it's perfectly fine.
Look at this timing here. I guess that was a comparison of one match.
One match. So.
From sort of Phoenix is getting the Wraith back, but still nonetheless a good timing overall to have that Wraith back online 22 minutes in for the team.
It can offset a lot of that team fight advantage that we're mentioning that Thunder Awakens has. If they ever connect with their abilities, this might just be able to the thing to turn the tide. If OG gets caught inside of it, Sunray plus that is very effective. Top. Thunder just can't find anything.
Amar is on his own. Over on towards the triangle. Panda down, Dark Margo as well, and have to put the BKB to survive here. He's looking for the opportunity to maybe turn, set something up in return for Seb. He's got the shackles, and Sacred's in trouble. Sacred caught at the front of the team fight. The Supernova goes down. He tries to take it out.
It's alive.
It connects. They won't be able to kill the egg off. It's 3 dead on Thunder. Dark Margo lucky to get that blink off after he gets rifted back by Yuragi. It would just be the two of them, Dark Margo and Picard, surviving. There's another fight where OG are taking multiple heroes away from Thunder, and they're not losing anything themselves. They still have the Aegis good to go on Yuragi. They'll take the tier 2 down in the mid. They're ready to go for more here, OG.
The damage is just starting to be, it's even if they do connect with their spells now at this point on Thunder Awaken, it's really starting to feel like they might not even have the damage to be able to go through the tankiness of OG. Matthew ports himself bottom, but immediately spotted. OG playing fast.
And we'll see the TPs come in. They're not going to be able to get here in time, though, to save Matthew. The question is if Thunder can hit back at all themselves. Dark Margo's going to jump in. He'll get the spear back on BZM. Chrono
Good
match.
Chrono.
Good one. Catching the two of them. They'll focus BZM first. They've got the damage to bring him down. See if they can turn for more. Uragi, he's in straight away on top of Panda as the Pugna has to run. Shackle.
Pakazi's tackled.
The Gale Force as well, blowing back Pakaz over towards Uragi. He'll get the stun in. Rift as well, dragging him back. They're in onto the void. Whooping forward, tackle again, Seb locking them down.
Oh
Thunder Awaken, everybody's dead.
They poured it into that fight too that started with a decent chrono, but a disaster quickly unfolds. Seb, back-to-back shackles, pulls the void back in after his time walk.
This is looking incredibly smooth here from OG. 24 minutes in, it's still early, but they're completely crushing Thunder Awaken. They're going to take away this final tier 2 tower. Thunder Awaken just not finding any opportunities this game to fight. It seemed like a good start here with the Chrono, but it just wasn't enough to have a chance of taking the fight overall, Fog.
It takes him such a long time to kill the initial target. Then the Wraith Pact is down. Pakaz is hitting it. He's
and
like,
here we go. The range of this Shackle into the Gale Force. You just can't run from this man.
Then look at the Chaos Stun. Oh, the stun, it follows. Gets that poor Void. And then a follow-up Shackle, of course, to boot.
It's proving to be very, very difficult so far this game one for Thunder Awaken.
And Seb now immediately with that Blink Dagger that he just purchased up too, gets a deep ward. This might catch Thunder Awaken off guard too if they try to go for a setup.
OG's ready to jump again. Thunder might not be prepared for this. Dark Margo stepping up. BKB will be available, but the Shackle's already there. They've got the setup. Matthew comes to the save, but on the high ground, Uragi's already got it on top of Sacred, takes him out. Dark Margo not even going to be able to run.
This game is over. There's nothing that the Thunder can do.
25 minutes here. OG just dominating Thunder Awaken.
What a dismantling too. It's like they never gave them opportunity to land their big spells at all. And it's like OG was playing pretty split up, but they were still also playing aggressive this game. It's 23-9.
See a little bit of a breather here for Thunder Awaken with the fact that there's no creeps right now, so a bit of moments of backdoor protection.
But they have, how do you bring down this Razor and CK now? Your Void is so far behind, your other two cores as well. This looks like smooth sailing for OG for the rest of this one.
See what sort of move Thunder will try here. Any way to try and push OG off the barracks.
BKB is on cooldown. OG does have to get a bit of respect inside of the base, so this Rax will live.
We'll keep it up for now, Thunder Awaken. To lose the set in the mid lane.
Economical damage, though. It's massive. Pakaz trying to find anywhere that he can farm and finish off this BKB, but he's so far away.
Huge amounts of pressure on Pakaz. It has to be a game-changing Chronosphere from him.
Yeah, feels like he needs the 5-man with some kisses flying over. Pre-BKBs. Even then, OG very tanky. And so many ways for them to initiate the fights, as we've seen. OG just always seems to be the ones to get the start off. Either with the Seb Shackle or BZM getting these quick Aether Remnants. Thunder under the gun. Panda.
He's going to opt for the TP out, but Seb, he's always there ready to stop him. In with the Shackles, and meanwhile, Uragi elsewhere, he's taken out Dark Margo. They just don't stop getting the kills here, OG. Thunder Awaken just constantly having at least one of their players out of the game, making it very hard for them to pull together any sort of team fight in the mid. They get the jump, they get the grab, he's locked down, taken out, Pakaz is gone. No buyback on him as well, out for a minute. This will give OG the chance to get straight back to work down the mid, take out that mid set of barracks, and yeah, there it is. GG, it's called 27 minutes in OG. In this game one, they made it look easy, Fog. This was the biggest stomp we've had on the main stage out of today and yesterday, and I think we're going to struggle to find a game closer to this level of stompiness. It was a rough one for Thunder.
It really was, and it looked like OG they were playing like the Thunder style, this quick-paced aggression while also distributing farm evenly, coming out ahead in the lanes and just playing with that advantage. It was beautifully done from OG. Thunder, they never got a connection with their big ults.
They didn't.
All together. It just never was given that opportunity from OG.
Absolutely, so the first few times, because having to use the Chronosphere to save himself, desperately trying to catch up in farm. I mean, he was really the only one on the team for Thunder Awaken that was starting to get some items, but still at the end couldn't quite get the BKB, couldn't keep the game going long enough to find that opportunity to get things going. And yeah, those big heroes that we saw get through for OG, we're definitely seeing why a lot of teams take them away from them usually. Amar, 7-1 and 6, having a lovely time on that off-lane Razor. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 to OG. We know that Thunder Awaken can bring much better than what we saw them do in this game 1. So we'll see if they can step it up in game 2. As for now, OG, they'll lead for now, 1-0 against Thunder.
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell, you were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
I'll stop the breeze that blows. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me, you and me. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me, it's you and me. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me, you and me. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me, it's you and me. I can't stop chasing you. You're my poison. You stack to me like glue. And I could go anywhere with you wrapped around me. And we could lose all our cares now that you found me. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me, you and me. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me, it's you and me.
Welcome back. Here we are, ESL 1, Stockholm Arena, and that, no, ESL, yes, I'm correct. Stockholm Major, sorry. I've just eaten lunch, I'm a little fatigued. That, however, was not a tired performance from OG. They looked absolutely ready to roll. Mullered Thunder Awaken, to use a British term. Chaps, that was quite the whipping.
It was, yeah. It looked like there was not much Thunder Awaken could do towards the end of the game. They just were getting constantly ran at. The Wind Ranger shard was effective, pushing them out of position. If you're stunned, you can't run against the force of the wind, so it just becomes like another swap. Ended up being really effective when they were ahead.
A lot of shackles as well, SVG.
You have to ban this hero? I don't know. Every time I think you can get away with not banning this hero, he proves you pretty much need to ban it. It's just... The other thing is I feel like Seb, he's come into this, he's just started playing 5. He's not going to have some crazy deep hero pool. I mean, I say that as well. Two-time TI champion, so I'm not underrating to any degree.
Of course.
But I think when the Wind Ranger's out, he's ended up playing Phoenix or Clock or heroes that have at least been slightly lower impact, so you get some decent value out of this ban in the second phase. But obviously, I think the biggest problem in this game was just that first 10 minutes. If that Tusk Snapfire lane does not win or does not crush their lane, I think you run into a situation like this where who's dealing damage in the mid game?
Right.
It's all on Dark Mago.
It's really rough. It's also for OG. They didn't really have to make their lanes do anything, really. They just sat, they farmed. There was that clutch moment, Razor top, where he was like 20, 30 HP. He gets the TP, the kill on Dark Mago, sorry.
Yeah.
But then I think just Yuragi complemented the team really well by going to mid and taking the fight to Thunder Awaken. And it was their ability to just equally take the fight and farm. They just put themselves in a good spot to outgreed from the Predator and run them over.
We've got a replay here, T. This is a moment in the game where Thunder Awaken were trying to get a kill going here, and I think the Void comes in and OG were like, oh, you want to fight? Yeah, okay, let's fight. They sort of just stuck around. It was like a mass TP in, and they ended up team wiping Thunder Awaken.
Yeah. If you're Thunder Awaken, this is the fight that you kind of wanted 13 minutes ago, right? When the laning phase collapses, you wanted to sync up your Void with the Snapfire, get some fight, but see here, the Snapfire wasn't even present in this engagement without the ultimate, so I think the idea was good, but at this point, OG's already hit their double BKB timing, they've already hit their stride, even without Void Spirit being alive because he got killed at the start of the fight, they're able to just run them over. So I think if you're Thunder Awaken, you want to try and make something happen after the laning phase, during the laning phase, and don't kind of allow your Void to use 3 chronos defensively. Like, get some lads into that lane, get some fight going, don't just play on the back foot and let OG do their Dota.
Speaking of the back foot, I feel like Razor maybe was the biggest issue in the draft because it just made the rest of the things so hard lane-wise. Their carry picks couldn't be based on what's going to necessarily win the game in the meta. It had to like do that while also not being bad in the lane. But Amar just had such a great time. Kills Dark Mago here as well.
2 health, yeah, unbelievable. Let's have a look at player versus player. We've chosen the 2 mids, BZM and Dark Mago. So let's have a look at that. Damage dealt head-to-head. I spoke to you guys in the break about the whole Mars as a flex pick because you can put in mid thing. SVG, you did not think that the Mars was the issue here. The Mars go mid was not the problem, but we haven't seen it win much.
In some ways, I think Dark Mago is one of the players who's at least very comfortable with it, and honestly, he was maybe having the best game out of everyone on his team. The downside is it puts you in a position where your mid hero is not a spirit hero, it's some low CD catch and kill. Mars' damage from mid is very dependent on Arena and how he can set it up because no one on his team is setting up those kills for him, and he can't just blink and initiate until later on. It's just a bit slower than the Tiny, which I think they prefer, or the Storm Spirit, which can do it innately, or even BZM on the other side, Void Spirit. He just dashes as you, deals a bunch of damage, dashes out, you have to hit him with a spear. It's just so much harder.
Like also his team, because of the lanes not going so well, he had to go straight for the BKB. Some mid lane of Mars, they can get a bit greedier. His entry to the fight will be this like rebuke half HP, then you arena someone else, right? But because of the game, he had to be sacrificial, and then it was kind of unfortunate for him. He wasn't able to match the damage of BZM.
And OG are just going to run at you with their heroes, and it just feels worse and worse and worse. I'm going to throw to something better and better and better, and that's Tsunami. Tsunami, how's it going down there on the arena floor?
The intensity is palpable, and so I needed to get a hands-on interpretation of rooting for both teams. I've got an OG fan. I've got South America's best and brightest Bowie over here. I've been told only going to ask you yes/no questions, so nothing too stressful. Is your name Dobby?
That is correct.
Oh, wow. That is correct. Not even just a yes/no. Is this your first Dota event ever?
Yes, it is.
3 words again. I'm very impressed. Are you rooting for OG?
Yes.
How long does Fiend's Grip last if you have a Timeless Relic on a Skywrath Mage? That's okay. I knew I was getting a little too complicated. Meanwhile, we've got a Thunder Awaken representative to hype up that it was a rough game 1, but how are we looking forward to game number 2?
I mean, that game might have been rough, but South America teams have been rough every day, you know? This is just a walk in the park for them. Even if they lose, I think they did great. And, you know, it's just amazing to see South America in the top 6. If it doesn't happen today, I'm sure it will happen any other day because these guys are amazing. They'll get you there.
That's right. Round of applause, Pete, please. We had Beast Coast, we had Thunder Awaken. Maybe OG might have a solution for all these South American teams, but we're gonna have to find out how that all goes down in game number 2.
Tried my best to ignore that one. Sorry. Okay. I have to address it. I'm not gonna purr. Sorry.
You're not gonna marry?
No,
what does that say? Is that purry mean?
Yeah, purr. Yep.
Oh, purr for me. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that. I'm sorry.
You sure, Kev?
Yeah, I'm really sure.
I mean, we're here for you.
We're not going to break until you do it.
Talk about how much I'm not going to do
Ted's
it.
here to video it, and you know he's here for
I'll
you.
get my phone
Put it
out
online.
if you
I don't even like cats that much.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You just a lot
like
of
dogs.
fans.
You are losing fans as we speak.
Oh, boo!
I deserve it. It's fine.
Okay, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll get into the next game. Can Thunder Awaken pull it back? Yes, I think they can. See you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Late night lights bright as crystal clear. Now we're here. Keep your hands on the wheel, let me drink in this feeling. Now we're here. Oh, I can hear the dance floor calling me, calling me. Now we're here. Now we're here. Now we're here.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major, Day 2. This is the first series of the day, and Thunder Awaken already find themselves a quick 0-1 down. They need to pull it back against this dominant OG team who rolled over them in that first match. Chaps, what are we looking for Thunder Awaken to find their strength again and come out swinging?
Look, the Wind Ranger looked great later in the game, but I genuinely believe that banning out the Razor in the first phase, like every other team has been doing against OG, I feel like that's got to be the first thing on their mind.
But all those teams lost.
That's a really good point. But Fnatic almost won. They were really close to winning.
That's true.
Do you disagree?
I just want to see lower CD jump. I think this team plays innately better when they have it. Their games are going to flow a lot better. They're going to feel better on the lanes going into the mid game especially. I think this game was just too clunky. It's reliant on some Tuskar cooking in or the Mars the cooldown, Chrono's ultra long cooldown. I don't think they had a very easy way to just jump a hero, get some momentum going, and then play off the numbers advantage on the map. Historically, they've done a lot better when they either get that Storm Pugna opening, the Saiyan King Mirana opening, some tiny Grim, something like this.
When you play against OG, if you rely on lanes having to go well to beat this team, that isn't really the recipe to success. So kind of like what SVG was saying, I'd like Thunder Predator just to secure themselves a little bit more in the lane. Don't force your last pick to be this, we're going to pick a Void for the late game, but it's not going to feel good in the lane. Like, when you're already accepting that your lane is bad, that's not the way that you beat this team. Ban up.
Oh, we're into the draft, so the Tiny, they banned the Tiny. Look at that.
Ted, I would like a point, please.
For what?
Like,
No, this is a whole new draft.
Well, give me a point for this draft.
This guy does not deserve any points. He refused to purr. He doesn't like cats. Nullify his entire score.
You get nothing, Kev.
Do you even like cats? Or are you just...
I love cats.
Oh, okay.
Pudge, if you predict the wrong team to win, will you purr?
He pointed at a camera that was not.
Camera.
I'm pointing at the production.
We need to get a shot of SVG pointing at the camera. And he said,
way too late.
I love cats.
There's CK ban. So Thunder Awaken were threatening this first pick CK with no Enigma on the response. There was going to be an Underlord potential opener, but I think this is a much better setup for them because I think OG's big cores are denied, but there's something we haven't seen this tournament.
But hey, it is one of Amar's heroes. Certainly Viper offlane has been used in NA a lot as well as the lane dominator, so I'm sure Thunder Awaken know what to expect here. But yeah, at least I feel like this hero is easier to counter at least. The lane, sure, it's hard. You can beat it with supports though, you can get dispels, you can beat it with a carry that can get away, kind of similar to the Razor counter. And then later in the game, it is a little bit limited in what it can do.
Yeah, this Monkey King for OG, they've only run it in the carry role so far, but potentially if it's that 4, Viper plus Monkey King in lane, still going to be super annoying, double slows, being able to just bully out most heroes. And this Pugna 5, you're not really going to be doing anything into a Viper off lane. You're pretty much already out of the lane.
It's a rough one. Yeah, I also think this pick is literally just go screw yourself, because what is he going to play in his offlane Viper? I think it's, even from the first game, it's, if you're going to target a player on this Thunder Awaken team, he's not a bad one to target. Just make his lane very difficult to pick into. This Viper's already blocking some of his key heroes we've seen in this tournament. The Spectre, generally not, you don't want to play into this hero. The lane's hard, you get broken in the mid game. The late pick TA, terrible against this hero in the lane. The matchup's rough.
I'd argue for the Viper though, Thunder Awaken, they picked the Storm now. I'd love to see them pick up a 4 and a carry that at least has some kill threat. So once you get to like the 4-5 minute mark, that Storm can look to rotate into that lane potentially, try and get a couple kills, make this Viper feel like he has no place on the map, and it could allow them to start snowballing from there, but it's very difficult to do.
You know, having Seb as a stand-in here might just be super good for the morale of the team, just keeping them chill and happy. I mean, you can just see him there laughing and joking. That's got to be such a strength. You're coming in, basically, you've got this guy who's like, don't worry about it, lads, we've got this.
Especially because they're new to LAN, right? It's a fairly new team, despite being under the same brand. Definitely going to help for that nerves part.
Yes, my bold brother, yes. Another one, that's 2 boldies we spotted today. I'll put myself on the list.
Just writing that one down.
Yeah, I'm keeping a score of that. So the question on the banner says, does Yuragi shave every day? And I would assume he does, because I know Slacks does every day, and that's why he keeps it tight.
Really?
I'm like every 2 or 3 weeks top.
Interesting to see the Weaver ban. I don't think we've seen this hero almost at all this tournament. He went unpicked, I think. Maybe 1 game, but it is a traditional kind of counter to this. Monkey Viper, low stuns, suffer from the minus armor. It's an interesting pick.
It could also be that this Monkey King is the carry, the Viper is already locked in as off lane, and some Weaver carry potentially.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You're worried about the carry pool, because again, I feel like they're blocking so much of his carry pool.
Yeah.
He's going to have to potentially play something weird here if he wants to not fall behind too early, and that's where those Weaver, Drow, Furion type carries come out. We haven't seen him play a lot of them, but we did see TSM showing the power of that carry Furion. Maybe it could be something they bust out here.
Maybe.
I think that was like Thor's hammer, but in a Peruvian flag.
Yeah,
Lightning
me too.
come out of
It was cool.
That was pretty hype.
Beastmaster Bane as well. So this is, again, they get the Storm Spirit, so suddenly the map is going to be a lot easier to play for Thunder Awaken. They can come online faster. OG's thinking about, we don't want to fall too behind on terms of controlling the jungle areas. Beastmaster's one of the best heroes at doing that. It's also a problem for Viper in the game in terms of the in-game matchup. Super high physical burst. It's usually what this hero suffers against because he cannot build up that armor early. There's the Furion ban, which I think would have been really good for them.
Oh, wow.
And you see the Thunder Awaken ban as well, Invoker, Puck, Angelier. They want to go aggressive, they want to take the fight, but if they're in their objective, they don't want to get punished by this quick TP reaction from this mid laner, BZM just then returning the favor.
We saw quite a lot of the Pugna Storm openings in the group stage and in the early stage of the tournament into banning Nyx, because you don't want to have a Nyx coming up against these two. But OG managed to sneak it through. That does spell big trouble.
It was game 2 where Thunder Predator lost a bet boom. Remember the Furion Rat going into, that was the exact same thing. It was Nyx into the Pugna Storm. It made the Storm's game very difficult. The Carapace having to go BKB, but I think Storm nowadays going for the Knolls into just casual BKB, you also kind of brush off the Nyx. It's more if you're initiating without vision, going blind, that's when you can get caught off guard because you're not using your BKB straight away.
Right.
In a lot of cases, he can just target different heroes, ideally, because Nyx is going to also want to frontline a little bit, potentially, to find initiations. And Storm loves hitting that backline, so if he can find Monkey King somewhere in the fight, or go for another hero to try to chain stun, that can be a solution too. But the mana drain is still pretty scary.
It's also just annoying here in terms of this hero is just hard to pick into, right? It's making these later core picks even more difficult for Thunder. They have to think about the Viper and the Nyx. I wouldn't be surprised to just potentially man up and just take like Phoenix Mars here, get the team fight, get something that's going to pose at least a kind of issue for a lane if this monkey ends up being carry. You're never going to be in a perfect scenario where nothing gets countered by Nyx Assassin. It's just Nyx Assassin's job.
All of OG's heroes are so annoying. Like Monkey King against melee heroes, Viper against the tanky heroes, and then Nyx against the Int. Like they've literally gone 3 heroes that in a draft. There's always one player where it's like, I don't want to play this because of X. And they have 3 of those heroes that are so obnoxious.
Does that mean you pick Brewmaster since he's all 3 combined? You
exactly.
Just
and then you just Cyclone, yeah.
Whatever your lane is, yeah.
It is an old school Viper counter.
And it is Thunder Awaken. They like it as well, so.
Yeah.
You just tornado him and worry about him later, is that the idea? Or?
Yeah, Viper just doesn't do anything with your split.
Right.
I feel like
Psyching Marauder.
Not that bad though, because you can break his passive now, and his passive is a big reason the hero's popular at the moment.
Gets extra magic resist though, which is kind of nice.
But doesn't it get broken?
I guess that's true.
I'd have to look at the...
I was looking at the sign, boss.
But anyway, they decided to go the Mirana Sand King, so this is what I wanted them to go, at least direction-wise. Like you were saying, get the super low CD stuns, be able to play the map. This is their style. This is their super aggression that I think can catch OG off guard. As long as you get through the lanes, you're going to be pretty happy in this type of setup. Huge amount of team fight and pick off. There's your counter team fight.
Yeah.
I like it. Good counter pick. Anti-mobility against a lot of their heroes is good. Against Mirana and Sand King, getting those pickoffs is going to be a lot easier. Just got to land the first X or the Nyx stun with follow-up, and they're going to get kills on these.
10 seconds remaining.
Feels like similar to last game. What is Pakaz going to feel very confident playing here? This is a lot to pick into.
Is OG flexing this Viper to the end between 5 and off lane?
They're flexing the monkey too, technically.
Technically, yeah.
I mean, you know Sebe will play. He'll play a 5 monkey if he wants to.
There are also carries left.
And again, it has to be something that can deal with this Viper on the lane because he has no dispel. He has no help. There's Morphling that comes to mind. Looks decent here, actually, I think.
Morphling's right.
The lane might be a little rough, but I think once you get into the mid game, you're pretty happy.
What's the thinking? I mean, the Abaddon ban is because you can just take off the arrow, take off the SK stun and stuff like that, so you just want to get him out of the way, right? So you can guarantee lockdown on at least one hero when you come in.
Abaddon Monkey is also a very underrated and strong combo. China really liked this combination of TI, though I don't think they played it too much on the main stage, but it's just very strong. You guarantee a dispel for Monkey so he can get off Wukong, he can get off his BKB,
right.
Then he just man fights people. It's kind of usually the way you combat this hero is you find him, you break a tree, jump him, burst him, but if he gets saved, then get BKB.
Right.
It's very difficult.
Is Juggernaut not also very good for Thunder Awaken? Into the Kunkka, the kind of breaking the X boat, also having the healing ward against Viper.
That's a really good point, yeah. That could lane decently well. And then if you get rotations in from either Mirana or Storm, you can definitely still kill the Viper. And then maybe spin isn't the best against him, but once you get Omni/territory, you should be able to solo kill him. I mean, they kind of reflected a little bit with the Lifestealer ban, right? It's magic immunity. It's a way to dispel yourself. The cooldown's pretty long, but maybe there's another carry hero that can do something similar.
It's just the 5-head bans to then put the Viper to the 5 roll, and then they pick up another offlaner. It's like, we got you. Oh, they banned the Jug. All right, okay. It's Viper offlane.
Yeah, those are the 2 carries that have magic immunity easily.
I feel like they're going to lean towards Morph here. I'm not seeing anything crazy better that's robust because they theoretically still can't pick another offlane, right? That's the big issue here.
You just look at his hero pool for the event so far, and none of them feel good right now because of this Viper.
And it's tough that they keep leaving his pick last here and forced him in these weird positions, but I mean, if you pick either Mirana or Sand King, the opposite hero gets banned.
I mean, it's also a product of the game 1 we had the early Razor, this game we had the early Viper. Again, they're putting a hero there that is a lane dominator, forces you to have to deal with it or you fall behind.
He doesn't want to pick his TA, he doesn't want to pick his Spectre, his Ursa, PA as well. Like, there's like
that's what I'm saying, man. It was it's not often OG busts out this hero. It's definitely a counter his hero pool pick, so gonna have to bust out something creative.
If they can find that magical perfect pick that hasn't been thought of, it'd be really good, but it's not looking great.
TV.
Well, you can fight him, I guess, right?
That is you play the lane for like 3-4 minutes, and then you just run to the jungle, and then your Pugner accepts that he's going to get some XP, and then you play the rest of the map pretty much.
The downside is that I think this lane matchup can go horribly wrong. Like, if you die once early, it just becomes unplayable. I think you have some decent meta timings, and like you said, you can always go jungle. The mid and late game is amazing for the hero. You'll just shred Viper. Again, he's going to be low armor for so long. Gives them the damage, extra wave split as well. This is an EG classic Storm Terrorblade for a reason. Plays
Viper,
the map extremely well.
Viper 5, then you pick just Timber. And just roll through your opponent.
I feel like you leave the Viper there. I've seen the Viper versus TV matchup many times. NA DPC, it is like an absolute dumpstering if you have a bad lane because he just can't get close to the creep wave. He doesn't even aggro creeps when you get close. So I just feel like OG's got what they want here in the matchup, but hopefully he can get to the jungle safely.
There is still Underlord.
Yep.
And it is a pretty juicy Underlord game if they want to just go the route of you cannot run into it.
And it is ATF drafting.
You think he's just going to pick it anyway?
He just wants his last pick. He's like, yo, Seb, you're on the Viper.
There's still Wind Ranger, you know, never count it out.
It's right in there.
That's true. Yeah, the last pick winner. Let's give it to Seb.
It's just going to get terrible Burrow Arrowed all the time.
I think
that one Gale
Force.
They've taken the Void this time.
That's not a pick I would have expected just because they don't have the best to throw in the Chrono, but I can understand this. The scale element is terrifying this game.
Yeah, so it is Seb playing the Monkey 5.
I think the problem is that they don't have enough stun that's reliable to chain stun to kill Terrorblade. So if they get into a late game scenario without Chronosphere, they'd have to perfectly combo boat combos plus Nyx stun plus Monkey King. And if they mess that up, there's a Sunder, the fight gets tough. But if they can just Chrono kill him.
Yeah, but you end up with a monkey faceless Void lane. I mean, we've seen Seb pull out some stuff, but
this time, like, OG's lineup is allow Thunder Awaken, please run us. Try and fight us. And if you don't get your perfect execution of spells, we're going to have the run buff, Carapace turnaround, Chrono, like all these spells that just make you innately tanky. Thunder Awaken might struggle if they don't execute in their smokes.
I don't know. Sand King versus a double melee lane.
Why do you think they're not going to do Monkey Viper?
Oh, you think? I mean, it's a Nyx, right? I think Nyx Void's an even worse lane, intentionally. I don't think you have any play options for Sand King. I think you will absolutely dominate that lane if you play
You kind of need the Monkey there to give Void some type of aggressive threat.
Yeah, at least you can make some space, trade with Jingu. I don't know, you threaten some pulls at least a little better because you're faster. I think Nyx Viper's also an okay lane, you'll get away with it. But I think a lot of this game comes down to that first 10 minutes. How much does Thunder Awaken get done in those side lanes? Similar to game 1, but I think now they actually have the opportunity to get it done.
So SVG, very quickly, who do you think's got the better draft here?
I favor Thunder Awaken. I think this draft is a bit clunky from OG. Again, if they fall behind, might be difficult to come back.
Okay, well, we're going to throw it over to our casters, Fogged and Owen. Take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, very much looking forward to game 2 here, just about to start between Thunder, Awaken, and OG. Fog, we're getting a bit of a different approach from OG in particular, especially with the very different draft. They've got the Monkey King Viper. Thunder Awaken on their side of things. One thing that sort of stands out in comparison to what they tried last game is I feel like they're going to be able to bring the fights more frequently, less focus on those long ultimate cooldowns that they had to fight around last game.
Absolutely agree. This is a much more Thunder Awakens draft that I think we've expected to see from them. Early aggression, not really cooldown reliant, picking that last super dominant carry hero that can still look to get involved and maybe have a better laning phase. But OG, they've gone very outside the box from what we've seen from them this tournament. This is just, I mean, they haven't played Viper at all, but you can understand why they're doing it because Amar is looking for that hero, just shut down the safe lane. And of course, we do have a bit switch up with the Nyx and the Monkey King as well, too. So really interesting support picks. Nyx, clearly you can understand why they'd go for it, right, versus the Storm and the Pugna. Looked like an excellent setup for it. Panel talked about how it's been banned multiple times this one, but Seb playing Monkey King, that is really cool. The level 30 Master Tier Monkey King.
I was going to say pretty much this. Of course, we see what he does on the Grandmaster Tier Wind Ranger. We'll see if he can do anything similar here when he's on his Monkey King.
He has to have some type of concept that they thought about versus like the Pugna as well. Just how much he can scout in the back lines, always be able to snipe the hero. Does provide you a good stun from the tree lines always, so we'll see how he's able to do. And it is going to be Monkey King Void versus the Sand King Mirana. I'm going to be looking at this lane a lot. I feel like it could get pretty rough for the two melees.
And how do you sort of like the way that both teams have ended up with their carries? You know, how do you sort of see the matchup and sort of the threats that each carry is going to have put against them in this game?
There's a lot of chain stun that can come out for that Void. The Sand King, the Mirana, the Vortex to follow up with the Storm. While on the side of the TB, his is just about that late game dominance. He's going to be able to just address everybody except for the Void pretty easily in most situations. So it's going to be a lot about this lane.
See top lane, Seb. He'll look to get the Jingu up, but still taking a lot of damage. And of course, that level 1 Jingu heal doesn't really give much when you trade back. You will have Yuragi with the dilation skilled here to help slow them down. They can back off safely, but not too easy for Seb to trade here on that first level.
No, definitely not. Now that he's healed up, though, can help with the denies with that plus 40 damage. Can control the lane decently.
Of course, Thunder, they will have that strength of quick kill combo. We've seen it multiple times this major, just having the sort of Mirana plus any sort of setup would just guarantee you these opportunities after the lanes to start moving around the map and finding those kills. And OG, they don't really have any defensive heroes. Nobody to really bail each other out of getting caught in that sort of lockdown.
No, it's a Tiger will have to run into it with the Carapace and just tank the death, but we'll be able to counteract. Bottom, because this could be him going down.
There'll be a lot of damage here from the poison stacking up. But
Tiger?
Tiger has to back off himself here, Panda. Pushing back Tiger well as Picasso will be able to turn back up towards the creeps. In fact, he's turning. Run down them. In fact, with the meta, he might get kills out of this. Indeed he does. He takes out Amar. Defensive Decrepify, trying to keep Picasso safe from Tiger. Tiger attempts to stay on top of him, but Picasso will live. And now he can maybe try and turn and get a hit in onto Tiger. Tiger's got to run. Picasso chasing him down, but the Sal's there and Tiger can keep the distance. But a good read there from Thunder, from Picasso to push on. He had the meta ready to go. They get the kill.
They just hit the 2. These little denies adding up. He was still last hitting very well in the lane, even though they were getting harassed heavily from the Viper. 3-3 on Amar at the moment. Dying early as Viper can be very painful. This can totally offset your game to be able to actually pressure properly. And looking at Amar, he's holding the skill point, as we see a lot of times when you are Viper versus TB. Don't want to get that corrosive skin, that reflection back onto yourself too much. As he skills it right after I say that. So that could also hurt. I know that's one of the reasons that they definitely did go for that pickup. I'm totally lying, by the way. It does not acting back. Sorry about that.
We'll see what Amar does here. I mean, he'll be able to get more aggressive once he hits the 3 and have that sort of third point ready to go. So Picasso has to play careful. Sort of window where he hasn't got the meta ready. You can definitely expect once it's there again, he's not just going to use it to hit the creeps. They'll try and set up for kills here between the two of them, him and Panda.
Lane is pushing in, though. Good pull from Panda. And yeah, I totally lied about the corrosive thing, so ignore that.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, what are we sort of getting out of that matchup? Who's having the better time up here?
As we said, I'd imagine this tanking should be able to have a really good time up here. The Void, it's this double melee. Even though he's gone for early time dilation to offset some of that pressure, this Caustic is devastating versus double melee. Even putting the second point in stun, that's a bit interesting from Sacred.
I guess wanting to look to get aggressive and have that longer, more solid setup for Matthew to follow up with an arrow.
Probably knows that he doesn't need the Sandstorm in this lane because he is versus double melee. Just wants to have as much kill threat as possible. But I mean, Sandstorm does do a lot of damage. So still interesting.
Mid CS at the moment.
Pretty even.
Yeah, I think Dark Margo's doing a good job. I feel like we've seen a few mid laners go up against the Kunkkas recently and get hit out of the lane. Bottom this time round, Pakaz will fall. Mark able to stack up enough of that poison. Indeed, this is where you have to really worry against the Viper. When he hits that level 3, the 2 points in the poison attack make all the difference. Over towards the mid. G7 BZM look towards Dark Margo. Backups in with the arrow. Will hold back the Kunkka for now. Seb trying to stand his ground, hitting into Dark Margo, but it'll be him that falls. Seb goes down. Dark Margo's still got a fair bit of mana to play with. So BZM has to be cautious as he backs off. Good move there from Thunder, making sure that Matthew is ready to back up Dark Margo and ensure that OG don't get the kills out of this.
Always having to check those runes when you see these matchups. The Kunkka versus anybody who is reliant on the bottle. Dark Margo will not be able to get the rune though, so he's sitting low.
See what he wants to do to get his mana back. I may take a trip back to base.
This is cool for Matthew. Knowing that the Sand King has no threat top, he's just starting to rotate, looking to help this Terrorblade who potentially could have a tough time versus that Viper level 3.
And with the third hero down here, they could find an opportunity to get a kill, especially if Tiger leads forward too far.
See what angle he's gonna go for. They do have the damage if they do get the connection with the level 2 meta.
See what they try for. Matthew himself hidden in the trees. They'll start things off with a
Ooh, off the mark.
Archie, they're going to go fully aggressive onto Pakaz. They got the stun there onto the 3 of the Tiger. Lining it up, making sure that they have the control to take down Pakaz.
Amar hit level 5 right before they made the play too, so even more damage, and they missed the arrow. No way to set it up.
Yeah, I mean, level 5 on the Viper. This lane now, when the Metamorphosis is not available, it feels pretty much impossible for Pakaz to step up and hit creeps now. Viper is just going to hit into him and destroy him each and every time he turns up.
I really think he might have to start going to the jungle pretty soon, because he did use the meta there and died immediately. It was kind of far off, too.
Beautiful stun from Tiger.
He caught all 3.
He really did. And Amar just, as I say, he's going to be a huge nightmare for this Terrorblade. Pakaz, he
came back bottom.
He's come back to the lane, much to Amar's happiness. There'll be the Decrepify to give some safety for Pakaz. And ticking down so low. It's not a safe place to be. Over in the mid, BZM. He's going to try and play around his torrent and the boat, but he can't get it off in time. Thunder, they'll find the kill in the mid.
Probably the better plays where Matthew should go. Even though he wants to help his Terrorblade, they don't have the great setup for the arrows. They have the setup with that Storm Spirit, so might have to just break this lane. 18-3 on Pakaz. He's getting pinged too. Amar, he's popping the glyph. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to get another kill.
He is low on the mana. Even with the stick charges, only will be able to get a few attacks in with the poison. So we'll see what they try. Tiger himself does have mana for the stun, but no mangoes or anything to fuel Amar up if they want to get aggressive. And Thunder still with the 3 of them ready. Try and turn if Pakaz does get gone on. I say that they've sort of backed off from Pakaz. I mean, they're just feeling very confident in the fact that Amar's mana is low.
Amar's got Courier coming out though, Treads and Clarities. Gonna juice himself back up. And they will look to make moves, get some stacks going for the Terrorblade, so they have that way for him to reliantly farm afterwards. All 3 lanes looking pretty damn good for OG. Even the Void able to farm better than the Sand King. Sacred's now gone to the jungle and Void's just in a he's versus nobody, 1v0. Level 6 already finished up. He's gonna have much better timings than we saw Pakaz have on that Void.
Gonna see around the bottom. Rotation here from the Storm, looking to set up onto Amar. They get the arrow connection, they jump in with a burst. Ragi's going to turn up. Oh no, he's going to catch the 3 of them. He'll turn his attention over towards the Storm first, but he doesn't get enough bashes. Dark Margo gets out of there, but Pakaz, he won't be able to escape. Matthew also in trouble. Sacred comes in with the stun, the ult to try and burst through Seb. The boat's going to be coming in though, and that will provide the protection for Seb to get out of there. They lose a 3rd hero here, Thunder Awaken. As OG, they're not done yet. They're going to look for more. X-Mark set up onto Sacred.
They got him.
To drag it back into the Primal Spring of Seb. A full team wipe here by OG. As both teams, they choose to put everything into that fight, and it couldn't end any worse there for Thunder. They lose everybody, folks. 8-minute fight.
10 heroes in the bottom lane at 8 minutes. Reminiscent of some TI finals where we've had teams just break lanes and fight, but beautiful connections. OG, what? I think it was a 2-man Nick stun into a 3-man Boundless, into a 3-man Chronosphere, land their spells perfectly, and BZM shows up afterwards for the cleanup. 3K lead already off of this.
It's starting to look boring already here for Thunder. They had a tough game 1, and 8 minutes in to have that difference build up once again. It looks to be, it's going to be just as difficult this game 2 potentially.
especially if they start losing towers this early on versus a lineup that does not naturally take towers, the same as Thunder Awaken with the TB.
We'll see it again here. Looked like a decent start getting that burst, but OG with their reactions, Yuragi coming in with that 3-man chrono, making sure that Amar was able to live long enough to get enough damage out and take the fight. Back in action, Seb will get caught. So Thunder Awaken able to punish his position.
They have to keep focused on bottom lane and just mid and bottom just to not lose the tower. If they start losing towers, then the access for OG becomes so easy for them to get into this TB's jungle. And they have great heroes to be able to disrupt the TB in jungle. The Nyx when he gets 6, the Monkey King jumping through the trees. A lot of different ways that they can get that access once those towers are dead. But it is tough for OG to take towers besides winning a team fight into a tower.
Gonna need that Blink Dagger on Sacred to really look to pick the fights around next. We'll smoke up 2 of them here. Dark Margot.
That's a good point. Sacred has gone for a lot of small items this game. He's got Soul Ring as well as Bracer as well too, so that Blink is gonna be delayed a lot.
Maybe they can find something alone with sort of just Dark Margot zipping in, getting that Vortex to buy time for Matthew to land his arrows. They've got their eyes towards the mid. Tiger is there right behind Yuragi, both BZM and himself, ready to back up any sort of move Thunder do attempt to go.
Tiger already 6.
Panda, he steps forward, they're able to get the easy setup. It's gonna be him going down, they'll look towards Seb. Dark Margot's gotta be careful. There's a lot of OG around, they're gonna have the combo here. Dark Margot will be able to zip out in time, and he has enough mana to continue to get out of there. He'll live.
Has to use his whole mana pool to back away though. And yeah, Taiga hitting 6 pre-10-minute mark on the Nyx Assassin. Really important in this game, how much we mentioned the Nyx Assassin versus the lineup of Thunder Awakens. It's amazing, this game, versus the Pugna and the Storm in particular. Pakaz getting breathing room, though. The important thing that they need has gone to the jungle, farmed up the stacks that they had prepared for him, and they are starting to be able to set themselves up to protect the tower bottom with Sacred down there.
And do you imagine Thunder Awaken, they'll be doing their best to try and make sure that Pakaz isn't forced to fight anytime soon?
Yes.
What sort of item timing or pickup are we going to see where this Terrorblade wants to get involved?
Maybe actually earlier than usual. I think he still wants to get like the Manta and everything like that, but might be able to turn up and fight a bit sooner than that. Depends on which cooldowns are used. I think if Chrono's used, and maybe even if Boat is used in some situations, he might turn up to the fight, but if Chrono's available, I highly doubt that he shows up to most fights. Until later stages, when he feels tanky enough.
The bottom here, we've seen Tiger been all over the place. He hasn't missed out on a single kill so far, 1-0-7.
Feels like Taiga and Matthew just...
And then the mid again,
putting in heavy
set up with the Carapace, but Panda is close enough to the tower. And this time Thunder, with Dark Margot at his side. Not quite easy of a move for OG to make towards him.
Lots of scouting though, as you said. Look at this Nyx. Scouts out mid, checks out the Ancient area to see where the Nyx, where the TB is. Panda even starting to put sentries down, trying to watch out and protect the areas for when that Nyx is going to sneak in.
Pakaz is pretty aware of this. He's not going to try and push out that wave or any further getting hits onto the tower. OG.
Ooh.
If Sacred can do anything with this, I mean, Yuragi's there to help out. There's the arrow follow-up as well as the urn. That should be Seb dead. Unless he could turn this, he's able to put the...
And they have the Chrono.
The Chrono's there, Seb. He's going to walk this off. He's going to live. They didn't have enough damage. Seb will be saved. And it's going to be Sacred that ends up going down.
The little items he's purchased off, something you don't see much on a Monkey King. Look, he has like a buckler and a fluffy hat.
In the mid, Dark Margot, he's got to be smart with the ball lightning here. Will manage to, again, break the X-Mark pullback.
He does have a regen as well, too.
We do know that there's no Chrono.
Uh-oh. Dark Margot, though.
Could again be able to avoid the pullback. If they can get the combo. No, they can't again. A little too elusive here with the zips. Whew, quite catch this storm. Dark Margot.
Pushing his limits. Look at this again.
I mean, they got so close to bringing down Seb. The combo with that setup for Matthew. Not enough burst.
I mean, I guess Matthew didn't want to leap in to go for the double Starstorm potential to land on him, but does end up costing them the kill, and it's all the little things that matter, right? Raindrop, buckler, fluffy hat. No, 2 HP. Oh my god. Even the trusty shovel HP, of course. 3K lead, getting a comfortable advantage at the moment on OG. And now they start getting their farm style going. Amar getting a bit greedy. Yuragi under no pressure, farming Ancients too.
We had this last game, of course.
We did.
In the game where the kills weren't that different. The amount that OG was able to farm from the map in comparison to Thunder was just a complete difference.
And BZM's BKB timing is going to be super fast to just be able to lead the charge in most of these situations to set up his Gary to be able to get those Chronospheres that he's been getting so perfectly so far. Yuragi, both of them on point. 3-0 and 5, a lane that could have gotten pretty difficult for the Void. The double melee versus Sanking Mirana, he's done excellent.
In the mid, quite a bit of mana used there by Dark Margo.
Amar very smart with the Nether Toxin every time, just drops it on top of where the Storm's trying to zip, so if he does try to go for an aggressive play, Dark Mago will have no damage. The overload will not be there.
A lot of pressure on Pakaz to carry this one.
Really is.
Keeping fairly up there with the cores of OGs, catching up.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of protecting his triangle too, right? The sentry wards that we mentioned earlier from Panda. Watching out for that Nyx.
We'll get the combo. This time round, it should be an easy kill. Nothing for Tiger to do there as Sacred catches him by surprise. I need to keep looking for this, the combo of the two of them. Sacred and Matthew, they've got to punish every time that they catch anybody on OG out alone.
Top. Margo will get the tree cut.
Be able to take down that tree. TPs are coming in though.
He's a bit tanky.
Dark Margo probably not going to be able to finish this on his own. Boundless is in. Seb, he's going to be able to step away, and Dark Margo with that last bit of mana, he's got to get out of there.
Panda, 1 or 2 more hits and he's going to go down probably.
Damage here. Try and protect himself with the Decrepify, but the magical damage still sticking down. He's healing up with the life drain, so Panda will survive.
So many, I mean, both teams just matching each other's aggression at this point in the game. During this time, Yuragi will be able to likely take the bottom tower. So first T1 of the game will go to the team with a Void. Not something you tend to always expect.
And it's just going to be a super fast Mione this game from Yuragi.
He's huge.
15-minute Mione done on the face of this Void.
He'll be able to solo kill most heroes inside that Chronosphere now at this point. And he's going to always have that static charge effect that he's able to throw on himself, the Mjolnir. Very good versus any type of constant damage like your Sandstorms and things like that.
What are they going to get in the mid? BZM stepping up, then immediately go for him with the combo. BZM, nice, he's going to be going down for sure. No, the BKB is there. It's up. He's going to be able to step away. They're trying to finish him with the right clicks. They will get him. They take down BZM.
Margo, though.
He might go down in return. He's out of mana. Tiger's in with the control. Dark Margo will be able to at least bottle up that DD, but he'll go down. So once they get in and get BZM, it's still costing them lives in their efforts. Just under the rest of them, Moonlight Shadow up, and they'll back away. Unlikely to want to look for a fight against OG around this tier 1, especially with Yuragi having the Chrono ready to use.
That could have been a scary moment there for Thunder too. Yuragi was on the high ground, and then he actually walks low ground as Thunder goes up on the high ground. So could have potentially caught a Chrono there.
Thunder's got to be careful.
The tower, Sacred.
He's going to get caught out by the Boundless. Jump off to the side, but the sentry's down as well as the dust. There's no escape for him, even within the Sandstorm. They'll try and heal him up with the life drain. The arrow actually does hold back Yuragi, but the damage bringing him down low. Can they keep
still alive?
The heals, they'll save him. All right, Sacred will live.
Well played by Panda.
Very nice move here from the supports of Thunder.
Keeping their tower alive as well. If that Sand King does die, tower probably drops as well. OG will back up, continue their farm.
Thunder still proving that they can hold on despite this pressure from OG, and indeed you see that 3 minutes faster than the fastest that we've seen. It's quite the timing here from Yuragi.
Going straight for the Lincolns next. So he'll have that protection versus the instant stun, in particular versus Sand King, even blocking maybe the Sunder at some points, and the Vortex. Very good Lincoln's game, actually, for OG.
Let's see what Tiger can find. Pakaz would be the big catch.
He wants to get some information up here, too, probably getting a ward down. It's going to get spotted, though. They're probably going to know that vision is there. Mago pops the DD.
The rest of OG need to maybe come over, join Tiger in the efforts here. There's the Boundless. They'll look to take out Pugna first. That's Panda gone. Over to the side, Dark Margo with the DDs on top of Seb. The combo not going to land again. Dark Margo able to dodge the boat. He's going to zip back in to try and finish off Seb. Will get the kill, but now he's out of mana. See if he can get away from this one. BZM.
Torrent hits.
Going to catch onto Pakaz. He'll jump forward. BKB popped by BZM as he commits in there.
Oh, the Chrono again.
Dragging the Storm Spirit back into the Void's Chrono. And that's going to be both causing trouble. Pakaz goes down. Dark Margo falls as well. As OG, they get into the triangle of Thunder, and Thunder cannot get them out of there in time. OG too strong around the Chronosphere for Thunder's cause to deal with.
And Yuragi's always in the right place at the right time while also keeping up with the farm. 10k net worth. Incredible play so far from OG. Constantly pressuring Pakaz. And Dark Mago, 6,000 net worth of his Storm Spirit. He's died 3 times already. Seeing all this chain stun really come into play. Taiga especially, who will probably die walking into the blind high ground. But 10 assists already for this Nyx Assassin. He's done his job.
And just soaking up the attention as well.
Tipping each other a little bit.
Cause of OG still having all the space in the world, but Yuragi 6-0-5. Even Amar and BZM, each of them only dying twice so far.
Up top.
Honestly, they might try and make it a third, and they'll go for BZM. BKB still on cooldown. They'll have the boat coming in, does hold back Picard for now, but still with the zip forward, Dark Margo finishes off the job. They get BZM.
It feels like Thunder Awaken has to get more aggressive in this game whenever Chrono's
He's
down.
going to go straight into the jungle, looking to get aggressive. There's
Nice
the back of
stun.
Sacred. Good hold on to the sewer, then the BKB from Amar, though, is off in time before the arrow connects. OG, they'll be able to turn that attempt around.
He just got it delivered. If you see, his courier is literally still going back to base from it delivering it. He went for the disassemble play with his Dragon Lance. Perfect timing again. I think it's the right move from Thunder, though, to try to get aggressive. They have to take advantage of the cooldown in Chronosphere, it feels like. So they're just getting further and further behind in this game.
Yeah, Picard's just a couple of components away from the BKB on top of the Manta. On that stage, as long as he doesn't get caught in the Chrono, he'll have a solid shot of standing his ground with the Metamorphosis and maybe getting some kills in return when OG look for the team fight.
It feels like the priority, though, is going to keep going up and up more and more. That Yuragi, he's not going to go for multi-man Chronos at some point. He's literally just going to Chrono this TB. And looking at the levels, too, he's already 16 on this Void ahead of the TB. And there's a very dreaded level 20 talent that can come out for those Voids that allow you to kind of kill literally anybody in the Chrono, that 120 attack speed.
Yeah, the pressure then to be on towards Panda, to come in with those defensive decrepifies and give that chance for Picard to live despite being Chrono.
Kind of cool that the time lock has a higher win rate, actually. That's neat. I don't think I've ever seen anyone take the time lock damage, to be honest. Taiga continuing to scout. All his wards are getting dewarded. So Panda very prepared to protect this jungle. But Picard keeps having to just like run away. Keeps having to find different places to try to farm. And it can't be just Picard who's farming either. It cannot be a Terrorblade versus the world, because as we said, he's addressed by the Void. So they have to get some type of more successful fights there for Dark Mago in particular.
Gonna try with this smoke. Yuragi's gonna be a bit tougher to catch. In fact, Yuragi himself also smoked.
He's got
up.
Lincoln.
Get them jump for Dark Margo, but Margo's off to the side. Oh, they try and get in, but the Carapace catches Sacred on the initiation. It jumps in.
Boy.
They've got the damage here. They're looking towards Dark Margo. Dark Margo has to, but he gets X-Marked. This time they're able to pull it back into the boat. 2 dead. They'll probably lose 3 here. Sacred's gonna try for the TP out, but the damage is done. 4 gone on Thunder.
Yuragi just playing like a beast, really. The Carapace also catches Sacred, a bit of a mistake from there, but again, Chrono catching everybody. Beautifully done. And the static charge coming into play there. We saw the Mjolnir effect, actually the thing that finishes off that Storm Spirit with that pulse.
I'll look over to the Roshan now. Thunder, they will scan it out. Maybe back up in time to try and have a shot of looking for a steal. As OG, don't take this down too quickly.
It's pretty bold that they're going to actually attempt for this one here. No Chrono. They do know that Epicenter is down, though, the big team fight from Thunder, but yeah, they'll back it up.
I was going to say,
It looked a little funky.
That would have been a tough one to take. Would have taken a fair bit of time, and because BKB just about to be finished, he's getting to the point where he will be ready to step up to the fight, especially when the Chronosphere is on cooldown, because he'll look to get involved.
Radiant's top tower is
Has
under
to do
attack.
something big with the reveal, though. And for OG, I think the thing is that they're just going to back up, right? Back up and farm, and now it's going to be the pressure on Thunder to potentially look for a play with that BKB TV to force something. Otherwise, 60 seconds, Chrono's going to be back up, and OG's going to look for the fight to catch that Terrorblade again. So let's see what Thunder does look to try to do. BKB still far away for Dark Mago. He actually bought the Shard on the Storm Spirit this game early on. He's going to stall his timing significantly, and he is playing versus the Nyx Assassin, so...
And OG, they're ready to look for action. They're going to get the setup here onto the mid. Panda caught in the stuns. He'll go down at the start of this move as Thunder. Kaz is watching from the side.
Double Torrent.
He's going to catch the 2 of them. Dark Marcus, he probably will be able to sit to the side, but he's going to tick down low to the poison. Picard's moving in with the meta. He's trying to be into but the BKBs are up from OG. Picard's trying to get the hit
alone,
but he cannot live through this. Now put the BKB, but the bash is causing issues. He's trying to look for a Thunder opportunity. Will get his HP back up decently, but he cannot stand to take the fight still at this point. Arrow comes in on towards Tiger, bursting the Nyx Assassin down low. The illusions as well, bringing him out of there, but they get him out to the side. Pop the smoke.
Okay.
He's been protected from those last few hits flying through from Picard.
And OG, even without Chronosphere, take the fight advantage. And Chrono's back up in 5 seconds, so might even continue to looking for this fight. Meta gonna be gone. Dark Mago continues to just jump in and nearly die. Somehow gets away this time, but was very close.
Very close there indeed. The poison from Amar. I think he was able to dodge sort of a few ticks of it there with the full lightning. Does keep him alive. Of course, the game overall still in a tough position for Thunder Awaken.
And now they can force the Roche, because Chrono is available. Everything, well, the important abilities at least, the meta in particular was used by Thunder Awaken. They have an Epi, but fighting into this is going to be way too difficult as Taiga always on the prowl with the scouts. Same thing for Seb on the tree lines. Wraith Pact online already.
Yeah, highly unlikely we see Thunder trying to do anything about this one. OG, we're ready to grab this Aegis and look to push on for the next move. The next team fight for Thunder, it's going to be so hard.
Yuragi is about to hit level 22. Level 20 as well. Whenever I say 22, I always feel like I say it wrong. 20 as well.
Thunder, how long have we got until the meta?
Dark Mago. Carapace was used.
Carapace, Torrent, and Boat there with a follow-up. Can he get the zip off in time? He can't. Dark Mago and Matthew caught out in the mid. As OG, they've got the creep wave in position. They'll push towards the tier 2.
He's trying
to. Picard is trying to cut the creep wave out.
Okay.
The illusions in the mid, that will slow down the push a little bit.
Dark Mago's really feeling the pressure this game. Addressed by the Nyx Assassin, he had the ward down. He went for the Vortex, but Taiga got the Carapace off first, so immediately stuns himself. And there we go, level 20 for the Void. Next fight. It's all on Pakaz.
It is. It's going to be down to what he can get done with that meta. It's still about 2,000 gold away from having the Skadi. So still just sort of fully defensive with his items. The damage isn't too hard for OG to kite out, as we saw last time, even being able to save Taiga from the DPS of this metamorphosized Terrorblade.
Like which chord can he focus fire on the TB? It seems like almost impossible to go for any of them. Even the
Very
Viper
hard.
at this point, almost 3,000 HP. Same thing for that Kunkka, 3,200 with a Halberd on top too, so just really feels super difficult for Pakaz, because now it feels like also when you start feeling this momentum for OG and they know Storm is completely shut down, Sanking's completely shut down, all your itemization just has to be deal with Terrorblade.
So they can get in the mid, they get the tree cut from Seb. Arrow full up as well, so they can burst through the Monkey King in time. They haven't got enough damage, Seb's gonna be fine, it's gonna be Panda that's in trouble as OG take down the Pugna.
Thunder Awakens, they can't strike back with any kills, not even taking out the supports. We'll catch an arrow onto Yuragi.
Yeah, OG ready to just sweep over, look towards more tier 2 towers. They've still got 3 minutes left on the Aegis.
Buying a gem now too, just to have more dominance.
Taiga steps into the Sandstorm with that spike. Carapace catches out Sacred.
They even popped the glyph there to attempt to maybe counteract and get some damage out on them, but uh-oh. That means another tower on the menu for OG. As just swinging pretty much anywhere they want on this map. BKB is done for Dark Mago, has one way to protect himself, but damage is definitely going to be a bit lackluster. And look at Seb doing his thing, just going for the damage mitigation that he loves to do. The Wraith Pact going in for that pipe next. Going to be able to address even more of the Sanking Storm damage that will come out while his team prioritizes shutting down that Terrorblade.
Yeah, we've seen the last few times, and Dark Mago's pretty much tried to just go for Seb on top of the
can't
tree.
finish him.
Now, yeah, he's going to have nowhere near enough damage to burst through this Monkey King.
Map starting to shrink incredibly fast. Pakaz the only one who can actually go out and farm now. Panda does make a little bit of a venture out into the Radiant jungle, but he's spotted by wards.
He is very close to having the Skadi. We'll be on top of the people with the Mindbreaker, so decent damage will come out from this Terrorblade.
And a move. He's getting surrounded. And Taiga's already on the scout for Pakaz. He knows the positioning he's in. He does find him.
So what they can do with this, yeah, BZM is going to be ready to head straight over to try and help Taiga get the kill on Pakaz.
Uh-oh.
If he expects them to be over here, Amar also TPing over to the tower. They'll get the setup. He wasn't able to get the BKB off in time. They've got the chain stun getting a little pot. The BKB, he's going to try and get the BKB TP out, but he gets taken down. It's too much damage.
Taiga just on point with his rotations, just always scouting. And now Yuragi looking for another one. 60 seconds, they can go for literally anything on the map, OG. Moonlight Shadow will protect the Pugna and the Mirana. But a devastating hit. Because the only one who's really having a game, it feels like, on Thunder Awaken in any way, continues to get shut down.
He has to, of course, take these risks, look to farm in those deep areas. You know, it's inevitable that it will eventually get punished. And up until that point, yeah, he was finding the goal, keeping up with Yuragi. Definitely impressive in a game where overall his team falling collectively so far behind that of OG.
Yuragi already with a full Scotty though, so that TB, even the BKB, he's addressed. Yuragi can just focus onto him.
See Matthew.
Another stun.
And another kill. OG just getting the kills each and every time they get the opening setup, but tier 2 taken out on the bottom.
It's time for a potential high ground push, even though Aegis is gonna get reclaimed. OG, they're feeling their strength.
Yeah, they know how strong they are. Because we'll be back up.
Secondary Lincolns also. We mentioned how good of a Lincoln's game it is for OG. Amar buys one, throws it onto Yuragi.
He steps ready to set up for the trees. They just jump in straight away for Panda. Panda's gone.
The tidal wave last hit.
What can Thunder do? Because full Scardy's there. He's able to get his next big item done, but the bottom rack's in trouble. OG will commit for the objectives. Not going to see really any attempt for Thunder to try and defend this bottom set of barracks. They know that they can't do anything without having at least a full 5-man alive. OG, they'll take the first set, be ready to swing around the mid and probably to go for more straight away.
Yuragi, I think he actually would have gotten him if he had the chrono. He pump faked it and it was he actually guessed perfectly. It was right on top of where Mago was jumping.
29 to 13, 17k lead here from OG. Got Margot. Oh my goodness, nearly getting caught there by Tiger.
They really, like we said, the Lincolns gonna be able to protect every single time these two cores of OG. And now, I mean, Thunder just trapped inside the base.
They're gonna try and smoke out Thunder. They've got to take risks. They've got to try and catch OG by surprise outside of the base, but OG in the position they are, very, very hard for Thunder to get a jump on this.
Gotta be careful how hard they stack.
He's gonna be the first to show. The Linkers is there. Sacred will jump in with the Burrow Strike. Yuragi's gonna step forward.
He hits nobody.
He gets nobody. It looks like it probably won't matter though as they kill off Sacred. Sacred buys back Dark Margo with his BKB on the retreat. Amar beating into Picard's. Picard's trying to step forward.
They're on Picard.
The controls there. They're in on top of Picard's. Picard's disarmed and getting bashed in by BCM. He gets taken out. Sacred, he pulled back for this one, but he's also in trouble. X-Mark back into the torrent. I mean, OG, they're just that far ahead. They don't need to hit anyone with the Chronosphere. They'll still take the team fight with ease.
Everyone's still full HP, pretty much. Only Tiger the one to be brought down and just buys back instantly, rejoins the fight. I mean, that says everything, right? 0-man Chrono, and they still like barely even lose any HP, and that should just be the game. 50 seconds, no because.
No buyback here on the two cores. OG.
Oh, click on Amar. Look at the quick buy.
He's got those mantles. See if he picks up any here before the close up of the game, as that's the mid-rack's gone. OG, they'll look to take the win in nice and safe. Look for the Megas. Thunder, they might have one final instance where they'll be all up to look for some sort of fight.
Like, they can't even do anything. Everyone's too tanky. The boat, itemization from Seb too, there's just no damage.
See, Dark Margo again. BKB in, he's trying to do his best to pull them away from the final set of barracks. So he's got to be careful.
And he's gone.
Caught him with the bash, he has got buyback. So they'll, as I say, maybe have one more last attempt. No, they'll tap.
They're done.
They know there's nothing to be done. GG is pulled. OG, this game 2 is theirs.
Oh!
It's there.
Matt, pointing out, Amar does say, sorry for Toxic Matthew at the game. Sorry for Toxic, and then regarding it to Matthew.
Indeed, I believe because we heard before the series, you know, that Thunder Awaken were looking forward to playing against OG because there was a little bit of beef in the pubs, but we have Amar actually trying to just squash the beef here with an apology. But there we go, so 2-0 to OG. I mean, this game, it was a little longer than the first one, but it was a rough one for Thunder. We've had some great showings from Thunder here at the Major, but today against OG were just fully prepared for them, and they completely just slammed down the style of Dota that Thunder tried to bring here in this match.
Yeah, it felt like OG was literally matching it the way that Thunder has been playing throughout this tournament. This super early aggression, bringing the numbers, bringing everybody. It was 10 heroes in the bottom lane at the 7-minute and 30 mark. So that kind of says everything. OG played super fast. Their last few picks looked really nice, and the idea that they had about this game, the idea about the draft was perfect. This Monkey King Viper opener into what Thunder Awakens has, it really just looked amazing.
Absolutely. OG looking fantastic today with these 2 back-to-back wins against Thunder. This series, without a doubt, it's theirs. OG will be moving on here, 2-0 against Thunder Awaken.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. We say goodbye to Thunder Awaken after that defeat by OG. OG looking absolutely imperious this morning in our first series of the day. And we are going to go in a sec now to the exit interview, and I think it's with Arvo. Take it away.
We are very good. Avo is standing by with Pandabu with Thunder Awaken. Avo, take it away.
Last major you guys went to in any major, right? Your result was, there we go, a lot of support. Your result was not your desired result. Here you get a top 6. How has this journey been for you? How's the improvement been for you, Panda?
A comparación a la Annie Major, o sea, siento que hemos mejorado muchísimo. El equipo se siente muy bien. Hemos tenido buenas partidas en la fase de grupos que nos ha encantado. Lamentablemente hoy nos trajimos nuestro mejor juego, nos hemos levantado con el pie izquierdo. Hay veces que se va a jugar bien, hay veces que no. OG no se esperó por mucho hoy. Espero que la próxima Major lo llegamos a destrozar nosotros.
He says, we feel like we've improved a lot. We've grown a lot as a team. This journey has been wonderful for us. In the group stages, we got a lot of great matches. But, you know, sometimes you wake up with the wrong foot, and today they didn't play at the level they were expecting, and OG did play really well. But next Major, they're going to be destroying OG. Panda, this is your first event in front of a live audience. How does that feel to you playing in front of so many people?
Es un poco abrumador, se siente toda la gente gritando "Oh, OG", que hasta yo quiero gritar OG.
He says, it's a little bit overwhelming. I hear so many people going, "Go OG," that even he wants to scream, "Go OG." And now, Panda, anything you'd like to say to all the supporters in the audience, to your fans, to me?
Gracias por venir a vernos, los que están desde su casa también. El apoyo se siente bastante, los queremos mucho y nada, lo vamos a intentar hacer mejor. Perdón por no haberlo logrado hoy.
Says thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you to those that are at home. Thank you to the ones that came here as well. He's sorry that he didn't accomplish it, but he appreciates the support regardless. Now as we say goodbye to Thunder, can we get a Thunder, a roaring crowd from the audience? A strong applause. There we go. Take it away, Sino.
Thunder Awaken's run ends here, but I'm sure I can hear from here that they have gained a large mass of fans, and South American Dota has been done proud. Meanwhile, though, the crowd favorites parked here again, the whole team. So happy to have all of you here. Taiga, I said all of you, but maybe it's not all of you. Chu and Misha are watching. You have any words for them as they, I'm sure, are cheering you on?
We love you, Chu and Misha. Thanks for all the prep you guys have done for us.
A round of applause for Chu and Misha. I'm sure they wish they could be here right now. Seb, what was your expectation coming into this event? I know that you were a stand-in, you're taking on a new role. Did you think that you were gonna make it this far?
No, I did not expect. I mean, I knew we had what it takes, but I think this comes as a great surprise, great bonus. I'm super happy we made it so far. Hopefully we can, keep the road going. But I also want to seize the chance to congratulate, Thunder for, very good games. I'm super happy to see how strong SA Dota is. I mean, when I started Dota, we weren't competing against the entire world, and I think today you see great Dota from all over the world, and it's amazing. So they didn't get it this time, but, there's always time for revenge.
They will hopefully get their revenge. Ever gracious Seb, thank you for that. And while we are talking about his new role, Notel, what's your review of Seb's 5-position performance throughout this tournament?
Me and Tituan are watching Seb's games very closely. and it's good that he plays so much Dota, because I can only imagine what it would look like if he didn't. It's good, it's incredible. He's finally getting the pain, he's finally getting the experience of the +5, buying salves, helping your carry, but it's never enough, huh? It's never enough.
It's never enough, but he's making it work at this tournament. ATF, you just keep taking down names left and right. I know a lot of teams, when we spoke to them earlier in this tournament, they had you specifically on their hit list. They were like, yeah, I mean, I'm cool playing all this group stage, but OG, that's the team I really want to beat. You have any words for all the people, all the haters that keep looking at you?
I mean, I trash talk and tip everyone. It's not something I'm surprised for, but I really don't care. And whoever gonna come and win me, I guess he can trash talk me, and I lost this battle.
So no LOL bros coming out in the future, or what?
No, I will never trash talk someone in like I barely trash talk, like I barely start first. Like if someone start saying like trash talking me first, then I trash talk him. But I never start first.
Oh, okay, so if they draw first blood, then you'll respond. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. BZM, how have you been enjoying this experience? Being able to play in front of the entire crowd like this, I imagine, is this everything you hoped and dreamed it would be?
More than that, yeah, for sure.
Wow, okay, and we're not even that far into the tournament yet because you still have Game & Gladiators up against your next opponent, Yuragi.
I mean, I'm just gonna say my cringe meter is so high that I don't want to say anything more.
You're Giga Chat, you're based, my friend. No cringe here.
Stop confusing me with BSJ, please.
That's right. You are far better at this game than BSJ is, so don't worry. Yuragi, your next opponent, going to be Game & Gladiators. How do you feel about playing against one of your region mates?
Yeah, great. Very happy to meet Duracio here. So it's going to be exciting.
Do you and Duracio have history? Well, why are you so excited to meet Duracio?
Because we're friends, you know. Yeah, that's it.
Well, you're friends now, but you're going to be combatants later on tonight. OG, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Tsunami, and thank you, OG. That was a nice long interview there. You don't normally get that much out of the players. Guys, that was a pretty dominant performance by OG. Kev, what went wrong?
It just felt to me that OG was on a next level in terms of drafting comparison. Thunder Awaken, excellent team, but it felt like they were put on the back foot almost always at the start of the draft. That's something they carry through the whole draft. And then when the game gets played, it just feels like a different team is playing. That's that strategy disadvantage that we don't always see in such a big way.
Yeah, we just didn't really get to see the Bakars that we saw throughout the previous parts of the tournament. In Game 1, he's laying into his Razor. In Game 2, it's a Viper. He gets his Terrorblade, but he's retreating into the jungle. There's so many fights where you just watch him just off there on the side. He can't really enter, and when he does, the Viper's straight on him. So unfortunately, Thunder Awaken, OG's had their read the entire series.
And he also went and fought in his lane, right? He's laned against tough heroes, and then both games, the Razor and the Viper, felt like Thunder were having to bring so many heroes to try and bail this lane out, which is not the ideal lane you want to be fighting in anyway, because it ends up sapping a lot of your carry XP. Bakaj just never got off to a good start. I think Dark Mago wasn't able to hit a lot of his momentum we've seen in those other games, and then OG just took the fight to them, even with lineups that in theory could be slower. Right. They're just in there battling. Seb's in there with fluffy hats and raindrops galore, tanking it up. He doesn't care. It's a recipe for success for OG. If they get ahead with a lot of their lineups, they're going to feel super comfortable.
I mean, this is what you guys said in the draft. You said, you know, if these lanes, if you set yourself up thinking if the lane goes well, we'll do all right, you better make sure your lanes go well, and they definitely didn't. We did see they got first blood there, but then that first big fight, I think it was at about the 7.5 minute mark, things started to go south. I don't know if we've got a replay of that, but it really started to go downhill for Thunder Awaken from that point onwards.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the first, one of the earliest 5v5s that we've seen outside of like bounty rune fight type stuff. But it makes sense to rotate it, and they committed to Viper a lot earlier. Yuragi hits 6, he gets a Chronosphere on a bunch of heroes, and the rest of the heroes are like, oh, we might as well show up too. Look at the map, they're all coming.
Everybody's down here.
But this is one of those fights where for OG, it was close to their off-lane tower. They were the ones already in position with 3-4 heroes. So the value of that 1 TP, they're into the middle of the fight. Storm, he zips in, Nyx with the mana burn, he can't take the fight. And at the very end, Sanking, he was then TPing in to try and recover what was a 5-on-5 engagement at the 7 minute mark, but he was too late. So it's OG being proactive, understanding that Thunder Awaken had to kill this Viper, and you bring 5 heroes, you're not going to kill the Viper, you're going to team wipe them instead.
I gotta say, Dark Mago played amazing for the first like 25-30 minutes. Like, he was a lot of the reason that Thunder Awaken was as close as they were. He dodged so many abilities. How many times does he X and he like draws a shape on the map? It was so many times bind time, but they were just too far behind.
I mean, great escapes are cool, but they're not progressing your game, right? It felt like all he's doing is running away to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I feel like OG conceptually understood how they wanted to take fights that game and got almost everyone they wanted. Those early lane fights, if Thunder has to go on the Viper, commit resources on the Viper, that's a hero you're happy to do that.
Yeah.
It just sets up the fight for Faceless Void to come in, Chrono the big damage dealer. But like Terrorblade and Viper on the 2 frontliners, that's not an even exchange by any means.
Yeah.
You don't want those 2 exchanging blows, allowing OG to come in on the back end of that.
Rough, very rough for Thunder Awaken. But we wish them well, and they did well. Certainly DPC points moving forward, thinking about TI. Let's have a look at the brackets, because obviously they've been updated now. And we have Game of Gladiators against OG will be the final series of today. But the series up after this one is, of course, Tundra Esports against TSM FTX. That's that upper bracket final for a place in the grand final.
I gotta say, though, I mean, usually what happens when you play the first series of the day, you win from lower bracket, you go to the last series of the day. That's usually where you get figured out draft-wise. That could finally break OG's momentum in this tournament.
Potentially.
Hard team to break, though. If there's one team that knows about maintaining momentum, how to draft flexibly, you've got 4 TI rings between 7, no tail on that team to back them up. that goes a decent way when you're in these lower bracket situations and you have to adjust, bring something new to the table.
And I'd argue they didn't really get given the Viper Razor so far in this tournament. So this is Thunder Awaken kind of given OG some of their best heroes, and then they lost to them. So I think OG are used to having other heroes normally in the draft.
Well, now we've got a treat. If you were in the arena, I want you to get as close as you can to the floor down here, because my boy Shannon is going to be out there with Effie the DHL bot giving away stuff. I know he loves these kind of segments. Make it special for him. Get down there, really crowd around him and get close and touch him and breathe on him and stuff. He loves that. So that's coming up after this.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
Hello, testing, hello, great, you can hear me. Show me now. That looks like a banana. What is that? That's a shield of Dragonite. Kind of looks like a banana. Anyway, this is a great start to the DHL segment. Ho, ho, ho. Merry DHL drop. Sunsfan here with a pile of chocolate to give out to fans. I guess I throw it. Does anybody want a piece of chocolate with a QR code? Sure, you can take one. Fine. You have a nice face. Good. This has a QR code that you can get up to 250 Steam euros. There's a lot. In fact, you guys can just come and take them. Come. You guys are all crowded around. This is very good. Take it. Lots of chocolate. Just be careful. Don't get diabetes. It can be quite painful, so I hear. And we have a very special box here for people to open, of course, which you can't do yet. I have to pick you out of the audience. You have to be very special to me. Okay, if you have a purge sign, I will ignore you. Just letting you know ahead of time. He was here yesterday. Anybody want a chocolate in the back? Anybody? You? You? You want another chocolate? Go. 2 chocolates is always better than 1 anyway, so I'm told. All right, we need to make room. Let's move forward a bit with the great Effie bot delivering the delicious chocolate with the great QR codes. All right, Seb fan there, great. Wow, get it right in my face, good. Let's get some more chocolate. Would you like one? No problem, chocolate. Chocolate. Eat your chocolate, it's good for you because it comes with a QR code. This is a disastrous segment. We're just going to continue as if it's going very well in front of the beautiful trophy for the ESL 1 Stockholm Major, presented by or powered by Intel. I have an i9 9900K just to sell out some more for Intel. Terrific CPU. It's really brought me a lot of great gaming for Dota. So what do we have here? We love No Tails OG. A lot of OG fans here. Now for the fans, T-Gov fan. Really? You exist? You know what? You are the winner. Congratulate. T-Gov is going to be so happy to have one fan in the audience today. Why don't you come down, young man, and you can open this very special box filled with probably the same stuff as yesterday, but we're going to say it's a surprise. So come on down. What's your name?
Tobias.
All right, I'll pretend to know how to pronounce that. So, how about you open this box and we can play-by-play cast what's inside, all right? Oh, yeah. Be gentle.
I've never been more scared in my entire life.
Don't be scared. Let me help you. Remember, be gentle.
Oh, amazing. Another shirt?
Okay, don't say another. Pretend this is the first time you've seen it.
This is cool and exclusive shirt.
Excellent.
Some micro plush. Very nice, very nice.
There you go.
Stickers. I've always wanted some of those.
Right, hold on. Let's get a nice shot of these stickers. We didn't get a good, that's some good, clean art.
Some quality swag here.
That's right. Continue. Don't lose it.
Esports Monopoly.
It's a little outdated board game, but it is a collector's edition, so that's good. ESL branded, of course.
Very nice, very nice.
Are you a fan of Monopoly?
I am now.
Okay, that was a lie. What do you got here?
Gigantus XXL, a huge mat, gamer mat.
Yep, a Razer mouse mat. For some reason, it is called Gigantus. That does not seem safe for the stream.
Okay, we got a hoodie here. Very nice. ESL.
Okay. Oh, and we got a big something in here. What is this?
I don't even know. This is a bag?
That is a backpack.
Wow, a piece of history. Truly.
You can probably fit the board game in there, actually. Take that to every event you go with, and you can try to find somebody to play Monopoly with.
I will try very hard.
Good luck.
Join me tonight, you and me. Monopoly.
We'll talk in private. So, take more chocolate as well. All right, so that is the DHL drop for today. Congratulations to this guy. I definitely remember his name. Of course, I did not button up my jacket because my stomach has grown. It's a condition that we call being American. But with that, let's go to a quick break.
We're coming back here, and we're going to a break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
Here they come! Over here!
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. Don't get too excited, there's a little bit of time before the second game. But then again, do get excited because we've got a brand new panel. Hello! It's this guy, Sir Action Slack. Some of you may have heard of him. Hello! We've got SVG is back, of course, a staple of my panels, and my boy Lacoste. How you doing?
Doing good. Very glad that Slacks is on the panel.
Yes, yes. Yeah, a lot of information to be shared here today about these teams. Two of the greatest, some would say. I guess OG just won their last series, though.
Wait.
Yeah, we have a host already.
Well, I'm just saying,
no,
I'm excited.
Well, are you? If you're about to talk about the next series, that's not our job here yet.
Okay. I'm not allowed to be excited about the series?
You can be excited. I thought you were going to do like team profiles and stuff.
Well, I'm not going to do a team profile. I don't even know who's on the team.
Take it away, go for it.
No, I'm not taking it away. I'm just saying I'm pumped.
All right, go for it.
Oh, I'm done now. Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
What do you want me to say? I thought you were hosting the panel.
You were about to say something.
I wasn't. All right, go ahead.
By the way, this is the
one-man
first
show.
time we've ever been on a panel together, and this is
All right,
why.
I'll hit Slacks with a question. How many security right now are unconscious backstage that you managed to get up here?
Oh, yeah, just a lot. You
They're
know,
just sprawled out all
there
over.
was a guy, I told him that he was at a signing session, but this kid, he's in the dumpster in the back, you know?
Too afraid to come to work with us on a panel?
Yeah, indeed. CCNC, he was so frail and light.
Well, that's who that was. Oh.
That's right. He
No,
couldn't fight us
Insania
off.
was supposed to be on the panel.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Didn't make it.
I think he had to do a signing session or something.
Also, the reason why we don't have Slacks and me on a panel is last time we worked together, we almost got fired. Then we also invented a new hero, Danko the Dolphin. You remember?
Danko the Dolphin. Where did that boy go? You know, Tyrion,
I'm very glad I got put in the middle of that.
Ah, that's great.
I was
This is where
looking
you
forward
belong.
to revitalizing my career, but the time has come. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Danko the Dolphin.
That's right.
Tell me more.
No, he's just a dank little dolphin. We talked about, we wrote skills and everything. I think they stole one of them. I'm pretty sure that one of his skills got turned into one of the new heroes. Ice Frog's always jacking ideas from us
Yeah,
talent.
stealing our ideas.
You're
not
right.
giving us credit.
I'm sure he's listening. And he Danko the Dolphin.
Yeah, what was that? Danko Dolphins Boundless Strike? That was the one.
That's
that
right.
Yeah.
That's right. No, if you ask Suns fans, Ice Frog actually stole his entire hero. And look it up, Jeremy Khan. It was Axe's brother, and he claims that Ice Frog took the entire hero for a new one. You can figure out which one. I forget. Anyway.
Is it Dawnbreaker?
Probably, something like that.
We'll ask Shannon.
All right, anyway.
We have got, you can see how intelligent this panel is. We're going to go and check out a little Dota SAT for Game and Gladiators. Watch this.
Oh! Hello and welcome to another edition of Dota SAT, the quiz show where we're going to ask you some insanely difficult questions about Dota 2. Now, we have not done this with anybody except for the brightest minds, and of course we have the brightest minds here, the Gaming Gladiators themselves, Ace and Tofu. How you doing, boys? How much do you know about spells and cooldowns and all that jazz? Question number 1. What is the hero that is able to cast a spell on someone at level 30 for the longest amount of time? Only spells.
Like controlled, like stunned or hexed?
Yeah, that's control.
I know it should be Rust.
Stun, sleep, root, hex, it's all the same.
I think Rust or Bane.
Yeah, that's also what I think.
Bane?
Bane or maybe Shaman, yeah.
Bane or Shaman?
I don't like that
Bane
sound.
is longer than Shaman, though.
I think it's Bane, yeah.
We have one for Bane. Ace?
Yeah,
Bane.
It was Bane. It was Bane. 18 point. He has the longest one. Congratulations. That was a close one. All right. What is the spell with the highest possible negative armor debuff, considering you can only cast it once and you're level 30 with all talents?
Slaughter ult?
That would be like the obvious choice, but maybe there's something. Some hidden weird stuff, because like Dazzle is like infinite. It just keeps going, but you have to cast both, so that doesn't count.
No. But I will say that you're close. There is someone who technically does have an infinite.
It's gotta be Razor. You classically, you click ulti and it just keeps going.
Well, you might know more than me, probably, but that's not according to my
I'm saying
list
it's Razor,
here.
but I don't know. We'll see.
Tofu, any guesses?
I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'll just say Slaughter.
Okay, unfortunately, apparently it's Elder Titan. I mean, technically, his natural order,
Depends
the
on what
most
hero,
negative
though.
armor. Second point would be Weaver's Boogies, his little bugs.
I feel like my answer is correct, though. More correct.
Okay, whatever.
I don't know.
A level 30 Invoker with Ags uses Cataclysm. While under the effect of Pugnaward, Aura, and Wraith Pact, the spell hits a level 30 Spectre that is under the effect of Centaur's Ags. What? Who wrote this? What is the damage?
This is harder than any of my
How
finals.
much damage does the Sunstrike deal to Spectre?
Yeah, I'd say 50 damage.
50 damage from Ace.
100.
That's a bit low.
100. It was 133. Why 50?
I don't know.
What is the total extra cast range Connell can have by using all of his abilities, equipping items, and being affected by allies' items? Closest one gets the win.
Okay, you go first this time, actually.
1.2k?
1.2k.
Okay, 1.199.
That is effed up. The answer is 1.50. So Ace, with his dirty tricks, wins again. Congratulations, you have passed the Dota SAT. Tofu, you were also in the room. So congratulations, and that was it for the piece. See you later.
You must have just run from filming that, eh?
Yeah, I did. I have certainly not been wearing the same unwashed suit for 8 days in a row. So, no. Just did it.
Yeah, I can confirm. You smelled good. All right, chaps. So, a little bit later on, we've got some pro tips from DHL coming up. Let's have a quick look at a trailer for that. Yes.
Right there. There it is. The pro tips.
Where?
There. It's coming. It's got to boot up from the computer.
It's loading.
It's loading up. You know what's a pro tip, though?
Don't try.
Can't wait for this one.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
And that's the tip.
That was the best tip I've ever heard in my life.
That's how OG won twice. I told him that before the game, and they were like,
I
what?
had known that a couple years ago.
Seb went, what? And then
agree.
they went and did it.
I just gained 100 MMR just by looking at this.
There is an actual vid coming up in a bit. That was just like a teaser. Because obviously the next thing we got to do is I've prepared like a quiz. We already did the Dota SAT thing for the players for Game of Gladiators. I've got a quiz for you lads. All right? I'm not expecting you to do very well, but these lads should get these right, okay? You ready for the questions? We got some time to kill.
This
Why
is
not?
why I joined Dota, to get out of school. Now you're dragging me back.
Damn. How far did you go?
All right.
Did you drop out of high school?
I got 2 degrees, man. It's okay.
Oh.
I need your answers. Most picked hero at this event.
Mars.
Incorrect.
Close.
Saying scores.
SPG?
I got Lacoste score here. I don't know if we can have a little scoreboard on the screen, so I'm going to have to keep it going myself.
I feel as though it is between Pugna or Chaos Knight.
Wow, how special. I'll snag Chaos Knight before he says
I will
the right
take
answer.
Pugna.
It is Mars. That's 1 point for my boy Lacoste.
What? He sucks. He loses every game almost. Well, I only watched the
Yeah,
tie
his
games.
win percentage is below 50, so
Yeah.
not as good, but people do love
Yeah,
to
maybe
play
people
it.
shouldn't
love
be
to miss
picking it as
peers.
much. Yeah.
Damn.
It's too low.
All right, you ready? Most banned. Now there are 2 heroes here. If you get both of them, I'll give you a bonus point.
But
If
they're
you
tied?
pick either of them, you get a point. Yes, it's tied for most banned. Well, it's not tied, Hunter.
Tied.
There is a tie.
I was
for
about
most
to
banned.
ask.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
definitely not tight, Hunter.
yeah.
You go first, SPG.
Play along at home, by the way. If you're watching, go ahead and guess. No cheating.
I kind of want to say the same 2 I said for the first question. That sounds terrible. I'm going to go
Pugna?
Pugna.
Go Pugna.
You're saying Pugna?
I'm going to
Yeah.
go Pugna Storm.
I will say CK.
Pugna CK is my
Tiny.
guess.
You're saying Pugna CK. You're
Yeah.
saying Pugna Storm. You're saying
Tiny and techies.
Tiny and Techies. Okay.
It's a good combo.
Thank you.
64 each. It's Storm Spirit and Timbersaw.
Timbersaw.
So that's a point for SVG, I believe.
I don't blame him.
I'll
You
take
ever
it.
play against
I'll take
Timbersaw? Shit sucks. Honest.
I try playing him from time to time, and I'm like, this is a great Timbersaw game. And I'm garbage. All right, here we go. Highest hero win rate. This is, they have to have played 5 or more games.
Okay.
Which hero has the highest win rate?
Ember Spirit.
I know this one, actually.
No,
5 or more?
wait. Underlord.
No. 5 or more, right?
It has to be in 5 or more games.
Wind Ranger.
Agreed. It has to be Wind Ranger. Hero's broken, busted, nerf into oblivion. Give her the techies treatment. Redo the hero. It's broken.
Lacoste, no looking at notes.
I remember
As he looks
checking
at his
Underlord
notes.
over 10 games, and I think he had the highest win rate, so I'm going to go with him still.
The answer is Underlord.
Underlord.
12 and 2. So that's another point for Lacoste.
Well done.
You know he has a sheet.
Yeah, he does.
Has these
I'm
answers.
literally looking at the answers trying
Does
to
he
embarrass
actually?
them.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
production gave it
Wikipedia
to him.
opened up.
In case we were too stupid, one of us had to carry.
No cheating. Longest game. You have to get longest game.
I think I casted that one.
I think you may have done.
Around 65 minutes, 64.40 seconds.
It was over 60 minutes for sure. I think OG Fnatic.
Actually, I'm going to change it to 66 minutes, 38 seconds.
Do we have to guess the game or
Well,
how?
I don't know. So it's got 2.
I just give no link. It was which game was it?
It's got 2 games. for some reason, even though one of them is longer than the other, so I don't know what that is. I guess that's the second. It's giving me the time and the teams.
Okay,
so if you can get the teams, that's a point, and the closer you are to the time, I'll be generous and give you.
OG Fnatic 63 minutes.
Wow, my mind's blanking on what teams were in that game.
What did you have for breakfast, SVG?
I took the
What's your name?
Hector route, didn't eat, so my performance increases.
Slacks, have you got any thoughts on
No, I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
Nah, you can't cheat.
He's cheating.
I don't remember the teams, but I'm going to stay with my time, 66 minutes plus.
Okay, it's going to be points for Lacoste here. It was Fnatic versus OG. Game 3 was 64-06.
Oh!
Very close.
But that's the second longest because Thunder Awaken versus Tundra Game 1 was 64-24. Sorry, you were still
I did say 64-40 first.
You did.
That was pretty close.
You know what? I'm
Give
going to
him a
give
point.
Lacoste
Yeah,
a point. I'm going to give SVG
Yeah, give me a Lacoste point while you're at it.
Give him 0.99.
Just
Slacks.
shift that one
Yeah.
over.
You're not on the board yet.
I understand.
Need to get some points on
I know how numbers work. Thank you, Furious
didn't
Flag.
even write your name down.
I did. It says this. Slack.
He just wrote down stupid and underlined it. Very
All right. Here's the reverse of that question.
Oh my
the
god.
Shortest game.
Not this one, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, OG Thunder Awaken earlier today was pretty short. That was a
OG Thunder
21-minute
Awaken.
game.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go with that.
Wow.
Bearing in mind, they might have written this quiz while that game
All right,
was going on.
well...
I'm just thinking. I feel like Tundra.
Yeah, you're
someone
thinking,
real
let me
hard,
just scroll down here. Think a little harder.
You guys don't know.
Yeah.
This is Beast Coast OG. Wait.
That doesn't sound accurate.
No, it was Beast Coast somebody.
You're saying Beast Coast somebody.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea.
No
I'm
idea.
saying Tundra beat someone.
Okay, well, the answer is Game and Gladiators versus T1. It's a 21-minute 35.
So close.
Same thing.
This is an interesting one. Player with the highest average GPM.
It was
Pacaz.
It was Pacaz. I don't know if it still is Pacaz.
We probably didn't add this.
That's
So
true. I'll go with
I'm gonna
Pacaz. Where are you going to go with Lacoste? You cannot go with my answer.
I think I said
He
first. We
absolutely
can check
can
on the
go with
screen.
your
Well, what does Slaxton go with? He's usually the farthest away.
Skeeter.
The answer is Pacaz.
All right. Easy.
Another point for each of these lads.
Who cares?
You're on 0.
Well, yeah. Where's
don't
the lore questions?
Who cares?
There's one guy that
Please applaud if you love the Dota 2 lore instead of random pro facts.
They know
Thank
nothing.
You.
You know
Thank you so much.
nothing.
Thank you so much.
You make it all up. He makes it all up.
I don't make it up. In the latest update, Mars and Dawnbreaker lied to Aghanim about what?
their relationship.
That's what I was going to say. But that's too personal.
Close. Actually, fun lore fact.
Who's stronger?
Mars was in a relationship with Dawnbreaker in another universe when he went under the pseudonym of the Roman god of war instead of Ares, but he changed his name from Ares to Mars when he went in. Pyrian?
Yeah.
What happened between Mars and Dawnbreaker in the last update? How did they lie to Aghanim?
They said to him, no, we're not dating, and they were.
Close.
I got another one. They lied that they bought a BKB in a game that mattered, but they didn't.
Close. They lied about destroying the
that was Team
Continuum
Secret.
device. There you go. 0 for you, 1 for me.
Wow, let's have a nice non-round of applause for
Hell
that
yeah!
segment.
Non-round of
Wow.
applause. Eat it, SVG.
The sarcastic applause was loud.
Damage of Dawnbreaker. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
This panel has escalated extremely quickly. I was not ready for this.
That's why
We're going to
Stania
go
was
to
supposed to be
Tsunami.
at this
Shut
panel.
up. We're going to Tsunami, for God's sake.
Shut up, Slacks. Let other people talk for once. I'm here on stage with a cosplayer. Please pronounce your name because I know that this is not your first event. You've been to many.
It's Karo Inna.
Karo Inanna, welcome to ESL 1 Stockholm. Tell me about this Phantom Assassin Arcana.
Oh, well, that was my second cosplay actually, which I've done without any workshops. So, yeah, I had to use a can of baked beans to smash the swords into the shape. So that was fun because I didn't have any hammer, and the biggest challenge for me was finish it on time for the competition. So last weekend when I was working on it was 36 hours without sleep. But to be fair, I didn't feel it because I had fun.
Okay, good. Yes, it's always a pleasure to turn your business into pleasure. Although, can we get a zoom in on her eyes? Look at these contact lenses. She can barely make out what's going in front of her, but that's commitment to character right there. Hauntingly beautiful. And then tell me about these swords as well. How'd you get the lights in them? May I wield one? Goodness gracious. Okay, wow, look at these lights. How'd you get those lights in here?
So I put LED tape inside the foam, and it's attached to the rod that was the one that had to be smashed into shape. And they are actually detachable, so I can transport them and go abroad.
And do you have your daggers on you? I saw you had a couple of daggers as well. I can get this for you right here. All right, let's see these. 2 stifling daggers, unsurprisingly gonna crit every single time. Where do you holster these? Oh, okay, good. Just like how it is in the game, nice. Oh, it's magnets. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
And then last but not least, would you mind doing some animations for us to give us a showcase of what this Phantom is at? Whenever I pick it, I want to see you. Hell yeah, the pick animations, the idle animations. And this is just one of many cosplays that we are going to be seeing at this event, because today is a cosplay competition. I believe, have you seen some of your fellow cosplayers and what they've brought out here?
Yes, but I don't want to spoil it yet. But guys, stay here. It will be fun, definitely.
All right, no spoilers, but stick around because the cosplay competition will be coming up. Carolina, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me, and we'll send it back to Slacks in the panel.
What the fuck?
Damn! No respect, no
you know
respect.
me like a dagger in my heart, dude. We've been chatting backstage for like 2 weeks. Send it back to Slacks and the panel.
Damn.
Find him later.
Okay.
You want to see another video? It's called Support for Dummies. It's aimed at me, I guess. Let's go. Roll this.
5 position. The role that the majority of the community plays so that they can not play that role later. Notoriously complicated, but don't worry. This is a myth. The majority of guys that play this role just stand behind people and press heals, sometimes place wards, and then they act like they are the living embodiment of Mother Teresa. Here's what you do to be a good 5. Start with 2 sentries, a salve, and 2 sets of tangos. As a 5, you have 3 jobs in the lane. Job number 1, hit the enemy guy. If you're a melee guy, tank their harass and then tango yourself. If you're a ranged guy, then let your carry tank the harass and spam tangos on them. If you follow the number 1 rule of regen, you will never lose a lane. That rule? Always have a salve to spare. If you use one, send out another immediately. Job number 2, block the enemy hard camp. This camp is real hard to deward, and it can be devastating if they get a pull or a stack off. Do not let them have it. Job number 3, pull your easy camp. This camp is insanely easy to deward, and if you can ever get a half pull or stacked pull off, you gain a massive advantage in the lane. Once the 6-minute mark is about to hit, head for the power rune just like the 4 position, and if you secure your mid the rune, you've just won 2 lanes as the 5. As a 5 in the mid game, you have 2 jobs. Job number 1, press your spells on enemies. Yep, that's pretty much it. If a fight starts and you aren't there, you probably done goofed. So, like the 4 position, figure out the hero on your team that wants to fight and make sure that you're near them. Job number 2, give your team vision. How do you do this? Well, warding's a whole thing, and my number 1 best tip for someone who is not a 5-role main to not get dewarded is place your wards 1 sentry radius away from cliffs. Against 90% of supports, these wards will never be dewarded because people are lazy. But warding is not the only way that 5s get vision. Good 5s get vision with their body. If there's a hill to dangerously walk up, that's probably you that should do it. If you think the enemy team is about to smoke gank your carry, it's probably you that should run it and die to it. Making one of these suicide plays successfully is genuinely game-changing. So, if you do any of this stuff even remotely well, you're most likely playing a better 5 than most people do.
Yeah, that was the DHL Pro Tips. And if you go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, you have the chance to win a €250 Steam gift card. Anyone could do that, so go ahead and get involved. Why not, after all? Have you been enjoying yourself?
Absolutely. That was a very fun segment.
We've still got to kill some time, so keep it going, baby. Keep talking.
Oh, okay, great. So after watching that, I feel like he gave away all my secrets. I felt, when you were a little kid, you know, like whenever you saw the dust in the window coming through the sun, you're like, I have a superpower. No one else can see these little dust particles, right?
Did anybody think that?
No, I had a normal childhood.
Okay, but anyway, that video was like, oh my god, he gave away all the secrets. I thought, you know, the half pole, I didn't know what everybody did that.
You honestly thought that other people couldn't see the dust particles?
Yeah, I thought I had a superpower, and I didn't tell anybody about it for years.
What did you think it was?
I don't know.
Like you could see sunbeams
I
and other
thought I
people
was
couldn't?
the chosen one. I thought I could see atoms or something, and I just kept it to myself just in case. The government.
Did you name yourself?
No. What was I going to call myself?
Adam
Dust
Kid.
Man? I didn't know what it was.
Dust Man.
You could call yourself Danko the Dolphin.
Danko the Dolphin. No, but cosplay though.
All right, if you guys, here's another question for you. If you guys wanted to do a level 1 Roche, tell me what your strat would be. You have to do the level 1 Roche. What team do you get? How do you itemize? What do you do? You can come up. I'm going to let these guys. You're going to say LD.
We need 5 heroes, right?
Yeah.
Lone Druid with a Blightstone. We have Ursa. Some kind of sustain. Give me sustain. Maybe like that.
People do Bristle with the goo sometimes.
Bristle, yeah. Bristle sounds very nice.
Ench is always a classic.
Yeah.
You can't get
with the heal.
But the heal is nice.
Heal.
Yeah.
You're saying entry.
Put an Ench and.
I mean, it's always
Do we need
Ursa.
more sustain or more damage?
Bloodlust is a classic.
Oh, what did you say? Bloodseek? Oh no, Ogre for the Bloodlust.
Yeah.
Is that your 5?
Throw in Pudge, so you can hook people out of the pit.
Yeah, we'll give
about
Pudge
to
the
die.
flax. He can micro him somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's your guess. Let's have a look and see how OG did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Level 1 Roshan. We have OG here. Of course, No-Tail and Taiga. Gonna see if they can beat the other teams doing Level 1 Roshan the fastest. They have the strategy coming out. Boys, what heroes would you like to pick? How are we gonna do this? Discuss among yourselves.
Ogre will be like the soft bot. And Lone Druid will just be a bot.
Ursa buys the items.
Ursa buys items, and what other hero can buy? Should we get some items on? Is there another Gloves of Haste hero that's worth it? No, he needs to buy Blightstone.
What about Shadow Fiend, you think? -4 armor or?
Yep.
-4.
Yep. So Lone Druid, SF, Ogre, Ursa, and now we have room for one more.
Asa is pretty decent.
So Alk, SF, Lone Druid. Oh yeah. I think that's the ones. Yeah, this must be better than Tusk.
What's the strat here? Negative armor and...
Negative armor, Lone Druid to tank, Ursa dealing all the damage.
Okay. This could work. This could be good.
This will break the records, I'm sure.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't know what any of this means, but I think they'll win for sure. All right, guys, get ready to Level 1 Roche. The heroes have been picked. The strategy is up now. The timer does not begin until Roshan aggroes to you. So you can get set up, but don't get too close, okay? Roshan, he's finicky. If he hits one of you, the timer is starting. Timer is ready as soon as Roshan strikes.
I'll micro... Who wants to micro the split tank with the Ogre?
I can micro the Ogre.
You micro the Ogre?
Minus armor.
I'll micro the Alk, okay?
Yeah.
All right, it's soon go time. You ready?
Yeah.
Bloodlusting you. Let's go.
Let's go.
It begins! All right, the timer is up. The bears are going ham. Big slams coming out, not a lot of micro. That Lone Druid bear taking some big hits. The negative armor isn't working too good, I don't think, but they're getting through it. The timer is up. Everybody is hitting here, even the Lone Druid. I haven't seen this before.
Can I
nice
salve the bear?
micro.
Yeah, I am.
All right, salving the bear now. Come on, baby.
Clap coming up.
Oh, no, that's done!
Salving him. I wish I salved. Minus armoring.
Easy.
Die.
Very good. That's it. A pretty good effort there, gentlemen. Did you think you could improve potentially?
I mean, the heroes, they couldn't go that much faster with this. Maybe 1 second, so we needed to change up the heroes, I guess.
I would really not like you guys to talk about this too much because I never want to see people do this in the current patch. Please don't level 1 Roche. And if not even OG can do it sub 30 seconds, what hope do you have? Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't do this.
Good stuff, Jake.
Thanks.
Well done, mate. You make good content.
How come every
Seriously.
Slacks bit ends with him saying, "Don't do this"?
Well, I mean, that's pros in general. Have you ever seen, it's every single game, someone's like, I'm going to go TA face lane, safe lane, just like my favorite pro, 0 and 17. You're not a pro, dumbass.
I feel like you're projecting a little of your
I'm not
experience
projecting. You're not a pro. If they can't even win with these heroes, what hope do you have?
It's
Just
okay.
play what you're good at.
We know the dust and the sunlight got to you when you were young. It's okay, son.
The little
We're here for
motes
you.
of dust that only you could see, the little atoms.
I'm sure other people felt the same way.
I doubt it.
This is what years of not pulling the small camp does to a person.
I'd like to give you a little repayment for this this ribbing
We're going
here.
to a break,
Guys,
though, Jake.
by the way, they said we could fill for as long as we wanted and then throw to a break when we got bored. So Pyrian really wants to throw to a break, but I want to put in a contest here. Much like at a concert, as long as you guys keep applauding after we say something, he will not throw to a break. Just
Please,
like,
I need the toilet.
Looks like we got another
I have
topic.
to make a phone call. My dog...
If a commentator gets into Dota, there will always be a match. Every single commentator will get one match at least that is like this incredible game.
You can't tell, I've got a very loud and very proud American crowd behind me, supporting Evil Geniuses all the way.
Just like that, as the unpause comes forwards, USA chants begin.
There was definitely a point in EG versus eHome where there was the potential for comeback.
And Universe is going to find his opportunity. He gets the Silver Edge, runs into Old 11. He deems this worthy of a Chronosphere Ice Blast combo to take him down. Right-hand side, Samael is going to be caught. Meanwhile, in the secret shop, we've got a brawl.
They get Old Chicken.
He's getting feed down right now. Old Chicken dropping down to half HP, but Omni Slash solely on Fear will be able to take him down. Looks like with Lonham's help, they also get the Shadow Demon. Now the Healing Ward heals him back up a little bit more. The magic damage comes in. Old Chicken spins off the damage from Samael. He's now caught by the Primal Roar, surrounded by Golem, and he's down. 4 dead from Evil Geniuses. eHome.
You know, like everybody loves a back and forth game, but comebacks are something special.
EG, can they do it? Any pickoff on a core might enable them to still win this game.
There were these moments you could see they were stalling out the game, they were holding, they were defending.
The buyback instantly going to go for it, but he's being gone on by Old Chicken, but did Old Chicken just overextend himself? He's going to be perched up, called up, slowed down, Ice Blast, he's gone! 100 seconds for him as well, eHome!
And every single defense comes with an opportunity to break the enemy down a little bit further.
Boys in blue lead a blue army onto the melee racks. They're going to be able to get that one for free, just like we talked about last time.
I mean, think about the way that they were able to turn that game on, right? It was by multiple daggons.
And EG might just not have the bodies to do this. The Ice Blast is up, now the jump forward. Old Chicken, he goes for side. Hopefully be able to stop that pesky disruption, but Forstaff gives some space. Daggons, oh, he goes down! Triple Daggons!
I think Dagon definitely is forgotten item. It hasn't kept up with the patches, I think, and the game.
The extra damage comes out from the Warlock as the Fatal Bonds eliminates him, but Sai! He almost dies! They're Daggons! Sai gets him! They hold!
If you go back and watch when Juggernaut goes for the solo throne rush, but he's hopelessly outmatched and he ends up dying, I scream no.
And he's trying to get PPD, but Evil Genius is cool, calm, and collected. They're holding the defense here again. Old Chicken here, able to get the Ice Blast in now!
If I were to pick 3 of my hypest matches I played, I mean, EG against eHome game 1 is definitely up there.
Tier 4 being beaten on, it begins the jump forward. Samael already going on a Fenrir. No chaotic offering an Ice Blast and Daggons first. He'll take him out. eHome. Fenrir bites back to the tier 4. The throw going down. The throw down to half HP. eHome gets him back. Game 1 is over. Evil Geniuses. The impossible comeback made possible by EG.
Oh man, memories. That was a crazy vibe in that stadium when that game was going on.
Made Dagon great again.
What's
Wow.
wrong with Dagon, eh? What's wrong with it? Why did they give it some love? It's one of my favorite items to buy.
Yeah, everybody loves Dagon. Nothing better than getting Nick stunned for half your HP as a support and then Dagoned instantly. That's a feeling that SVG is quite familiar with.
SVG, what was it like being in that game?
That game was hyped for a lot of reasons. The USA versus China chants were there the entire tournament. The stadium was packed.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, I was coaching them at that game, and I remember when they came out, my biggest worry was, my God, Sumail's ego is going to be through the roof now. How can we recover? I mean, the guy arrowed a Juggernaut out of Omni Slash.
Yeah, that was insane. That was insane.
The team definitely felt invincible after the game, I can tell you that much.
My favorite part about that vid is when it cuts to the crowd, there's just a guy just going, ah, like that with a massive American flag over his shoulder, biceps out. That was something else. Lads, we're going to take a break now.
No. One more applause, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep filling as long as you keep applauding. What's your favorite hero to cosplay as, Spirit?
A sleepy man who needs a cup of tea and a sit down. We're going to go to a break, but we will be back after that with more Dota.
What's your
Don't go
favorite
away.
hero, Tsunami?
sunshine, a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time, but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day I choose to see. Sea of scum or sea of glee. Gleeful is the better way. Wait no more and be on time. Time for killing off your fear. Fear not, don't you feel astray. Straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Ooh. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum bum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Take your time, hey, don't be a fool. Stay alive and keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
It feels amazing to be in the upper bracket. I think this is my first tournament and ours as like Undying/TSM, where we're actually like winning all our games and we're upper bracket. So I think it's really nice. And it's very important for us that we actually managed to finally do it, and we're doing it at a very important tournament.
Team Tundra will be taking on TSM FTX in what promises to be an absolutely enthralling match. The winner of this game goes through to the grand final. Quinn, of course, not actually still in the team, but we filmed those when he was. But this is a big game. Boxy, if you were playing in a game like this, which unfortunately you're not, I don't mean to rub it in, how would you be preparing mentally?
Mentally?
Yeah.
I think I would just try and not get too hyped. Just try and stick to what you know. And, you know, I think if you believe in yourself, that's like the best.
So you're just trying to
you can have.
Stay calm and be prepared.
I think if you're too like,
right.
Yeah, it's not good.
Okay, so don't get too excited.
Who is the guy on your team that gets too excited? Is it Blitz?
It's definitely not Blitz. Blitz is the guy we're thinking, guys, we really need this win. Really need this win.
Oh, is that what he
he's
said?
the one trying to get everyone else excited.
So he's trying to hype everybody up, and you're just like, let's just take it easy.
Yeah.
Because if either team that loses this still gets a second chance, of course, don't they?
Yeah, they do, because this is an upper bracket, and so far they showed brilliant performance, especially Tundra, that dropped only 2 games so far, and they look pretty flawless, like in terms of the team fight execution. In terms of itemization, they're also the team that plays extremely fast Dota. They close out the games relatively quickly compared to TSM, that do drone out the games quite a lot, but they're a very Roshan active team, so I think like we're gonna have clashes of 2 different styles of Dota.
That's always the best, I think. I mean, you either have 2 teams that just want to team fight and go crazy, and that's exciting to watch, or you have this kind of clash of styles. It's more of a tactical battle, isn't it?
I think they really have to think about where these summons heroes are going. I mean, I think you have to talk about that with Tundra every time, no matter what.
You know where they going? Into bans. That's where they're.
Oh, you think they're just getting banned?
33 is too good.
I mean, he's played Lycan or Beastmaster 5 out of their last 6 games. They're undefeated with Beast, undefeated with Visage. You need better answers to these heroes than other people have shown if you're going to play this team. TSM could steal them. That's another route. We've seen Saberlight play Beast and Lycan, these types of heroes in the past. I feel like if they give some of those away, though, and they end up on some of these more single-target focused team fighters like Night Stalker or some of the stuff he's played, they're going to have a rough time. The tempo's just going to be too fast. If Tundra hits that mid-game in their stride, they get to ball up around their Pugna Doom type drafts, I feel like people have a hard time breaking that ball.
Well, we got an interview with Saberlight. Let's see what he has to say ahead of this series.
I think it's about time that someone dethroned EG and be the new NA team. I think they're too lazy, you know. They needed to be, you know, pushed a bit. So hopefully this is also like the push, and for the next DPC and at TI they're gonna be amazing again. But yeah, I think it's you know, makes me feel proud. I think the entire team is like proud to be the DNA team. So yeah, we're just happy to represent.
Calling EG lazy. Do you think that's fair? I'm going to put you on the spot.
I don't think they've been lazy, but I think they've probably not had the same fire and passion as perhaps they needed to compared to the other teams.
Do you think that's probably what he meant? He doesn't mean lazy.
Yeah.
It just means they've kind of maybe fallen off being at their best.
I think they probably still put in a lot of time and effort, but maybe like their hearts weren't in it the same as they should have been for other tournaments.
But TSMs are. I mean, they've been working really hard this tournament, right? I mean, they've looked like a really, really good team.
100%. I've been gatekeeping them for years. Now they finally get a chance to shine on LAN. This is a hungry team, right? These guys have been grinding without sponsor, without pay, without going to tournaments for 2.5 years now. They finally get to go to a major, showing up at that major. I don't want to call it a Cinderella story, but I'm sure you have a good pun ready. Put you on the spot?
No, not right now. I mean, I can talk about the TSM a little bit because I was watching their road to Stockholm, and Moon Meander, he talked about them getting a top 3 before this, and they're actually got the top 3.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Very nice timeline overall. And also Brian talked about Moon Meander, how he's like a father figure to them. He's the one giving the speeches, like during the game, if you remember, playing against the Gaming Gladiators, like cameras on him, he's like, blah, 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 like you gotta do this.
That was
I'm not sure what it was.
That was
like,
literally what he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, we've actually got an interview with Bryle, since you mentioned him. Let's see what he has to say before the game.
It's gonna be amazing. It's been like a while, you know. It's been like, I don't know, a couple years since Dota has like an event like this, and even though like we're upper bracket, so we're like hoping that we lose, so that we play more games at the main stage. So and then we play in the finals, so that's like more games for us at the main stage. So so far the other EU teams have been a quick, easy 2-0. I think this one's gonna be different. I think Tundra has a lot of really cool ideas, and I think it's gonna be pretty surprising for us to play against them. It's something new we haven't played against. So the past few months or past few years, I've been playing Dota in my room. You know, I've been playing qualifiers in my room. There's no crowds there. You can't hear anything. It's just like you and your teammates. You know, this one's gonna be so different. I'm excited for it. Yeah, thank you for supporting us. Thank you for the new fans and the old fans. We appreciate it, and hope you guys cheer us at the main stage.
Nice to hear from Bryle there. Seems, I personally don't think I would say, I hope we lose it so we play more games, but I think he's just messing around, right? So let's talk about Tundra, okay? Because they've got Aoi's their coach. They're looking pretty good. Bryle said they've got some interesting ideas. A lot of teams I've spoken to have said they feel like Tundra's got a really good grip on the meta and how to play. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think Tundra plays a lot to group up and play like a death ball kind of. And it's really enabled by these heroes like Pagna with the ward, the Wraith Pact item, which is a little bit stupid.
Been a bit stupid, yeah.
I feel like if Tundra doesn't win in the first 20-30 minutes, they usually have a hard time closing out the game as well. So I think they're really just playing to their own strength.
Okay.
Whereas TSM, I think they want to take it slower, for sure.
Well, let's have a word. We had a quick word with Aoi before the game. Let's see what he has to say about the series.
Most of the players on the team, like, they enjoy the crowds. Like, it feels good, right? There's so much energy, and like, even though you're wearing the sound canceling earphones, you can like feel the energy and vibrations, and it hypes you up. And so I think we're just looking forward to that and excited about it. I don't think we fear anything about TSM. They're obviously strong opponents. They've beat good teams on the way here. The thing we respect them most about them is actually their work ethic. I think when I look at the teams, I think us and them actually work the hardest going into this tournament, and that's why we're both in the winners finals. So we're looking up to, you know, we'll have a good Dota match and we'll see what happens. We actually have a lot of history with each other. I mean, like me, Skitter, Moon, Dubu, and Bra, we were all part of the same team, like just before this last DPC, or before the DPC started. So honestly, we're really happy we can play you guys, and we're looking forward to a good match.
Looking forward to a good match. We all are. We all are. So Tundra, obviously, like he said, they know each other pretty well. What are they going to look to do? Let's say their zoo gets shut down. Do they have something else that they can play? Do they have a different mode they can go for? You said that if they don't win early, they kind of fall off. Would they change it up, or do you think they just stick to what they're good at?
I think 3-3 kind of only plays weird offlane heroes, like all these Beast Masters, Visage, Necro, maybe, Doom.
Yeah.
I think they're still going to tend to play him as kind of the carry, and while Skeeter and Nine are more active players.
Right.
So I don't know they really can change it up, like their core identity, I think really has to stay the same. I don't think he's ever going to play some Dragon Knight and start fights for them.
Right.
So I think maybe weirder heroes, maybe weaker heroes, but I think for sure they're going to play the same way.
Okay. Let's have a quick check-in with Tsunami, who's down there feeling the vibe and the odor of the arena.
Not right now, but we will in a moment.
No, we are right now.
Hello. Yes, I'm just around here browsing, sitting in the crowd, trying to get a feel for things. My friend, which team will you be rooting for in this series?
Well, OG, of course.
Okay. This series in particular, Tundra versus TSM, if you had to pick.
Okay, then it's Tundra.
Okay, fine. Tundra, how about you?
I would say also Tundra.
Okay, okay. And hello there. Which team will you be rooting for in this team?
I'd be very excited to see TSM go very far, so let's keep it going.
What do you know about North American Dota? I don't think they've been very good recently.
I know nothing.
You know nothing? I beg to differ. I think North American Dota is having a renaissance right now, and I can't wait to see what TSM FTX is capable of. And I want to give you this to you as well, as a token of my appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Jerax making an appearance here in Stockholm, Sweden. So happy to see him here, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far as we send it back to Pyrion.
Thank you, Tsunami, and thank you, Jerax, as well. All right, guys, we've got a couple of minutes to talk before we go to the break and into the draft. So give me some things to look forward to in this game from Tundra.
I'm mostly looking forward to 33. I think he's been the most impressive, at least for me, throughout this whole tournament and the DPC, both tours, because any micro hero, anything that has more than one unit, he can play it. Whether we're talking about the Visage, the Broodmother, the Beastmaster that we talked about, I think Tundra is one of the teams that is abusing the vision, playing with like Monkey King 4, the Beastmaster that we talked about, even Lycan with the Wolves to scout things out. We've even seen him getting like solo kills on the enemy carry in one of the series. It was like he's just an insanely talented player.
I think the flip side of that is it can force Skeeter to play a lot more active than he maybe would like to. You know, I feel like every carry in the world would love to just hit creeps forever, and it's a question of how much are you forced not to do that, which it wins you games if you're good at it. He's definitely one of the better carries at doing that. My question is if he doesn't get Chaos Knight, if he doesn't get the Wraith King later, pushes him more towards some of these heroes we've seen him play, like Medusa, Luna, these acceleration heroes, and I think that can be kind of weird in this matchup in particular, because Tomato is particularly good at getting to his timing on some of these counter carry matchups. He's willing to play Morphling. This guy's probably willing to play Terrorblade. If they can get out of lane with him, get to that mid game, all of a sudden
Foxy,
bit of a
we're
matchup.
going to keep you here because I want your analysis on the draft, but we're going to get the player walk-ins now. Let's get the teams out here and let's play some Dota.
Yeah, we're winning against Tundra for sure. I think we're actually more skilled than Tundra, but the way they play the map is better. We need to kind of match that and to outplay them as well.
Aegis is down. Brow has to be a little bit careful. He's going to miss the swatch. There's Boom. Okay, nice. Energy. So it'll be a nice kill for TSM.
Nicely done there from Saberlight. He gets the tip from Tomato. So what Saberlight did really well here, he blinked on top of the puck, speared into forming the arena.
From what I've seen in the playoffs, TSM is not a team that you can just beat. They have a lot of comeback potential in all of their games, like they just turn it around. So we just have to look out for not doing crucial mistakes against them.
Whisper chasing after Skeeter here. Again, still has that Aegis, they have to be careful. Jumping again here from 33. Sox here with a beautiful stop. Look at 9, there's his little ducks in a row, and they're gonna get the die back on Whisper. Tundra, have some mercy. My God.
To beat Tundra, I think we just need to have the correct heroes to counter their strategy.
Yes, we will win against TSM.
Continuing their rampage through this tournament, please give a warm welcome to Tundra Esports. And I know this is a primarily European crowd, but I know North Americans are famous for being very loud. So make some noise for NA's last hope. It's TSM FTX!
When we come back, TSM FTX versus Tundra, game 1 of a best of 3. Don't miss this.
frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide.
We decided to stick together after barely making it to the TI last year, and I think it was a really good decision. I believe in all of my teammates, and I do think that we have what it takes to be the strongest team in Europe, if not the world.
A bold claim from Tundra there, but confidence is always a positive going into a game like this. An important best of 3 for a place in the grand final. They're up against TSM FDX, who also want to claim the crown and have stated their intention to do so. That, gentlemen, is why we do battle. Indeed. Lads, this draft, let's get into it. Any second. There we go. Ooh. Oh, wait, we got a shot of the trophy first. Beautiful.
I do want to say I was curious. He said, you know, we think we can be the best team in Europe and the best team in the world. Why was that second statement necessary, Box?
Yeah.
Yeah, Boxy.
I think the teams that are good in Europe are perhaps not as good in the rest of the world. You know, I feel like we beat all the Europe teams, kind of, and we lose to all the other teams. So there's like a little, you know, small pond, big fish.
That wasn't what Reddit has been telling me, but...
What was Reddit telling you?
Well, we'll leave it for people to figure out. You know, I don't want to bring a train somewhere I don't want to take it, but I think they're right. And I think it is an important point that if you as a team don't believe in yourself, no one else is going to. That's a very famous statement. And I think particularly it is difficult for teams after they lose on the biggest opening, which is TI, to come back and say, we still believe in this team, we still believe in what we can do, we still believe in the potential that's there. That's not an easy thing to do. It's very underrated because the vibe, how people feel about each other, how they feel people are going to perform in the clutch under pressure, even if you rationally think, okay, it wasn't really something we could control or we were put in a tough spot, we lost to an amazing team, whatever, it's still not an easy position to come back from. So I think that speaks to the merit of this team and that they have been through the crucible, as I like to say. They've come out the other side, and every time a team dubs that, it can make you stronger, as long as there's no resentment, which, I mean...
I think for both of these teams, because I think work ethics comes to my mind whenever I see Tundra or TSM, because they stayed together. Tundra, they didn't go to TI, but they decided to still work on the team, and I mean, they're just getting better with each game played. And also TSM, like, they didn't have a sponsor, as you said. They decided to stick together as well. Their TI performance was so-so, not the greatest, but they keep grinding, and this is what got them here.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the hunger, the passion earlier. Saber like calling EG lazy. That type of debate is the hungriest teams usually will rise to the top as long as they have the skill. Right, that's always a big question. But if you are hungry, you are passionate, Dota rewards you in the long run.
Boxy, how important as well, in addition to that, do you think that having a consistent roster is? Like, having that team together. We've seen quite a few teams here going deep, having the same roster, they've been sticking together. Beast Coast probably exceeded expectations, and everybody was saying they're the team that's been together the longest. What does that mean to a team when you've been with these guys for a while? You all know each other. And the second part of that question is, how hard is it when someone new comes into the team to really get used to the way they work?
I think the best part about having a consistent roster is that you kind of know where everyone's strengths and weaknesses are.
For
so
drafting purposes and stuff?
Well, more so maybe for your game plan. When you mold like how you want to play, who's going to be the aggressive guy, who's going to be the farmer, who's maybe good at making, you know, quick like move calls, who's good at like seeing the bigger picture. I think in every team it's really different, like who's doing what for you to succeed. So I think when you have a long-term roster, you kind of have it set in stone, like your roles, so to say, more so than what heroes you're playing.
So when you guys are playing, you'll have someone who's like, he's the shot caller in terms of if you see a jump, he's the one that says go, or do you all kind of mix it up amongst yourselves? I've always been curious about how you guys make that decision.
Well, the problem is right now we're kind of having issues figuring that out, I would say, in a nice way. I think consistently. It's hard to do it consistent.
Right.
And yeah, I think for sure the teams that are doing well, like regardless if you have a new team or an old team, it's very important to have like a sort of a structure where everybody knows what's going to happen.
Right.
And if you play like Tundra, where they've managed to kind of shape the meta around themselves, or they manage to pick their strongest heroes every game, everybody knows what to expect from each other. So nobody has to spend a lot of time being uncertain or thinking what they're supposed to be doing. Everyone just knows what's the next step.
Because that uncertainty is what undoes teams at times. Like even if they've been playing well, they come into a series, maybe they didn't get the draft they wanted. And sometimes we've seen teams maybe not get the start in the lanes they wanted, and everything sort of unravels from there.
Yeah, I think we had an issue this tournament that we weren't really able to find a way to play the same game every game. So that some games you have to play a little bit different, so somebody has to do something else than they're used to. And I think it's a hard way of playing Dota, because it's very high stress and it's very fast paced. And if it's not really in your core, knowing like what you should do, those like extra 10 seconds of uncertainty where you have to like think or decide for each other, it's just, it becomes messy and bad.
Man. We are just having some very small tech issues here. I think maybe someone's PC crashed or something like that. But we will be getting into the lobby as soon as we can, and then into the draft. So in the meantime, I get to talk to these guys about Dota and Boxy as well.
It's the Tundra pause, you know, beginning of every series.
No, the Tundra
pauses.
Oh, really?
And this, maybe this is their equivalent.
You
usually after the draft.
Unplugged something important to give themselves some time. Yeah, after the draft would make
a lot of keyboard issues.
We get to look at people in the crowd with their signs.
It's always the same keyboard that breaks every scrim, every series. You know, 10 minutes at the start, they have to fix the keyboard.
No, never in scrims, I think.
Oh, never in scrims.
Usually tournament games, the keyboards break. Yeah.
Howie classic. I'll blame it on him. I don't know why. He seems, why
One
not,
of the
you know?
biggest things we added to Dota is not being able to pause the game when the game starts. In pub games.
In pubs.
My favorite.
Yeah, somehow it escaped tournament games. Somehow.
It drove me absolutely mad when that happens. When you queued for 15 minutes, you know, you get all your lads together, you all get ready on the Discord there, you're all ready to play, you queue, pops, everybody picks their heroes, and this guy wants to pause 1 second into the game.
Yeah, did you or did you not click find match and accept it?
And they're like, I need the toilet. I'm like, you should have gone already. You should have gone. Pick your hero first and then go. None of this pausing. What am I pausing? I'm hammering that F9 button. Do you let people pause?
So what I used to do was on my way home from school, I'd play like remote desktop on my computer, start queuing for a game, accept the game, and then like I just write in the chat like bear back, because it was like 4 or 5 minutes until I reached my house. So yeah, different stories.
Oh dear, that's unfortunate. I don't think that's a good thing to do. Don't copy Boxy there.
That was hunger and passion, you know, those extra 5 minutes.
That's right, that's true. Let's have a look at the draft, because I think we are into it now. I'm going to cross my fingers, you all should too, and maybe we'll have a draft on screen and we can start talking about Dota. Hold your breath. Yes!
Yeah, they're banning out Visage straight away. I don't think anyone else in this tournament is going to let Tundra get the hands on this hero, because just they play way too good with it.
I still think there's some answers to the hero, but yeah, as you said, it's pretty much undefeated. At the same time, it means you're going to have to leave something in the pool. Like, this is the problem. You can't ban every Zoo hero in the game, right? And 33 has shown he will play them into basically anything. He'll play them into counters. He'll play them first phase. He'll play them last pick. You don't have answers to these heroes. I think this series is going to be rough for TSM regardless. So the Visage ban and Beast ban, all right, that's cool. But you still have to think about, as you said, all his cheese picks, all his Necro, the Lycan. This guy will play Doom, he'll play Night Stalker, he'll play some of these weird picks that you're not getting zooed, but you're still getting cheesed out of the lane or cheesed in the game.
I think the issue with playing against Tundra is that they usually find a very sneaky way to get through the lane. Because these heroes like Visage and Beast, you kind of want to shut them down in the early game to be able to keep the pressure up. But if they're doing, a lot of shenanigans, it can be hard to be confident that you're going to be able to shut them out. Like they're pulling waves, they're sneaking in the trees, they're sniping couriers, God knows what.
Are they the most annoying team to play against?
Yeah, I think they're like the nerdiest.
Oh, the nerdy.
Nerdiest. I like that. And there's the Doom pick. You called it.
Doom Grim.
Oh, they've got the double Doom as well. That's brutal.
I will say, I don't think Grim has performed that well at this event overall. And I do think this Grim, when you lock him up with the combo, especially with Doom, which is a Tundra classic, okay, now the Grim already has more purpose. He's going to have a lot more idea of what he wants to do in the game. But overall, this hero has been difficult for a lot of teams to make work, I think. And it's kind of surprising, because I thought the hero was pretty decent. His shard's still powerful. All his spells seem really good in fight.
Yeah.
Just hasn't panned out. So I'm interested to see if Tundra can take this hero and make it look as good as they tend to make everything they played this tournament look.
Okay, TSM, they came here to play. They're not messing around.
Yeah.
First facing Underlord and Shaman. It's going to be a lot of damage just on the ground. Like, they try to ban out the Zoo, but they also got some Zoo for themselves as well. And Underlord usually gets banned out in the second phase, so couple of heroes that come to my mind in the laning stage. Like, even though this is very strong lane, because you do have Shaman to keep them inside the Firestorm as well. And when I first saw the hero, the rework of the ulti, I thought, it's kind of meh. But with every single game, it just feels so good, because you can come to a game, come back, you can reset, you can threaten Roshan with it, and same goes for Shadow Shaman, like one of my favorite heroes for sure, because you can always do something on the map. You can make a diversion with other heroes, especially with the Underlord and the Fiend's Gate, and then go for Roshan, just Shaman +1.
I always felt when people were saying how strong Nature's Prophet was, because he can come and join every gank, I'm like, with Underlord, everybody can come and join every gank. Like, surely that's even better.
I think these two heroes that TSM picked are probably on their own, like independently, strongest heroes of the patch.
Really?
Comparison to their previous states. I think Rasta,
so they,
one day,
most improved.
Like one day to the other, suddenly he can just solo kill Roche.
Right.
Like out of nowhere. Like imagine if they just gave that ability to any other hero.
Yeah,
it would be so stupid.
Well, that's right. You need the shard of Nature's Prophet to do it.
Yeah.
You can just do
and
it.
I think Underlord, Rasta go well together, because you have the, one dude that has no stuns, but he's like a big frontline, deals a lot of damage, and one dude that only has.
That's it. That's his whole thing.
Yeah.
The Shaman is also a Moon Meander classic, going back to the NA regional games that they played. That regional finals versus EG, they played Shaman Treant. It feeds into Dubu's support as well, because he tends to like to play the more defensive supports. Abaddon, Treant, Pugna, these healers, these backline saves, those are the best fives to accelerate this Shaman in the game, so you can feel confident to go for those objective plays, force the early Roche, group up ball, protect him when he gets jumped on.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, you're not going to find it now. They're going to chuck it in the bin. Oh dear. Calm down, everybody. He's just joking.
I think it's interesting to see that TSM still bans Lycan, even though they pick Underlord, which I think is probably one of the best heroes against Lycan due to the pit. There's quite a lot of respect for the
that's like a
minion
big
cheese.
respect ban.
I do think Lycan is one of the Zoo heroes that isn't relying on his individual Zoo. Like, he can provide vision with the Wolves, he allows a Doom a decent jump in the game. You can always go for the Helm of the Overlord, Ags type buff your carry route as well.
Right.
And I think Tundra's shown they're pretty flexible with using that hero in multiple different strategies. So at the same time, I tend to agree when you have Underlord first phase, it feels bad to have to ban the Lycan. But at the same time, I can also understand, like,
yeah, I mean,
he's going to pull waves, get
you
out of the
understand
lane.
why.
Yes,
that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
But like, even if you have a counter, you still feel like you have to ban it.
That's why this team's so annoying. It's like, even if you feel like you've countered their heroes, they're still getting an extreme amount of value out of them.
And now these bans make a lot of sense coming up from Tundra. This Monkey King that can cause some issues to Medusa, and as well as Anti-Mage. I like Ursa against Medusa, just overall matchup. I know it's not popular in Europe, but China does love to play Day, because it's a natural Diffusal Blade carrier, and also gives you a little bit of a tempo as well, because you have another hero that can kill the Roshan. Works well in the lane against the Doom, even though historically it worked better because Doom didn't have as much armor as he does now. Like, his base armor plus Devour gives him a ton of armor.
There is Io Ursa, which usually Io, a lot of teams like it versus Doom. I still think it's one of the better heroes versus if you're going to go that route. The other carry that comes to mind is like Phantom Lancer. I don't think you can take it in this phase, but looking at Doom and Medusa, I think you have some windows of opportunity there. Not a hero we've seen in
I
this
think if
tournament,
TSM were to counterpick the Doom, Tundra has the offlane hero still open. They would just can pick the Doom
put it
position 4, and that's like the trick with picking your carry here early. So it's kind of like whatever you pick will be able to counter in return.
Yeah, they're going to go the mid route. They can grab any of the spirits, and I think it's solid. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Their first two heroes would like the extra catch, the extra initiation. I think it's something this team always prioritizes, at least on Brile. Like, give him a playmaker. I think they've gone farther away from the days where he was playing the Morphs and TA's mid, and gone more towards he's going to be their play creator, their fight starter. Saberlight's taking up a bit more of the farm. So it's an interesting dynamic this team has shifted over time, but when I would not expect them to see them slow down on it. There's that Invoker too, which is an old school Medusa counter. You get the disarms, you get the mana burn, just the teamfight control. Brile used to play it a lot back in the day. I know we haven't seen that hero at all this tournament, but sometimes in these games, it's like a game one of a series. If you're super confident, Misery's going to say, you know, I believe in this hero. Moon's going to disagree with him, but he'll pick it anyway.
Right.
Classic coach debate, you know. Lina, another alternative. Get the long range pew-pew, so to say.
They don't have anyone that can jump Lina. Like, before Doom gets a Blink Dagger, depending whether that's going to be a position for Doom or an off-lane Doom, and things are getting spicy here.
Definitely spicy.
Elder Titan back when you packed a stronger punch and everyone was playing it. I remember it being really strong against supports that had no stuns, because you could just run at them and smack them, and you're not really nobody to stop you when you run in there with armor and plus 200 damage.
Yeah, 100%. It's another hero that abuses lack of backline jump that Tundra doesn't have right now, at the same time giving you the extra scale versus Medusa. If you ever can get on top of any agi carry, you're going to melt them, of course. He also gives you some fight reset if you can land stomps on the Doom before his BKB timing, which, yeah, that always comes out really early on this hero, but it's like you said, if the Doom gets forced to a 4, now suddenly that ET has a huge window to disrupt this hero in the fight, and you're feeling pretty good. So I actually like this pick, because I think it forces some of the onus back towards Tundra, and what are you going to do in your offlane? They decide to commit the core Doom, but I don't know if they're super feeling good about this core Doom in this game.
Here's the certified liquid Underlord counter, the Rubik.
Yeah, you really guys love it. Whenever you see Underlords like Einsteinius, I'm gonna pick Rubik, get the Firestorm, and win the game off of that, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
There's some really good spells to steal in this game, whether from Shaman or from the Underlord that we mentioned, like even Lina's LSA works really well.
This lane matchup's rough, though. I think I was always super happy to play ET into 4 Rubik. You just run up, punch him.
Isn't it Rubik mid?
Oh, you think it's a core bridge?
I think if you look at their heroes, right? The Grimstroke needs a partner that buys a blink and a blasts, and I feel like it's the Doom, because I don't think 3-3 will play, Dragon Knight or whatever. Like I think there's no way. So I think probably Doom Grimstroke, and then the Rubik mid against Elina. So you steal the, it's a traditional Lina counter as a support. You steal the stun, you steal the Q, and you steal tons and tons of damage.
I could see it be interesting. I mean, the mid Rubik's very interesting in this game. I know there's a lot of mid players at this tournament who have underhandedly said, that hero's a lot stronger than people think. We just haven't seen it that much.
We've run into it in scrims quite a bit, actually, from different regions. I think the strength of Rasta is that, uncontested, you're going to kill Roshan every tower on the map in like 10 minutes. So I think if you pick 2 weak heroes, you're just kind of auto-losing to this hero. So I think it's like, already with Medusa and Doom, you have 2 heroes that are kind of slow. They're like chunky dudes, they need some time. They don't want to be forced to fight. So I imagine the rest of Tundra's line just going to be early game heroes, like Rubik mid and then some other early game dude. That just lets them kind of survive this game.
It's MLP and John. What's up, lads?
Dire team back.
I wonder if TSM will think about that option. They might get caught off guard on this last pick. They're not thinking about that mid Rubik.
Not sure how good their headsets
are. Well, now they won't get
Yeah.
caught off guard, but as we're talking about it, it is an interesting option in this game. I actually think it looks pretty decent as long as the other support pick, like you said, can help pick up the early aggression. But I think mid Rubik is a hero you definitely want to skirmish around. I don't think it's a hero you put on an island. So
I'm
that's
sure,
the question of what other support combos with it.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't really make a lot of sense to pick Rubik support otherwise in this game.
Yeah, because if we're talking about the lanes, whether that's
you don't want to. Yeah, like you don't want to lane Grimstroke with Medusa. Yeah. You don't want to lane Rubik with Medusa, and you don't want to lane Rubik against Titan. So it's just kind of has to go mid.
You ban that carry Fury on that TSM won the previous 2 games with.
Finally,
like a beast. Yeah. I mean, I think that was a big portion of why the comeback was possible in those games too. Furion's like one of the ultimate game stallers. He's also one of these carries that can fight early. He hits a dip, but then ultra late he kicks in again with the satanic 6 slot, and he can out carry a lot of different matchups you didn't think he normally would. So they're going for a similar idea. Like this is almost a similar hero, I feel, where Drow, she can destroy the early lane, but then she's not doing anything for a decent amount of time.
Right.
You got to get to that really late time period where she
the thing with Drow is where a lot of people go wrong is you kind of want to play on your early lane timing. I think if you play Drow and you leave your lane and you go farm triangle creeps, you turn into like the biggest shitter ever because your hero is so weak on its own. Like it really needs teammates around them. So I think it's a really good pick with the Lina mid because the Lina is like naturally gonna farm a lot of the map, and then the Drow can just run together with the ET and the Rasta and
also give him some agi for this game, makes him a huge amount.
I think Drow was probably the really hard pick to find, but I think it's really good.
And they have a nice front line with just ET Underlord makes Drow Ranger and Lina damage output pretty insane in this game. Even just Rasta dropping wards using one of the abilities to lock them down. And they go with the Batrider. Like they needed a hero that can get on top of both Lina and the Drow Ranger. Okay, is that gonna be...
I mean, I would have banned the Bat over the Viper. I don't think the Viper was going to cause this Drow issues. I think that lane would have been ultra free. So I think they missed a little bit there, but I do think this can be a very good Drow game. I think they actually can win the lane still, regardless of who goes down there. This ET Drow is extremely strong, and it depends. It could still be the 4 Doom, I guess, but then you're running a Doom
I think it's 4 Doom. I think the problem with the Tundra Head was they had no way to reach the enemy team, kind of. And now the Batrider is kind of uncontested last wing people, hopefully.
That's the dream.
Yeah.
So, quickly, lads, who do you think the draft favors? Boxy?
I think up until Bat, I thought TSM would win for sure. Now I feel like unless they somehow manage to smash the Batrider, which is kind of hard against Tundra,
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like he'll probably gonna run over them. Like I think the ET Drow lane, unless they really, smash, like, they poop on him.
Right.
I think, yeah, they're gonna die. And the Rubik is gonna go kill him, and the Lina is gonna farm jungle.
So just that last pick alone, you think is smart?
I think they messed up not banning the Batrider, like you guys said, and that's probably gonna cost.
Probably gonna cost them.
I think so.
I definitely agree. I would have been the Bat there, but I think this is a team that's shown resilience. They can go late. I think this is a draft that after they get through that valley, it'll pick up very hard. I'm confident in the Drow ET lane to pull enough weight that they can get to that point. So I'm gonna go TSM.
I'll agree with SVG. I think they have what it takes, and they do take longer games. So I feel like they are going to be able to defend, especially with the Underlord, to be able to stall the game long enough for Drow Ranger to come online, and then like the matchup is really good for Drow.
Okay, well we're going to throw it over to our casters. Lads, have a good one. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you very much as we are fixing the camera live. Beautifully done, Cinderin, here with Sunsfan, which is myself. I don't know why I talked like you just ruined the whole segment.
Thank you. That's what I do.
We are. All right, there we go. Then we're just getting the.
There's something happening here. Help!
Bend down. There we go. Yeah, they just sit.
Here we are. It's like nothing happened.
Upper bracket finals for the Stockholm Major. Crowd. There they are. Beautiful. Let's get in the game. TSM versus Tundra. What a hype-ass matchup. This is going to be God tier. I cannot wait.
An intro worthy only of the best of games here, Shannon.
That's
Very well
right.
done. This will be great. Honestly, there's a lot of things to unpack in this game. As far as heroes go, we have a lot of less favored picks of the tournament being run here. We've got a mid Rubik coming out for 9. Boxy hit the nail on the head with that one. He was right about that. That was Tundra's plan. You've got the Drow Ranger mainly. I don't know how many games we've had this in the whole tournament. I feel like you can count it on one hand. Pretty unpicked. Lina has fallen out of favor a lot as well, but they're going to run that on Bryle. Elder Titan on Duobu. Might be his first game of that the entire tournament. So many new things for TSM.
They came into this, I'm not saying these were pocket strats necessarily, but you can tell that they went deep into what was the possibilities of being banned, and they have kind of brought these heroes out of nowhere, like you said, Cinder. And this, I mean, if you look at the lineups, this is a lot of ex-digital chaos players, actually. You got Moon Meander versus the Great Soxa, and then both coaches, Misery, AUI. I mean, this is going to be, I think Dubu might have been on the team, but nobody remembers that.
He was.
Well, actually, I don't remember. That was after I left, either way. But NA versus EU as Dubu. Going to get off that Astral Spirit. There's a lot of damage with it here. The bounty runes are split evenly, though. Soxa playing one of his better heroes, I want to say. His Doom has always been top-notch. Not compared to his Tusk, of course, which is S tier.
And it also does explain why Tundra rate this hero so highly, right? Is that they can pick it in the first phase and they can flex it between him and 33, and honestly even between 9 mid. I don't think they've run that this tournament, but 9 also a very formidable Doom mid player when it's time for that. So they do get themselves a last pick Batrider, and like the panel was talking about, I think bottom lane is really going to be the lane to watch for the most part. Not right in the beginning, but once 33 finds level 3, I think this is very difficult for TSM to handle. And you know, if there's a player that does lane mechanics in terms of like cutting or abusing creep positioning, I think 33 is probably my #1 player to think about. Whenever he plays a summoning hero mid, like he would pull the wave with his Lycan Wolves before others really figured that out. In the off lane on bad here, you see him pulling the wave. Not that this is rocket science, but it's so standard for him. Look at how he's itemized as well. Boots 4 branches just so he can cut the wave and pull it. This was the plan right from the beginning. And
Dubu prioritizing just hitting him a few times versus killing his. I mean, that was a free kill on the courier, but wants to make sure that he can contest this as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, that mid lane is probably the most interesting, I would say. Lina versus Rubik. Talk to me about how, I mean, again, I don't think we've seen a Rubik mid this entire term. I've been hoping to see it, as it's historically one of the more exciting heroes, especially since they changed Aghanim Scepter to get 2 skills versus the 1. How's this game look for 9 on the Rubik?
Just from the lane itself, as you see here, when he fade bolts Bryle, they have about the same damage. He has slightly favored damage on the Rubik. Now that he's level 3, it's getting better and better because the damage reduction just ramps up. And of course, it is a great nuke for securing that range creep, which a lot of the time when Lina wins mid lane, she does it by oppression. Like, she just bullies out the opponent and then she takes denies for free. Against Rubik, he can stand his ground. He can ensure the range creep all the time and get some good damage in on his own. And obviously, once you start finding levels and you can spell steal all of those wonderful Lina spells, your hero puts it to very good use with Arcane Supremacy. All of the spells are just incredible on this hero. So.
And then for the top lane, Skeeter playing the Medusa will be accompanied by, I mean, Grimstroke. This is a really good Grimstroke game. Obviously, the Inkswell for the Batrider or the Doom. I mean, if you have it on Doom and you eventually have the Centaur Stomp, that's essentially stun locking relatively easily. But then double Doom, double Lasso, double everything essentially in this game. We'll see how much that comes into play, but an early Grim pick and they still get all these synergies. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's something I think TSM will... I wonder how they're going to solve this from an itemization standpoint, these potential double lassos, double dooms. Like, usually you would have something like perhaps Lotus Orb, or you try to reposition your lineup. I wonder if they can somehow itemize to just stand their ground, like just get that tanky. You get perhaps you get a Wraith Pact against the Dusa, and you get maybe a pipe. I don't know if that's worth it here.
All right, I have a random mechanics question, Cinderin. If you... So let's say you get the double Doom off, but the Lotus Orb is on the secondary target. What happens?
I think you...
I love asking you questions you don't know. This is so fun. I actually would assume that nothing, like Lotus doesn't do anything in that case, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Just
I think it does. I think it
think.
does. I think it does nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if that ends up being the case.
We'll see if it becomes relevant. As usual, when you theory map stuff, it just never matters. So.
Yeah, that is pretty accurate, unfortunately.
But I do appreciate that. I do like doing that myself, actually. Just, you know, thinking about something a lot and then it's just totally irrelevant. But just the exercise of thinking about something in depth and then realizing you're wasting your time. Very rewarding.
That's our lives in a nutshell. As Bryle's going to be able to get this water rune here. You can see his CS 26 and 6.
Moon Meander rotating
9.
in.
Yep, LSA is there. Moon Meander with the shackle to come. Is it in range though? There it is finally. And Bryle with a couple more right clicks. Soxa's coming to help out, but it's not going to be enough. First blood goes the way of TSM. Bryle ticking slowly to this scorched earth from Soxa. Nice sheep from Moon Meander. That's going to save Bryle's life again.
Good body block there as well. Moon Meander, 285 move speed, but he gets in front of the Doom and cuts him off just long enough for Bryle to get the distance there. Had to pop the Fairy Fire against Scorched Earth, but you're very happy with this exchange. You run back to base. Rubik is, or rather, Shaman is naturally here to take the experience that you're missing. It's a very good support to get early levels on. There's so much impact, like you was talked about in the panel. You can get Roche with an early level 6, and your lineup really wants to play that early mid-game portion aggressively, so... For this hero to get a half a wave of experience is definitely not bad.
So 9 has died, obviously. And look at the CS discrepancy between Bryle and 9 overall. 29 is to 20 and 5. So Bryle is having himself an amazing start to this game. Like, if you, in terms of just the matchup alone, is you're gonna have to hold that thought. Dubu getting chased, the Echo Stomp to come. Nope, gets canceled by the Infernal Blade. And a couple more right clicks will do it. So, first kill on the board there for Tundra. But would you expect the lead to be this much for Alina versus a Rubik, just on paper?
When you factor in the first blood, yeah. Obviously, Alina didn't get the primary bounty that did go to Shaman, but yeah, it makes sense. I don't think Rubik wins against Lina in lane. I don't think really any hero does. But it's about what happens now, right? Now that you have level
top lane, Snaking getting chased into the trees. Looks like he's gonna live. The Inkswell enough to keep TSM at bay. He's gonna heal up in the trees now. Saberlight and company just pushing these waves with that Firestorm. Bottom river though, Dubu, he's gonna take a lot of damage. Man, that Dragon Slave, and Soxa finishes them off with the Scorched Earth. So second kill now for Tundra.
All right, we'll do a quick thing. You're really good at this.
Okay.
Math.
No.
So you do Fade Bolt level 3 and Dragon Slave level 3 with 14% Spell Amp on that Rubik.
Yeah.
That's what happened right there.
That's a lot. Saberlight.
Good, a lot was the correct answer.
Set up by Moon Meander. Snaking will fall. So lots of action now.
I have to say, Temato is doing very well for himself in this game. Much better than I was expecting. This Doom Bad Rider lane can be super difficult for Drow to play against, but they got enough value out of Dubu in the lane for Temato to get level 5.5 and third on net worth right now.
Man, Fiend's Gate is so good, Cinderin. What an idea that you came up with. And
absolutely amazing.
Just incredible. I mean, just being able to go back to base with literally your whole team if you want to get the Fountain Regen top lane. No, Skater. Yeah, the Hex. Okay, not even much else needed. Just that Laguna Blade from Bryle is enough. Just casually walks up, blows him out of the water, and they can take this little double stack.
Keeping Mana Shield on in Dota is kind of the equivalent of, don't go out in traffic without a helmet on a bike.
Dire's top tower
With a,
is under
yeah, okay,
attack.
that's fair.
That's, he crashed and fell. That was very quick.
Man, this is getting
Wouldn't have
quite
mattered
crashed.
though. He would have died regardless.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you do get caught without a Mana Shield on, Medusa is one of the least tanky heroes in the entire game. Just atrocious stat growth, bad base health. How much strength per level do you think Medusa gets, Shannon?
Strength per level, I'm gonna say 1.4.
Oh, it's 1.5. That was a good guess.
Yep.
Considering the fact
Close
that you
enough.
had no way of knowing.
I didn't click. You thought you were watching me.
I know.
Okay.
It was more like you. No, forget about it.
Thanks, Cinderin.
That's fine.
Moon Meander and Bryle looking for this 8-minute rune. Looks like it was bottom though. As Nine's gonna pick up the Arcane, and Bryle's gonna take some stacks in the enemy jungle. Meanwhile, Nine and company trying to find something in the opposing jungle, but there's not as many stacks to work with. There's Soxa in the top lane. Pit of Malice was there, but a TP coming in, and I think TSM see this coming. They want
Bryle
to try to
doesn't have
back.
very many resources here. He can pop his wand as well as an Arcane Ring for a little bit of extra mana, but they weren't ready for a full-on engagement.
Yep,
Funneling
Dubu.
Dubu.
Yep, silent, so ends up canceling that Echo Stomp. They're not, okay, he's actually blocked with these creeps. Oh my god, Dubu. This is the most painful looking potential death. Okay, the Inkswell not quite in range with the creep. Snake King does get off the slow though, 33 with the lasso if he really wants to use it. Will instead get Echo Stomped and shackled. Dubu still with 6 stacks of sticky napalm. 33, he's taking so much damage, he has to be careful here. And here comes the Fiend's Gate as well. Just one more right click if they can find it. The Pit of Malice and the Firestorm. Will he tick out? It looks like it will be the case. Huge turnaround for TSM. They get the Grim as well. I feel like they didn't want to expend Lasso for that kill, but in the end, they probably should have.
Yeah, man, that was just completely on the edge for Sable. Oh, his portal expired. He was halfway through it.
Oh
and it
no,
closed
he has
behind
to
him.
use the teleportation scroll. Very sad.
Scroll.
Yeah.
Oh, how does it feel to play like every other hero except Fury?
The Saberlight has the treads, Soul Ring, going for the Atos next, it looks like. Very standard build overall. And Nine back into the bot lane. And we'll see if they try to take this tier 1 tower in turn. Saberlight gets off the Firestorm. Stocks that. It looks like they're going to get the Doom off. 33 still with that lasso, remember. So this should be an easy kill. Probably won't even have to expend it, though. And that looks like it's going to be another kill going the way of Tundra. So 5-3 favor TSM. Still with that 2K lead as we're starting to exit the laning stage.
But
Top
still,
3 net worth for TSM as well.
I still think TSM, given the game state, are doing very, very well here, weathering the storm. Wanted to point out, 33 is going for a different Bad Rider build than you have seen in your recent Bad Rider games in Pro Dota, because we've mainly seen it being played by Whisper, who has been rushing drums every game.
True.
But 33 from Tundra was eyeing up the Boots of Travel, and he has got them now, so he will take them the more, I would say, standard for the patch, more greedy build.
Oh boy.
Scales very well.
Moon Meander, well, he hit level 6 recently. That means it's time to Rosh. He is doing more damage than any hero could possibly do at this stage of the game to Roshan himself. As Bryle's coming in, he will end up taking... I would assume he takes the Aegis here and not Tomato, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. I think Tomato is less likely to be in an exposed position in the coming fight. And he might also be spending a little bit more time farming jungle. Not necessarily like Boxy pointed out, maybe not too much, like you still want to get your Drow involved. But Bryle will definitely have more lane coverage for the time being.
Yeah, Sox in the meantime trying to hold off this push, but that is a lot of members of TSM with an Aegis to boot. It'll be a difficult defense nonetheless. 500 gold away from the Blink Dagger though for Soxa. As that position for Doom. And Tomato outranging the tower. That's always fun to deal with. But you can see several members of Tundra are here. And they're mounting some sort of defense. Skeeter.
All eyes on Bad Rider for me right now, but you've got to keep in mind as 33 that you're not that tanky against this this lineup. Running Bad Rider into instant stuns like Shaman's Hex is, or even the Pit of Malice, which can catch you from fog, is really tricky when you don't have the BKB running. So perhaps Tundra are still going to just chill and keep farming up and get to that timing so that 33 can be reliable. Is kind of difficult for them to engage fight. They will find Dubu though.
Yep, snaking with the Ink Spell. Already at half HP on that Elder Titan for Dubu. Might be ticked out here. Soulbind onto 2. Soxa does have the Doom available. Gets shackled. Either way, Dubu falls first. And now they're going to turn this onto Soxa. The Gust keeping him at bay. Attempting to run away, but Snake getting right-clicked on the high ground by Bryle. Now Soxa gets hexed. Trying to make it to his high ground. Won't happen though. So 1 for 2 in favor of TSM.
They've got to be a little bit careful though with this spell on 9. This is one of the most incredible spells you can steal on Rubik. The Firestorm does so much damage if they can combine it with any sort of stun, and there it is.
Yeah, last of, they relied, he's dead. Dubu, do you want to take that Fiend's Gate? Don't think so. Not this time at least. 9 has his Aether Lens and going for the Shard, looks like right away. I mean, what kind of what are you expecting from 9 in terms of his build? Mid Rubik, the first thing I think of is Blink after the Aether Lens, but because the Shard feels more like a supporty thing, obviously you're going to want it at some point.
Oh, hang on, we might have to wait on that. Bryle could be engaged on here.
Yeah, Telekinesis instantly silent. Soxa tries to jump in. A lot of damage done to Bryle, but looks like he will live thanks to that huge Echo Stomp onto 3. And Skeeter's ult actually did go off, so kind of end up being wasted there.
Clean disengage from TSM, but they're very low health on both Lina and Shaman, so they're not going to try to push this, but they do force out a deny. So more progression being made on the map for them with that tower down. Their own mid tower very healthy.
Instant Hex, by the way, onto Soxa, who does not have Stomp. Okay, that's what I was expecting. He was going in for a big mana drain. Looks like mana burn.
1, 2. Good.
That's how we count in NA.
Next,
NA math is difficult at times. Soxa and company are smoked, but so is TSM. And of course, Soxa has shown off that Blink Dagger already, so it will not come as a surprise to TSM as they are looking for the juicy Medusa who just exited the triangle. So it looks like,
if you will.
Yeah, looks like they will try to maybe push this tier 1 instead. Good timing for Skeeter to get out. That could have been really bad for Tundra. I mean, in terms of the pace of the game, who would you rather be right now? Obviously, it's a little easier to look at this Aegis. Still only a minute to go on it though.
I just feel like TSM hit a very strong timing in the next 10 minutes with the second Rosh. So I do like their chances now. The wild card for me, I've talked quite a bit about the Bad Rider, but I really think that is the hero that's going to set the pace for Tundra with the BKB. A lot of it's going to depend on how much he gets done with the first 1 or 2 usages of that, so they can get some momentum going. This is one of the things that happens when you do pick Medusa, right? She's going to be very inactive for quite a while as she farms up the jungle a lot and maybe a wave here or there. So it's about how much the other 4 can get done. And the problem is 33 hasn't been able to have the impact on Batrider that he loves to have, simply because of how well TSM have been playing around the map and playing tight, so he doesn't find obvious and easy initiations. And also just the draft itself with, even though it is an amazing Batrider game, there are a couple of solutions that they've done a really good job utilizing, like defensive Shaman play or Gust, which can be very annoying to play around.
Up Saberlight, he's going to show himself mid. Instant initiation from Tundra, who just waiting for somebody to show up. The Saberlight will fall. TPs come in, but
that's a lot of TPs.
Yeah, that was several. That was 3, I believe. As Bryle's going to pick himself up. An Arcane Rune, the Aegis about to expire. And you can see the War Stomp now on Soxa. Has that Blink initiation ready to go with the Ink Swell, but they're going to think better of it. Nice sponsor there for Saberlight, taking a little swig.
A little sponsor.
And you are just on point today. A terrible joke.
Yes, you love them.
That's true. All right, so now with the Aegis down, Tundra, I mean, they have the initiation from Stockholm like we talked about. Blink looks to be next for 9 after picking up the Shard.
Yeah.
As this Tier 1 tower looks to be theirs.
Yeah, this is Siege Wave here. I don't know. TSM, they're kind of heading over there with Dubu, but I think he's going to be too late anyway, and they're just going to let the Siege Creep do the rest of the job here. Should be just fine. Batrider picking up BKB now is huge. Let's see what 33, how he puts this to use. 2k gold lead now for Tundra. Keep in mind, a lot of this is Doom. Being ahead of the Shadow Shaman, so kind of expected in that sense. Among the cores, the game is still very even.
Yeah.
But they are pulling ahead in a quite big way there, and Soxa obviously will be also looking for a BKB of his own.
Dubu, Flame, oh, he's put on the cliff. That is really unfortunate for him. Attempting to TP out, not going to happen. Another kill goes the way of Tundra. Like you said, they have pulled slightly ahead with that 3k lead, slightly inflated though. Blink Dagger soon to be online for Moonman. That's a lot of dead net worth on him right now. So once he picks that up, expect those instant Hex initiations, which are extremely difficult to counteract.
Trying to think of how they construct a fight for TSM. Like if they try to catch and just burst the Bat or the Doom, like the counter initiation potential of Tundra is pretty massive, and we've already covered 9 with the Lens plus Shard, how easily he can save people. It does make it tricky for TSM's lineup to actually begin anything except forcing a 5-man at something like Roche or a tower where the enemy team has to come to you or just lose an objective. You're not finding the most openings. They might look for something now though. Saberlight can obviously set up his own success. Oh, that was a very easy kill for 33.
Yeah, Moon Meander. He did buy Blink Dagger though. Meanwhile, mid lane, the Doom initiation. And that is a dead Lina. No deny coming out. Soxa looks like he might be the trade, but Tundra will be perfectly fine with that. And Tomato back on the triangle he goes. I mean, we should look at the position 1 farm discrepancy right now. As you can see, Tomato has the Hurricane Pike going for an early Shard actually. And then on the Medusa has the Manta and working towards Scotty next.
Worth keeping in mind about this matchup is that I think Medusa needs more net worth per impact, if that makes sense. Like Drow being 2k gold behind right now is not a red flag for them at all. Drow can do a lot with, let's say, 16k net worth against Medusa's 20. I still think you can have massive teamfight impact by virtue of good positioning and playing around Elder Titan in this case very well.
Oh my god, that Firestorm! 9 is absolutely owning. Moonmeander still wants to fight though. He gets off the Serpent Wars, the buyback onto Saberlight. He's coming back into the fray with his ultimate 3v1, 4v1. He's taking so much damage. TSM have to try to counteract this with Skeeter. Look at the damage he's taking. Laguna Blade is there. He is left all alone. So it ends up working out for TSM. And Saberlight somehow still alive. LSA connects onto 9. That is the mid Rubik. Can they get him? No. Looks like he's going to get out just fine, but Saberlight ends up dropping, so that's a dieback for him. Gust keeping the Batrider at bay. Bryle missing the LSA. You can see the Shard already online for Tomato with that hypothermia debuff. Looks like the rest of TSM will attempt to walk it off.
How much damage is 9 doing with Firestorm?
It's insane.
What's happening? I feel like he just solo killed the Underlord as well as Shadow Shaman there almost with just 2 spells. Really, really nasty stuff. He is working his way towards Ags to get that second spell steal. I wonder what he wants together with the Firestorm. Do you just get the pit as well? You just play
better Underlord? Yeah.
Or what's the idea here? He's going to find Nether Shawl. Obviously, amazing item for Rubik mid. You want all of that spell amp. The magic resist here is very nice. Just got to keep an eye out for your positioning as you will get more or less just 2-shot by Drow and Lina.
We're going to watch it again here. This was after the buyback, so Saberlight going extremely deep.
Look
really
at his
good Pit of
health.
Malice, though. Yeah, I mean, it is percentage-based HP. I mean, he's one of the worst heroes to face against his own spell, right? Because of his such high strength gain.
This is the double lift with the... And another Firestorm takes him out.
And one good benefit, even if you're playing the Arcana Rubik, it's still a green spell, Cinder. You can't tell the difference, right?
That's true.
Have to be very careful. But we'll see what else he steals, because Aghanim Scepter, like you said, is going to be next. But 9 might be... Yeah, that is a mega dead Rubik, not even needing the Elder Titan ult. LSA, Soxa will get out.
Oh, the Atos projectile actually is chasing him all the way across the map. So he cast that in melee range, but he's still got a... Well, that's not where he is, so that was a miss.
But taking advantage of this death onto 9 is TSM. The Hypothermia and the Serpent Wards. Looks like the second Roche will be there. Snake King wants to try to snipe it. Nope. 33 goes into the pit. It's going to be too late to get off
double doom.
Anything else. But the double doom is applied to 2. They're going to try to walk it off. Grimstroke getting extremely low. First to drop is Dubu. Moon Meander next. And the rest of TSM, they have to be careful. Bryle has the Aegis. Don't want to expend it this early, though. Soxa looks like he's still going to live. Just on the outskirts of this fight. The buyback on to Dubu. As inside the pit, Bryle will hide. They get the shard out of that, but the Aegis instantly consumed, and they get nothing else.
Haste. Just such a powerful fighting lineup from Tundra when they get the opening with Soulbind. Like, the threat of double lasso or double doom is really difficult for TSM to deal with. You figure they're going to buy multiple Lincolns or Lotus Orbs to try to handle this problem. See 33 going in there. He gets the lasso on the Lina, Doom on the other 2 in the meantime, and this means effectively 3 heroes are just out of play. Then they flame break the Underlord away, and he gets soulbound to the Drow. It's tough. Soxa is doing an incredible job, by the way. Kind of, I don't know what you would call this. He's like playing it on the limit. Only survives here because he has a Dragon Scale as his neutral item for that extra armor. Really needs that.
And Tundra starting to pull away. 7K lead for them. They have lost both Roshans, technically speaking, but did a good job to counteract it that time around. The Shard, who was it put on? Was it Underlord?
Yeah.
It was nobody yet, actually. Oh, he just ate it. Okay.
It's an Underlord.
So you get the extra Firestorm. What is it? AoE and...
You get more wave counts and it deals the damage faster.
Oh yeah, the AoE is the talent.
I like from Saberlight, by the way, that he's going BKB in this game. I think Atos into BKB Underlord is good in a lot of games, but when you see how much he's getting destroyed by Bat Rubik, he just has to do this. Like, I don't think there's any item that will have half the impact of a BKB right now for him. So he's on the way there, but quite a ways away. That now Scotty being picked up by Skitter as well. Huge timing for Tundra. 30 seconds cooldown on Doom, but everything else is ready. They hit that massive item on the Medusa, and they know there's no Aegis to fight into either. So we'll look for an opportunity. If they get this wraparound and catch Brawl, it's actually enormous. He does not have buyback, and they could turn this into a big win like a tier 2 tower and some strong aggressive vision if this is successful.
A scan came out from TSM, but it's on the wrong side. Bryle. Oh boy. It's like the Scorched Earth is pop Soxa with the instant initiation and the quick death. So Bryle takes the tumble. 50 seconds of no Lina. Moon Meander, he gets off his ult. It's barely in range of the tower though. And Skeeter's just gonna farm it up.
Thanks for the 300 gold, says Skitter.
So Tundra looking very good right now with the unorthodox Rubik mid, which we don't get to see very often anymore. Does have the Blink Dagger. He actually did go for Boots of Travel in between, so the Ags is still yet to come. Yep, that is another kill. Beautiful initiation from Soxa. Ever since he picked up this Blink Dagger, he has just been constant on the jumps. And the Inkswell, not going to be connected this time. But you can just see the value out of Grimstroke this game has been pretty insane. even against Pit of Malice, once you... Does he have the shard on Grimstroke? He does. You can literally time it so you blink into the Pit of Malice and instantly dispels, so you don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah.
That is extremely strong. That has the full BKB now, going for a shard himself, actually. It's the Infernal Blade.
Is that a dagger on Skeeter? That's a... I mean, it's not like it's extremely out of the ordinary, but usually we see Medusas going Swift Blink perhaps next item after the current one, like maybe you would get a BKB, which is actually what he's eyeing up now, but he does get the Blink Dagger as a gapping item here to try to connect with the plays and get off a good Stone Gaze, you would imagine, when they want to start the fight. So it's cool to see it's aggressive. And I don't see why they wouldn't be aggressive right now, Tundra. They're completely on a roll in this game, and if there's one thing TSM are struggling with, it's the fact that they are getting initiated all the time. Like, their defensive potential isn't particularly good. The only very good defensive spell they have is the Elder Titan Stomp, but he's playing against, you know, BKB Bat, BKB Doom, and a Rubik with 2 bajillion cast range who's never going to be in range for it. So it's definitely tricky for TSM to protect their cores. I will say, with the game state they're in now, their lineup is very hard to play. They need to protect their cores at all times, not be out of position, because any minor opening is just an instant kill for Bat or Doom, as we've seen a couple of times now, and they're not slowing down. Here we go again.
Soxa again. The focus is on the Saberlight to get off the lasso, and he is just separated from his team. Another easy pickoff for Tundra. They are showing no mercy right now. And the tier 2 tower going to take some damage, but we'll see. Yeah, we see a TP from 33, no lasso to work with, but just trying to defend against this pesky Moon Meander Serpent Wards.
He's the perfect hero to TP away because he has the least to offer in the fight right now. He used Firefly, Lasso, so the other 4 can still stay tight together and feel strong because they're keeping the heroes up there that have everything available, and anybody could have cleaned up this mess bottom. That's actually a decent amount of damage being done to the tower. 33 didn't feel like hitting the wards. He was scared that might turn into a fight. But the tower is still defended at the very least.
Yep, 9 has Firestorm again, by the way. Very easy spell to get.
Anybody want a Cloak of Flames? Oh, what do you know? Was that their own item? Or did they steal that? I think they just stole that, didn't they?
That's unfortunate.
I don't know. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Okay, good analysis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Soxa looking for another jump. Has a Scorched Earth. There's the Hoof Stomp and the Quick Death for Moon Meander. Tundra just continuing to pick heroes off left, right, and center. As you can see, the vision is there. And I mean, let's look at it from TSM's perspective. You have Alina that has Shadow Blade BKB, going for a Linken's to try to counteract the Doom, among other things, of course. I mean, that's kind of the problem, is you have a lot of single target spells. You got the Lasso, you got the Spell Steal, you got pretty much everything, even Phantom's Embrace. And for the Drow Ranger, not that much for Tomato in terms of his item progression. Just a BKB since the Hurricane Pike earlier.
Oh, Ryle. Oh. Actually blinked across him there.
Oh, he's going
gonna
for
turn
9.
into a blade.
Blade. You can see the Fiend's Gate coming in, and that's going to be enough. 9 is dead. Good initiation from TSM this time. 33 pops his BKB, so would think that he is going to be okay.
Super clutch from Ryle. First of all, he avoids the gank. I don't know how he felt that coming, but he Shadow Bladed at the exact right time and turned it into an immediate counterplay on the Rubik. That's some big play there. They need more of those to stabilize this game, but at least it'll buy them some time. With Rubik on the sidelines for 40 seconds, you can push out the waves a little bit, gain some ground, and finish maybe a key item. Bryle almost has Lincoln, so that one's going to be up.
Yep, Stockstead chasing, gets off the Doom. Saberlight stuck inside his own Pit of Malice. Another Infernal Blade, and another easy kill for Tundra. It cost them the Doom, but they will certainly take that as their lead still around 9K right now. And I think the timing for TSM feels like it's the double Lincolns, which is a bit away. The instant Lasso initiation, Inkswell beautifully timed, and another pickoff for Tundra. And Roshan not going to be up, we won't know, for another 15 seconds.
Yeah, if they get lucky with an early spawn here, they could actually grab this, but pretty unlikely.
This is, I think, the 3rd one for this tier 2 tower bot. They do find it, though.
That's pretty impactful. Now they've opened up the potential of stealing the outpost if they ever get there. Usually not this tower that does that. You generally see teams take the Dire top tier 2 tower. It's way more accessible, way easier to get, but TSM haven't really been able to get close to that for quite a while out of fear of just getting jumped by Batrider and Doom up there. So they're going to settle for the bottom one. Shadow Shaman it's his life's work. He's been down here for like seemingly 10 minutes trying to finally get that done.
That's such an annoying hero to deal with.
Yeah.
As Lincoln Sphere is up for Bryle, so Tomato is next. It's not
close.
Super far away, about a recipe, I believe, away.
500 gold. I think. Or?
Oh, I think he might have the recipe already, actually.
He has it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So pretty close. And that feels like the timing that they are trying to align with. But we do have a smoke from Tundra, and if Roshan is going to be up in 15 seconds. If they get a pick off, this could be the third Rosh, this time going in favor of Tundra. That's going to be with the Refresher Shard or Ag. Smoke from TSM.
He's like a courier here. It's like...
Soxa. See if they're able to find that opening. I think it's kind of obvious to both teams that they're each smoked.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can use that to your advantage in terms of just mind game situation. 33, starting to go into the high ground now. Dubu
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
is gonna pop Moomianer with the instant Hex. That was blind. And Skeeter, he's in pretty good position though. Soulbind onto 2, Moomianer's dead just like that. And now the lasso is gonna be enough to take out Saberlight as well. So 2 more pickoffs for Tundra as Roshan's gonna be up, so it should be theirs as they continue to chase Dubu. Flame Break into that Fade Bolt.
They were so ready.
Absolutely.
So there's an old observer ward on this hill where Moon just placed his, and their sentry will see that there is an ops, but he just went for it. He placed the ward and went straight in. But yeah, Tundra, great defensive formation, not really exposed whatsoever with that opening Hex, and this is going to pay off big time. This is the reason why TSM wanted this move to work, was so they could take this Roshan for free, but now it's going to go to the side of Tundra. This one has Refresher Shard.
As always.
So you're going to have 2 Dooms, or... yeah, probably 2 Dooms,
You could have
right?
4 Dooms, actually, Synderen.
Yes, but he's not buying Refresher.
Yeah, well, you double Doom twice.
Oh, then you could have 8 Dooms with a Refresher.
You could. It's not great to stack them that way, but it is possible.
Oh, they are leaving the cheese and Refresher. Who cares? We just need the Aegis.
There, yeah.
Right, here comes snaking.
Okay. And
like
this is...
the cleaning lady cleaning up after everybody just had their mess of...
I mean,
pro players dinner in the Roche pit.
Pro players are quite messy and typically quite disgusting as well, so I can certainly attest to that.
Rich coming from you.
I mean, I am also a player, so...
Oh, okay.
Just in the
I mean, it's one of those
past.
takes one to know one kind of things, right?
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah. Real recognize real.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So 9 does have his Aghanim Scepter. He actually stole Earth Splitters. It would be interesting to see how much damage that does with Firestorm together, right? That is a lot of percentage HP damage.
Yeah, 26% spell line from Arcane Supremacy. I wonder if he can almost... yeah, if he has that in Firestorm, I think he can solo Saberlight.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, just needs an E-Blade on top of that just to be sure, right? Of course, one silver lining for TSM is it's only a level 2 ult.
True.
Not quite level 3 yet for Dubu. As Tundra with a massive advantage now. 12k lead for them. They have the Aegis, they have the Cheese, they have the Refresher Shard. And Inkswell for 33 as it's such an insane shard on this Grimstroke. It just gives you a free pass to do whatever the hell you want. And then when it goes up, okay, BKB pop by 33, initiation. That is going to be a dead drow. They even use, was that a Doom on top of that? Not even needed, but either way, they find one. Fiend's Gate from Saberlight, pops the BKB, gets attached to Dubu now, but inside his own base. Still with buyback on Tomato, though.
Where's that gate going? Oh, bottom lane. Okay, well, was that from earlier?
I suppose.
Yeah, there is buyback now on Tomato. Tundra might just chill here and grab their...
oh, he actually
big
stole
kill.
Fiend's Gate.
Oh.
Man, Rubik with Ags is so fun. You see the initiation here again. Doom was not used there. That was the Infernal Blade. But
oh, they're gating from bottom to mid, so they were connecting over. All right, I see.
And Tomato's like, how did they find me? Goodness gracious. Oh, another initiation. The lasso is up again into the Doom this time. So far away from his team. Bryle just forced to try to right-click away. He's gonna find 9 though. He does a lot of damage, but he still ends up dying nonetheless. That's a lot of mana drained from Skeeter because of this damage coming out, but Moomianer falls outside of his own base, buys back into the game. Still 12 seconds for Tomato. Skeeter looks like he wants to use that Aegis. Will do so, but 33, he's stuck out of no man's land. So TSM able to defend. Did cost them a buyback on the Moon Meander, snaking with a long TP, but we'll be fine.
I don't understand how Tundra ended up in a position where Bryle could kill the Rubik while being doomed. Like, something must have gone wrong with the communication there, and that's actually pretty big. This is going to allow them to defend their base.
Yep. Oh, Moon Meander. Can they actually find Skeeter? Saberlight gets off the pit along. Okay, 9 is there, though. He steals the Firestorm again. Socks it with the counter initiation. Moon Meander, die back. Saberlight's GTFO. Get out of here. Just leave his teammate to his own demise. So die back for Moon.
Yeah. I wonder what the plan was there from TSM FTX. I don't think they find that kill just the two of them onto Medusa, so they would have had to stall it out for the teammates to arrive from very far away, and that didn't really seem that likely. But at the very least, they forced that rotation over from Tundra and maybe slow down their progression on mid, but still, these Manta Illusions, they're almost at the high ground again. Don't seem too interested in going in just now, though. We'll just chill and get Doom off cooldown again, I reckon.
Yeah, now that we got that 25 talent on Medusa, synergize with the Scotty. That is very tough to deal with, although Bryle, I mean, he cannot solo Medusa.
He can't, but friends are near.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets spotted by the sentry ward.
Skeeter. Okay. Looking like he wants to be on the aggressive, but Soxa, he's the one to find Dubu to start things out. Tomato pops that BKB. And around the trees we go. Soxa trying to create as much space as possible. Soulbind again. Do they have anything to synergize this time? Nice Pit of Malice into the Firestorm as well, but it looks like that is the death of Tomato. And Saberlight getting slowed perpetually. Looks like he will drop again as well. So huge fight for Tundra. Triple kill for Skeeter. Bryle, the sole remaining member of TSM. And Tundra looking extremely good to potentially take this game number 1.
Just a set of small things there that just add up in a big way for Tundra. The one sentry ward on the ground covers Skeeter from the possible initiation out of Bryle there. And then as Tomato is TPing out, there is a target nearby to get the Soulbind on, so his TP gets canceled by the Grim. Just everything going right for Tundra in that instance. Just really good work from them. They're going to turn this into a tier 3. I don't think it's possible for TSM to hold this tower. They might be able to hold the barracks if they can stall it long enough with Dubu's stalling tactics. This hero is, of course, very, very good at buying time.
Yeah, and it's not the fastest push either from Tundra, despite having such a massive lead right now. Keep in mind, 9 does have Firestorm and Pit of Malice, so cosplaying Underlord today. Just an upgraded version, I guess.
It's actually so sick on this hero.
It is very disgusting. And this is going to be the full set of racks as they wait for the rest of TSM to respawn. So Tundra playing it quite safe. Obviously a very important series. Winner of this goes to the grand finals of the major. Loser stays alive into the lower bracket. Obviously both are ensured top 3 already.
The crazy thing about this Rubik versus Underlord matchup is, you know, there's some Rubik matchups you're playing against a hero who has really good spells you can steal, but they can do something about it, right? Like Mars with Spear, you just immediately cast Bulwark to cover yourself. What can you do as Underlord to protect yourself from Rubik stealing your spells? You're going to start casting Fiend's Gate.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing you can really do, so it's very easy for 9 to reliably get both spells in quick succession. And he has both of them for 3 minutes now still on that spell steal, 5-minute duration level on level 3. Plenty of time for Tundra to find another fight with these incredible spells onto 9's mid Rubik.
And you can see in terms of net worth, Skeeter is so far away from everybody else. But if they're able to find a fight without him, the top 2 net worths after the fact are on TSM's side. They have potential to take some of these fights for sure. But 33, looking for a D ward. And again, that Inkswell just gives him a get out of jail free card anytime he wants. And it's super low cooldown as Soxa is on the cliff finding Moon Meander. Another kill going the way of Tundra. Bryle pops the BKB. And you can see the Earth Splitter come out, so they end up trading BKB for Stone Gaze. And 24k lead now for Tundra. As the next Roshan we won't know for 40 seconds. Do you think Tundra are playing this a little bit more disciplined than we're used to seeing them? Is it because it's an upper bracket final? Is it because their push is not like super strong?
I think they just respect the defensive potential that TSM's lineup has, right? Firestorm plus Elder Titan, and then these 2 high-range artillery heroes in Drow and Lina, it's not easy to push against this team if multiple heroes are alive.
Right.
So I think they're just paying them the respect they deserve.
It's
But
popped, initiation again, and that is Dubu dead. Moonmeander still dead from earlier, so 5v3 for now. As Thunder continuing to dominate this game number 1. You can see Rubik, not only with the Arcane Rune, has the Octarine Core. It's just a filthy build from 9.
His cooldown on Firestorm is 7 seconds.
Yeah. They are running out somewhat soon, so he's going to have to re-steal them at some point. But like we've talked about, not the most difficult one to take.
Second highest damage dealt in the game, only behind Skitter's Medusa. Actually a little bit surprised to see this. I would have thought it was the other way around. 9 has felt insanely impactful, but they found a lot of spread damage in the fights from their Medusa. Obviously the dagger from Skitter has also helped out in that regard. It's getting in there and delivering another Octarine Core now for 33. Also has it together with Spell Prism. So how long is the cooldown on Lasso now? 66 seconds.
Radiant's bottom
Not
tower
too shabby.
has fallen.
This couldn't have ended any other way.
33 has...
You'll have to do better
I feel like
than
a lot
that.
of this is on the back of that Grimstroke shard, though. Like, they wouldn't be able to find these initiations that consistently without having that extra room to work with. As the next Roche is up, and this is going to have all the goodies available to everybody. And I don't think TSM are in any position to get there, so this looks to be a freebie. And the question is, who takes what?
Oh, who do you give the axe to? Do you want to see the 4 lassos with Soulbind?
It is quite good. The Medusa Axe is...
It's not the best this game, I think.
Yeah.
It's okay. I guess it's pretty nice against Shaman, right? If he also gets the shard.
Oh, Fiend's Gate. Oh boy, right into the pit we go. This is the last-ditch effort from TSM, but Skeeter picks up everything. As this was faked out, it looks like. So not going with it, Cinderin, and everything goes the way of Tundra instead. They didn't even bait out any Stone Gaze either.
Nope.
Nothing baited out, it looks like.
Skitter is very safe to just hold it. He pops BKB, and if they come through the gate, then he can Stone Gaze. There's no BKB piercing stun on TSM sides, no Basher, nothing.
No, he did pop the BKB, it's now in his backpack, not needing it obviously with the Aegis here.
And he will buy Axe, so at least he's eyeing that up for now on Medusa. They will opt to give the Axe to Batrider.
Okay.
So they are going to have potential quadruple lasso with Soulbind, which requires a pretty specific positioning from the enemy team, but it's not out of the question that we could see something like 3 lassos, perhaps, which would be a pretty good look.
Yeah. Are you 100% sure that it works on the 4th target? I feel like this is an
I don't like
interaction.
this.
I know. I feel like it might not work, actually. Moonmeander looks like he's going to end up dropping. Soxa gets off that Doom. Oh, that's a big pickoff onto Lina. That is going to be a very nice kill for Tundra as he's just continuing his rampage. Soxa just everywhere. Saberlight looks like they're going to cancel the TP with another lasso. And the 3rd death in this mini engagement should spell the end, I would think, although we talked about the pushing not being super fast. But they are dead for 60, 70, and 80 seconds respectively with no buyback whatsoever.
And the wave is coming in top. How do you possibly defend this as Drow and ET?
40k networking. All right, that just doubled in the last couple minutes, I feel.
Yeah, that Roshan does give you a nice little 6k juicer on the Batrider.
Juicer, wow. Yeah. I don't know if that's legal, but we'll go with it. As they're going for the Mega Creeps to start. We'll see if they end up going for Throne. I'm not sure if they know about the buyback situation. It's been a while. I'm sure TSM just talking about the next game in all likelihood. Moon giving his typical speech, I'm sure.
Maybe he started counting on his hand again. This was game 1.
Yeah.
Next is game 2.
That's right. Game 2 is next, whether they like it or not. Tundra just dominating. This is extremely impressive from them.
That's a lot of building damage.
Yep. 15k so far for the Medusa, who just sits up front. And I think TSM kind of resigned to try to do one last ditch effort fight once everybody's up. But it's going to be at the cost, excuse me, of Mega Creeps. As now a 46k net worth lead for Tundra. Let's see if they can get to 50 before the game is over.
Saberlight.
Yep, there's the lasso. Doesn't look like that Ag is going to make much of a difference. And that is going to be the quick death onto the Underlord. All right, we got the Soulbind onto 2.
Oh, they broke
breaks
it.
them apart. Unfortunate, but doesn't really matter. The 2nd death now is Skeeter just farming up the wards. which were apparently stolen. The GGs come out, so Tundra take game one. This was some sort of a shellacking.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good for TSM in the first 15-20 minutes, but then all of these initiations from Tundra were just successful over and over and over again. 33 Soxa with the Inkswell. They just kept jumping heroes. TSM didn't have the defensive cover that they needed. They didn't have any saves, and they weren't able to force a 5v5 to their favor, even with the 2 Roches that they managed to claim. They just never really seemed to get much of a grip on the mid-game team fights. And you know, a lot of people have Tundra as the favorites to win the whole thing based on how the group went. Still the team with easily the best win-loss ratio of the tournament, and they're looking like they're just going to keep that rolling unless TSM can go back to the drawing board and find some sort of solutions to what just happened.
Yeah, 9 ends the game 10-4 on the mid Rubik, and I feel like going forward, this is going to be something that you know about now. You just can't pick Underlord if there's a potential Rubik on the other side. So Tundra end up taking game number 1 in quite convincing fashion. We'll see if TSM can bounce back. Of course, the winner of this series goes on to the grand finals for the Stockholm Major. Loser, the lower bracket finals. We'll see what happens in game number 2 after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. Baby, it's so hard. It's a woman's world.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. That is a 1-0 victory so far for Tundra in this series. They are leading it. TSM FTX on the ropes after a pretty crushing defeat. And we have a special guest with us on the panel now. We have Gorg. Gorg, lovely to see you. How are you doing?
Glad to be here. I'm doing very good. It's my first LAN and I'm having a good time.
First time on panel?
First time on panel.
That's an honor for me. Thank you. First host to work with Gorg. But you have been at a LAN before.
Yeah, a couple of LANs. I don't want to talk about how we placed, but it didn't go so great.
Okay, right. Lads, let's talk about that game. Yeah. All right, that was a pretty devastating game for TSM FTX. Tundra seemed super rich at the end, like 50k gold lead or something crazy like that.
Yeah, we really had the damage numbers. The highest damage in the game was actually Soxa on Doom from forward position, just getting the Scorched Earth in there. This is not a hero you can really give this team at the same time. What can you afford to give them? We saw the bans coming out, they're all dedicated to 33. Then somehow he still gets a last pick that just takes the game over. That was Boxy's prediction, so kudos to there, but...
Yeah, he was so correct. We had to get him out of the panel. He was too powerful, so we had to replace him. I mean, this was probably one of the better games overall that they used the Grimstroke ulti with, because they had the double Soulbind, I mean, double Doom, double Lasso, double Fate Bolt, double Lift.
Double Mystic Snake.
That as well. I mean, I think in terms of execution, Tundra is just another level. Like, they don't overlap any of their abilities. They just know their timings. Like, they instantly pick the Scotty on Medusa and go in and seek for a fight. TSM, they got 2 Roshans, the first 2, and still, Tundra, they're never afraid to take these fights.
Sometimes what happens to these Shaman lineups though, right? Like, you can force the Rosh, you can do it super early, you can get it on your cores, but if your team fight's not better and you're actually in a position where you can do anything with the Aegis, it just feels a little flat. And that's my issue with some of these Shaman lineups, but I think it's still a strategy TSM could go to, but they have to be more aggressive with it. You can't play from a behind position.
I was a little bit worried about their draft when I saw there was no instant stun initiate until that Rasta gets a Hex. So when they get the Aegis, they couldn't really push their advantage at all. I think that was the biggest downside with their lineup, because actually looking at the lanes, it went fairly well. They were doing what they were needed to do, they had a small lead, but eventually they weren't.
We are back. Oh, we are back. We are back.
Yo,
Continue your point.
tell Slacks to get off the lines.
Yeah.
Please.
As I was saying, they couldn't really push their advantage, and Tundra slowly clawed their advantage back with these big cooldowns. Got key pickoffs on Lina, which is a very exposed hero when she's not pushing the momentum.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, where's the jump coming from? Where's the aggression coming from? They're playing for some ultra late game Drow, ET, Lina lineup versus Medusa, which can work, but you're just giving a free fight to Rubik in a lot of these instances.
Let's have a look at the player versus player matchup. We've chosen the 2 mids here, and we've gone to damage done, so this might help tell some of the story.
Yeah, Tundra, they did prep. Like, they knew Underlord was coming, because they have been undefeated so far with the Underlord, and 9, like, the 2 abilities that he wanted to steal, the primarily one was the Firestorm from the Underlord, and the second one was Spit of Malice. How to beat the Underlord? You just get a better Underlord from Rubik from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Boxy literally called it, didn't he? He was like, this Bat and this Rubik are going to run over everything. But like you guys said, the lanes didn't go too badly for TSM FTX. What was the tipping point? Where did it start to go wrong?
I would say, I think when they caught Lina out with the Doom around the mid game there, and also the first BKB timing on Bat matters a lot. They can simply just run over these squishy ranged cores on TSM.
He got it like 5 minutes quicker than average, which is crazy.
Yeah, after a rough laning phase. So once again, Tundra, they know how to squeak through some of these matchups. Even if it looks rough, they eke out the farm. They get enough that they can get into the mid game, get to the acceleration items. Suddenly they win one fight and you're in a bad position. I think you need to construct these games in a way where you don't feel pressured if a single, even 1 or 2 team fights that mid game go bad for you. Because it's almost, no one has been able to beat this team in that many consecutive team fights to win a game. Just like impossible. So you have to prepare to lose a fight and still be able to win the game.
Right. Well, we're going to go have a chat with the one and only Sir Action Slacks now, who's out in the crowd. Slacks, what have you got for us?
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Yes, I was hiding, my friends. Welcome to the crowd. What an exciting game. Guys, I'd like to take a moment here. It is always my favorite part of crowds, the crowd cheers, when they get together on something. So I wanted to make a crowd cheer for the Wraith Pact, the stupidest thing in the game. Every single time it comes out, I want the entire stadium to yell the same thing. Any suggestions? What is your name?
My name is Trespresso, and so you had a suggestion.
I do have a suggestion, but I'm saving it. You're spoiling! I told you not to do this! Now, think of your own idea.
I don't. I liked your idea. I'd like to make some changes to it. We've got to give instructions.
All right. We'll come back last. You'll end the project. Any ideas? That's not a good noise. That's also not a good noise. You're skipped. Any ideas for the Wraith Pact audience noise?
That would be good.
What the hell? Yeah, I know it's gonna be good. I told all of you guys about this before we began. Any ideas?
I think we should go with the every time we get it.
No, that's too sexual. ESL won't like that. All right, anyway, I had an idea. What if the entire audience goes, ooh? It's a ghost noise.
Okay, well, we got to make sure we don't sound like woo girls start doing it. So we got to start low and go high.
Yeah. Ooh. Can we practice? Stadium, do you like that or not? Can I get a round if you like it? Okay, like 3 people like. Oh, okay, all right. We're gonna try it on 3. All right. Every time you see a Wraith Pact, I want you to do the scary ghost noise. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! You can't tell me that's not hype. Okay, nobody was hype. All right, well, we tried, real interview. What do you think about TSM? Are they going to come back?
I'm scared.
He loves them. All right, back to you guys. Oh, wait. Bet Boom's having a signing session. Bet Boom Boomers.
Let's all have a nice sit down and a cup of tea. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with game 2.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Late night lights bright, it's crystal clear. Now we're here. Keep your hands on the wheel, let me drink in this feeling. Now we're here. Oh, like to hear the dance floor calling me. Now we're here.
Welcome back to Game 2 of this potential 3-game series between TSM FTX and Tundra Esports. Tundra Esports blew TSM away in that first game. Can the North American entry contest them for real this time and pull it back to 1-1? We'll find out. I've got this panel of lads with me. Got Gork, got SVG and Lacoste. We're going to have a look at the draft and talk about the game. And I think we're ready to go into the draft right now. There it is.
Bam. Doombringer once more, taking it away from them this time. Still with the same 2 Visage Beast bands, which I think can help that hero a decent amount. But once again, Tundra, they're getting a first phase core they're super happy with in Pangolier.
Yeah, so far they are undefeated with the Pango, 6 out of 6 games, and they need some kind of response, and it's going to be the coil, the leash mechanic against both of these heroes. Like, if Puck is off to a really good start, like, he can make Grimstroke and the other supports' life very miserable. He gets to that Witchblade timing, and I mean, leash mechanic is also works really nicely against the Puck, but yeah, this Pango plus Grimstroke combination, I like the new itemization from the mid Pango, going for the BKB as his like second item to be more sustainable in the team fights, and just works really, really nice, I'd say.
I think this puck pickup is also excellent against Pango with the leash mechanic. Also, it gives him a sort of late game answer to Pango, which is that the coil goes through BKB. You got a lot of late game already on TSM. I'm wondering how they're going to balance that out so they don't get run over fast.
Benefit is at least Puck's the opportunity creator, right?
Right.
It's not going to be Lena, who that game at least couldn't do much because she's just running into heroes that are. It's like you're running into Rubik who's stealing your spells and throwing it back. It's just not a game where Prowl can make a lot happen for his team early and make space for Tomato, which is I think when this team excels. It's about there are 2 cores making space for Tomato. He hits his item timing. He comes in, you win that fight, and suddenly you can close out the game.
Right.
Sometimes they're down 20k when they win that fight, but as long as they win that one,
yeah, that's where the comeback starts.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this opener is a lot more conducive to that. But I agree with you, Gork. You got to have some play creation with this Puck. I don't think you can just always rely on this hero alone. You want some damage follow-up behind him. You want the Phoenixes, the Grims, like just something to throw in the coil. Kill this Pango when he's leashed.
I see there comes the Batrider band. They're afraid of that Grim Batrider combo again. They're wondering if this Doom is going to be as effective without a Grim on his team. Have seen a lot of success of this Doom in this tournament.
We've seen a surprising number of double Dooms. You always think it's a nice idea, but it's never going to happen, and then they just keep getting it.
The biggest frustration, though, I think, listening to some of the players, is when this Doom walks into the jungle camp and happens to find the best creep, an Ice Ogre, or maybe even the Mana Burn creep, which is insane right now. So it's a little bit of a gambling game when you're playing Doom. Are you going to get that creep? Are you going to dominate the lane? Or are you kind of going to be suffering on that side lane?
Always the gamble you can win. Ice armor, since forever.
Yeah.
The bane of good laning. Removes it from the equation.
That was so OP back in the days. I mean, it still is if you're playing against the heavy physical damage lane. I like what they're banning TSM FTX. Like, they do want to get Tomato on a good game. And the last game, like, he just wasn't popping off. He's been involved in only 4 kills on a Drow Ranger. Whenever he plays heroes like a CK or a Monkey King, he does to get more active early on. And they are shutting him down in this second banning phase as well.
They're also just targeting 33 again. I mean, shows how much teams respect this guy, how annoying he is in terms of you can have answers to his heroes. It almost doesn't matter.
He's a real innovator with these kind of heroes. And they banned out 4 of them now. How many does he have left is the question.
I mean, you guys even said that the lane didn't go great for him. He's still got this super fast BKB, so targeting him, obviously a big priority for TSM.
Maybe even a bigger question, though, is I feel like this TSM team is a lot about what is Moonmeander playing? Because this guy's talked before about if he's having a rough game or he's not an initiator, it can be hard for him to lead his team, and sometimes his team can fall behind a little bit in terms of the assertive shot calling. I mean, I feel like every time the camera's on this guy, he's making some sort of hand gesture, some sort of comms. I don't know what's going on, but he's yelling at something. So for me, it's a question of, okay, what is he playing in this game? But more than that, if he's laning with an off-lane Doom, which there's a carry Doom possibility. I know people have been playing it a little bit in this meta, but I don't think it's too high for them. What for does he want to play with an off-lane Doom? Because generally you don't want to get too greedy with that.
Right.
And I feel like he's been greedy at this tournament with the Phoenixes, the Monkey Kings. He just wanted to play Shaman last game. You don't want a Shaman Doom lane, right? So,
I mean, I would also... excuse me.
Does Thunder want to give them Nature's Prophet, or do they want to ban it out because TSM FTX, okay, it's going to be...
Got your answer.
Yeah. There's the Rasta, Steal by Thunder maybe even. We could consider that this Doom could be +4 for Moonminder, but I would still consider that Phoenix pick that you mentioned. The follow-up with the coil damage, it synergizes pretty well with their lineup right now. I think that's what TSM are probably looking at for Moonminder.
I mean, that Puck Phoenix combo goes back to Singapore Major, where the Chinese teams and the South American teams were abusing that to the maximum. And there you had multiple other initiators like Earth Spirit and stuff that have fallen out of the meta, but there's no egg hitter. All these heroes from Tundra need to get in pretty close to activate their spells, but seem pretty powerful.
Enchantress and TA.
Keeping the Doom open.
Yeah.
This is not a hero we've seen from Dubu a lot, but very powerful.
I'm gonna assume this is a tomato TA here. Pretty strong hero against Pango on lane as well. Could abuse that lane with Ench. Might be a tough lane for Pango. They could switch him to mid lane as well, though, on Tundra.
I mean, this is a really strong lane, right? Because neither of these supports is dealing with Enchantress. I don't think this is like the other game where you're going to put one of these mid in a surprise 9 move. So all of a sudden, this is going to be a difficult offlane for Tundra to play, but that is kind of in their wheelhouse too. I feel you present them a difficult lane, they pull waves, they sneak out of it.
Yeah.
And look at what they got one more time with the Grimstroke. Like, they have double Hex, double Shackle, double Snake. Also, I think Pango's one of the better heroes against the Enchantress because he can actually kill her. Just enough burst damage with
the mid
2 spells. Pretty much once you get to the Diffusal Blade timing, this is going to be the food. And also Disarm against the Templar Assassin. They don't have any kind of save. Like, Grimstroke with the shard, what he's looking 15 minutes in to be able to like dispel the coil as well, because Pango does struggle against it. But so far looking very good for Tundra. I think they got the very comfortable hero, something similar that they played in the previous game. And on the other side, like just Scotty Buyer against the another range carry, it always works well. Like your second item is gonna be like second, third item Scotty, and then Templar Assassin does tend to suffer against it.
I like this Dusa pick for that reason. It's also, you kind of run into the trap of maybe getting out-tempoed by a TA that she takes Roche and kind of ends your game too fast. But if you get to that Scotty timing, usually your matchup is heavily favored. And also it's a hero that could also stand his ground against things like Puck and Doom. If he gets coiled, he could simply fight back.
Yeah, I mean, who is dealing damage to this Medusa right now? I'm not seeing it.
It's pretty scary.
Like you said, if TA gets really fast first 2 Roshans and she can accelerate that, if she's in the position where she's 5 or 6k ahead of Medusa, okay, sure, she's gonna kill her off the back of a Doom or Coil.
And this time around Tundra, they have Shadow Shaman, so they can go in and sneak Roshan.
Yeah, they also
they
have
do
Roshan
have a
potential.
Pangolier, so decent amount of the Roshan damage early on, so they can contest it easily.
They ban out the anti-mage there.
Do you think the lanes are looking good for TSM, but then maybe after the lanes, that's when it gets tricky? Is that where you're sort of leaning? Or do you think their lanes aren't very strong?
10 seconds remaining.
Hard to say yet. I mean, I would say an Enchantress almost always secures at least one lane.
We've said that's what we've seen from Game and Gladiators so far. They just get Enchantress and win the lane, right?
Undying's turn.
I mean, the TA is going to have a good game, I think, in terms of her laning into the progression. My biggest question is this last pick again. Is the Doom getting forced to 4 because you want to get some crazy Dusa counter pick from your off lane, which we've seen some this tournament. I mean, there's still like Underlords and some soft counter stuff that can maybe help you.
But then you got a very weak lane.
Yeah, then your lane is just kind of slow. And
2 melees.
I don't think Moon wants to play Doom, so they do go that route. Night Stalker.
It's a fast hero.
Saberblade has popped off on this hero. Honestly, I feel like it's been one of his highest impact heroes in the games where he gets it later and he's super confident he can just go ham. There's not a lot of stopping power until Dusa Scotty.
I think if TSM managed to get this lane lead, they can push it really hard with Night Stalker ulti and just chase them off the map anytime it's up. And that might be one of the things when you have a hero like Ench and Doom. They can't move a lot across the map. It's kind of dangerous, but Night Stalker is going to help out with that, keep the pressure up a bit more. I'm a little bit concerned about their lack of control, though.
It's basically Coil, right? And
yeah.
And whatever Doom can get, if he can get Centaur or something like that, or an Enchantress creep. But yeah, so it's a lack of control. Lots of silence, though.
Silence is control, but they can still run away from it.
That's true. Echo Saber hit. You gotta make it work, you know? You gotta take every little thing you can get. I mean, the upside of this Night Stalker pick is if Enchantress dumpsters her lane, she sends one of these supports into the Oblivion level realm where they're a creep. Night Stalker can then feed off them in the fight, right? It's like you debilitate the Tundra supports. Night Stalker, TA, and Puck can all feed off them in every team fight. You can get the 5-on-3s, the 5-on-4s, and that's where you can just roll that numbers advantage into map control off the back of the traps and the night vision. This is a hard team to team fight vision-wise, especially during those nighttime intervals. And Tundra, they don't have the cleanest initiators, right?
the Blink Pango will at least allow them to do a little bit of initiating. There's nothing that really stops him rolling through. There's no Grimstroke tether or something like that until puck hits that level 25. I'm worried mostly about the Tundra supports. Are they going to be able to position nicely? If TSM catches them off guard, I think they can isolate them and pick them off super easily.
Yeah, because they do have a Night Stalker, one of the better heroes against both Grimstroke and Shadow Shaman. If they want to have something like a stun initiator that also works well with the Grimstroke, DK is still available if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Doesn't strike me as a 33 hero, but a lot of his heroes got banned. Like, they literally spent all their bans on 33.
There's a 33 here.
There is another one. Necro.
Old Necrophos makes an appearance. I was leaning towards something. You need some stopping power here, something to help your supports sustain in the fight, not just get run at. Necro generally can excel at that. He can buy the utility, he can go with some Greaves build, he can go Lotus, he can build 4 staffs and still be fine just playing off his spells. They have a little lack of burst damage to use this Reaper. That's my one concern. And that lane, again, if Enchantress dumpsters that lane, I think this game is looking amazing for TSM. But we've seen Tundra weave and scurry their way out of some of these tough lanes.
I think that's definitely something that could happen. I think this Necro can either dumpster or get dumpstered in this lane. Enchantress is a very strong hero against them.
Yeah, they do have a decent amount of burst damage against the Necro, and also the spell mechanic from the Enchantress, so might be a bit of a tough lane for Necro. But still, looking at other heroes, I feel like Tundra, they look very solid in terms of like the mid-game fights and also scaling into the late game, so I'm favoring them a little bit more.
Okay, well, let's see if you guys are right. We're going to throw it over to our casters, Sunsfan and Cinder, and have a good one, lads.
Thank you very much, Gork. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got game number 2 on the way for the upper bracket finals. Cinder, stop looking at me like that.
Did you just call Piri and Gork?
Yes.
Oh, that's...
It was a really bad joke. Why are you bringing that up now? You're supposed to just continue on as if nothing happened.
I am very supportive and I love everything you say and I always listen.
Give me a hug. Game number 2, guys. Upper bracket finals. Winner goes to the grand finals. And, you know, Tundra may be up 1-0, Cinder. I don't know if you've looked at that score.
Oh.
They are up 1-0, and these lineups are really interesting. Again, seeing a lot of, I mean, Tundra did pick some similar things with the Grimstroke and some decent combos, and the last pick, Necrophos.
Yeah, there's definitely quite some change-up compared to game number 1, right? You have Moonmeander taking away the Doom from Tundra. Basically, correct me if I'm wrong, every player is playing a new hero except Skeeter on the Medusa for the 2nd time, right? Is it also Grimstroke on...
We'll see, Cinder. Stop looking at me as if I would know that. We're looking at the same screen as each other.
Snaking is also playing Grim. So 2 same hero player combinations, but everybody else bringing out something different here. I would say overall, Tundra's lineup looks more similar to the one they ran in game number 1. When you look over at TSM, a lot of very major changes to how this game is going to play out for them.
Hype I9! Into the game we go. All right, so I would say all is on the line here in this game number 2 for TSM, but of course they have that lower bracket available if they were to fall there. And I think I speak for both of us when I say Tundra just looked pretty god tier in that game number 1.
They definitely did. Some of the things that made them that successful have been removed here though, right? They don't have, I feel like the Doom as well as Bad Rider really piloted that game for them. And this time around, they're going to have to get a little bit more creative. I think it's less clear-cut how you initiate fights with this lineup. You only have one truly good Inkswell pairing in the Pangolier, who doesn't really initiate in the same way as a Blink Doom or a Blink Lasso does. He needs more wind-up time. And I think this time around as well, TSM FTX, don't underestimate the vision game. They're going to have more information to go off this time. They have TA traps as well as Night Stalker to have more information than the opponent, especially at nighttime. And perhaps with that, they can be the ones initiating. Because really, that was the problem in game number 1. They were the ones getting initiated on for pretty much 20 minutes straight. Like, almost every successful move came from Tundra getting the jump. And they just don't want to have to deal with that this time, so they've moved things around in the draft.
Yeah, and kind of piggybacking off what you're saying with this Inkswell, I think Inkswell's not that good on Pango, actually, because, I mean, you swashbuckle in, let's say. You don't want to do that to begin with. You want to get your Rolling Thunder off, which leaves you susceptible if you're, I mean, if you're stunning multiple targets with Inkswell, sure, but I mean, looking at this lineup for TSM, there's a lot of counteract they have for something like that. So you have to be quite careful. They don't have the instant hex like last time, but the coil is just the bane of Pango's existence. He can't do anything once he's coiled up.
Yeah, they do have that counterplay that the panel talked about where you cast Inkswell to allow him to get out of the coil when you have that shard.
True.
But it still takes some time, right? Like you need to wait for that to build up over 3 seconds, and then you get out, and then finally you get to escape. And by then the damage might already be done, or even if you do survive, you are kind of out of resources to re-engage with, so it's kind of like a pseudo kill, right? So it's still going to be a really good counter regardless.
But it's a different type of game in general, right? It's not an aggressive use of the spell as opposed to last game.
For sure. It's very, very different in nature coming out from Tundra here. Curious to see how the bottom lane goes. Like the panel talked about here, Enchantress can do very well against Necrophos in lane. I would say TA is a relatively good laning partner here because she has a lot of single target damage, and obviously Necrophos would love to use Ghost Shroud, but you can just get that enchanted off. Dubu has skilled heal level 1 to just be able to trade with the enemy lane, and he will skill enchant level 2 and look for a good creep whenever possible, of course.
And that's his classic hero as well. I mean, we've seen him on several heroes this tournament, but I feel like when I bring up the name Dubu, most people cringe in fear because of the Enchantress that he plays. Just so good at micro, so good at just tanking.
I thought they cringed
in damage.
They cringed because of how loud he yells in pubs sometimes on people's
Does
screens.
he? Because he is dead silent in these like anytime the cameras, he doesn't even give Cyberlight high five as Dubu, speaking of which, will find the first blood on 33's Necrophos. Not expected kill there.
Yeah, and look at how much experience 33 is losing as well. I think 3 or 4 creeps were denied, or at least the experience went to Soxa here, so Necrophos is going to come back with a huge disadvantage in experience now. Level 2.5 on Ench as well as TA. Necrophos just barely, he just crossed the bar for level 2. And that means their level 3s will come out significantly earlier, and a little more burst damage and a good creep for Ench could lead to a second kill in this lane. So Soxa really needs to be well positioned to try to help him. Top lane snaking is fine, Shannon. Don't get too excited.
I was going to say, what are you saying, Cinderin?
Snaking is killing Moonmeander with Skitter. Got you. Don't get too excited. He's not going to.
Playing the position 4. I feel like this joke has been told many a time by you. It gets funnier each time, as you can tell by my laughter right now. Talk to me about Necrophos in general this patch, because he was played a lot in the last patch, not so much this time around. I mean, the regen was changed with the Reaper Scythe for the patch, and I actually forgot about this death heal being slightly nerfed as well. But it doesn't feel like the biggest nerfs overall for the hero.
Is Dupe? Wait, never mind. Dupe
He's actually stuck. Yeah,
he's blocked
he
by
is
one
just
creep.
dead. That melee creep really going to town on him. That's the most emotion he's shown at this tournament so far.
And Timato didn't have a Quelling Blade. They actually couldn't cut him out. He was just literally stuck there. None of them had tangos and no Quelling. Just really
very
unfortunate to get caught there. As for Necro in general, I would say no. Oh, hang on.
Yep, the shackle. Tomato's in a little bit of trouble. You can see the TP coming in from Dubu. The refraction is popped, but instantly taken off. That early earn charge here. He will live. But, I mean, this feels like 33 is starting to get a little bit better control of this lane now.
That kill on Dubu is pretty important. Like, it could have started looking grim, but they get a little bit of a freebie there with the creep blocking, and that's going to be a big help. Necro in general, I would say one of the hero's biggest weaknesses is he's one of those heroes that's super dependent on not playing against Dispel in the right situation, right? If you can remove the Ghost Shroud, he can be very just frail. He doesn't do particularly well against Vestal, which is a popular item now as well. And Nullifier is the bane of his existence, which a lot of carries and cores in general don't necessarily mind buying when the game gets into the later stages. But some lane matchups for Necrophos are really good. I wouldn't say this is one of them necessarily, but he's doing okay. And he can be very strong in that mid-game portion when he starts getting 1 or 2 key items.
And we see in the mid lane in terms of CS, 9 versus Bryle, 35-4 on the puck, 35-2 on Pango. So actually a wash, which I would say is good news for Pango, if anything. I feel like he could struggle more than a lot as Soxa bot lane. We'll get off the shackle, but he's the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. A couple more right clicks will do. He pops the wand. Staying alive a little bit longer, but Dubu eventually finds that kill. So second one for TSM in this game.
Yeah, coming in with that Alpha Wolf, so much damage.
And they're not stopping here. Never mind, they are. Coil expended in the mid lane. You can see Bryle with the level advantage, but it looks like Pango's just fine. Snaking TP's in. Inkswell is there as well, but they're not going to have enough to get a kill either way as the bottle fairing continues here. Soxa coming in. And they had that little window where 9 was not level 6. I mean, either way, Coil is just such a good counter to the hero anyway, but just not enough damage from TSM this time around.
Oh, they might find Bryle, though.
Bryle, yeah, get the Hex is there, Shackle as well. First Rolling Thunder is going to prove to be enough as Soxa ends up netting himself a kill in that mid lane. Skeeter getting chased now by Saberlight under this tower. He's very little mana to work with. Gets off the Mystic Snake. It doesn't really do that much, though. And he's just right-click down into Oblivion. 2 tanky-ass targets against that Medusa in the top lane.
Yeah, both teams taking full advantage of the support rotations, right? You have the Shaman cutting in mid and killing the Puck, but with both Shaman and Grim TPing mid to try to cover the Pango earlier, that leaves the Medusa very exposed up top, and TSM identified that and go immediately. And they're getting some serious damage on this top tier 1, by the way. 6 minutes in, Nightstalker has taken 2/3 of the enemy safe lane tower. That's very good news for them.
Yeah, Saberlight continuing to be a nuisance. I mean, talk to me about Nightstalker.
Oh, Bryle, not again.
Okay,
oh, quick sign.
Bryle gets off the orb. Looks like he's fine. Talk to me about Nightstalker this game, because another hero that it feels like in some games he's just destined to take over. Is this one of those?
Not necessarily. I think the hero is pretty good here, though. I like him together with Puck. I think they're a strong dynamic duo in the mid game where Puck can really set you up to be able to stay on your targets, or you can play the heroes together where one of them zone controls and the other one does the damage. Well, Skeeter is in trouble again.
He is. Gets a little bit of mana back, but 9 has come to play. Moon Meander looks to be dead. As you can see, Saberlight continuing to chase, but Skeeter looks to be fine. Saberlight pops that ult, but he's going to get chased by the Rolling Thunder of 9. Of course, Saberlight with the vision advantage. Looks like he's going to be A-okay, but good rotation from Tundra to get that kill onto Moon Meander.
Huge that 9 arrives there, or that just gets ugly really fast for Skeeter, but they cover him. Bottom lane, 33. He's level 5 against level 78.
Bryle has come. Waning Rift, a couple more right clicks, gets off the death balls. He will survive, earn after. Now Soxa with that shackle onto Puck. Full duration, does get off the face at the last moment though, and they should be able to pick up Soxa. Coil is expended onto 2. Can they actually get a kill though is the question. Snake King dies in the other lane as Bryle gets hacked into the shackle and the death pulse. A nice turnaround from Tundra as Tomato still cannot secure himself a kill. Reaper Scythe not quite enough to finish off Tomato, but the tower is. Tundra coming out way on top there, but they lose their Medusa in the top lane simultaneously.
And they lost the Grim as well, so this turns into a 2-for-2, but given how that started, that could have been a total disaster for Tundra. They could have easily lost 3, if not all 4 heroes very, very close in the bottom lane.
9 back into the mid lane. You can see in terms of net worth, top of his team. And going back on your thought on Nightstalker, I don't think you got to finish that.
Yeah, so he's good with Puck for the reason I mentioned, but I also think some of the matchups in this game are really interesting. I think the hero can be good against Necrophos, which was what they ended up picking it into. So he's probably not too mad about that matchup. As for Pango, if he's not rolling, you can blink on top of him with the sounds. You have like no way of repositioning yourself, can be very annoying. And more than anything, I still think the vision and the ability to find the support so that he and Puck can get the job done with maybe a burst from the TA, just to get a man advantage immediately so you can start snowballing, because that's what your lineup does. It doesn't have the most control in the world, it doesn't have the most amazing damage output in the world, but it does have that ability to get the first pick.
Yeah, nice turnaround here we saw from earlier. And 33 very happy with that, as sounds like a Reaper Scythe actually went off, but no kill to come. Soxa looks to be mega dead, but 9 creating some space with that Rolling Thunder. Will find Bryle into the swashbuckle. It is enough, 1 for 1, but core for support. Make it 2 supports instead. But really the big kill was on the Bryle.
I think Tundra is still happy with that 1-for-2 exchange. They got the mid-tier 1 tower with the snakes. And the 2 heroes they lost were supports for the enemy mid. You get some space now for Skeeter, who is having a much harder game than he was in game number 1. Keep that in mind. This Medusa is very, very far behind the TA. Fortunately for Tundra, Bryle is having a tough time, so they have a similar advantage on mid with their Pango matchup. But it feels like Puck should be able to still find some pretty major
walks
impact.
right into Tundra's jungle. Gonna get full shackle, gets off the Infernal Blade. Dubu's here as well, has yet to pop the heal. Stockton now getting chased by a Pine Cone, and he will die to the Void. 9, swashbuckle the safety, looks like he's good to go. So TSM, I mean, that's the one thing about TSM that I don't think anybody questions, is their ability to come back from even if it's a devastating loss, which I don't know if you want to call that first game that, but they've come back from horrible losses and looked extremely strong in the following games.
And they've also come back from really bad positions in games, right? Which was how they got here in the first place.
Right.
Against Gaming Gladiators, they recovered from 2 pretty rough mid games, I would say, overall.
Yeah, they were horribly behind in both games. As Tomato, you can see the smoke from Tundra. Ooh, he's going to go to the high ground. You can see the trap is in the area there, and he's going to TP out. So A-OK for him. And Pango has the Orb of Corrosion. Skeeter working on the Yasha, so first item will be Manta. Very standard stuff, of course. Saberlight, when do you want to see the Blink Dagger on him? Does it require the BKB and the Shard before you go for something like that? Because like you said, the Crippling Fear extremely strong this game.
Well, they're going to dive right, so we're going to wait on that.
Yep, the Coil Expend only onto one. Saberlight, he's going to get Hexed though, and Soxa gets off a Shackle. 33 in the area now as well. Has the Reaper Scythe available. Needs to find the range though, but the Crippling Fear continuing to silence him along with the Doom, but used in a very defensive manner. So position two supports for two supports. Looks like that is going to be enough as Saberlight sticking around a little bit longer. And actually in the tree line will TP out to safety, so nicely done.
Awesome play there from Saberlight to identify that he could go for that and still get out after. Had an escape plan flying over the trees right before the Dark Ascension ended, so...
Rolling Thunder mid. Tomato is going to get caught for now. Skeeter trying to position himself. Very annoying cliff area. He puts him onto the low ground here. Tomato shackled. Swashbuckle, no, he doesn't have enough mana for it. I don't know if they have enough damage to actually get a kill here, but Soxa with the ult, coming out beautifully done. Tomato burst it down, and now Moon Meander stuck in the wrong place, wrong time. Last right click from Skeeter, double kill for him. As 33 with the Ghost Route, slowing Dubu. They have no more follow-up. Either way, 2 good kills for Tundra.
That looked like that wasn't going to end very well for Tundra. 9 knocked the TA up on the high ground, and then he caught her and knocked her down on the low ground. So he kept like spending a lot of time without getting the full combo, but the Shaman Ward Trap, huge there from Soxa. Just gets rid of Refraction immediately as well and just brings it down with the Mystic
smoke
Snake.
Immediately, looking for a potential kill onto Saberlight. 9 with the haste. He's going to be spotted temporarily. And Dubu, he's going to be the sacrifice.
Well, he might live.
Centaur actually gets a nice stomp to cancel that channeling from Soxa. And here come the reinforcements. Tundra now on the run. Inkswell connects onto Bryle. Got the Soulbind onto 2 to follow. As this might create enough space for most of Tundra to get out. Snake King, he'll be left to his own devices. So they do find one. Soxa, okay, he is perpetually slowed here. Gets off the Shackle. Here comes the Swash as well. But Saberlight with the Crippling Fear. Looks like 2 support kills in favor of TSM.
Kind of surprising that Bryle did not coil the Pango there. Maybe felt like they didn't have enough in the tank to get that done, or he was expecting an extended fight where he could find more targets, but they still get the 2 supports and they get out alive, so can't complain too much about that, I'm sure.
Man, this Centaur has got a lot of stomps in him, I have to say. But the TP out, so Skeeter will be taking this Ancient Stack, and you'll be very happy for that. So
I bet Dube was going to do it one more time. It's coming. It's coming.
That Centaur, here it comes. Oh, yeah, that feels good. And he's going to die shortly after, but he lived well. Huh?
Not done yet.
Yeah, that's true. There's another stomp
Yes,
in
one
him.
more.
All right. Oh, he took over another creep. He didn't live his full destiny. Oh, man, he just gets buried in the ground. Disgusting creature. But he lived a good life, Cinderin. And we'll remember him for the next 5 seconds. As smoke now from TSM. You can see Moon Meander working on the Blink Dagger. Just about 600 away. They might find Snake King again. There's a Crippling Fear, Infernal Blade, and the Coil onto the mid Pango. This is going to be 2 quick kills for TSM and a Tier 1 tower as well.
Starting to build themselves into one of those formidable mid-game positions that we've seen from them a lot of the time. Question is if they can keep it together this time and not, or rather, I'm saying that wrong. They've been pretty good at containing their leads. It's been Gaming Gladiators that were a little bit shaky in that series that they had against TSM the other day, but TSM themselves, when they have this Night Stalker advantage, the games that we've seen from them have actually been very consistent, so. All right, Saberlight kills a courier. They're going to TP down the Necrophos, and he just needs to get the hell out of there. Soxa guessing that he would have gone south, but he ran up north and TP'd away and will stay safe. BKB now 300 gold away for Saberlight. Honestly, I think this is going to be really difficult nighttime coming up for Tundra.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 5-minute night with Night Stalker having the full duration BKB. And Roshan being up for grabs as well, with TA on the Radiant side. You kind of feel like you might have to contest it, but you just can't against the superior vision. Pretty sure TSM are going to take this very soon, no problem.
And that's going to align with Tomato's Desolator as well, so it is going to be, like you said, very impactful time for TSM. The question is, what does Tundra have coming in the near future? Looks like Manta is done on the Medusa. Pango's had the defusal for a bit. Looks like he's going for Halberd next.
Yep.
And the
Strong item
Necrophos
here.
has the drums. Will not be going Boots of Bearing, unfortunately, unless he wants 2 boots. I guess it's possible.
I wonder why...
Top lane, though. Going to be an easy kill for Bryle. I say that. Okay, finally gets it, but the Phantom's Embrace was there.
Easy kill for Saberlight. You have to press 1 button.
True.
They're going to get the tower. There's no way they can defend this Tundra. They're going to give it up. I wonder why 33 is not... Oh, he did buy the shard. Okay, I was like, is he not going to get it? But he did get the Death Seeker. Amazing item against TA. Can effectively E-Blade an ally for 1,400 gold for a while. Get that nice bit of extra value as well when you're going for an aggressive kill. And now, as expected,
the Roche pit.
It is time with the Deso, and with Night Stalker being around with BKB, they feel very safe. Triple meld.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty. And we can see on the mini-map that Tundra not really in a position to contest. They do smoke, but they're going to be too late. So Aegis for Tomato and TSM looking really strong in this game number 2, trying to extend it to a 3rd and final game in this upper bracket finals.
The smoke from Tundra could backfire really hard if they run into the right, or into the wrong hero rather.
Oh, that's the Centaur again. It's a descendant from the last one, Cinderin. They're fearing him. Bryle, instant Hex though. The Centaur not in position to cancel this. The Reaper Scythe is there. Bryle Dunzo.
Great read from Tundra. I thought they were going to continue moving in and maybe run into the Ench and get their smoke broken, but they were baiting that wave for Bryle. Get a quick Hex.
Snaking, he's going to go high ground and get instantly destroyed. Trying to get off a D ward, will do so.
I feel like every time Snaking has been on camera, he just gets ganked. Hasn't he died like 5 times in a row to basically these 2 heroes?
As long as he gets the D ward, I'm sure he's fine.
He's having a rough one. He is really poor. Like, this is reminding me of, you know, good old position 6.
Oh, yeah.
He is less than half the net worth of the least, or the second least poor.
I think if you go to Wikipedia, your pro player career lists you as position 6 as instant Hex. Onto Tomato. Remember, he does have the Aegis. Very little mana to work with, though. The Shackle onto the Doom, but that's going to be the sacrifice onto Soxa instead. So Tundra getting turned around on. Doom applied right now. And that is going to be a dead Pango as well. So TSM seemingly everywhere. And they cancel the TP of Skeeter, completely surrounded and brought down in turn. TSM not even having to expend the Aegis this time around. Looking extremely good.
Saberlight starting to get to work on this bottom tier 1 tower with the level 2 Dark Ascension. He hits really hard. This tower is, he's just soloing it, no problem. 18 armor, 300 damage. Why not?
Yep, I mean, everybody else is dead, so why not indeed? And Tomato looking to do some chip damage at the very least to this tier 2 tower. I say that, but that is the Rally Skeletons. Very fearsome indeed. Now you got the minus armor to work with.
That ain't chip damage. Every time there's a Dark Troll Summoner nearby.
Yeah, we got fresh Skellies ready to go. This requires the full defensive Tundra to take out these 2 skeletons. Oh! And a Swashbuckler. All right, they're dead.
TSM are thinking about this.
Gets off his ult just in time as Saberlight with a BKB crippling fear, but looking to go into 33. He will be saved. You can see the Soulbind now connected to 2. Nice Rolling Thunder continuing on, but looks like Rasta is going to be the first to fall, and Tundra looked to be on the retreat. You can see the coil only going to connect onto 1 here, but that's another support kill in favor of TSM. Moon Meander getting bursted down quite low. Saberlight with a nice crippling fear, keeping Duo at bay. The Pango attempting to get out, but 9 taken out by the Illusory Orb. Bryle with the double kill as Skeeter looking to stand his ground. They'll finally get a kill in the form of Dubu. Looks like Saberlight died shortly before that as well. And the Aegis finally going to go down, but now you got to worry about a full Tomato HP. Bryle looks like he's going to try to get away. Tomato left all alone now, so this will be a nice turnaround from Tundra, and looks like they'll find that position 1 TA.
Oh, yeah, good reaction from them. They get a lot of value out of having...
Oh, they actually find the puck as well. Soxa with the ward trap. Shackle is going to be enough indeed. Big kill from Tundra. Just finding these TSM members kind of scattered about the map.
That's huge. I think they just pulled back 2 or 3K disadvantage from that move. Finding the 2 kills on the Aegis TA. Using the buyback of Grimstroke to ensure that they can grab that fight victory. And Medusa is starting to prove a little bit troublesome for them to kill. Like, they use so many resources after they find the initial kills to try to get Skeeter's mana bar down, and it just takes forever to get there. Obviously, having to deal with the Pango lucky shot as well is going to be a problem. So not easy for TSM.
And that helped Skeeter a lot. I mean, he was middle of the pack for net worth. Now he's top 3. So an absolute world of difference for him. 33 using that Death Seeker to help push that wave as TSM defending now. And looking for the jump, Soxa. I mean, we saw him last game on that Doom. Obviously not quite the same hero, but still has that Blink Hex, which has set up a couple kills now in this mid game.
It's going to be a Halberd on 9 next fight as well. He's got 700 gold to go for that, so that will give them another tool against TA. Tomato will be making BKB as his next item. Obviously, will protect him from the disarms if he pre-uses it, but there's a good chance that Tundra, if they do get the jump initially, or if the fight goes long enough, it can negate a lot of Tomato's impact with this item pickup from Pango.
4K lead for TSM. Skeeter with that Dragon Lance now, working towards the Scotty. You can see the net worth there for the position 1s. Was originally night and day, but you can see Skeeter has caught up essentially. Just about 2K behind now. And Saberlight, okay, he did finish the BKB. I thought he was going for Blink Dagger. In fact, he was, but he changed it now to a Nullifier. So obviously the Necrophos gets hard countered by that. And 33, I mean, he does have a BKB, but
it's just necessary in this game. I think Necro has to buy BKB to deal with the Night Stalker sound, to deal with the puck. And the added benefit is that you can do something about Nullifier, right? Obviously, the Ghost Shroud is going to be limited in use, but if he tanks up with other items, buys maybe a Shiva's Guard or something, he might be just fine. All right.
Oh, Tomato, big initiation. Snake King deleted. 32 with the BKB. Will he be able to get out? Not quite enough damage. It was close, though. And TSM, they only find 1, but still. That's a long death time. They must have bought back recently. It was like 70 seconds on Grim.
Yeah, that mid-tier 2 fight was where Snake King came back. So they have a decent amount of time now for a 5v4 power play. No Roche, though. See if they can find anything with it. Nice trap onto Soxa.
Yep, he's looking to be dead. 33 gets off the Death Seeker to prevent any physical damage coming out, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. Saberlight pops the BKB. Looks like he did opt for the Blink Dagger, so changing his mind again, as he does have that shard, so he can eat that delicious tomato.
Can't believe you said that, out of all people.
I regret it already. 5K lead for TSM, but this is against a Medusa. I mean, how would you say TSM's lineup works late game, going against some monstrous creature like this? The Skeeter, Infernal Blade, and he's going to have to pop his ult. Wants to apply a little bit of pressure, but looks like he's going to have to back up now as Moon Meander is fine with that exchange.
That was actually just a complete bait from him. There was no way in hell they kill him, but he doesn't have the information about what rotations are coming over, so we'll do the safe play there and pop the Stone Gaze, and they also get a TP out of, I believe it was 33, coming to that bot lane. Has travels though, so it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, how do TSM approach late game? I think whenever you have Doom, you always have options, right? If you can Doom the key targets at the right time, and you have, once again, you have that vision superiority that's really going to help you find that Doom first. I'm not really too worried about their potential of going late, even though it might look a little bit daunting playing against both Medusa and Necrophos late game. I do think the solutions are there. It's all about getting that initial jump and itemizing wisely.
And Tomato does have the BKB, even though he's queued up another one. Don't think you're going to do that. But the smoke now from Tundra. Looking to pounce. Obviously the next Roshan not up for, looks like 30 seconds. Of course, they know it could be up at this point. There is a trap showing for TSM, so at least they have some information. Saberlight has to pop the BKB. He breaks the smoke. Looks like Dubu's the original initiation here, but the Doom applied to 33. Is this enough? Indeed, the last right click from Tomato, as TSM were more than ready for this. And this could lead to another Roche. It looks like Saberlight will get a double kill for himself. So just like that, only 2 members of Tundra available.
And Roche spawns the second they kill the third hero.
And they see it because of the trap.
They have a trap there.
The second Roche, and into the pit they shall go.
So this is the problem for Necrophos in a game like this, is that, keep in mind they last picked this, right? They knew the entire lineup of what they were facing, but he feels like he has to buy BKB against some of these heroes, but then he doesn't have Linken's against the Doom. If you get Doomed as Necrophos, your hero is pretty worthless. Like, you don't offer very much in the way of just good stats or anything. He gets the BKB off in time, which is a good reaction, but gets essentially 5-shot here by Tomato with the TH. Such a great single target physical damage output from him. And you have to itemize for this as Doom now, but now you're in this awkward spot. What are you going to buy? Are you going to try for Linken's or are you going to try for the armor?
Right.
It kind of feels like you need both and the BKB.
Which is interesting because this was a last pick Necro.
Yeah.
Right?
So, I don't know. Maybe they ran out of options that they feel comfortable with on the patch, or the other ones felt even worse, but it's definitely not an obvious Necro game, this one, against both Doom and Enchantress.
And the Shard coming out from TA, so the silence is there. Trying to bait out 33's BKB. He's not going to fall for it, though. Saberlight already used the Crippling Fear. And looks like Dubu is who they want to go for. Gets 4-staffed. He's very tanky indeed. Another triple silence with that trap. Very annoying to deal with his Saberlight. Working on the back line. Coil is there as well. Onto a couple of heroes. They will find Soxa to start out this fight, but that Soulbind onto 2. Skeeter just beating away at this Night Stalker. Is that it was technically a double Reaper Scythe, but that is just the Aegis. And the buyback now onto Saberlight. The disarm onto TA, so he can't fight quite yet. Moonman are kind of stuck in a terrible spot right now, but the Crippling Fear blinking from Saberlight as he bought back into this game. Looks like they're going to delete Snaking on top of that. And now Skeeter getting silenced some more. Saberlight onto the high ground he goes, still with that ultimate activated. And another silence onto the Necrophos. Cannot do anything on this Necrophos, but he pops the BKB and dies shortly after. Tundra just dropping like flies now, as now the focus is on the 9. He is dead. Skeeter, the last remaining member. Will he stand his ground? Not a whole lot of HP to work with for TSM. And Skeeter attempting to get out. There's the blink in with the Crippling Fear. Skeeter. This is a 1v4 situation. Tomato forced to pop that BKB. Finally draining enough mana from Skeeter, but Soxa has respawned. So TSM going to have to leave the raid boss alone.
It felt like the game plan or the fight plan there toward the end for TSM was to try to bait out buybacks, right? But Skeeter was confident that he could survive that alone with Soxa about to respawn on the Shadow Shaman, and they have to give in and go back for TSM. Still a good fight overall, though. Find a couple of key kills once again. Don't really progress the game too much with that, but considering that they got, like you said, Soulbound and Reapered with their 2 cores, I think you can be pretty satisfied with that end outcome out when all said and done.
And Dubu able to TP out here just to get some mana refresh. Saberlight, we talked about the Shard already, but a really good way to kind of refresh himself from time to time. Pretty low cooldown overall on that as well, as we're watching the initial replay. I think the Reaper Scythe came out just as Saberlight died.
Yeah.
But the animation did go on both still. The dead corpse of the Night Stalker, double dead. If only it was like the old days where it prevented buyback. That would have been a completely
if only.
I am a Necrophos player, as you can tell. 4-man smoke from TSM. Looking for an opening. They weren't able to force out too many buybacks here from Tundra, but still with that 11k lead, they should feel somewhat comfortable. Where Skeeter is that raid boss that you just have a real hard time dealing with.
He cannot go up here. He is.
He's going to
fine
pop
with the idea.
Smoke. Okay, Infernal Blade. That is a lot of damage. Saberlight on the back line, though, focusing on the supports with the BKB Crippling Fear. As you see the Doom applied to Skeeter. The Hurricane Pike is there as well. Not enough damage to take him out in turn, though. And now the Rolling Thunder from 9. Keeping Tomato in that high ground situation, but 9 just getting right-clicked down by Bry on that double damage, as this Crippling Fear is doing absolute work. Reaper Scythe is enough with the Death Seeker combination to take out Saberlight. He is dead for quite a while, but 33 dies shortly after. Now the chase onto Moon Meander. Looks like he gets that Glimmer Cape off, but 9 gets the vision. Wants to try to reset, but Bryle is here with the Waning Rip, but instant Hex from Soxa, and Skeeter with that ult. That is going to be enough. Bryle hits the deck. Dubu looks to be fine. A lot of back and forth in these fights.
Dude, that was actually just perfect timing from Tundra on that counterplay on the puck. So Linken's was on cooldown, and the moment it came up, I think it got broken by the Diffusal Blade of 9 so that it could also shackle. If that Linken's isn't broken immediately after, I think Bryle still gets out of that. And this looked like it was going to be an insanely good fight for TSM. They get the entire mana pool of Dusa down almost immediately, have her doomed, but she still managed to somehow reposition out. Even with Saberlight having the silence on 2 or 3 heroes for quite a while there, this Night Stalker is paying huge dividends for them in this game. Currently 14-3 and 14 on the NS. I don't know if you realize he's having that good of a game, but
yeah,
absolutely destroying them. It still ends up with the Tundra staying alive and defending their Medusa once more.
It did cost them 2 buybacks onto supports that time, so if TSM can find themselves in a similar position, they can potentially go high ground, knowing that some of these buybacks are not available.
Yeah, for sure. If the supports are dead, this is a walk in the park for them to get Alina Barracks. The only control they have to worry about is Pango. I guess you have to be a little bit concerned about the Deathseeker Reaper combination, but you do have Glimmer Cape on Dubu, and you have the Lincolns on Puck, so both of those can protect the core that gets gone on in case they do get some sort of insane Rolling Thunder combination on defense.
And the next Roche, not for quite a while. Obviously,
now as well for Dubu.
TSM is the team with the advantage in the Roshan, not only for taking it, but for the vision as well. As Tundra now, full team smoke.
Doom is available again. If this was only 20 seconds earlier, then they would have not have to worry about that really key spell, but now they still have to.
And Tomato, he feels it. Saberlight as well. They're quite close. Dubu wants to tank this gank as he always does, it seems. Saberlight positioning himself next to a ward, pops his ult, so it breaks that smoke for a couple of heroes now. Silence onto the Grimstroke, Snake King. Okay, Crippling Fear blinking from Saberlight, focusing again on the supports, knowing that these buybacks are not available. So down goes the first for Tundra. Coil onto 9, but he pops that roll up, and the Rolling Thunder, not even needed. Just swashes right out of it, and shield crashes to safety. But that is a Saberlight ultimate used. I mean, what is the day-night cycle right now? I can't even tell. We'll find out shortly.
That's a nice looking green glow on the cosplay.
Yes. Tomato and company looking to take this tier 2 tower, but a TP is coming in from Tundra, 33. Slightly late to the party, but I mean, he has a Ghost Scepter on top of his... oh. Okay, Saberlight jumping in.
He is in
trying to keep him at bay,
trouble.
but yeah, it is now daytime, and he is quite worthless. The Reaper Scythe not quite enough, but Saberlight ends up getting the cancel on the TP via 9, who goes in really deep. Shield Crash is enough, but he's going to be taken out very shortly after. So 1 for 1. I think TSM actually take that. Sox is somehow able to get out. I believe that was a 33 Deathseeker to keep him alive. A Skeeter now. You can see that Witchblade doing some work against this Medusa. But still, so farmed on him. As again, you talked about this before. Snake King is dead. Doesn't get the D ward this time, Synderen.
He is not having fun, I think, in this one. Up to 14 deaths.
Wow.
In this position. I mean, I will say the Night Stalker matchup for Grimstroke is really, really rough if you don't get Soulbind on him. Like, he's going to pop his ult. He's going to pop sounds and go in here. And look at the itemization that Snake King has been forced into. Boots, triple bracer.
Yeah, I looked at that, and then I looked away immediately because I don't want to see it anymore. Waning Rift onto 2. Force Staff, he actually breaks the coil on the Medusa, but he doesn't really have to worry. Does have to worry about his support as Soxa gets blown up. And with 25 seconds with Night Stalker coming back, and obviously the vision in the pit, we'll see if this Rasta being down is enough for them to go for the Roshan.
I think that previous fight from Tundra, the Night Stalker, it's very understandable that they commit onto him how they do, right? It looked like a possible kill. They know he doesn't have ult. They know he doesn't have BKB. The problem was Dubu, basically with a masterclass in defensive support play there, gets the perfect Glimmer Cape onto the Reaper side, forces him onto the high ground, and while they do get him in the end, the amount of resources and how out of position Pango has to get that kill results in the tie. And now with the aftermath of this, finding the Shaman and a double damage rune for Tomato, no problem for them to get Roche. And there's a shard on this one, as always, as you tend to say.
I genuinely think there's some RNG in the game that tilts towards, it's like a 75-25 refresher shard on third Roche. Would love to see some actual statistics to prove me wrong, but I know they don't exist, so I'm just going to assume I'm correct on this. But yeah, refresher shard on Doom, obviously Double Doom pretty strong. Got the cheese onto Night Stalker. I mean, he's been dying in Reaper Sight, so he might have to pop it like at 60% HP to live, which could be tricky.
Yeah. There's a Wraith Pact in play now, though. That's going to help.
True.
On Moon Meander.
The Wraith Pact. Nullifier, so no buyback available for Saberlight. He's going straight for that bad boy. And that is going to counteract the Ghost Shroud and multiple Ghost Scepters that Tundra have in their lineup right now. Tier 2 tower is theirs, and this is going to be essentially a 20k net worth lead for TSM. This 33 getting off a ward. He has to be careful, though, and he's just dead. He's just dead, plain and simple. That was the first Doom used. Could Refresher Shard, might just wait. We'll see.
Yeah, doesn't have the most mana left to work with right now, Moon Meander. He has 14 on the wand. But obviously his mana regen is not the greatest. When you have the Refresher Orb, you have a lot of mana regen to get off that second ult. Obviously it also costs to use the Orb, but right now it will take him quite a while to be able to use all his spells again in succession.
Interesting. Nullifier on Medusa this game, on the other side.
Wait, how did he just get a lot of mana? Did he send out mangoes, or...?
It's a great question, Syndrome. He did pop his wand, so...
Wand and some mangoes, I guess?
The 14 charges there.
Maybe it was just the wand. All right, well,
Swift
he's ready.
on to Tomato now. Still 3 minutes with the Aegis. Just trying to get the ward control in their favor. As map has been in their favor for quite a while now. Kind of starving Tundra out to a degree. Okay, Coil, but there's the instant roll-up. That is interesting to say the least. I don't know if you want to push without Coil now. So some miscommunication from TSM trying to go high ground as Saberlight poking the tier 3 top, but this is going to be a really hard high ground, I feel like, even with a 20k lead, especially without Coil.
Yeah, you can control the map exceptionally well with these heroes, though. You can put TA traps in all the lanes. You have Night Stalker at nighttime. There's still 3 minutes left until natural day, and then you're going to have Dark Ascension again. So effectively, what's that, 3.5 minutes roughly of night still remaining? Just keep pushing the waves, keep out farming. It's terrifying for Tundra to go anywhere on the map right now. They have no information, and they can just get absolutely blasted by TA together with Night Stalker's Nullifier. Nobody is safe.
And Skeeter, it feels, is almost capped out on items as well. I mean, obviously Bloodthorn can come out, Hurricane Pike, maybe you switch Treads for something.
So you're saying he has 4 items left to go. Almost capped
He can consume an Aghanim Scepter, he can get the Shard, but he's basically out of room here, Cinder.
Effectively about 20k net worth to go, and then he's done. You're right.
Quite a ways to go in terms of room for Miss Medusa. Maybe we can get a persona that is Mr. Medusa in the future.
With a top hat.
What? Okay, we're just going to ignore that. And that, see him sleeping? That is your joke in a nutshell right there.
Oh.
That young man is not happy. So we have a smoke from
When's
TSM.
OG playing?
Yeah, pretty much. This is the upper bracket finals. Let's hear some roar from the crowd. Yeah!
Yo, maybe he woke up now. He's
maybe.
like, whoa, what happened?
Can we? Oh, Mumiana's going to jump in, focusing on this Medusa. The Doom is there as well. And again, the Crippling Fear in the back line. But the Nullifier counteracting this Ghost Scepter. Still not enough to take out Soxa, though. 9 gets off that Rolling Thunder. Shackle coming out from Soxa. A nice roll from 9 overall, but Soxa gets off the Shackle finally, but finally dies in the end. Moonmeander's going to be the trade, but so many buybacks to work with. And yeah, Peter ends up ticking out to the Doom. So that is a huge kill for TSM, but still buybacks to work with. Saberlight going deep. There's the buyback onto the Rasta, but the instant Reaper Scythe destroying Saberlight. But there's the buyback that they were looking for onto the Medusa. And see how much Tundra can get out of this buyback overall. It's looking like just Dubu. So I think TSM is actually okay with it. I mean, this is a slow-ass kill, I won't lie. Eventually, Dubu will die.
Yep, okay. The Dusa buyback is obviously huge, but again, Tundra are holding on, and now the Aegis will expire. So this indirect man advantage will be gone for TSM in the next fight unless they manage to get a free Roche beforehand. Oh, Bryle.
Yeah, we got a TP coming in though. Bryle, I think, is, I would hope for TSM's sake, not going to go in here. Of course, TSM looking to even this series and push it to the limit for the upper bracket finals of the Stockholm Major. And we'll see if they're able to pull this game number 2 through.
tier 4 neutral item found here. Aesthetics Cap. Is there anyone that this is really good on in this game for the stab assist? I guess you might want that on Night Stalker over Penta Edged. I don't know. Penta Edged is also pretty good for him though. Maybe you just don't take it all. They're putting it on Doom of all heroes. Okay.
25 talent on Bryle now, by the way. The old Aghanim Scepter piercing BKB is a huge deal this game.
And Pango roll.
You can still use roll up though, right?
Yeah.
And then but when you Pango roll out or swashbuckle out in that form, you still get stunned now.
Yeah.
So that's the big difference. Dark Ascension cooldown, okay.
Yeah, so this 25 talent selection for Night Stalker, both talents are absolutely incredible. So it's actually not that easy of a choice to make. Do you want very low cooldown on your ult, so you cut it down to 80? Or do you want 100 attack speed, which is essentially, what's that, 3/4 of a free Moon Shard that you don't even need an item slot for?
Yeah.
He will opt for the cooldown reduction so that they have as much of a grip on the map as possible and they can keep playing aggressively. But we'll lose that extra output that could be the difference between a kill or not in the team fights.
That is the TSM banner. As we have a smoke now from both sides, not the full team though. And again, a couple big buybacks missing for Tundra, so this is TSM's chance to firmly put this game in the bag and extend it to a game 3. E-Blade now onto the puck. As we are starting to see some I mean, I will be very happy if this game goes to 60 minutes, as you know, Cinderin. The tier 5 items are very exciting, but we won't get there yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is a 23k lead for TSM, but we've seen the high ground defense time and time again. Anytime it's against a Medusa. I mean, how would you rate Tundra's high ground defense in general?
It's pretty strong for sure. I think the fact, though, that TSM have these multiple ways of dealing with the Ghost Shroud as well as the Death Seeker and Ghost Scepters makes them more likely to be successful at sieging high ground. Uh-oh. Might not have to finish that point here. This would be a big moment if they find this wraparound. The drawing here from TSM looks like a good path to take right now.
Yeah, follow the courier. They know
nice sunglasses, bro.
Bruh. Saberlight looking for that blink nullifier, which has proven to be extremely strong. There's the Saberlight ult coming from the north and focusing onto Saksa again. And you can see the Doom already applied to the Medusa, who's kind of isolated right now. Very little mana to work with, and Skeeter is just getting bursted down. No buyback on the Medusa. TSM looking extremely strong. 33, barely gets Moon Meander, but dies shortly after as a double kill for Saberlight. And Pango left as the last remaining member of Tundra, but not for long. Double kill for Bryle, and TSM looking primed and ready to extend this to a game number 3.
All right, Shannon, if you want your 60-minute neutral items, you need to put on your biggest copium hat that you have around. And
yep, that is true.
I don't know what you need to do for this.
3 buybacks on the Tundra, but it's not the Medusa. That is the important factor, is that, yeah, they're just going to go straight for the throne. They know Medusa does not have buyback.
3
they
force,
could dive.
Still hitting.
Yep.
All right, a little bit of respect here.
Death Seeker just going to delay the inevitable, which is a mid-Rax, and we expect more to come.
Plenty of time here for TSM, and they're going to have Dark Ascension again because of the talent selection from Saberlight.
Yeah, Bryle, Coil only on the 1, but it is on that Pango, and the Nullifier to follow, so no shield crash for you. Down goes Pango, a dieback. And now 33 trying to limp back to the base, but he's going to die in all likelihood with that last Void from Saberlight. And that should do it as GG's come out. TSM extend the upper bracket finals to a 3rd game.
I love how they played the map in this game, just being super aggressive, identifying that Tundra's lineup needs time. They need to build up this Medusa, they need to build up the Necro. And the man on your screen right now, well, not that guy, but the guy we saw right before, Saberlight, instrumental in this victory. Just his Night Stalker, we saw it earlier in the tournament as well, it's just been absolutely incredible. Basically nobody else is playing this hero that I've seen.
Yeah.
There's maybe been less than a handful of games played by other teams. Saberlight, his standout hero so far. His performances on other heroes have varied. He's generally been pretty stable, but the Night Stalker, just for me, S tier. Every game he gets it when they pick it late, he delivers.
We talked about it, that the crippling fear, if you're able to get a Blink Dagger, it is so value this game. Not just for taking out supports, but heroes like Pango do not like like they can't itemize against it pretty much. And you're not going to get a BKB on Pango.
You might have had to.
Yeah, looking back, but then you're against the Doom. It just feels like it's such a good lineup this game for TSM. And Saberlight ends at 18-5 and 23 assists. Absolute MVP of this game number 2. And we'll see. Yes, the Lakers do suck. Well said, my friend. And with that, we'll go to a quick break and game number 3 on the way.
OSIM.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. What a series this is promising to be already. 2 games in, tied up 1 apiece, and a fantastic comeback win for TSM there, coming back from that early defeat by Tundra Esports in the first game. And it is tied up very, very nicely. Have a fine panel of gentlemen to discuss this game with. What on earth happened there? Let's have a look at the scoreboard first of all. This will sort of set the scene for the discussion. But honestly, I'd say number one thing I want to talk about here, guys, is Saberlight.
Yeah, he definitely popped off in this game. It was a last pick, Night Stalker, at least for their team, but he rushed the BKB, and they have nothing that goes through magic immunity, so he just go. I mean, they do have Medusa, but she doesn't come online as fast. And two supports made so many early rotations, enabled Saberlight so that he can take the tower. He can also be very active, and they had no real answer. Was that Saberlight or Saber Knight?
Saber Chad. I mean, you're looking at these two supports on Tundra's side. 30 deaths between the two.
Yeah.
I do not think we've seen that many deaths on them in series, let alone a single game.
That is unbelievable, yeah.
They knew their targets and destroyed them.
Now, we talked about the weakness with the supports here with the Night Stalker just getting into the backline, and he's so strong against them. And I don't think Tundra had an answer. I don't know if this Necro does anything for them really in comparison to what Saberlight offered for TSM this game.
Yeah, I want to put out the itemization from Snaking. It's triple Bracer. He tried to keep himself alive, like anyhow, because he's playing into triple silence, one from the Night Stalker, one from Puck, and also Templar Assassin with her shard. So it's very, very difficult for both supports on side of Tundra to be able to play the game and survive. Like, we've seen multiple buybacks coming out from him to just try to like stabilize things, and it just wasn't working out.
Snaking was working on that Wraith pack there too. Really got shut down in his item build. Never really got to a single item that really impacted the game. Neither a Force Staff or the Wraith pack, which he was going for. The Bracers kind of kept him alive a little bit longer, but not long enough, obviously.
Let's have a look and see a replay from that match, and we can have a look at that. I think this sort of tells a story of how TSM were really able to take charge of this game. This was quite a big fight. I think this is where they were chasing down. This was Saberlight all over, just running amok amongst the supports here.
I mean, he just solo kills Shaman. He baits out two ults and the Grim Swell at the start of the fight, basically setting it up on the back end for all of his supports. And I mean, a huge shout out to TSM supports in this game too. I think Moon definitely got to that fourth core status. He was landing Dooms on Medusa every late game fight, which is the only big damage dealer at that point. And Dubu scaling on his own. He got over that kind of dip in the mid game you can sometimes have with Enchantress, where it's like, am I going to get to those damage items, or am I just going to be a feed bot? And he definitely gets the damage items, and honestly, it's a great matchup for him late game versus Dusa, and even this Necro. You purge him up, you slow him, you start throwing those spears in. You're going to deal a lot of damage in those late game fights.
Yeah, and one more thing that got dispelled is this Pango shield crash, which can be very annoying in the team fights, and you're just not tanky at all. Like, they one silence after he uses his abilities, and he's dead.
I think they changed their approach a little bit this game as well. Sure, Enchantress is a good answer to Dusa, but last game I think they tried to over-counter it a bit when they saw it. They went for Drow, they went for Alina. This time they focused on their own game and focused on their own game plan more. The Ench was enough.
Also shutting down 33, right? Like, that's the big thing. He got put in a position where they're last picking Necro into a lane that's hard.
Yeah.
They banned 7 out of 7 bans. We're at 33.
That's
they
crazy.
picked Doom and they picked Night Stalker. So there's 9 heroes that are getting denied from this guy. He still found something, but at that point, it's like the scraps that are left.
Yeah.
So do you think in their mind they've identified, all right, if we can shut down 33, we can take control of these early lane stages and then push on from there?
I think so. Yeah, I think in game 3, Tundra has to readjust and probably pick that 33 hero early and not care if he gets counter, because he seems to find a way anyways, usually.
Okay, well, let's go have a check-in with the one and only Sir Action Slacks and see what he has to say. Jake?
Hello? Hello? Yes, hello! Hello, everybody! Welcome back to the crowd! Hey, you monkey! Guys, I have a unique situation here. I found something very interesting. A father and son duo. What is your name?
Reese.
And?
Mark.
So, what is the deal here? Which one of you plays Dota?
He does. We both do, but he plays for real. Like, he's better than I.
So, he's teaching you?
Yes.
You're teaching him?
Yeah.
What do you make him play?
He's playing a lot of PA right now, so like I'm letting him have his fun, and then he'll go to support.
Yeah, that is straight CM, straight aura.
Yeah.
No, that's messed up. You had the courage to come in here with your EG uniform here.
Yes, I bought it. They did great in the regional, so I bought all the gear, and then group stage came, and it was too short a time to reorder new stuff.
Yeah, you really are a new Dota fan there. That is rough. But who are you looking at this game? I mean, we have NA versus NA. This is pretty hype.
It's kind of a win-win, but I am rooting for TSM to just keep that NA group, team alive. in the hopes that it might spur maybe the talks of a third spot for NA. But either way, Tundra if Tundra wins, they deserve to win. They've been playing strong, and I'll never, anybody who's playing strong deserves to win it all. So.
What a professional in it. He's not toxic at all. Are you sure he plays Dota? Okay. All right, you must agree with Papa, right?
Yeah, I went to USM as well. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a very good son. Well done here. Congratulations. Well, either way, NA will continue. However, I did have a request from someone in the crowd. Someone looking to break into esports. He wanted to know if he could pass back to the panel professionally. Sir, what's your name?
I'm Chris.
All right. This is your moment here. If you nail this, you'll be on the stage after this. Get that cell phone out of here. This is his moment. Jesus. All right, here we go. Pass it back to the panel. The panel is being hosted by Pyrian. All right, you can do it. It's all you.
All right, thanks so much, guys, for your story. Let's head back to the experts at the panel and Goxie.
Ooh.
I said no.
Well, on that bombshell, we're going to take a break. We will be back with the third game of this series right after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. Little bit of lady, whole lot of boss. Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. A woman's
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. Who will earn a place in the grand final between TSM and Tundra? We are tied up 1 apiece in this vital match, and we are very soon about to go into the draft for this deciding match. Guys, very quickly before we get in there, what are you expecting to see from Tundra to adjust?
I think they're gonna go back to their bread and butter. No more Duza, early Lycan or Beast.
Early Lycan Beast. I feel like Doom is getting banned or first picked. I think that's what's setting these teams apart right now. And that's also related to those summons in terms of what are you taking out, because I think all those summons are good versus Doom too, right? So it's, if you go for that trade-off, you're super happy, but Tundra already off to the bat, they get the IO exchange versus Doom, which I think is also a very favorable one, but not into that summons route. So now you face another potential issue of how many of 33's heroes get banned down the stretch or taken away.
IO just a great hero against the Doom to be able to relocate, reset the fight, and also Monkey King, one of the heroes that doesn't care too much about the Doom, like especially if he gets the Wukong's command off, so you need to heavily commit to try to be able to get something done. And CK seems like this is the hero of the tournament pretty much.
Yeah, really.
You're not going to see too much out of it, or if it somehow survives the first banning phase, it's going to get picked immediately.
Pango and Doom, it's very similar.
Yeah, Thunder go for something completely different. TSM sticking with what seems to be winning. I'm curious whether they're planning on having this Monkey as a carry or as a support. It's definitely flexible.
This is the one team that played it on 4 more than almost anybody in that European division on Soxa. So if one team's confident to bust it back out, it's probably Tundra at this point.
Yeah, during the DPC tour, I remember them playing Monkey King plus Dead Prophet. This was their bread and butter pretty much, just to be able to get the vision and also be able to put some pressure on the towers as well. I think it might be ban-worthy considering how well they played with it.
Yeah. There come the 33 bans.
Probably a lot of Spirit Heroes left in the pool, right? Like, I'd say the Spirit Heroes, Ember, Storm, and even Void have been sort of the mids of the tournament that we've seen picked an awful lot, but none of them banned or picked so far. Bit unusual, or is that just not in the way these two teams play?
I don't think Tundra's is like a huge Spirit team. I mean, they're going to be happy to pick up a Storm or a Void Spirit later for 9 if it's a really good game for it, but it's not some crazy prioritization for them like Gaming Gladiators where they'll take the Storm or Ember first phase every single time for Boom. I think for their playstyle, they don't need that type of hero from mid because they have such an aggressive initiator on their carrier and Skeeter. They will have the play options no matter what. So I think for them, it's a little lower priority, and I think TSM, it's more of Moon is definitely deciding what he thinks are the power heroes in this series, and he is jamming them, and he's going to believe in them. It's a question of, do they get as good a lane set up this time around as they did last time? Because already, Monkey is going to propose some lane issues potentially for a lot of melee heroes, and IO is a very hard hero to abuse on side lanes generally.
Especially if your offlaner is Doom. Like, he doesn't provide much kill threat. To some extent, depends what he's paired up with, but yeah, I feel like there's going to be definitely enough sustain with this Tundra, if this is going to be their safe lane duo.
Also, I think we need to maybe look at the possibility of Tundra picking up a Coddle mid here. Haven't seen much of it, but they seem to be playing very well when that comes out.
It's always something you forget about, then you get that 4th or 5th to Coddle, and suddenly the game just implodes.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Definitely something you have to think about. This is also a very susceptible opening to it, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Spirit heroes here. Those are generally, we've only seen that, maybe the one Kunkka game where Toronto Tokyo just destroyed the mid Coddle.
Yeah.
That was the only game I've seen that was like, all right, that looks pretty convincing. But outside of that, who's catching that hero? Who's dealing with him? In a game like this where you have Pango Doom who are just going to get solar bound up and destroyed by the range outclass, you definitely have to think about that hero going later into the draft here. I could see them forget about it too. You're in a game 3, it's a tight series.
Yeah.
You're not going to think about all these super cheese picks that Tundra hasn't been playing in the first 2 games, right?
Looking at some potential position 4s, because we still don't know where this Doom is going. A Spirit Vessel carrier against IO against the potentially core Monkey King is just going to work out well. The first hero that comes to my mind is Mirana, because Moon Meander, he played extremely well. That one series, he
probably the performance of the tournament, don't you think?
Pretty much.
It's like, it was just so good.
Who would win in an archery battle between Moon Meander, Mirana, and Seb Wind Ranger?
Ooh. You're asking the hard question.
Wind Ranger can output more arrows. So are we talking about volume of arrows on target, or is it about accuracy?
I'm talking about what's going to win you this series. Who would you rather have on your team? I mean, that was a different
I thought you meant like a more method discussion.
No, that's fine. We can discuss that too if you want.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, There's the Mars for Tundra. They pick up an early offlaner for 33, but there's also a very big possibility that this is Nine's mid laner as well.
He's one of the mids who's very comfortable in that hero. And again, it goes back to the question of is, do you want 33 on a Mars in your game 3 in a series? I feel like it's not something he's gonna destroy the game on, right? If you need it, you need it. But especially now, like, you do not want to throw this Mars in a TA ench lane. You're gonna get shredded.
That's a strong lane TSM pickup once again. Worked second game, why not again?
And they're in the same position, right? They can still make this Doom 4 if Tundra decides to pick up a carry here. So now it's a question of, do they take a mid and commit Mars in that off lane? Do they try and keep the Mars open but take a carry, risk getting counterpicked again? It's kind of a tricky position for them in deciding which core they want here and which one they want to save. Also where this monkey's going. Sometimes with these ultra flex lineups, you run into a problem of there's too many options, and it kind of gets hard to pick which one is actually best for you in the moment when your time is dwindling down to those precious seconds.
Yeah, I'm still looking for that Dead Prophet, possibly Viper as well. Well, there we go. Because they want to destroy the lane against the Templar Assassin. That's going to be pretty good. And also against the Enchantress, she wants to play aggressive. She's a very low HP hero, and getting close against Viper plus Monkey King. Because you do have, I think this is a 4 Monkey for sure now, because you want to have a stun and you also want to provide some vision for the Viper. This is their killer lane. It looks really good against what TSM FTX got.
What Tundra need to watch out for is that Saxa has to be on top of his game, blocking those camps, because Enchantress creep can turn this lane around, but if they keep it a pure 2v2, no creeps, Tundra are gonna dominate this lane.
It does help that the Enchantress got nerfed a little, right? So you're not going to take over the huge creep instantly and then instantly destroy the lane. You have a little bit more room to play around, but I tend to agree if they do get the isolated 2-on-2 or even the 2-on-1 if Enchantress leaves the lane. Like, I don't think this is a lane Enchantress can really leave, right? She has to play it through the impetus, through the heal, playing just the standard 2-on-2, try and trade with the meld early, I think is your best bet to win this matchup. It is doable. It's not an impossible lane by any means, but it's also going to give Tundra the option of, again, putting that monkey with the 4 to enable him, or just playing carry monkey off the last pick here, which it's not the worst carry monkey game. Depends how confident you are in some of these matchups.
Haven't seen a lot of Skeeter monkey, but it's definitely an option.
Yeah, that's true.
I think something we might see is seeing this Viper getting tri-laned. Since the lane seems so hard for TA, when you tri-lane a Viper, he usually suffers. He can't really fight back.
If they need a carry, Wraith King's definitely a hero that comes to mind, because they do have a Doom and just overall strong. They need a little bit of more tower damage, I would say, because Mars doesn't provide you with that, neither does Viper until he gets the shard later on. So they need something that comes online fast, and Wraith King is that hero. Just armlet Deso and you're ready to fight.
Also gives them the physical damage synergy that we saw them do a similar lineup with before, where you just get Deso, you get AC, the monk. That was a game where the monkey went Deso BKB, I think. So you can just amp up this physical, they combine, suddenly your Mars Crash is doing like 600 damage out of nowhere with armor debuffs. Roche die super fast.
Oh, there's the ban on the Wraith King.
Yeah, I think that was a gimme right there.
Yeah.
I think the other hero is Razor, and it works just well against the Templar Assassin in the lane if this is an off-lane Doom. And also, like, your optimization when you're playing against the Doom is like BKB Refresher, and then you get a Lincoln. So punching through the 2 Lincoln Spheres might be a bit too difficult, and also it's a very good lane matchup.
I think the Liquid showed the power of this IO Razor too. It's probably Tundra's best option. TSM are probably preparing for that with this pick here.
Respecting that Night Stalker last game. I think this is a much harder Night Stalker game, especially because you can play. I mean, he's already being threatened by a carry monkey potential. You have the Mars stopping him. Viper just
old
sits there.
school counters. He runs in. Gets
That's a pure
Viper
respect ban, if anything. He's amping up his team here. Ooh, the Saberlight Classic.
Oh yeah, that's been the bane of my pups many times. The Saberlight Enigma.
They didn't really have an answer to this either, did they?
I think they might be looking at Medusa again. It's a classic counter to Enigma. Will they want to go for it after just losing with it, though?
You have to keep in mind IO pairings a little bit. The lanes can become awkward here. I'd see even Spectre has a possibility here, but it just looks so awkward with the rest of their lineup.
It's a little bit scary picking Spectre. That Axe Doom gives you a 16-second break or so.
Medusa's solid again. I think they're kind of questioning you want to play 3 games in a row though, right?
Yeah.
I do think you have carry monkey option here. I think he's one of the carries that does well versus Enigma on lane. You can strike the Eidolons, you can accelerate really fast and farm. If you get to like Satanic Ags later, you just become a beast in the fight. Just Wukong the Roche, get the Aegis on you. That's another Doom and Black Hole counter, right? You can play that game. There's Gyro that we've seen bust out occasionally that might be interesting for them here.
Yeah, I think that's a good response, just to be able to have some kind of AoE against the Eidolons, or they can shift the monkey, as you said, so you can go with the Boundless Strike. They do have magic resistance.
These guys were one of the OG IO Gyro teams too. People forget about that. Like,
yeah,
time to bust it out. You know, I know Curtis, he's listening right now.
He's like, what did SVG say? Gyro? Sounds good.
There it is. Good call.
I think it's really good here. I like it better than the other options we were thinking about, just because your aggressive potential goes up.
Yeah.
You're way more comfortable in the scale, I think, with IO Gyro than the monkey carry, who's kind of, is he synergizing with this IO or not? And like that lane's pretty weird. I like the pick. I think it rounds out what they needed to something I think TSM probably weren't expecting, because that hero's just not been picked this tournament, and it's still incredibly powerful.
It's similar to Medusa, but you don't have a BKB Black Hole counter, but eventually like you might get a Basher if no one else is getting it, so you always have something prepared, and you do come online extremely fast, and you're one of the better heroes to clear the stacks with, and you can still play this tempo game.
All right, so chaps, I'm going to go down the line one by one. I'll finish with you. Prediction for this game based on the draft. Look,
I'll say Tundra.
Tundra?
I like that IO Gyro, but I'm going to back the NA boys TSM.
TSM. Go.
I would 90% of the time say Tundra, but I think this Enigma pick is too scary. I'm gonna go TSM.
2-1. TSM, we'll find out. We're gonna throw it over now to our casters, Suns fan and Syndrome, for this game 3. Have a great cast, lads.
Thank you, Pyrian. Suns fan with Cinder in game number 3 of the upper bracket for the Stockholm Major, TSM versus Tundra. I mean, that was 2 for Tundra. Or wait, 2 for TSM, surprisingly. Will you break the tie? 2-1 right now.
What's more exciting? Is it if we get a clear
just
favorite,
answer
or
the,
if I
can
draw?
you just answer? Let me just.
What do you want?
Just answer the question.
I mean, that's kind of nice. I kind of just want to drag it out and not answer that.
Just sit down, do your job, for God's sake. Talk.
So
as we get into the game.
There's a bit of a dichotomy between getting a massage and talking. Usually when you're getting a massage, you're meant to relax and not, just enjoy the moment.
But I know talking relaxes you, so.
But don't worry, the moment we were off camera, he immediately stopped massaging because he just did it for show, and he
I
actually
will
doesn't
not
like
touch
me.
you unless it's on camera.
Doesn't actually like me, so.
That's true.
Yeah, if you put me on the spot and forced me to pick, I think I would lean TSM. I think it's a very, very good Enigma game. They don't have solutions for it when it scales, and it's just because in this tournament where we've seen teams try to close it out against Enigma, I haven't seen too much success at this level for the teams to end it. It's something that OG have been thriving off of in a lot of their games. They haven't won all of their Enigma games, to be fair, but they've won a pretty decent chunk, and that's been against early pick Enigmas that OG have busted out. This is a last pick from TSM that they only got 1 counter pick to, which they then opted for the Gyro. I think Tundra, if they play quick and they do a very good job in the early mid game, they can get to this map advantage where they can just snowball the game with Monkey King's vision, with relocate. The only vision here on the enemy team being the traps of TA. They have pretty good options of being the one fighting the initiation to begin with. So we'll see.
Yeah, Skeeter forcing Dubu out, so they will secure at the very least this bounty rune, as there is a little bit of fight now. Looks like Numia gives that one up as well. So Tundra, 3 out of... Did they just get 4 bounty runes?
Oh boy.
Wow. 4 bounty runes for Tundra. Okay, let's dissect this, because I don't want to, overreact. How big of a deal would you say this actually is? That's pretty... I feel like that's a pretty big deal.
It's a pretty big deal. Getting 4 bounty runes is bigger than getting first blood in terms of just overall gold, right? Like you go to lane, you look at the net worth right now, there's 150 extra gold on every Dire hero over the Radiant. It means you get that extra bit of regen that you need in lane, for example. Oh my God, Saberlight's actually annihilated bottom.
The Jingu ready as well. And this, Saberlight, he actually jukes them up to the north, but still ticks out to 33. So first blood, the way of Tundra.
Soxa showed up there with stacks on Jingo Mastery, and 33 just immediately started spamming out the poison attacks.
How did he get those stacks? Where did he get that from? But yeah, first blood and 4 bounty runes for Tundra. So obviously an incredible start But let's talk about mid lane, because Bryle was just speared back into the tier 1 tower, but he will live. 9 versus Bryle. Again, Mars versus Pango. Not one we get to see all too often.
I feel like theoretically this is largely just a farm lane. I don't know if either hero can pressure the other enough to not just be offset by water runes for the first 4 minutes once the bombs come out.
Skeeter getting chased though at the top lane. They're focusing on snaking to start. Dubu pops the health regen, and snaking looks to be ticking out eventually, but will Skeeter do so as well?
This is
has to run a
really
very
bad
awkward
for Skeeter.
angle.
He's losing a wave and a half in the tower if he dies right now.
And Tomato wants to come back with them, and Skeeter just has to pop that. He's just dead. He gets the courier on the way, but this is a death going the way of TSM. What a turnaround in this. That was so awkward.
I love the way TSM set that up. They get that big wave into the tower and they just go and dive the 3v2 situation. There's no TP support coming in from Soxa. He's still staying bottom with 33. And effectively, when you're playing a tri lane like this and the enemy's playing 2-1-2, if you find that double kill against the enemy's dual lane with your tri and you get to restabilize the lane might just be over. It might not even matter if Monkey King comes up here now if Dubu starts taking control with End. So that was huge for TSM. And keep in mind, Saberlight, yeah, he's playing 1v2, but he's Enigma. Like, you're always going to get something. You can deny the wave, you can pull the wave back into your tower. He's level 3 in the Enigma already in this 1v2.
And it does feel like Saberlight is the wild card of this game. I mean, we've seen a lot of games go late where you're down a hefty amount of gold, but because you have an Enigma, I mean, you have both Enigma and Doom. Extremely powerful, even in like the support roles, which Doom will be this game. As mid lane Bryle not going to be speared into the cliff this time around, but still a 1k lead for Tundra on the back of that first blood. And the 4 banner runes, of course, is, oh my goodness, is Saberlight dead again? He is. So much damage over time for that Viper. As you can see, Moon Meander now picking up a little stun action with the Mud Golems. And I mean, how much gank potential do you have in this mid lane, would you say?
Radiant's bottom tower is
For
under
each
attack.
side.
Not really the best. I guess Eng plus Pango. When Pango hits 6, there's definitely kill potential that way. I think for the Mars plus maybe a Monkey King rotation well timed with the arena could be a thing.
Saberlight cannot die again. He gets off the midnight pulse. You see the TPs coming in. 33 extremely low, so Moon Meander might be able to pick him up, but Saberlight dies again. That's the 3rd death for him. They will get the trade eventually, but that is really bad for TSM. And I believe he used his TP as well, so we'll have to make the walk of shame if he even wants to go bot again. I don't know if you can.
You probably have to. I don't think you want to go jungle here. Like,
oh, he actually dodges the shield crash. Soxa taking a lot of damage. So how's that Jingu if he wants to try to turn this around? 9, Spear, trying to get set up. There we go with, they're actually going to do so successfully with that Rebuke setup. So nicely done. A good bait from Soxa. And Tundra, other than that couple deaths in the top lane, have come out ahead of every trade so far.
I think as far as this bottom lane goes, you'll see Saberlight is going to use a smoke and base and run to bottom with boots, so he's actually kind of back. He's back here after half a minute, which isn't great by any means, but at the very least they TP'd down Moon Meander to get the return kill, which also ended a killing streak, so he got a little bit of bonus gold for that on Doom.
But Skeeter, meld damage, right clicks from Dubu as well, not enough for the kill, but Snaking's got a lot of work to do to help regen Skeeter back up to a respectable amount of HP. I mean, the last time we saw Saberlight have an extremely rough start like this was, I want to say it was an Underlord game, and Moon Meander played Mirana and just carried. And I mean, that kill could help propel Moon Meander to play more of a core type role, which we've seen a couple times already.
It definitely doesn't feel like a game where Doom is super hard countered, even as a support. Like, the Monkey King and Mars and Viper might look very scary on paper, but I think that the supporting cast he has around him, especially Pango, can enable him to do quite a lot of work. But obviously Tundra looking in a great position right now. They're gonna are they gonna dive him again?
They
yes,
know
they
he's
are.
down there. They saw the courier, so again, relentless onto Saberlight. No TP's coming in this time. Jingu's up, and Saberlight will tick out. So 4th death already, not even 6 minutes into the game.
It's really awkward for Enigma in this position because you don't know which side of the tree line to play on, right? If you play on the right side of the tower, Monkey King might as well just be there flying in the trees, right? Against basically every other hero, you have more options here of how you play defensively, but Monkey just takes them away with that ability to tree dance across. So Saberlight has to kind of guess. He actually did place the Midnight Pulse correctly, but Soxa was already out of the tree, so he didn't take the stun. And they just ran him down, no
Something
problem.
else we should mention.
Okay, if he dies again now, it's real bad.
Oh boy, TPs are coming in.
Oh
Looks
my
like he is
God.
definitely dead. Soxa probably will be the trade. But again, Saberlight's not getting any XP for any of these residual kills that they're finding.
This one was meant to be a bait. Like, it was very clear that Bryle TP'd very quickly. Moon Meander was almost in range. I think it just happened faster than they were expecting. They just weren't ready in time.
Yeah. We should mention on top of this, the mid lane, although the CS was quite even between the two mids, the net worth, not so much. It's like a 800 net worth lead for 9 as he brings himself to the top lane. Tomato, the refraction won't last too long. And that is another death for TSM. I mean, they're only down 1K, but this is with a Doom on your team, so it's probably a bit inflated, even though it is relatively early on.
It's definitely looking good for Tundra for now. This is what their lineup wants to have happen. They want to come out of the laning stage ahead so that they can keep snowballing the game with these heroes.
Moon Meander, Viper Strike is there. You can see Soxa is there to aid in his moral support.
Cheering him on from the trees. And 33 keeps getting these earn charges, so keep up that aggression. That ward definitely paying dividends. Moon Meander pings the cliff, thinks the ward is there, which is incorrect. But if he places the right sentry, he would be able to see both angles. With the help of a courier Soxa.
And he spots out Tomato, just being an overall nuisance. I mean, he's level 5 right now for position 4 Monkey King. Not too shabby.
It's really good. He's super high level. 5.5 minute 8.
He's the same level as Tomato, actually.
Yeah.
And Saberlight.
That's the price you pay when you try lane in
Oh
the
boy.
start.
I feel like I've seen this before, Cinderin.
No.
They spot him. I think, no. Do they spot him?
He definitely saw him, but they're not diving yet.
Yeah, they're expecting mass TPs this time, potentially. Not a whole lot of creeps to tank. Moon Meander's there. We have a Mars Arena in the mid lane, though. 9 against Bryle, but Bryle does get off the Rolling Thunder, so he will survive. Yeah, Moon Meander in the area. But you can see the level advantage. 33 just pushing in the wave. It's a casual right click on the Saberlight. Soxa. All right, the pounce on down. Saberlight still with no black hole, and he is dead again. Bryle TP's in. All right, they might be able to get a big trade onto this juicy 33 Viper.
No.
Never mind. And the Wukong's command coming from Soxa. 9 is in the area as well with the spear available. Looks like Moon Meander likely will fall. Not much needed. Double kill for Soxa as Tundra are absolutely rolling right now.
This laning setup has hurt Saberlight so much, and I actually thought theoretically this was going to be a good setup for them to get the Enigma out of the lane against Gyro and let him play 1v2 while he win that tri lane. But the amount that they have lost bottom is just obscene how pressured this Enigma is. He's now going to go mid and try to find Soxa together with Bryle. Nice mischief though.
Yep, Soxa's going to survive, and a TP coming in from 33. So they have yet to be able to kill so far. Bryle gets up another swash. So Soxa might be dropping here, but it's going to take heavy damage from 33 either way. Viper Strike is a 1v4 essentially.
Time for
Black Hole from Saberlight. Finally the kill on 33. That is quite a bit of gold going the way of Dubu, of course. As meanwhile, top lane, Tomato, able to survive the onslaught. And of course, with that Rocket Barrage, they're able to eat through that refraction quite quickly. And TSM showing some life. Looks like they're going to get the tier 1 to boot.
How hard do you think he pressed his ulti button on Enigma there? You know, like when you're really angry, it's like, God, it finally gets the revenge from that bottom lane after dying 6 times in 9 minutes. Gets back up to the Viper a little bit, and they get the mid tower. That was actually a really significant move from TSM here, more or less equalizing the game. Their Enigma is still having an absolutely terrible time, but given enough of that time, you can make the comeback and find a huge impact.
This is a weird question. How important is getting extremely farmed on Enigma this game? Or is the lineup he's going against not as fearsome as versus like a global sign? Like basically you need a BKB, a Lincoln Sphere, and all this garbage on top to be able to have an effect.
I think, as with most Enigma games, Dagger BKB is where it's at. It gives you this protection, gives you the safety that you can't get the black hole off, and once you do get there, it's enormous against these heroes because a lot of the time they will be somewhat piled up on each other, like melee and short range heroes combined. So I would say those are, you don't have to get like 4 or 5 items to feel majorly impactful. You can even sometimes in this game do it with just a blink if the right spells are forced, because you look over to Tundra's side, they don't have that many stuns, right? They have a spear, they have a homing missile, and they have the Monkey King Boundless Strike. If those are expended on an opener of a fight, suddenly your Enigma is just free to come in and feel relatively safe about using his ult, to be honest. So the dagger, I like this from Saberlight, that he's going for the dagger first. I think it's okay.
No, it's just unfair.
Top tower, Bryle with DD, as well as the good old boys helping out.
Da boys.
Da boys.
They're going to get that quite easily. So the DD applied to Bryle as he is working on the old Diffusal Blades, a pretty standard start for the mid Pango. I think the big watch here is Moon Meander on this position for Doom. Looks like 700 away from Blink, and that is much needed. I mean, that might align with the Blink Dagger on Saberlight, so they'll have double ways to initiate, which is something they're dearly missing right now. I mean, net worth quite even, but again, the Doom kind of making it hard to distinguish what the actual discrepancy is.
Well, considering the Doom has the same net worth as Monkey King, basically, you can look at it from the perspective, okay, then the cores are also equal, right? So it's not just Doom inflating this, it is actually the heroes that would under normal circumstances be contributing the net worth that still are. I think, like, consider this. Saberlight got totally trashed in lane, and he's still only 700 behind the Gyro. Like, it's not an insurmountable lead whatsoever. He got a big comeback with that mid move, the tower, and now he's finally got a little bit of time to breathe. Has found his level 8. He's getting there. It's definitely...
He is more farmed than I was imagining, no doubt. So he's somehow, I mean, might have just bought like a bunch of items before he died each time. So maybe he didn't actually lose that much gold for all we know.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Just buy a lot of branches?
I mean, back in the day, do you remember the days where Earthshaker used to buy just recipes? And
Oh,
he
yeah,
had enough
I
to
remember.
sell to buy a Blink
Oh,
Dagger?
nice reaction from Bryle there.
Nine with the arena. Dubu is going to get caught out, though. Looks to be the sacrifice for TSM. Can you imagine that gameplay these days where you have to buy literally 30 recipes to be
What was
able
it?
to have enough to sell to buy a Blink Dagger?
It was the, which recipes are you about? Was it the Arcane Ring? Is it that long ago we're talking here? Because I'm trying to remember. I know that, I remember the thing you're talking about, that people would just buy random stuff to bank up for a dagger eventually.
Yeah. Because if you died, you just lose like all your gold, basically. So it's just the most... I mean, so many things have changed over the years that... looking back, it's like, that was stupid. That was really bad. Now the hookup onto Skeeter. He has... not going for the Axe first. So Chrysalis BKB. So talk to me why... Because we've seen this exact combo before, and he went for the Axe first last time.
I think some of it is down to player preference. Perhaps Tundra feel like they have an earlier timing, and they don't want to go late, so they want to have that early value item in the Chrysalis plus BKB rather than Axe, which kind of demands that you farm a little bit longer, I think, overall. Crystal is obviously a lot cheaper, so you get to the BKB faster, but if you then don't take a good fight with it, things will slow down, and that's obviously what the Enigma Doom lineup want. So I think that's probably the mindset here. He's also opting for, so if you remember this build, I think it was mainly Ace who did this when he was playing carry a while ago. He was doing this gyro build with max out flat cannon and then he maxed out attributes. But Skeeter is still taking the fighting route with 4 in Rocket Barrage, so he has that damage when it comes to fighting. Also a little bit showing the thought process here. Huge stacks being farmed now. Relocate, actually.
Moon
Never mind. Moon.
He's trying to TP out. He'll be fine.
See you later. No stuns there aside from the Boundless that set it up to begin with.
And we should mention that 2 Blink Daggers picked up from TSM. Saberlight, he sees the stack going on top of 9 now. There's the black hole. Io comes back as well, so it ends up being a double black hole. TSM showing a lot of life now. Get 2 kills off the back of Saberlight. And they see this tech. I'm not sure. Okay, they do have a TA.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are definitely, oh my god, this is so impactful. This is bigger than the kills.
Yikes. For Tundra.
Quad Ancient stack being stolen by TA and Pango. They're now in the lead of this game for sure. TA now dwarfing the Gyro by almost 1,000 net worth all of a sudden with this huge steal. Man,
and Tomato
it's got to
has
feel
the...
so good for Saberlight to get that black hole, right?
Oh, that felt good, yeah.
When you're having a really rough start, I think a lot of players can kind of dig themselves into a hole, but he's showing some good mental fortitude. You know, he's looking for what he can find, and this is about as high impact play as you could possibly hope for.
Yeah, for sure.
Given the game state for him. So
I mean, that just goes to show the mental fortitude of the team, and I think that's off the back of Moon Meander. We've seen it time and time again. He has a calming presence, which if you knew him like 5 years ago, that sounds really weird to say, right? But he's come a long way for sure. Never, ever, ever. But this is a good Enigma game, and I think that's what kind of brought them back, is knowing that, you know, may have a terrible, terrible laning stage. Eventually, it'll be a good Enigma game.
Yeah. He's still rocking 80 CS minute 16. It's not like it's absolutely nothing. Dubu
gonna tank the gank. Call down. And the spear. Oh, Skeeter can't find. All right, there we go. The avenue is there
this
for the
is
Rocket
gonna
Barrage.
Take quite a while.
Yeah, the Rocket Barrage didn't last as long as he was hoping for. As the Rolling Thunder, meanwhile, in the mid lane, perpetually stunning the Viper. Dubu still alive throughout all of this.
He's not gonna die.
And it looks like the Viper will fall, so TSM, not only Dubu living, some way, somehow, and a Mars Arena as well from 9. So Tundra.
And they've relocated mid with their IO Gyro, trying to connect on a play that didn't exist.
And they know that Snake King.
Hey, I'm still here, guys.
The TP out from Snake King looks.
Oh, that's a
good.
long TP.
It was.
Nice, fine. My God. This is one of the absolute biggest assets of Enchantress, is how hard you are to kill for some.
They break the trees with the Midnight Pulse. Can they do more from this, though? Moon Meander getting right click down. Skeeter extremely low. You can see the damage coming out even from the Enchantress as Bryle inside with the swashbuckle shield crash. They take out Gyro in turn. IO next on the list as TSM starting to take control of this game.
Yeah.
They have control of their jungle now in a 3K lead.
Yeah,
I would
20
think
seconds.
so, yeah.
I think it's good enough. If they try to come contest you, you're actually going to have the Black Hole as well in 25. And they have so much damage here. They have the minus armor and the disarm of the Lucky Shot. They have double meld. Enchantress can tank it as well. Roche doesn't really want to be home anymore. He's going shopping. All right, the door was closed.
How did that happen? Was that the whip? Like, I refuse to be whipped in my own home. 4K lead for TSM. They have the Aegis now in Tomato. And Saberlight working. I think he has the Spirit Vessel on the way now. So not even opting for BKB yet. That's ultra confidence there.
Yep.
Obviously against an IO, extremely value pickup. A Blink Dagger coming for 33. Talk to me about this.
Yeah, I guess his goal is somebody has to find either the Enigma or the TA at the beginning of the fight. I think that's their mindset. That's the best reasoning I can give. Like, he needs the maneuverability so he can find an attack angle. They feel like if the fight is head-on, they're probably unfavored against this Enigma, right? They have to know the BKB is coming up soon for Saberlight, even though he went for that Spirit Vessel halfway against IO. He will still get there for sure, so might be planning ahead in that sense.
Tier 2 tower for TSM. And you can see Tomato has the Blink Deso, Dragon Lance, 9, able to blink out before the damage comes out, but his little baby courier will fall. Stalks in the trees. Looking to potentially bait Bryle into this, but again, they're going against an Aegis. This could be a really big fight if they're able to win this against an Aegis right now, but Bryle keeping his distance. And the BKBs being lined up. Bryle gets off the Rolling Thunder. The focus is on Dubu inside that Wukong's command. They will take him out, but that is 5 members of Tundra. I mean, they didn't want to leave that to chance, I guess, after the last time.
They were pissed after the last time. Just throw everything at him, get him out of there, get some space back. Like, it sucks for them to have to commit this much, but at the same time, if you don't do it, like, you need this area back, so you need to bring the numbers to get some sort of map control. And they obviously would have loved to find someone else in the Ench, but they'll take whatever is offered in addition to that outpost, and now they can start pushing out top with 9. Working his way towards the BKB, you really need some key items here for Tundra. BKB on the way for Monkey King, BKB on the way for Viper, BKB on the way for Mars, and Gyro has it. So aiming for 4 of those.
Spear misses another Midnight Pulse into the Black Hole, but it's only on to, okay, that's 3 because of the relocate. Do they have enough damage to actually finish somebody off, though? Bryle taking the brunt of the damage. Looks like Snake King is the first to fall, but it's a 1-for-1 Doom applied to Skeeter. He's attempting to run away, and you can see the slows just stacking up as Moon Meander, and a cross pace, a double shot from Tomato into a double kill for him. They find Socks on the backside as well. So that is a very big fight for TSM. At first, I thought he only got one of the two, but then it turned into three, Cinder, and the NA math coming in again. But Saberlight really, really carrying now.
Yeah, so much value from just preparing the black hole for the relocate there to get right into the black hole. And even if it was only for 2 or 3 seconds, it gave enough time for Tomato to just tear the Wisp to shreds, really. It was just a couple of attacks it took, and then they can just snowball the fight. Soxa with a really good attempt there with the Primal Spring slow to try to get Skitter out of trouble, but it's just not enough. They can just chase him down forever with the TA. That Doom just lasts so damn long.
We're going to see the replay now for the missed spear from 9 to start things out. There's the black hole. Perfectly done. And he blinks out before he takes any damage there just to reset. Saberlight not letting the early game affect his mental right now as they come back with a vengeance. Bryle not going to go for the Rolling Thunder. A couple members of Tundra smoked at the moment. As Force Death now picked up by Dubu. And we should be on BKB watch here. BKB finished on Tomato. Looks like Saberlight's on his way to his. About halfway there, I would say. And
Meander almost his on the 4 Doom.
200 away from Doom.
There's like 5 BKBs coming out in the next 5 minutes. So Doom is getting his.
Saberlight has the best neutral item to get that extra farm going as well.
Yeah,
Gaben saw that he was having a rough early game. He's like, you know what? Philosopher's Stone, why not?
One of the best int cores to get this on because you really don't care about the minus damage. Like, the drawback on this item doesn't really exist for this hero. Similarly, Tinker is another one of those int heroes that loves this. So it feels very easy for him to just opt for that. Smoke Tomato is going to break on the Monkey King.
Yeah,
going to get anything.
Midnight Pulse not in time. And Black Hole is going to be up in 30 seconds. I'm sure that Tundra is keeping track of that.
Okay, let's do a BKB check quickly again. So Doom has his in 200. Pango has his when his courier respawns, which is now. Enigma 1500 away. On the other side, have it on Gyro. Mars picks it up just now. Viper also has it, and Monkey King 1300 away as well. So many BKBs. And guess what matters a lot when there's a lot of BKBs in play? It's magic immunity piercing spells. And one team has one of them, the other team has the bigger one. It's one Viper Strike, or actually, Viper Strike against Doom and Black Hole.
Yeah.
I know who I'm placing my bets on if it comes down to that. So if you're Tundra, you need to find an intelligent way of attacking the fight, where you either kill them before they get BKBs up, or you kind of need to weave in and out and delay it.
TSM, Tomato jumps in, almost blows up Snaking in one shot. There's the Mars Arena. They're focusing on Snaking. Relocate will not be in time. He buys back immediately, though, as Skeeter TPs back to base with the BKB. And you can see the Doom applied to 33, ends up resulting in a nice kill for TSM. If they can get Snaking, this is a dieback. Triple kill for Bryle. No IO for a full minute, which means this tier 2's dead, if not more.
This is such an advantageous position to be in. They didn't even have to Black Hole for that outcome. So the long cooldown is available. You're looking at 40 seconds before everything TSM has is online again, except their Doom. And it's not really a requirement for them to be able to take fights right now. They don't need the Doom with how big of an advantage they've already gotten themselves. Moon Meander, did he see that? He did not.
Yep, Soxa wants to fight Moon Meander 1v1. He gets off the Wukong's command, but the whip, Moon Meander able to get out. And he's going to turn around with that Infernal Blade. You can see Saberlight on the backside. He gets off. Okay, the Black Hole again. This time on the 2. Saberlight is everywhere. And again, TSM coming out on top in this fight. 33 gets off his BKB. Getting chased now. They're just trying to cancel that Blink Dagger. And they'll do so successfully, so TSM extending this lead to 11K in their favor. And this was a bait all the way around.
Very, very quick on the Black Hole there as well, Saberlight. No time for 9 to really react, do anything about it. Don't really know what he could have done, though.
Man, Saberlight, again, with the amazing facial expressions.
Wonder if he's going to get high fives after the game is over. You've seen the clip.
Yeah, very
I'm sure Moon Meander will be there.
Oh. Actually, they canceled the tether, and again, Snaking's just dead. He just spawned. Luckily for Tundra, it's only a 30-second respawn time.
You know, now that you pointed out, that's definitely something that feels different about this game 2 and 3 than most games Tundra play. They have really shut down Snaking. I think that's one of the biggest differences to normal gameplay coming out of Tundra is how little space that guy's got. In both games, he's played against Enchantress. So there might be, you know, little bit of a pattern there to dissect for Tundra going forward if they don't manage to recover this game, which looks exceptionally difficult. You're 13K down against arguably a formidable late game lineup, just hands down Doom and Enigma, two of the fiercest late game heroes you can possibly play against.
That is a basher, though. Bryle with the basher. That will be a good pickup for TSM, adding insult to injury for Tundra.
This BKB now for Saberlight. He hasn't even needed it so far, but now it's safe.
Yeah.
This smoke. Okay, they know there's no black hole, so this is a pretty big moment.
Dubu
is
He's going to tank it again, Snake King. He's going to be spotted out. A nice slow from Tomato, keeping Mind's eye on his traps.
Oh, that's the end of that smoke.
Indeed. Rolling Thunder, Bryle. Skeeter gets initiated on. There's the Midnight Pulse with the Spirit Vessel. He's just dead! 50 seconds, no gyro. Does have buyback, though. And TSM just all over the place. Soxa looking to get off the Wukong's command. He's going to be spotted. Pops the BKB. They drop the tree. They drop him as a result. Bryle now in the depth here with that BKB activated. 33 doomed. Okay, he is saved for now. 9 gets bashed through the BKB. No Mars for 50 seconds. It was a good save from Snake King, but that's what you needed for Gyrocopter.
Let's see, this is why Moon Meander only needs to count to 2. It doesn't take much longer than that. That was fine. No problem.
Well said. And onto the high ground, TSM go with a 16K net worth lead. The bash from Bryle. He is all alone, so 33 is going to be happy with this exchange for now, but Dubu coming to play. And Tomato going to focus on the Billings potential with the Midnight Pulse. Malefice as well, and the Swashbuckle. They can kill him from so far away. Not much you can do about that if you're 33. And this is going to be a set of top racks at the very least. Of course, Gyrocopter, remember, even if he dies here, he does technically have buyback. So I'm sure Tundra wanting TSM to try and overextend. That might be their best window to come back into this game 3. But TSM playing very disciplined. They get the melee racks and they reset. 19K lead for them. The next Roshan will be in 20 seconds. So Tundra will have all their members up by then.
Yeah, but TSM have all their spells once again except Doom. So fighting in that area is going to come down to some sort of really insane flank play from Soxa. Plus, I don't know, the Viper, obviously 33 never got the blink, right? So they're not going to be able to combine it like that. How do you do this? You have to chain stun with Mars and Monkey King onto, I guess, Enigma? You have to try to find Enigma and blow him up. Otherwise, the counterplay potential from TSM is just so straightforward.
And they're going for it right away. This is the second Roche, Aegis, and Shard. You can see on the minimap, they're just going to be too slow. This is way too fast. Yeah, so another Aegis going the way of TSM. And we'll see who picks up the Shard. Tomato will consume it, it looks like. So the silence for his traps. And we saw that work extremely well in the previous game. And they're going to smoke everybody but Tomato, as he has a lot backpacked, actually. And the TP's onto the outpost. Saberlight, okay. Moon Meander's going to find Skeeter to start things out. Snake King has his ultimate available, but Saberlight with the black hole and the death onto 2. Beautifully done from TSM as they are looking to go to the grand finals. The Doom applied. 2-9. Very easy kill for TSM as Soxa will try to clean up the creeps. That's all he can really do right now, but this mid lane is looking primed and ready for TSM to take.
Yeah, they can go straight in there. 30 seconds should be more than enough for another lane. Tomato makes quick work of this with his item build. Yeah, and what do? Like, Doom is just going to be cutting bottom wave as well, just maximum efficiency here. TSM is giving them 0 avenue to get back out on the map. They might just get megas. Like,
absolutely.
15 seconds is quite a long time for these heroes.
Stocks on 33, ready to pounce. But the bash is there, and the instant death onto 33. No save from Snake King. Buys back into the game, though. But again, this is going to be mega creeps as Bryle creating a lot of space with the Rolling Thunder. Gets Viper struck, though. But that is mega creeps, and TSM likely to reset. 9 jumps in with the spear. The pounce from Soxa, but he instantly gets stomped. 5 members of Tundra in this very small area. That's going to be the Aegis to start out as Bryle looking to finish off Mars, and that will be a dieback for him. Soxa on the trees. Tomato finishes him off as well as Skeeter with the BKB, but the physical damage is too much. GG's called. TSM TSM is going to the grand finals of the Stockholm Major.
Great recovery from them after game number 1, and also after, you know, especially
yeah, the high five.
They got a high five from Dubu. That's
nice.
The highlight of the game. It actually happened. Maybe Dubu is kind of like S4. He only talks to TI winners. Dubu only high fives TI or major finalists.
There you go. And I have to say,
win this guy
Saberlight, I mean, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, started the game out 0-6. And after that point, did not die the rest of the game. That is actually an insane comeback.
That is
We've
correct.
seen this from TSM, where they're just down in a game, but they come back. They just have the mental fortitude. It's an unbelievable play from TSM.
Yeah, they just found a lot of great solutions in the game. They moved some pieces around. They find a couple of fights with we highlighted the black holes a lot, but keep in mind, while Saberlight is struggling, the other heroes are having a good game. So as bad as his was, his team could bring him back in it. And Tundra, they picked more of a tempo lineup here for the mid game. They just got stopped in their tracks.
Right. So Tundra, the lower bracket finals is what awaits them, but TSM on to the grand finals. Let's take a break and we'll see what the panel has to say about this God tier series.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. What a terrific series. Absolutely phenomenal. 2-1 win for TSM over Team Tundra sees TSM through to the grand final. And won't they be delighted after going down 1-0 at the start of the series? Tremendous performance from them in back-to-back games. Guys, that was brilliant from TSM.
It was. I heard the stories that Saberlight, that he's, a Chad untiltable mountain, that he has this superpower, and I think in this game it really shows. Like they killed him like 5 times in the lane. He comes back even stronger. He bought the Spirit Vessel, found the big boy Philly, and he manages to farm his Blink Dagger, gets the BKB as well, and so many good openings. And how many times you see this guy just blinking in and not using the black hole, causing a lot of chaos in Tundra's backlines.
I mean, this was just, we were looking at the lane in the early stage. We were just like, this is miserable. Like, he's just dying over and over again. But like you said, he's got that belief. He doesn't give up.
I think this is a game where Tundra shifted more towards lane domination, which I think is a little uncharacteristic for them, at least over the course of this tournament. I feel like they have been extremely mid-game focused, itemization as a team, hitting some power spike based off some culmination of efforts, whereas this was like, they're going to try and demolish the side lanes and play off the momentum, but I think TSM took them out of their comfort zone for sure.
Agreed. Gorg, last word on the game from you?
I don't know. I hate to be right, but NA is greater than EU. What can you do?
There you go. Let's go over to Slacks. He's got an interview with someone who I'm sure will agree with Gorg.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the unbreakable, the untouchable, the Chad of Chads. Congratulations, you're going to the grand finals, baby.
Hey, yay, yippee, that's amazing.
All right, tell me about that series, man. Game 1 was, it was something else. But when did you feel like you were gonna win that one? Game 2, how did it feel going into that?
I mean, game 1 was pretty hard because I was playing pit lord and we didn't really have a way to start the fight, so they were always jumping us, but we couldn't really jump them. But after we lost that game, we had the talk, we refined our strategy, and then game 2, we just, we smacked them with my Night Stalker, and game 3, I already knew we won when we clicked the Enigma.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. The confidence, unbelievable. Now, any words out there to the fans there that have, been a little questionable? NA is going to the 4th major grand final in a row. You have made it happen. Had some haters on the way, though. A lot of people thought NA would never make it.
Yeah, I mean, the main difference is that it was EG before, right? And they're cursed, so they can never they can never get top 1. While us, we're not cursed, so we're just making it all the way through the finals and then just win it, easy peasy.
Oh, that is what I like to hear. Well, I believe officially you guys have gotten enough points now to go to the Grand International. Are you ready for that? Did you always know this day would come?
Yeah.
God dang it! I'm sorry, this guy is radiating too much Chad energy. Okay, so fans out here, you are one of their favorites. A lot of people are screaming out there in the crowd, so let's be serious, no flame here. Anything there to say? Oh yeah, you see? Am I right? Anything out there to say to all the fans now?
I appreciate all of you guys. It means a lot. It's like this major is just so much fun, and it's mainly thanks to you guys. Whenever I read the Reddit thread, we love Saberlight, it just feels so nice whenever you comment, whenever you shout Saberlight, it makes my heart warm, so thank you, you're amazing.
All right, there we have it. Thank you so much, that is Saberlight, what an amazing guy. Oh yeah, bring it, come on. All right, back to you guys.
Fantastic. Let's take a quick look at the updated bracket, because obviously that game has put them into the grand final. And who will they be playing up against? Well, you'll have to find out, because we've got Game Gladiators obviously against OG, and then Tundra Esports will play the winner of that for a chance to get into the final. So Tundra Esports will play the winner of Game Gladiators versus OG tomorrow, and then we'll have the grand final. So very, very exciting. TSM, how happy do you think they are to get there? They seem pretty happy.
Probably the happiest Moon has been in many, many years. He's been building this point for a long time. I do not think that can be underestimated. I mean, I was looking for the player reactions. We didn't even see him. He must have ran off stage to hug somebody. Yeah.
Maybe he was running off to check out the cosplay competition, which I believe Jenkins is commentating and judging. That is happening in the break. I don't want to miss it. You won't want to either. Stay tuned. There's more Dota after that. Bye-bye.
It's time for another thrilling episode of Spot the Lie. This time, I've got TSM, Moon Meander, and Tomato. We're gonna put their brains to the test, how well they know trivia and how well they know Dota. Gentlemen, let's get started. I'm gonna name 3 statements, and you guys need to identify which one is the lie. Let's start off with question 1. There is a pink dolphin in Louisiana. Question 2. Cinderin has earned more prize money through tournaments than DPC player Poxus from Thunder Awaken. Or is it statement 3? Wombat saliva contains poison. Which one is the lie?
Second one is true because Cinderella and a couple TIs. First and third one. Pink dolphin or wombat saliva?
I think it gotta be. I don't know what a wombat is.
It's kind of scary because it's a wombat, like combat wombat. I think it's a pink dolphin. Who is a pink dolphin? Okay, I'm gonna go with that one.
I'm gonna go with the third one.
You going with wombat saliva?
Yeah.
You are correct. That is a lie. Wombats, doesn't matter how combatful they are, they don't have poison.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Well, there is a pink dolphin. Its name is Pinky, and it has a genetic condition. RPG games are 30 years old. The first RPG video game was published in 1991. Statement 2. Arteezy has 63 gyrocopter games in his career, and he's won 59% of them. Or 3. Giant pandas eat approximately 5 tons of bamboo per year. Which one's the lie?
I think it's the gyrocopter one. He's gyro sussy. No cap, just kidding. Okay. I think it's the second one.
I think the second one too. Yeah.
Baba loves gyrocopter.
Unfortunately, you need to do more draft research, Moon, because that one is true, and the RPG is the lie. The first one was in 1982 on the Atari 2600 Dragon Stomper. A classic. Dragon Stomper, guys. Humans' fingernails grow faster when someone is cold. The Dota question. The Arcane rune was the last power rune added to Dota in 2016. Or, statement 3, before 1913, you could send your child to grandma's through the postal service.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with third one. There's no way that was sending a child to postal.
Well, let me tell you, the 1913s were a dark time because that's a fact. Now you're down. I'm giving you a 50-50. Coin flip it. Human fingernails grow faster when someone is cold, or the Arcane rune was the last power rune added to Dota in 2016.
Fingernails.
You are terrible at this move. My God. Great job, everybody. Another rousing episode. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Another rousing episode of Spot the Lie. We'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're excited. We have our cosplay fashion show that we are about to get started. That's right. Let's get some noise. Let's hear it. You know, it's the rebirth of Dota Land, and now it's the rebirth of cosplay. We've got this going on, and we have some amazing cosplayers that I think you guys are going to love. But we're going to check in with our fashionistas actually up at the caster booth. We've got Lyrical and we've got Jenkins who are going to be commentating. It's going to be a great time. I'm sure they're going to have great insights. And I think without further ado, shall we get this party started?
We're ready. We're ready for you. It's all happening.
Yes,
right.
I knew I was doing this today.
So it's a fun treat. All right, here we go. For our first cosplayer as Karuina, she is cosplaying as Phantom Assassin. Make some noise, guys.
I thought there was going to be nobody coming out and she'd be blurred. I thought that was going to be just a joke.
It's terrifying right there. It's a very scary cosplay.
But this is a very real PA set.
It's true. And the cores of the Arcana swords, they're shaped with a can of baked beans. Didn't have a hammer ready, so I had to just beat it down the can of baked beans.
Not an upgraded Arcana. You need to kill more people in your pubs to upgrade this one. But still a good Arcana. Buy it on the Valve Steam store today.
Very good stuff. Man, those swords are awesome. Those things are super.
Isn't she absolutely amazing, guys? We've got another cosplayer, though, coming up for you next. We've got Rehab G Naked with the amazing Zeus cosplay. Come on out.
Oh my God, that is also awesome right there. So the 10th Dota cosplay that she's made, only the second one that allows toilet visits.
Yeah, I hope that she doesn't cast Thunder God's Wrath on the arena because I'm sick and tired of everything being electric within ESL broadcast. That was a reference and a callback.
Very good stuff. The armor there looks really awesome.
Look at the detail on that one. It's absolutely amazing. And we have even more coming out now. We've got Sanea Akadeka. She's Rylai, the Crystal Maiden.
Look at this one. Her first cosplay is missing a crown this time around, but still looking awesome out
Whoa.
there. Very cool. Look at that freaking staff.
That is the golden staff. Very expensive on the Steam Valve store. You can also go ahead and buy that one on the community market. $300 US.
Very good, Jenkins.
Thank
Love
you.
to hear that one. Coming from you there. Look at the little bobble on the bottom of it. It's also super cool looking.
Oh, she even did a dance too. That's impressive. I love it. Next up, we've got Tai Tai, and they are cosplaying a Snapfire. Come on, Grandma, let's go.
Oh my goodness. First cosplay again. Looking awesome with the ears. A very nice bomber jacket as well.
Oh my goodness. I'm terrified.
That's a gun.
Snapfire. Don't Mortimer's Kisses the entire arena, please.
That would be, we'd have a problem. Oh man.
Very dangerous, this grandma. Look out.
Yeehaw, all right. Next up, we have Darkest Tears, and she's also doing Phantom Assassin.
Another PA here.
Ooh, look at the pose too. Oh, she is very agile.
Whoa,
that is very agile.
My goodness.
Phantom Assassin.
The suit parts are all hand-drawn, painted, printed, and then sewn as well. So a ton of work on that one. And you can see some extra work put into the moves. Contacts also, those things scare me. Those things are super cool.
I can't even get up the stairs in normal shoes. I don't know how she managed to do that one. Now we've got Peachy X Bell, and she is a Wind Ranger. I'm sure Slacks is screaming somewhere, but she looks amazing.
So this entire cosplay took about 200 hours to create. The bow is there as well. Does not look like she's going to be able to kill people in the crowd, but watch out because it might come out in a second.
Yeah, that power shot, it does one-shot you if you're below 10% HP, so all the alcoholics that were drinking last night, be careful that are hungover.
All right, calm down there, Jenkins. You're getting too excited there. Next up, we've got You've Got a Friend in Me, Death Prophet, and the Exorcism Ghost.
That's right.
Hey,
it's very spooky.
Okay, this one is, I was wondering why there was a ghost sitting next to me in the crowd. This makes sense.
This might be the first
Look at those schmoves, guys.
Bell and Ultimate could be cosplayed together. The very spooky ghost.
Sad that they only do 50% less damage to buildings now, but what can you do in this economy? And then as our final cosplayer, we have Strik Big Nahun, which is the techies.
And this, Jenkins, I'll have you know.
All right, check that out.
They have the googly eyes. The googly eyes are very scary.
Unfortunately, the minefield sign completely useless because the bombs were patched out.
They're shooting bombs out. Look out, crowd. They're coming for you.
What are those even called? I don't know the new spells because nobody picks this hero.
That is the bouldering bombs. That's not what it's called.
That's not what you're a Dota caster. You should know this.
Nobody's big techies.
That's a lot of damage.
Whoa!
They blow up. We're going to have to clean that up later. Those look like little cores. Great animation. Gotta love it. Well, Jenkins, a whole collection of wonderful cosplayers this time around. We got to see spells, we got to see heroes, we got to see new sets, which you sold out for. How does it feel?
It feels great. I didn't know there was a third Goblin Techie, but apparently there is. Shout outs to the Techies players. They get that in the chat.
All right, let's hear a little bit more now about
right.
each of them individually.
Well, first of all, let's have a round of applause for all of our amazing cosplayers. Absolutely wonderful, guys. We're going to have I heard a balloon pop somewhere. Oh, my goodness. We're going to have a short little interview with one of them over here. Carolina, hello.
Hello.
Your cosplay looks amazing. How long did it take to make this?
Over 3 months, like daily, but yeah, my record was 36 hours non-stop without any break working on it.
Without any breaks? Are you serious?
Well, you know, bathroom stuff and food maybe, but that's it.
It's incredible. What was the hardest part to make?
Figuring out the swords because this is my first like LED detachable weapon, and because I used like metal rod inside, I didn't have a hammer at the time, so I had to use a can of baked beans to smash it into the shape.
Are you serious? A can of baked beans?
Yeah, and it worked. It's hard enough.
whatever it does to work. That's amazing. Wonderful. Thank you so much. This is incredible. I'm going to go have a quick talk over here and talk to Rehab G Naked. Hello. Your costume looks amazing.
Thank you.
So my question for you is, did you have to learn any new skills in order to make this cosplay?
I mean, I've been doing this for quite some time. It's my 10th Dota cosplay in total. I guess I've never made a wig out of weird wool instead of hair, so that's the first, I guess.
Well, it looks absolutely incredible. The detail on this is just amazing, you guys. Very wonderful job. Can we have one more big round of applause for these guys? They put in so much time and work, and they brought it all out here for you guys. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our cosplay fashion show. And we're going to toss it to break. When we come back, we'll have plenty more of the Stockholm Major.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It is time for more Dota to come on your screen. We got one more series remaining here in the arena. We got Gaming Gladiators and OG that will be taking the stage very soon. We got our top 4 confirmed with Gaming Gladiators, with OG, and of course also with TSM now in the grand finals. And tomorrow it's lower bracket finals against Tundra for whoever wins this series. One of these 2 teams will not make it to the final day of the Stockholm Major, and that's big. I'm joined by Crit, I'm joined by Lacoste and Cinderin. Want to come to you first because this series of Dota 2, it's a European showdown. Were you expecting to have that happen here at this place?
It's hard to say. I think based on the groups, this wasn't that unlikely to happen, that we had multiple European teams in top 4, but to have 3 out of 4 be all from EU is probably a little bit surprising, I would say. Out of these 2, the biggest surprise overall, maybe OG. I think Gaming Gladiators looked really strong in groups. They had a very strong identity that they've taken with them to the main event. And in the series that they had against TSM the other day, they definitely could have come out on top and been top 3 already.
Yeah, let's focus our attention on OG first, because of course we saw them earlier today already. They knocked out Thunder Awaken. It was a pretty one-sided series. Crit, I would imagine you probably watched that series, and OG in general, they have kind of leveled up throughout this event. Of course, they started a little rough. They have got a stand-in. What is your opinion on how they're doing right now?
I think they're doing really well. I think you can see the foundation they have with Notel and Seb here. I think it's helping them a lot. I think they're growing every day. I think Seb was tweeting something about growing from yesterday, and it shows a lot. So I think they're a scary team because they've been going in the lower bracket for the longest time. So they're kind of like the ones that have been there. So yeah, I think they're the ones to look out for.
Yeah, and they have got a couple of youngsters, of course, Seb and Notel, with being the buffer between them and the crowd a little bit. Lacoste, how do you feel like the youngsters have done on the stage?
Oh, these kids, they don't care. Like, they show up on the stage and they play like they're playing from their own rooms, because like I don't see anything shaky from their performance so far. Yeah, they've been just looking dominant. Like, even in the DPC, people had like, you know, some expectations, but they definitely exceeded the expectations.
Yeah, they have. It has been Notel and Seb taking most of the limelight in terms of interviews and stuff. Like this one where Seb talks about Amar.
The differences between me and ATF as offlane is there's too many for me to point one. I think we're like literally opposite style of players, which is honestly really fun for me because I'm learning a lot about how he views the games and how he thinks about things, and maybe, I mean, I guess he's also learning too, but I'm trying not to mess with his head. I know Dota is such a complex game that you can easily overthink, and I've been put in that spot myself, so I know how subtle it is, so I'm not disturbing him with what I think about the game. All I can say is like we're very different, and I think that's really cool. I think that's how you learn and how you grow, so it's very enriching.
And Crit, I know that you've obviously played on stage before with the crowd. Don't know if you remember your first time. Were you playing with like a veteran like Amar and BZM and Yuragi are playing with now?
Yeah, I mean, I had Notel and Fly on my team back then. I mean, you can go way back in December 2012 when I was playing with nobodies and I was 16, but I don't even remember that. So yeah, I mean, it helps a lot to have people that create a good environment for you, especially like those guys are the best you can get, you know, 2-time TI winners. It's obviously not going to get any better. I'm sure they're really comfortable. I think Amar showed a little bit of discomfort at the first series in the lower bracket, but I think he moved past it, and I think now they're looking solid.
They are looking solid, and they will continually have Seb and Notil take all the interviews. Like right now, we have Notil saying how he feels before going into the series.
Gaming Gladiators, you say they might seem excited, but I think maybe that's a little bit of fear too. Excitement and fear, a bit of both. I think the games will be good. Obviously, both of us are level of just being happy to be here. And the crowd is really nice. I think they're having a good time at this event, and so are we. So I'm hoping for good Dota. I'm hoping for both teams to play their best. Yeah, that's it. If Seb decides to feed in one of the games, we might give it to them. But other than that, I would say 2-0. Thanks for all the guys that came out. Thanks for all our OG staff, our OG members, our Discord channel, all the people that watch and just love Dota and love watching us play. We feel it. We love you. It's amazing. It's good to be back.
A lot of confidence coming off from Notil there as well. He said, 2-0. Gaming Gladiators yesterday, when asked, like, do you rather want to face OG or Thunder Awaken? Syndra and Celery was pretty convinced that he'd rather face Thunder Awaken. So maybe No-Teal's right, a little bit of nerves. They were the only team that beat them during the tour.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I think there's something to be said about how far these teams have come in the tournament. I think at this point, you're just loving it. Like No-Teal said, they're happy to be here. I think a lot of the pressure, in a way, is off because you've already come this deep in the tournament. TI is looking very, very likely for both teams. Obviously, you want to get all the way to that final day, right? But it's been looking good. I think Gaming Gladiators match up pretty well against OG, actually, because they play early and aggressively, whereas OG are a little bit of a slower build-up team, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Gaming Gladiators deny that 2-0. That would be a surprising result for me, actually.
It would be a surprising result, and I'm sure that that Ace has something to say about this matchup as well.
It was nice to be back, honestly. Like, I missed playing on a stage. It's like way more hype. That's like, I used to do it so much back then, and then there's been like 2, maybe almost 3 years. So it just feels really good to be back. I mean, right now, I'm just focusing on beating OG, basically. Like, I'm looking forward to meet them. They're a cool team. They always have this huge momentum going. They have like a lot of fans and stuff. They have the crowd. We're just gonna do our usual routine stuff. We're gonna like prep some drafts and like talk a bit. Just the usual against any opponent, honestly. Like, we want to play our own game, as always. And we believe in our own game, so as long as we play confidently and get our heroes, and yeah, then I believe we can win against anybody, also OG. Winning this tournament right now is the most important thing for me and us as a team. That's what we're aiming for.
They aim for the victory, indeed they do. And Gaming Gladiators, yesterday we saw them on stage with the dominant performance against Beast Coast and Lacoste. This team also, they've never played on stage before. I mean, obviously Ace has played on stage before, but the rest is all unexperienced in that. But did we notice that in their games?
Definitely not. Not against Beast Coast. Maybe some other games against Fnatic, I believe. Sorry, TSM FTX when they threw a bit of a lead. But other than that, they look super solid. Had a little bit of a chat yesterday with Celery. Super chill dude. Like, they just don't care too much. I was like, what are you going to do right now when I come back to the hotel? And he's like, I'm just going to play some Mafia.
Yeah. Honestly, that was one of the cool things about this team, is that they just seem like a good bunch of people that are just here to have fun, right? I think it's the team that I've probably seen the most hanging around the Players Lounge. Like Celery, like you mentioned, probably the one that's there the most, but I don't think that's because they're not taking it seriously and not trying to prepare for the games, but I think they value the importance of also not thinking about Dota all the time, so you can get that reset and be ready when it's game time.
Yeah, you gotta have a healthy balance, right?
Yeah, I think it's also important to enjoy the journey. It's something that I think if you've played at a LAN before, you understand that it's not always about the result. You kind of gotta enjoy being there with all the other players, and I know that. You know, I've been to a lot of tournaments at this point. You know, it's important to make sure that you socialize, and it's not just about Dota, winning Dota, all this stuff. So I think it's also important to mention that Ace, we're talking about the veterans on OG, but Ace also a previous major winner, so they do have some routine on their team as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see. I think it's going to be up to Gladiators to kind of, like Syndra said, punish OGs. They play a bit slower. I think if Gladiators can execute their stats, they'll look really good.
Yeah, and they are enjoying the crowd and the vibes here, and we are doing that as well, especially Slacks, who is somewhere. I just don't know where. Slacks?
Oh, Shiva, I am everywhere. My God, I'm with the cool kids over here. Welcome, my friends. Now, this is a very OG biased crowd, I have to say. OG fans, are you out there? Any OG fans? Whoa! However, I did find some fans of the new kids on the block, the Gaming Gladiators. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing so fine. My boy Tundra just lost, but Tofu, he's gonna do it for me. He's gonna carry the German flag, and we're gonna win.
Oh, fantastic. So you're a Gaming Gladiators fan, huh?
I am, with my head.
Great. Fantastic. Now, thoughts on OG? What's up with the OG? No OG fans?
I hate OG.
Oh my God.
Seb ruins all my pubs, and BCM, he destroyed items like a week ago, even though we were winning 4-5. The only cool guy is Samar.
Wow, I'm sure, yes, Seb is definitely the problem in those pubs, for sure. Now, okay, anyway, sir, like we're not here, a Gaming Gladiators fan as well?
Of course. I can't hear the OG anymore.
Well, what should they chant for Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, GG, of course.
Okay, all right. GG in the arena, sir. How you feeling on this match? Who's going to take it?
Gaming Gladiators are going to take it 100%.
Okay, you said...
Sure.
You said I couldn't talk to you unless I spoke German.
Yeah.
Das kleine Hund ist die Ecke. Es ist mein Lieblingsgeessen.
Ich hoffe, der Hund war sehr lecker. Es würde mir sehr leid tun, wenn er es nicht gewesen
I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. All right, thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how this game turns out.
Thank you very much, Lex. Indeed, I'm sure dog tastes nice. That's all I got from that. I actually never, thankfully, tried that. It is time for some Dota, though. It is time to get those teams on stage. So let's get ready for OG and Gaming Gladiators.
I feel like this series is going to be one.
The biggest threat for us, I mean, we shouldn't be afraid of anyone, so it's probably just ourselves. And whoever we play is nothing we really care about. It's just about us playing our game.
Wanna go, Stinger, he's gonna get dueled, but he's completely surrounded. Looks like he'll find the dual kill himself, but here comes the counter initiation from Dyrachyo. That is a huge kill for Gaming Gladiators. The Boom, again, just cleaning up left, right, and center. Smile now has to run himself, but instead will have to go back to the fountain. 4 for 1 as Dyrachyo still getting chased. And it looks like he's still going to be able to armlet toggle through this. Dyrachyo wins.
Absolutely huge way that fight starts for Gaming Gladiators.
There's a lot of things to notice about GG. They pick a very limited amount of heroes, but it's their style of heroes. It will be up to them to see if they can match the pace and match the skill, because I think we have the best core players in the world.
Oh, they try and get it, but the Carapace catches Sacred on the initiation. It jumps in.
Boy.
They've got the damage here. They're looking towards Dartmarga. Dartmarga has to run, but he gets X-Marked. This time they're able to pull it back into the bow. Sacred's going to try for the TP out, but the damage is done. Oh, God, on Thunder.
Whoever's coming from the lower bracket, hard thing for them, because it's just gonna end.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the EU Showdown. You know them, you love them. They're the new kids on the block, but the question is, do they have what it takes to win against these major dominating teams? The legacy, well, I gotta say, after all the games we've seen, I think they just might have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaming Gladiators! And their opponents, they've been to a major or two. Ladies and gentlemen, can anyone stop this team? One of the crowd favorites, yours, mine, but definitely not Gaming Gladiators. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, OG! These guys are hungry for some Dota 2, so let's not wait any longer. It is drafting time for OG and Gaming Gladiators. We'll see you after a short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It is time for Gaming Gladiators versus OG. We saw OG, of course, already this morning where they set a terrifying pace in the game against Thunder Awaken. And now we're going to see if Gaming Gladiators can match that pace. We heard Synderen earlier on already talk about how these playstyles match up against each other, and he thought Gaming Gladiators playstyle was kind of suitable for OG's playstyle, right?
Yeah, I think so, because Gaming Gladiators, a lot of the games that they've looked dominant in, they've played these Enchantress, or they have a Chen strategy, which maybe hasn't been the most successful. They play Bane on Celery as well, like focusing on early laning stage and dominating that as much as possible, getting the first tower or two with Ace's hero pool generally, and just snowballing the game. OG are slower to build up. They take some time, especially. I would say it varies a little bit who in their team takes the most space, but you have Amar as your offlaner. Like there's only so many creeps on the map, so it takes a bit of time. We'll see what Game do about it. They will ban Enigma. This is my big question mark for this series. Are they going to let it through? The answer is no.
Looking at the last time they played in the DPC League, it was very one-sided. OG 25, 29-minute game with the damage reduction strat. Like they opened up with the Dragonite, Lich, and then had Underlord and Kunkka. So something similar might come out. OG, I mean, they did the prep. They're banning out the Storm Spirit so far. Boom has not lost a single game in this tournament. And also they ban out Pugna. Interesting stats, because Gaming Gladiators, they're the only team in this major that did not pick Pugna even once.
Has it been banned against them every game? Is that why?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
They definitely do play it. I think Monkey King and Timbersaw are heroes that both teams are probably looking at. I know both really love those heroes. There's Timber.
It's been a while since OG got this one.
Yeah, OG fan seems to be very happy about this pick.
There's a handful of teams in this tournament that this hero's almost perma-banned against, right? Thunder Awaken, OG, Gaming Gladiators themselves. Now, if Gaimin sticks with their guns, they're 10-0 playing either Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit on Boom mid, and if they want it, they have to get it now. I don't think they're getting it second phase. With OG opting to ban out the Pugna instead, this is their more than likely last chance, but yeah, we'll see if they like it a lot in the Timber matchup. Is that... I feel like that's okay for Ember in terms of like game flow. You're pretty fast, you can make moves, you can catch the other heroes than Timber. Like usually when you're playing as Timber, it's about what can you do to the rest of his team because he's just so obnoxious himself for the first 20 minutes. You just kill someone else. Yeah. Otherwise, you beat him in lane.
Yeah, I think so. I just think the problem with Ember against Timber is that you won't have the damage from your mid laner to kill him, and usually your mid laner is the hero that kills Timber. So if they do end up picking Ember here, they're going to have to look elsewhere for it. So they go with Ench.
This is the other high priority pick for them.
Yeah, makes sense. Having the Dispel mechanic against the Wind Ranger and also some pure damage in the lane against the Timbersaw. Also the creep, like he does come online when he hits that level 3, but he might be zoned out with the, like there's enough damage to try to like push him out of the lane for a little bit, but again, it's Timbersaw, so things are very difficult.
I think it really suits them though, and it fits the style they want to play. It's good against the style OG likes to play, so I think it's a good choice for them.
The concern I have is what Gaming Gladiators generally do really well with this Ench is, aside from the laning stage, they're very good at getting towers with siege creeps. The problem is Timbersaw is one of the best walls to just place there, and your Chaos Knight doesn't do you enough favors that that's your carry against this hero. Could also be offlane for Ace, of course, but yeah, that's something they're going to have to find a way to handle. Now, the upside to the Ench against Timber, aside from that, is obviously you have a support that has reliable damage output against Timbersaw in the mid-late game. It's actually a pretty bad matchup for Timber later on, I would say, as far as supports go, because usually you can either ignore them or you can just kill them. Ench with just a bit of items can kite you around, heal herself up, and damage you down.
Yeah, the other support they're probably looking into is the Grimstroke. It works really well against the Timbersaw. If he gets the Chakram out, the Silence, very difficult to deal with, and also the Leash mechanic. And just Gaming Gladiators, they have the lowest hero pool at this tournament, so they're very predictable, and I'm pretty sure OG knows what's coming.
Speaking of knowing what's coming, I mean, the Wind Ranger, you mentioned it briefly that Enchantress is somewhat decent against it, but hasn't lost yet. What could they be planning to how to deal with this Wind Ranger? Because it's been incredibly strong for OG.
I think most teams, the way they've been dealing with it is just ignoring it. I don't think anyone's actually really addressed it, because it's not really a hero where you pick a hero that just straight up counters it. There's also their 5, so it's just a hero that you kind of just deal with. You just let them have it. You know what they're gonna have. You know it's gonna be Sep. So I don't know if we'll see like a direct response to it.
Usually the Spirit heroes that Gaming Gladiators will play mid would be good against this hero. Both Storm and Ember are good at catching her and locking her down, but they've now also banned the Ember. So what's left for Boom here? I'm already thinking about him because I feel like the hero pool that he's brought to the table this tournament has been pretty limited. I think it's mainly been Storm, Ember, I want to say 1 Puck or 2,
and
Tiny,
Void Spirit games.
Tiny,
Void Spirit as well. So I wonder if OG are going to put another ban on him as well here now after they banned Leshrac. And also if this Leshrac ban is a little bit telling or if it's just protecting their Timber.
I think it's just cover for Timber. I think it's probably just one of the best heroes to come from mid lane. I'm wondering, because I feel like I've seen Gaming Gladiators play Death Prophet mid before in the season. I don't think they've played it here, but that is a Lesh-esque hero that works against Timber. Doom, that's probably Saxa, or not Saxa, sorry, Taiga. Inspired by Saxa, I would assume.
Would imagine so. They have been also dabbling with putting Seb sometimes with Amar in the lane with the Wind Ranger, rather than having him as a 5, so maybe a little bit of flex there too with wherever the Doom goes. Or is Doom Timber a decent lane?
I think it works well. Timber is one of those offlaners that you can kind of put whatever you want with him. If you have a melee position 4 with him, you can just get him to level 3, he'll be fine in his own. I think they probably want to cover the Ench with the Doom. That's their idea.
Okay, so now this makes their lane a little bit more difficult because this is going to be CK on the off lane most likely, and just straight up the Monkey King against the Timbersaw, and if this is going to be a position for Doom, it looks really good for Gaming Gladiators, at least for the lane setup. He also has the Enchantress, like they might still flex it, play Enchantress on the off lane if they feel like their safe lane is strong enough.
Bane. So this is insanely strong lanes from Gladiators.
Do you think there's how big a part of Doom versus Ench is factoring into this pick for OG with being able to eat the creeps? Is that valuable?
I think it's probably like in the back of their heads. I don't think it matters at all for Ench. I don't think you care about Doom. But I think it's like when you look at the hero, you see Doom. Oh yeah, Doom is also decent against Ench. So it's something that they probably think about like that. But I worry a bit for OG because I think usually when they have Sep on Windrunner, they have Tiger playing some sort of teamfight hero. And Doom is not what I would categorize as that. He does give you some teamfight in the fact that he has Doom, which is obviously good, but he doesn't give you any AoE, anything to kind of supplement like a double shackle or anything to follow up, so.
It's not exactly a hero I think many teams would have grabbed into Ench and CK as well. I think CK is one of the carries that does the best against Doom in lane, just overwhelming physical damage. Doom doesn't have very much armor. Once you have the illusions out, it's hard to Doom the right CK if that's what you want to do. It's just plenty of problems posing themselves here for it. I guess they're putting a lot of faith in Mars Timber to really solve some problems here.
This Bane Monkey combination is problematic for OG, I think.
Oh no.
Why is that a no-no?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Sometimes these troll picks, you're thinking, oh, I have a hero that can man-fight this Monkey King in the ring and also the mischance. Battle Fury Builder against the CK doesn't care too much in the laning stage about him. Like, you still get to trade kills from the lane. I'm just not impressed by what this hero brings. I always feel like he needs an extra item compared to other carries to be viable in the team fights.
Yeah, I feel like this hero needs some sort of buff, like some hero that enables him to use his skill set, because he doesn't really have skills, he just auto attacks, so you kind of need to make sure that you can do that and make it count. I worry a bit for OG because this Ancient Bane can go both side lanes, and if it's a Bane bot, I don't know what this Doom will do to, like, he won't be able to pull the waves, and the Timber is going to be forced into a 1v1 against Monkey King, so they have a problem with the laning right now, OG, which they have to address in some way. They do have the Timber against CK, so maybe they'll try to do some aggressive tri-lane. It's possible. I haven't really seen it from them. They probably aren't too comfortable with it because they're playing with Seb as a stand-in, but it would make sense in this game to put the Timber against CK.
Well, if anybody's comfortable in aggressive tri-lanes, it's normally Gaming Gladiators that brings that to the table.
Yeah. It doesn't feel likely that they want to do that here because that 1v1 matchup is just too bad. Unless they tri-lane the CK offlane and they get a Monkey King 1v1 against Timber, but I don't even know how good that lane is 1v1 from the start. If Timber gets maybe even a little bit of help 2v1 for just 1 minute, I think he can probably do just fine.
The more I look at it, it looks like a very telegraphed aggro from OG because they pick Troll against Monkey. It's like one of the only heroes that you will go aggro against Monkey with this Troll. So I feel like Gaming Gladiators will probably see it coming, or they'll at least think about what are they going to do if it happens. So I don't think they can afford to get caught off guard here. It's kind of the only worst case for them on laning stage if they get the CK against Timber.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like Invoker for Gaming Gladiators. I know they haven't played it as much during the DPC. They did, and it's a good like kiting potential against everything that they got, and also it's a Spirit Vessel carrier against both Troll and the Timbersaw if they want to ruin them even more. They do go with the Void Spirit, so 3 bans on all spirits.
This is a great Invoker game. I think Invoker is really good for them.
I like Bat Rider too for Gaming Gladiators. The Timbersaw matchup, the Troll matchup, super exploitable melee heroes that hate that lane matchup. I don't know how comfortable Boom is playing it now. I know he has played it in the past, but maybe they've strayed away from it a little bit.
The problem I see with it is that they don't have the last pick, right? I feel like Bat without seeing the matchup can be kind of rough. Invokers, or they banned it out themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's also pretty good against them, but man, what's left now for... I think the only hero that's left that he's played in this tournament is Tiny. I would not recommend that this game. Dragonite is also not very good here, I think.
Oh, so. And Pango was... oh no, Pango they banned themselves.
Pango's banned too.
Yep, so that's it. New hero joins the fray.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they banned these 2 heroes, Bat and Puck. It should show Invoker banned, so got banned by OG.
They need to dig deep. All right.
The Keeper of the Light.
That is a good pick. That is
still
really
in the pool.
Kind of the same as Invoker, gives you a Spirit Vessel and an instant Tiny. I think this Coddle is going to have a good game. It's like one of the best Vessel games I've ever seen.
And there's no real reliable catch on OG's side to get on top of him. You have the mobility of Timbersaw, and you have a Tiny that can get Dagger, but it's not like you're playing against Storm, Ember, Void Spirit, none of those that really get on top of you easily. So
yeah, and people got better at playing Coddle. Like they get third item BKB, sometimes even second after that Spirit Vessel if they feel like they need it. I really like what Gaming Gladiators got. I think they got their comfort heroes, the 4 ones, and they're gonna experiment a little bit more with the Keeper of the Light on the mid lane, and it looks like a really good Keeper of the Light game.
We did have the snap pick on the Tiny crit, so I kind of feel like OG knew what was coming. You feel like they prepared for it?
I feel like they might have just known what they wanted regardless. I don't think it's a particularly good response to Coddle, but I think they just knew what they wanted.
All right. We're going to find out what's going to happen in this opening game of this best of 3. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Lyrical and Jenkins.
Thank you so much, Shiver, and hello and welcome, Stockholm. Your lower bracket semifinals. There's a battle going on right now between OG and Gladiators. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I feel like we're going to see a battle between the teams here pretty soon, and we'll see who wins that one here.
You're thinking about the crowd as well. There's a little bit of animosity going on back and forth between.
There might be a bit of a feud going on after this game. I'm a little bit worried, but lots of energy in the stadium, that's for sure.
That's what we want to have. This is what we've been missing for so long. The crowd getting into it, feeling the vibes.
You know the players feel it too.
Oh,
you know they
absolutely.
feel it. They feel the vibrations at least.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can see, right now at the very least, as we get ready to go into this game, the draft was going on. You were agreeing with the panel in terms of what picks you felt like you really wanted to see.
Yeah.
In the end, Gaming Gladiators, they pick up that Coddle. It's been absolutely devastating at various points in this tournament.
Yeah, I think we've seen a few rampages from the Coddle in this tournament. It just, inherently, if this hero gets off to a good start, the fact that you can run between lanes with 550 move speed, boots of travel, and you attack people from halfway across the screen with your literally like an entire screen. I remember we hovered over an Orchid and you couldn't see the circle. It looked glitched. Like you can just Orchid from halfway across the map. It's insane.
Well, we'll see if they can make it happen here as we are going into this game number 1. OG facing off against Gaming Gladiators. One team going to be eliminated in this lower bracket semifinals. Already a quick run, a smoke up, trying to get down those wards quickly.
I'm happy that we get to see Inamar Timber this game. I'm just super stoked when I see that first pick. A lot of teams have been doing that for like the last 2 tours of DPC. A lot of the reason for that is because of people seeing how OG had success with it. So this guy, I mean, he's the dude to watch for how do you pop off on Timbersaw?
Well, right, and so often in this tournament, it's just been banned against them in the first phase, been taken away, opting to run for it, and of course the Seb Wind Ranger that has just been all over the place here. But again, the 2 teams going at it in the early goings. Is there any laning matchup to you that feels like particularly dangerous? Obviously, like the Monkey King Timber thing is always something you got to watch for.
Yeah, I think laning matchup is, that's a great question, and it looks like both of the teams are well aware that these lanes are very important. Amar already starting towards the top lane. There's a lot of people sitting around mid, so there's going to be lane shenanigans. This might end up being one of those games where the supports actually get a lot of the levels because the cores are just running between the lanes.
And Monkey a little bit faster when he switched into that courier form. Already starting with the Quelling Blade, and looks like Bounty Runes? Well, are they going to try and get a little bit aggro here? Boom, takes a good chunk of damage. Boundless Strike, and the body blocks coming out from Tofu means Taiga takes a ton of right clicks there at the beginning. Yes. Forced into the early salve.
Yeah, and this is Taiga that's running into this off lane with a troll, Basically, he's playing the 5 position here. You have your carry in the off lane. You're going to need to ferry him a bunch of salves, so I think we're going to see a courier getting a salve pretty soon.
I'll be coming out very quickly, see if we can get any courier snipes there as well as in the mid lane. EZM already trying to do a good job of getting out the denies. That was a range creep deny there that came out as well. Mar up top, facing off against Ace, so at least this matchup a little bit better, can throw out that Whirling Death and hurt Ace a significant chunk of damage there.
Yeah, this is a dream lane for Amar. Also, Timber is an excellent answer to the Enchantress. The creeps don't do anything to the reactive armor, to the degree that Amar even just starts with the Whirling Death just to pressure. Like he might even go, 2 points in his armor this game because his lane goes so well. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself here.
And already off to stack up those camps as well. Needs to get the D-ward if they did end up blocking him, but should be fine. Dyrachyo down bottom had a little bit of a frustrating performance for himself in the early goings, particularly against that TSM game, but has made a little bit of a comeback since then and has been putting on a really good performance for this young player.
Yeah, he's been feeling himself. I remember in one of the interviews he said, like, I basically messed up in that Monkey King game, and I need this next one to go well. Like, just don't focus on the last one and just make sure that going forward I play really well. And he has been. He's been popping off in every game. That CK game, I think he died, might have been 0 times.
It's pretty good, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it was a flawless game from him.
Already, again, not a ton of harassment that gets leveled out against that Timber Saw, sitting top of the mark in terms of the CS. And down bottom, Yuragi trying to keep the pressure on the Dyrachyo whenever they can, as that pull gonna be sent the whole way through and grabbing onto those creeps afterwards. Will be Celery on the bench, and Yuragi is fine here as well. Takes some damage actually, the Boundless Strike, a couple more punches, and Taiga is gonna have to come on in and try and play a little bit of interference.
Yeah, this lane down here is such a tough lane for Gaming Gladiators. Troll, traditionally a counter to the Monkey King. I remember when Monkey King was being picked a lot mid, people were going Troll against it. Also, speaking of OG, Thompson was playing that a lot. You just Whirling Axes him, and none of his Jingu stacks even matter. Even if he gets to 4 stacks on you, it just doesn't matter. And Bane's also a right-click type hero.
Yeah. Yeah, very frustrating. Again, the flip side of that is that Taiga not able to get any of those early creeps right now, just has the Cloak Aura, which isn't going to be that helpful against the pure damage and everything else that's coming out here.
Yeah, Taiga, he's looking for the plus mana creep and the mana burn creep. Like
that was so nice. I love that creep.
That would be insane with the Troll. You have these like small, nuke abilities that you want to keep spamming. It's like that's a Troll's dream. It costs so little mana, but Troll also lowest int gain hero in the game. Like he needs the regen for sure.
Well, so far so even across all the lanes. The only one that's maybe a little bit behind is that Troll, but both teams looking really solid. And Amar, having gotten through what could have been like a little bit of a tough lane stage against that Monkey King, is very happy going against the Timber. So this lane setup, at least so far, feeling like it's favoring him.
Yeah, OGs, they're stoked about this. I mean, Seb basically gets to have the most fun video game ever because he's got a Timber in the safe lane that is never going to die now, at least until, 7-minute mark or something like that. So Seb can go stack, he can go, help the bot lane, he can go mid, secure runes, he can do whatever he wants.
Jump down bottom, Taiga under a little bit of fire there, and the Boundless Strike coming out. Can he get away? The Troll actually able to get the mischance in, and that kept alive their doom. So very well played again. The players covering each other. And Dyrachyo, be a little bit careful too. If that Troll gets on top of you, he might die. And they're gonna pop the salve and back out again.
Yeah, Yuragi, during that, he got like 6 stacks of Fervor onto Dyrachyo, so he just felt like he could keep right-clicking there. The ability only doubles in terms of attack speed between level 1 through 4, so it's a very value ability at level 1 if you do get enough right-clicks on someone.
Yeah, super nice, definitely. Boundless Strike a little bit off the mark there, but still getting some good CS on this Monkey King right now. 21-5 versus the 17-3. And Damar, he was sending out that courier, ends up getting taken away, and Taiga actually getting a little bit body blocked there by the creeps. Means they can't go in, and instead they're gonna go into Taiga a second round, and Dyrachyo gets first blood, and Yuragi might be next as they run him down bit by bit, but with the mischance, it's gonna be enough to get him away at least. First blood. He's having fun.
Gaming Gladiators, man, they're just playing really well on this lane. Like they're just doing the slow outplay harass. They're, the Troll Whirling Axes can only come out so much. It's got a cooldown on it, so when that's on cooldown, you can go for the play.
You can see there as well that camp being blocked out. So boom, gonna need to retreat back to the jungle and farm up other places. But don't worry, he can farm wherever he wants. This hero's insane. As Ace takes some extra punishment there. Amar now with the 3 points in the reactor bar.
He's pressuring so hard here.
Yeah, this is scary for Ace. He's got to be super careful. When that level 6 comes out, I mean, it gets really dangerous for CK.
Yeah, he's having such a good game. He's even just 2 points in Whirling Death. He doesn't feel like he needs the defensive Whirling Chain because, like, who the hell's going to kill him right now?
No, nobody. So again, power shot down bottom, but they are keeping this creep wave in a really good position for Gaming Gladiators bot. And Taiga, he's just decided to head out. Heading over, trying to secure some runes here.
Yeah, here we see the classic Enchantress rotation to mid at 5 minutes. This is where you expect to see both supports from both sides dueling it out here. You don't want to lose this mid tower. You don't even want to take too much damage on the mid tower, although they do let the catapult die.
Yeah, and weren't able to get any extra pressure on there. So Taiga pushes back towards mid, and Gaming Gladiators won't be able to actually take down that tier 1 tower mid at all.
Well, we do know, what Celery likes to do. He might head back to the mid lane at any point, although opting to head bot into the jungle, grab another creep. Oh, that's the good one. He's got a nice creep.
Oh, he's saving it for later, the Dark Troll Summoner.
Can't get it. Yeah, you need level 5 now to get that, unfortunately for him.
So, again, 6.5 minutes, only 1 kill so far as, well, maybe there's going to be another one here. Seb trying to run away. Yuragi is there. Boundless Strike to slow him down. A couple more punches is all they need, and barely getting away from that one. Seb able to survive, and BZM makes the rotation, and not quite sure if he's going to be able to get in and onto the rest of Gaming Gladiators. There's up top, they got level 6 on Amar, and this is what they've been waiting for. Pull him back in, Whirling Death brings him down. And down bottom, maybe more action. The toss away, tries to get him out. BZM keeping Yuragi alive for the moment, but it's just going to be for a later death as they take him down too.
I can't believe on the bot lane with Celery, he just sends the Centaur over casually, and it ends up putting Yuragi in this really bad situation where he really had nowhere to go. They did like a 4-way pincer attack there between the Centaur and the heroes that they had and ended up taking him down.
Solid move. And Gaming Gladiators starting 2-1 here as they will go for a stun. Ace making the rotation bottom and maybe gonna find a kill. Oh, the shackle looking for the hook stop, does find it.
Oh, wow, okay.
Celery, cool moves, and up top as well, more action coming out, and Boom is also gonna fall, so OG striking back in good turn.
Wow, that is the last thing you want to happen to your mid-coddle. He's got 63 last hits, top of the last hits right now, and he just goes top and feeds Amar. And the reason Amar is diving so aggressively there is, number one, he knows he's not going to die. Number two, the only hero that can deal with him right now is the coddle. That's it. So if he kills the coddle in lane, what do? This feels so oppressive right now for Gaming Gladiators.
What you do is you lose your tower. The top one goes down. Amar on this Timber Saw. There's a reason people banded against him, and it's showing up right here in this game number 1. Celery does make the move over. Again, doesn't quite have the ability to take that Dark Troll Summoner yet. The nerf coming in clutch. And we will see over the next couple of minutes if they can get him some more levels and start evening this out again. Still a very back and forth game.
Yeah, given how the lane setup went, I think for Gaming Gladiators, you're definitely supposed to lose if you let those lanes go as they did in terms of you don't rotate anybody. Oh, Celery.
Yeah, in some trouble there. The sleep though. Tofu keeping back the Tiny, and then the Timber Saw comes through, does a world of hurt. And again, struggling to come up with answers for right now. I mean, again, the silver lining is that they've been able to keep Yuragi down pretty low on this troll.
Yeah, there's going to come a point where Yuragi needs to just basically have some me time for like, at the very least, like 5 to 10 minutes in this game. Because Duraccio, he just had a 2-level advantage in the carry v carry matchup. Like, that's not good, especially when you're troll versus the Monkey King. It's tough.
So again, back to farming for a little bit here, but the big hero that I'm still just going to be keeping my eye on this entire time is going to be Amar, if he can make any move. But the other one is BZM. Making the move through the jungle. The smoke is going to break. They find Ace. Don't have an angle, though, for a shackle or any extra play, so can't get the kill onto him. Jump. Yuragi. Ooh, just gets out of there one, actually. And
BZM and Seb, they're almost there.
And moving, trying to get him. They find the Monkey King. Yuragi's still beating into him, and a couple more punches. That's how you get your troll back in the game.
He was baiting. It was all a bait. He's sitting, he's holding the skill point in Battle Trance. He wanted to be low HP, so they would go on him there. Very smart from OG so far.
Making all the moves together that they need. And you can hear the crowd feeling it right now. The movement and OG keeping it back. The constant pressure and then putting some on themselves as well. As that Ench creep is going to get taken down. They do have a catapult mid. See if Amar wants to make a move with this.
But Lyrical, this is the wall that the panel was talking about. You can't push with an Enchantress. You can't. I mean, there's very few heroes in Dota that you can push against a Timber Saw, especially of this caliber. He's super high level to the point, like, his game is so good, he's going for Kaya first. He's not going for the Sanj first. The Sanj and Kaya. Is he going to take the stack, or is he just stacking it?
I mean, I don't know. That's an interesting question.
I feel like it's Amar. He's about to take the stack, although Yuragi could definitely use it.
I mean, I would be super down. He's going Maelstrom. This guy can take it now with the Chakram.
I want to see how greedy he is. He's taking it.
Yeah, that's the way to do
it. I'm the carry now. All right.
Top of the net worth. And yeah, as you said, I mean, this does present a little bit of a danger, right? If he dies with that, like Kaya before the Sanj comes out, he is maybe going to be a little bit more vulnerable. But I guess the game has gone so sort of poorly for the other cores that Gaming Gladiators might not be able to kill him anyways.
However, with that being said, Gaming Gladiators, they're making good trades here, you know?
Yeah.
While Amar is taking the stack from his carry, they actually end up taking the safe lane tower, which Amar could have TP'd in potentially and defended. So it looks like OG, they understand they want to lose. They're fine with losing that tower. They have grip, don't they?
Yeah, they're looking for this one. A lot of TPs coming in as well, and Taiga drops the Doom, actually. A turn for a big fight. Do they have enough for the kill? It looks like with the Shackle, enough for the finish. Goes for the denies, but does advantage. Unbelievable. So Dyrachyo will go down there. The nice play coming out. The kill onto the Monkey King.
And while all that was happening, Yuragi took the bottom tower, so it's not just a kill on the carry, it's also OG's carry getting some free farm and taking a tower.
So state of the game right now, 1,000 gold lead for OG. Do you feel like there's one team that's more comfortable at this point in the game, though, with the way that it's been going?
Definitely OG, definitely OG. I think having Amar in this like kind of pop-off state, they're very used to this. They know that he's going to make a ton of space. So even though Yuragi's game has not been going exceptionally well so far, they know that this is going to give him some time to come back. And Troll is one of the few heroes that can actually man up versus a Monkey King in the ult. Like it's a pretty good counter, which is why they picked it, despite Troll not being the strongest of heroes.
They do manage to hit there on the scan, Radiant keeping Dyrachyo alive, and he does manage also to get the Primal Spring out. So yeah, he gives a little bit of a smile there, feeling himself after he's able to dodge that gank. And afterwards, down bottom, Yuragi just going to farm up this next round of Machines of Creep Wave coming into the Monkey King as well.
Yeah, Gaimin, I mean, Gaimin's doing their classic playstyle where they just have Celery in these like crazy positions where if you go on him, you're going to feel stupid. It's like, yeah, they're getting a kill on an Enchantress, maybe, if he doesn't get a stomp off like that.
Nice play, the stomp to get him out. And yeah, I mean, they go on him, doesn't manage to find any kills.
All the cores of Gaimin are just farming right now. And it's just like, come here, kill my Enchantress. Like, see what happens. They do this all the time. They love this. Celery's just a space creator.
Ace, the one that the space is made for, at least on the CK. They clear out the top side, get some room for him to farm up, and again, the pop in the Phantasm to farm, it's what we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, he's ulting off cooldown this game.
Wait a minute, are they making a move? Boom! They run on in. Taiga is going to hide behind the tier 2 tower, so despite the big rotation top, it does not look like Gaming Gladiators will find a kill onto that Doom.
So Boom does have Spirit Vessel right now. They could possibly kill Amar. If they can get a good smoke onto him where they actually, you know, get him with grip or something like that where it doesn't get canceled, he could potentially die in the next few minutes here. And I think that's what you're looking for if you're Gaming Gladiators.
And of course, getting an extra farm up on Dyrachyo, who just finished this Battle Fury as well. So the Kaya Sanj done, and next queued up for Amar is going to be that Lotus Orb, which we would anticipate trying to get in towards the things that keep him alive against that Spirit Vessel. But that might mean that we just sit around a little bit longer for Gaming. We'll see if they try and make some type of a move with the other 4 heroes besides the Monkey King.
I want to go back to the question you asked earlier about who's okay with going late game, because I think the Troll versus Monkey King matchup is, BZM is going to do toss back here.
Toss back Celery. Will that be a freebie? He gets the heal off. No, he's just going to walk away. God, the Ench is so annoying to play against. Amar moves in, but can't get there in time to get any extra punish.
Dude, I feel like teams at this point are afraid to try and kill Celery.
Yeah.
Just because they've watched so many other teams just be baited by him.
Well, speaking of being afraid, Taiga definitely needs to be as they jump forward and kill him off. So another rotation secures a kill. 5-5, 15 minutes in. And Celery runs into Amar there, stealing farm away from the Timbersaw.
Yeah, Taiga was trying to finish up his Blink Dagger there. He just needed one more wave and he would have had it, so that delays the timing for them. He really wanted that for the next fight.
And you can hear the crowd. Any little moment that they have a chance to, they're going to get into it there. And eventually, the other thing that's going to happen is the Enchantress will take your mid tower. Just keep running creeps at it constantly. BZM comes on in to farm it out. But afterwards, they do manage to get that mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're just poking a little bit on the mid lane. I think maybe they're trying to do some Hurricane setup into the Fiend's grip if the opportunity presented itself, but didn't exactly. OG, they're playing pretty safe. They see the Spirit Vessel timing, they respect it. They're not, playing as balls to the wall as we saw earlier, so to speak.
And I mean, that's another good point to make, is that like both of these teams at various points, it feels like Taiga have to hold that thought here. Asleep, do they turn this into a kill? As you mentioned, does have the grip available. The 2-second stun pulls him back in. Avalanche Taiga, is he really gonna get out of here? A little bit of help from his mid, and Taiga manages the escape.
Man, Avalanche is just such a good ability now, actually. Just the fact that it's this perma stun. BZM was also in the area. He had the toss back if there was going to be some sort of re-engage, so he was ready for the double save there. He didn't need to do it though. Just an Avalanche is enough.
Definitely. So again, what I was saying is that both of these teams at various points, it feels like, have struggled maybe a little bit with the nerves, and both of them have managed to overcome it, and that's why they're in this position right now, the lower bracket semifinals. So both teams trying to play a little bit conservative here with their movements, not overextending. We'll see if that trend continues here in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a fairly normal game of Dota. Like with a lot of the LAN Dota that we've seen in this tournament, it's been just like fighting nonstop. But both of these teams, they seem to have nerves of steel here. We'll see how long that lasts, because one crazy fight and all of a sudden everything blows open. But for now, yeah, they're looking chill.
So again, clears out that mid wave, and Gaming Gladiators keeping it close here. They do have a smoke going to head out across maybe to the top side of the map here. Ace pops.
They're gonna go Roche.
Ulti, and this is a bold play. This is as the smoke is coming in right now. We'll see if they get away with this one. OG.
They're walking right by. They're gonna get Tofu, but
I mean, if he dies for the Roche kill, this is perfect. So the Avalanche toss play goes in. Tofu's still living Nightmare, and then the eventual power shot for the kill. But again, down bottom, Roche is going down. This is the bigger objective for them, and Ace Celery going together in to take this down with the Rachio. I don't think OG knows.
They're not even gonna try. I mean,
oh, they have no idea. Power shot, it's just barely off the mark, but they get the Aegis. And now maybe ready to fight for this one. They gotta jump away. OG in a precarious spot, even without the Bane.
That was a very interesting call from Gaimin. They just understand that OG, they're doing their best to avoid the timing. I don't know if it's the Vessel or they just feel like they can't fight at the moment for some reason, and they just walk in and get a free Roche. The timing was very convenient too. Like the moment that OG pops that smoke to go into their own jungle, Gaming Gladiators make the choice to go take Roche.
Right, and imagine if that movement that they had for trying to go for the kill was just a little bit off.
Into Roche, yeah, exactly.
This game looks completely different one way or the other.
Right, like if the smoke accidentally pops in front of Roche, you're like, what the hell? They're Roshing.
Yeah.
Because you don't expect that. There's no Roche-taking hero on Gaming Gladiators. I mean, CK, I guess? Like,
yeah.
It's not the best. It really isn't.
A big moment there as Gaming Gladiators able to secure themselves an objective. A BKB done for the Monkey King. Yuragi still trying to get into the Manta, it looks like, as well. And what do Gaming Gladiators want to do with this Aegis now? Is it just buying time? What's the plan here?
I think they're more than happy to farm. They've got a Battle Fury Monkey King there against Troll, and like I said, I think Troll wins that matchup if you're even on farm, but with the Battle Fury versus a Maelstrom, I mean, the Monkey King's obviously going to have the advantage there.
Right. And likewise, looking at the rest of these heroes, the Tiny hasn't exactly kept up to the same degree these other heroes have in farm. Now, that's sort of mitigated by having the Doom in the game, who obviously Taiga's going to be able to pick up a lot of net worth along the way as well, but it's going to be something to watch for. Tier 2 tower, down bottom, going to be taken, and likewise, some extra pressure up top from Gaimin.
I think the reason why BZM's farm is not super high this game is just because he's been everywhere. Like he's running to the side lanes, like constantly doing these saves on his teammates. So it's like he's been very active, which is what you see more often than not on these mid tinies. And then eventually you scale into the late game. But when you have a Maelstrom carry on one side and then a Battle Fury carry on the other side, often it feels like there's no farm on the map.
That's how it goes. Well, and we've reached the 20-minute mark. No rush 20 minutes, about to be broken. We'll see if they run at each other a little bit here as a couple Blink Daggers got picked up as well. Tofu moves on in. Shackle, oh, the angle. Seb did it to him there, and can they clean up a couple more of these kills? Durachio's in pretty deep, but Kuzamar, the Lotus Orb, keeping him fine. Avalanche run through, catches onto two with the hoof stomp afterwards. The Fombo is there, and Durachio pops the BKB, trying to turn this for his team a little bit, and it is going to be too quickly dead on OG with the buyback coming from Tofu, so a little bit of an overextension after the solid initiation.
Yeah, losing their carry there. I mean, that is the that's the last thing that you want. I definitely understand the play to try to go for boom. We've seen in a lot of these games, if you don't go for the mid coddle on these engagements, he just gets so many rounds of spells off that he destroys you 1v5 almost. So like you have to jump for him, but at the cost of your carry, that's rough. That is rough.
You can see this replay here. After the good initiation, it all went down.
Where did this wraparound? So,
I mean, they were looking from the side. It was a good blink in there from Taiga again, but Dyrachyo with the turnaround couldn't get the ulti off in time. As we're back in the real game again, Dyrachyo turns onto Amar, avalanche, toss, caught with the sleep switch back the other direction. Tofu not able to help his team as much. Another shackle coming out from Seb. The Gale Force actually pushes him just out of range, but eventually get the Aegis. What more is left in the tank? Ace turning, punching BZM, but Dyrachyo in trouble. Another combo comes out, and OG, they strike back. Can they find more Celery? Very strong on the edge, but not nearly strong enough from all the damage coming out. Another kill for Amar.
Seb is just making this Windrunner look like such a good hero. Like, the crowd is going crazy.
They're feeling it right now.
I mean, this guy, he's supposed to be retired, but he just can't help himself but play good Dota.
One last ride, as they say, but 3 dead, and we'll see what they can get now. Mid tower goes down. Ragi fully back online on this troll. And at this point, at least, very still close game, but it can turn on its head in a moment.
It is so interesting watching how Seb uses the Windrunner. Like, if you can hit a shackle like that, and then you use the Gale Force, it kind of feels like a tossback or like a pudge hook, you know what I mean? It's like if you are good at hitting the 2-man shackles, it's like you're pudge hooking 2 people into your team. It's the same thing that we've seen happening with Tiny throughout this whole tournament, is how valuable repositioning is in a team fight. Like, this looks fine for Gaimin, and then all of a sudden when the shackle comes out, and then the pullback, it looks horrible. They're just so far out of position. And Boom also wasn't there, he had TP'd back, so that's always a great time to fight when the mid-coddle is gone.
I knew I was going to be able to count on you to find a way to talk about Pudge in this series, because they sure as heck weren't picking it.
Well, they're not going to pick it, so you got to find a way.
True enough. 8-11. Again, the pressure going to be mounted, and Tier 2 towers taken means both of those outposts controlled right now by OG. Blink Dagger done on that CK, trying to get into the BKBs. That's been the big timing that we've been talking about this entire tournament. When teams get it, they start to put the clamps on the entire map.
Yep, and Ace, he will have it very soon if he goes for the Echo Saber disassemble, which I assume he will.
And right now, he's just going to be going for the kill on Celery, who eventually does go down. They bring a couple more of those cores along, and Amar just continuing to slay heroes. 6-0-3 on this Timber Saw. He's had a great game.
Yeah, that was just a freebie kill. And anytime you see an Enchantress die, especially a Celery Enchantress, you're always just waiting for it to last, 30 seconds, then all of a sudden it's not worth it. But if it is an insta-kill like that... Oh, the tree cut!
Got him, caught! Had the vision, they were prepped and ready, and Dyrachyo gonna get punished here as they roll him through, go for the finish. The Tinker Wards, they're paying off even when he's not in the game. Out of his seat.
Yeah, he was looking for them, but it turns out they were looking for him first. It's... Tundra, I remember in DPC, they picked this Timbersaw into Monkey King because if you can catch him in the trees, you clear trees, right? So you can take them off the trees, not that we saw that there, and you also just do insane damage if you're surrounded by them.
Taiga was so ready for that one. Sets up the ward. The ward was placed by Taiga too, he just knows.
Yeah. And then Amar, look how much damage this does. Being surrounded by trees, that's the one thing that's been buffed about the timber damage in the last little while is the whirling pet that does so much damage.
Slight lead being opened up now by OG. And a scan, Dire, hoping to find somebody in their triangle. They weren't able to connect onto any of those heroes there. But again, Seb playing with the Timber as they're gonna retake this outpost and then try and put some more pressure on the map. God, he is so freaking farmed.
Yeah, he's
huge.
7-0-3, and the top level in the game by 2 levels. That's insane. Like, this is why people ban Timber against this team.
Dyrachyo, in the meantime, trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter. A little bit of an unfortunate death for him before. We'll see if he can make, his presence felt in this game. Obviously, you get these levels up on Monkey King, and things look very scary. But they're going to move in again. Pops the BKB, and I mean, I don't know if that would have been a kill anyway, so a nice little bait out there.
Yeah, just a bait. We saw the exact same thing happening in the last series. A lot of these teams, like...
Oh, turn, toss, back, Ace in trouble. Shackle doesn't latch, gets the ulti off, backs away, trying to kill BZM. Still so much damage being dealt by the Timber. And OG, they're just running away with it now. Tofu's got to get the heck out of here. Tries to TP out. Will he be able to escape? Oh no, not happening.
This man has nerves of steel, dude. He's ice cold, bro. Oh yeah, Amar Timber. This is he is just spam pinging the tier 4.
He is so ready for this one, and right now, Gaming Gladiators, they gotta buy more time, because it feels like it's completely gone the other direction, and again, they find him. They baited out the BKB before to kill him now with the Doom, giving him the high fives over the top of each other. OG are feeling very strong at this point.
Yeah, that all goes back to the BKB bait that they did earlier. So well executed. It almost seems like teams are abusing the fact that people are playing on LAN, and they don't want to be the one that gets caught out and dies. You bait that BKB, and then you just get caught out and die later.
All right, and OG, this is a growth for the team, personal growth going on right here. The previous LAN that they played in, they had a lot of trouble, struggled through it, and it feels like they've come back ready in this tournament to just run away with the game, the series, the whole tournament completely. We'll see what ends up happening. But right now, they're looking very good in game number 1, and Gaming Gladiators, they gotta make a recovery. What's that avenue for them? How do Gaming Gladiators put the halt to this?
Oh man, Tofu goes down.
Oh no!
I was literally clicking to him because I was thinking like they've got to get a grip off, right? Like they've got to grip somebody in some catch-out position where they're not expecting it. Have we seen a grip this game? It's been.
There might have been one early, but it's not been able to be a connection.
No, but he's got the big boy Philly, so you know, Ether Lens on the deck, so he's ready to get that off. But yeah, it's going to be like some overcommitment from OG where they dive like crazy, which could happen. Or, you know, picking off Amar on like a side lane. It feels like they need a big kill right now. They can't just go for one of these supports. It's got to be one of the cores.
And as we say that, it's going to be a smoke together. Now, they do ping out the Roche pit, and the scan goes green right as they were heading out towards it. Who they find? Amar, right at the start. Yuragi's there as well. Can they kill him off? He's already got the Lotus Orb. No Fiend's Grip available for them. The pullback tries to take down Taiga. This would be a nice kill to start it, and they will get him. Duraccio up on the high ground. What else are they looking for? Oh, the big avalanche after the Shackle. Do they have enough damage to bring down the Monkey? They do! And just like that, they turn it again. Nothing is free in this game for Gaming Gladiators.
These Shackles are just way too good. I mean, he's hitting the right heroes every single time. I mean, that wasn't a double Shackle, but you hit the carry, and it gives just enough time for Amar to full to zero him, essentially. And Amar has the network that he can do that.
And like this, they're going up to high ground. OG feeling the momentum, feeling the crowd, and they are ready to take this one down, just tossing Amar triumphantly in the air as they're going to get the first set of racks here. 29 minutes in, 14,000 gold lead.
For the record, Toss does do some building damage, so at the very least, I know that was a bit of a flex, but he's, you know, flexing in a way that still helps Siege. So that's
always.
Good. Yeah.
Well, again, Gaming Gladiators, they got to find another way back in, and the unfortunate situation is it feels like every fight has just gone really rough for them, and now they actually are going in to try and clear up that Roche. And this is going to be another Aegis into the hands of OG. Well, I guess the first one went to Gaming Gladiators, actually, so they get this one at least.
All right, and we get to see BZM. He's going for Aghanim Scepter on Tiny, which just got buffed. A lot of people have been asking to see this one.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it now slows with the tree throw slow, which is 25%, so we'll see how good that looks.
That's pretty awesome. I was not anticipating an Ags Tiny today.
Neither was I.
OG definitely feeling themselves. We'll see if he fully commits to it. As the Timbersaw is queuing up Moonshards.
Yeah, you cannot trust you can't trust OG and what they have in their quick buy.
Okay, good to know.
You know, given that they have succeeded the previous roster, they had to find new ways to BM.
Right.
And they do that through the quick buys.
Always the innovators.
Among other things, yeah.
So the top tower gets taken by Yuragi. The rest of the team smoked up, heading into the dire triangle.
They see Ace.
Yeah, and this guy's in a lot of trouble there. Shackle almost able to catch, but then the avalanche. Gonna go for the BKB TP out, and they just bring down the Doom. No messing around.
Nice little prediction there from BZM, knowing, you know, basically the exact blink location. And Taiga was ready too.
Yeah, they're all over him this game. They do have enough gold now to pick up the Hex on the Coddle, though. So that at least is going to give them some extra bits of control as Celery trying to escape, but will not be able to make it. Amar, another kill on this absolutely beyond godlike Timbersaw. Yeah, it has not looked particularly close after those first couple of minutes.
Oh, they've caught Boom.
They got him again. Oh, the Coddle in trouble, the Gale Force. Where you going, old man? Mar gets him, and they clean up another kill. 9-23, they're just going for another lane of racks. I don't know if Gaming Gladiators have anything left in the tank. Nothing has gone well for them over the past 15 minutes.
I don't think they can stop this without Boom. He's the only tower defense that they can use against Yuragi.
And just like that, they're going for the tier 4 towers. OG feeling themselves. And Gaming Gladiators, they got to come up with an answer here, but they're just beating away at these buildings. The crowd will cheer them on, trying to end this game. 45 seconds, no Coddle, the Gale Force. Not even the Fountain is safe as they get the Shackle onto both. Mar trying to take down the Wraith Pack. They turn now. Celery lived through a lot of it, but Duraccio, will his ulti be enough to keep him alive? I'm not so sure. They turn, they bring him down. Another kill coming out as they find the finish, and well, the grip, it's not gonna be enough to keep them alive. One by one, they fall, and OG to take game number 1.
That's GG. Okay, well that was quite the game. What a shellacking. I don't know. I feel like you just can't give them our Timber.
You know, I think other people came to that conclusion before. We know for sure you can't give him Timber. OG across the board just put on a heck of a performance there, and Yuragi, you can see he's feeling himself. Big old flex there off the back of it.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I think the lanes didn't help. I think OG getting the lanes right was super important for that game. And after that point, it just looked like there was nothing that could stop them. It's Seb with the shackles. What the? Does he miss them? Is it possible?
I mean, it does bring up a question. How many different heroes do you need to ban against this team to get it right? Tofu's still showing a little bit of love to the crowd. They knew was behind him at various points there, but at least for now, we're gonna have to see what the results are, what the decisions are in the drafting stage for sure, because that one did not look particularly close towards the end. And for now, we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we get back, the panel's gonna break down all the action. See you then.
goes the way of OG, and that means that my panel might have had a little bit of a misread on how this game is going to go, because Gaming Gladiators, they had some very strong lanes drafted, or at least that's what we thought was going to be the case for this first game. But Synderen, it played out a little differently than that.
Yeah, I think OG did a smart job the way they placed their lanes. First off, I think that helped them a lot in the early stage. They didn't really fall behind in any of their lanes. Also, just looking at how this mid Coddle played out, I don't know, it's not really exactly what you asked about, but I just feel like it's really important for this team to talk about with Gaming Gladiators. I think this team rides a lot with Boom making moves from out of that mid lane, and that missing in this game I feel like was very, very noticeable, that he wasn't on one of those playmaking heroes.
Yeah, it's not one of those heroes that can go in, because Keeper of the Light, what he wants to do is keep the distance, be active with his early boots of travel, and he was like nowhere near the top in terms of the net worth. Maybe it's a bit of a lack of practice on the hero, because he was mostly playing these Spirit heroes, and a lot of his heroes got banned out. Looking at the scoreboard, I mean, you gotta pick your poison. They did ban out Enigma, they did ban out Razor as well, and then they first open up with the Amar's Timbersaw, and he didn't die this game. Same goes for the BZM, like even the third core that we can call it, Seb on his Vindrager, he had one death, and those shackles, once again, I don't know how he's making those work. Like, how do you land two-man shackle every single time?
Well, here's a highlight video of that one, Crit, because it seemed like he hit them every single time.
Yeah, it seems to be the trend with his Windrunner this tournament. He just keeps making it work for him. There's not much more to say about it. It looks very simple, but when you do it 20 times in a game, it's very effective. So, yeah, I mean, not much to say. There's a reason why he won 2 TIs, and he has a Grandmaster Windrunner. Even though nobody probably knew before this tournament that he was Grandmaster on Windrunner, now everyone knows.
And still, he gets to have it every single game he wants to, it seems like it. What was the problem that you saw on the side of Gaming Gladiators? Why couldn't they get out of the game, out of the laning stage swinging?
I agree that I think their Coddle was a little bit awkward for them, because I think most of the time Boom is the guy that goes in. And in combination with the CK, which they didn't give really a good lane, they ended up having the Timber against CK. I think that was the biggest problem for them. I think if they had Coddle with an offlaner that was able to maybe buy Blinka, go in for them, that would have probably helped. I think it was a little bit lazy by them to not get the lanes right. I think when they gave them Timber, they obviously wanted to have this monkey against it, and they got it, but they didn't get the lane against them. And I think they really need to get their lanes right on Gaming Gladiators, because the heroes they pick, they're very lane heavy. So I think that's the biggest focus for them second game. Yeah. Maybe they'll decide to play against Enigma or Racer instead of Timber. I think it's one of those 3 heroes. You have to pick which one you want to play against. So I think it's just whichever one they think is the easiest for them to play against. They know one of them is coming. They know Windrunner is coming. It's not really... Yeah,
it's not a surprise.
Pick your poison. Obviously, I think they had a decent idea against Timber this game, but the execution wasn't there. So it's up to them to choose.
Yeah, it almost feels unfair, Lacoste, to have the player versus player that we have, because obviously Amar had an amazing game, and on the flip side, you got Ace on a CK. And in terms of damage done, I would imagine there will be quite the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Amar, we said that he didn't die, so a lot of the times he's just going to be in the fight, be very annoying. They didn't have like that one hero that he's really afraid of, and also they wanted to go in with the CK and blow up mostly Doom before he can get any spells off. So that's why the Amar is untouched in terms of the damage on side of the OG, and I feel like they just got to get rid of that. I feel like, you know, people think they can counter it, but at the end of the day, you just don't. You know.
You don't.
I wonder, based on how these teams draft against each other, why Gaming Gladiators did not first pick Timbersaw over Chaos Knight.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the threat of the Monkey King is probably what they're thinking. I was also surprised that they didn't pick the Monkey King first pick, because they know Timber is coming, but they decided to pick CK. I think that was a bit of a mistake, but obviously there's a lot of priority on CK. But I do think that trade between Monkey Timber is the biggest thing.
Well, I know that the teams are having a little bit of a breather. We're also having a little bit of a breather with Slacks.
Oh, I hope you're breathing, everybody. Get huffing, get puffing, because I'm here with the crowd. Woo! We're out of the VIP section. We're here with the real dirty boys in the back. Hello, welcome, everybody. Now, we have some cheering to do, you know? We're watching Gaming Gladiators OG. We have a Gaming Gladiators fan right here. Sir, how you feeling? Are you going to give some words out to your boys?
Yeah, so Gaming Gladiators, just follow Celery's captainship, stay calm, and you'll win. There are a lot of fans out here, not only OG, even though everyone's screaming OG, GG is the way to go, and I believe in you guys.
All right, fantastic. Now, there are a lot of OG fans out here, so I'd like to do a contest. Now, Seb is famous for his speeches. He's 100% doing one right now. So, gentlemen, I would like you to compete with your best Seb speech. And crowd, if you could help me out, a round of applause when they're done, and then we'll select the winner. So, sir, please, take it away.
So, we couldn't take the 3-0 in international from last year, but we can't take the first big contest. Yesterday, you were down 0-19. I held my head, but you came back strong. With the power of the flower in our hearts.
Yeah!
OG can do it again!
Yes! That was pretty good. That was pretty good. All right. Best Seb speech. That was pretty hard. He rhymed tower and flower. That's almost impossible.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Good luck.
So I think this is what Seb can do. He can say, for Chu and Misha.
For Misha.
For Misha.
We love you, Misha. Don't listen to the crowd. You're doing great. You're doing great. All right. Well, I believe we have a winner. Thank you, my friend. Misha, it's all good. Oh, look, a PSG LGD. You know they're not here, right? Are you all right? Thank God they're not here. If they were here, none of us would have any, and it would definitely not be in the finals. But anyway, congratulations to our winner.
Thank you.
Hey. And we'll send it back to the panel. Bye, Sheever.
Hello, and bye indeed, because we're going to a quick break, but we're back. It is time for the second game between OG and Gaming Gladiators.
Takes
It is time for the second game between Gaming Gladiators and OG. The winner of this series will make it to the final day of the Stockholm Major and will be a guaranteed top 3. And right now, OG 1 game up in the series. So the pressure is absolutely on Gaming Gladiators to force out that 3rd game of the series. We are ready for the draft of game number 2. I'm joined by Crit, Cinderin, and Lacoste, and they are gonna say a lot of smart Dota things, so listen up.
You hope so.
Okay, we're already on first pick Windrunner.
Oh, you gotta do it. He's never lost with it on stage.
Yeah, looks like Gladiators didn't ban Enigma and they did not ban Razor. So there is quite a lot of stuff in the pool for OG here, and they still decided to pick Windrunner first.
All right, we got a couple of spirit bans coming out from OG as well. I think they are respecting Boom very heavily there. Of course, those are the heroes he is most comfortable on.
I think OG also saw in the first game what Gladiators are lacking. You know, they know they feel it too, so they will want to have one of those spirit heroes, and they just ban both in first phase. I think that's a good idea.
Mars Edge, maybe?
Yeah.
Or Bane.
I think they're preparing because they know Timber, Razor, Enigma, one of those 3 is coming. So
no, Timber is banned,
Timber,
but Razor is in full, but you mean Enigma, yeah.
Razor, Enigma, yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they're taking their time already. You can see Gaming Gladiators has already
5 seconds.
used like what, 50 seconds, 30, well, what is it, 40 seconds in their bonus time?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the Enge is the way to go, because now, based on what OG do, Gaming Gladiators can kind of decide what tempo of gameplay they want to play. If this is going to be an Enigma from OG, you can double down on playing faster as Gaming Gladiators, and if it's the Razor, you make sure you try to stabilize lane matchups, and then you don't mind going a bit later.
Yeah.
So probably ban Enigma here, so you don't have to worry about it, or if you do let it in, then you're going to play
I just think this is good for Gladiators because they play Mars on all roles. Like they played it on 3, 2, 1. You know, they played on all lanes, and Enge is also a hero they play on both side lanes. So their opener is super versatile for them. I think they know Amar wants to play Razor. They do play it on Yuragi as well, but I've never seen them play Razor mid. So they have an idea about what OG wants to do with it. Okay. And they should be able to in this game to counter pick the OG because they have a second pick.
I think the strongest OG looked in this tournament is when they had these tri-cores when Amara played Razor on the off lane, where they like need a little bit more time because they're a bit slow with the Razor on the off lane, but once they hit their BKB timings, like 2, even 3 BKB timings, they just run over enemies.
Do you think that's a possibility for Gaming Gladiators to bust out a Lycan against this hero? Obviously there's plenty of bans left, but it's something that they kind of went away from, but I think the matchup against Razor is pretty good in the game, just not in the lane.
I think they would love to pick some sort of Sue in the next phase on the 4th pick for Gladiators, probably Lycan Beast or even Brood. I think that they really want these type of heroes, and I think they like flexing the Mars to safe lane or mid. Like, I think honestly they play the worst when Ace is playing the Mars. I think it's better when they play 2 or a safe lane. It's better for Ace to be playing these summon heroes or building damage heroes. So I think that's the best option for them, especially against the Razor Windrunner. It makes a lot of sense already.
So Beast is out, and that means there's Brood and Lycan.
How strong do you think Brood is right now?
I think it's pretty bad. I also think it's bad on lane against Razor, so probably the least likely one, but I know they like it, so if there's any team to pick it, it's probably them.
Yeah, they tried it once in the group stages against Team Liquid. It did not go the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, they might have that might make them not want to go that route.
Still Enigma in the pool as well.
But I know they had a lot of faith in Lycan at the start of the tournament. They were doing the Lycan Chens. They had a lot of stuff with Lycan, so I can see it happening with Enge as well.
Seems like they're staying away from like Chen plus Lycan, but seems like they do still have prepared things with Lycan. I wouldn't mind seeing that because I've seen Ace going for a different item build, going for the totem, just Vlad's totem, and not going for the Helm of the Overlord build to be able to like get even more momentum.
I could honestly, if there's a game for it, I could see a Meepo coming out. It's like an early prediction here, but I can see it coming from Ace because they have overall last pick and they flex his Mars in all 3 roles. So far, it's a really good Meepo game. I think they won't get Lycan or Beast. If they still want something in that direction, Meepo is a good option, but obviously a long shot. But I can see it. If the draft keeps developing in this way for OG, they have to watch out for that.
Yeah, let's see if that Enigma still gets removed from the pool here. Gaming Gladiators, they've targeted Taiga with the IO and the Doom. But if you really want to target Tiger, that Enigma.
It also feels a little bit telegraphed, right? When you're banning out the Zeus OG, you kind of do want to slow the game down. So I think it's just a viable or valuable ban for Gaming Gladiators. If you let the Enigma through, I feel like you need to specifically have a plan against it. They're going to get rid of it. It's also a good hero against Meepo if you're planning to go that direction anyway. But
they will probably show it here on the 4th pick this phase. Gladiators, what they want to do with the Mars, if they want to just put it on Ace.
Standard Gaming Gladiators would pick Bane here.
Or Grim, that type of hero.
Yeah, or Shaman, like one of these three. They really don't have variety in terms of like their 4s and 5s. They've been sticking them with the same things.
Yeah, they just want a hero support that can go both side lanes. And that's the biggest thing. And probably has some spells. I don't think they would go for, go Grim. Fits the bill. I think this part of the draft is going to be kind of hard for OG because Windrunner Racer are kind of one-dimensional heroes, and they have to pick 2 heroes here to show.
10 seconds remaining.
If it was some other team other than OG, I would say it's a pretty good Night Stalker game against the Enchantress and this Grimstroke. It makes their life very difficult in the mid and late game, but knowing that this Razor's probably going to be on the off lane, I feel like they're going to go for something different.
Tiger played some Shaker games, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them was rough, though.
Yeah, but it makes sense with both these heroes. Good for Razor, good for Windrunner.
Definitely, yeah.
We saw him have a great Nyx Assassin game earlier today as well. Some Ravages coming out from him.
OG's turn.
They'll go for the Void Spirit for their mid for BZM.
Partially also a deny pick against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
So.
No spirits left unless he wants to play Earth Spirit. I don't think so.
And there will be a Clockwork.
Okay.
It looks very much like it's going to be an Amar Racer with Tiger Clock. Seems pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Yeah, these 2 supports, if you get on top of them with just Cogs plus Razor Static Clank, they're mostly going to die. So you got to be very careful in the laning stage how you approach. Like one misstep and this lane might just go really, really bad real quickly.
I still like your idea of Meepo here.
I like it too, but I think what it comes down to is if Ace sees it and he has confidence enough to pull it out, you know? Because everyone else on the team probably won't see it. Maybe somebody will see it, but it comes down to Ace. So I think it's kind of unlikely just because of the strength of the hero, but it does make sense here.
Because if you want to get it, you're not expecting OG to find that as a ban, so you could get it absolute last.
Yeah.
Just grab something else now, even if Meepo is good against the 4 current picks. You probably just want something that you can flex. That'll do it.
Yeah.
That can be both carry and mid.
Also a good hero against... I think it's most likely their mid hero because it's good against Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Like later on, you also have a pseudo save against a Razor Static Clank, even Clockwork.
Yeah.
Like we've seen South American teams kind of abusing that, so one thing to keep in mind.
It is a very good toss game. That's true.
5 seconds remaining.
Also a bit of a pseudo save against Shackle Shot, right?
Great save, yeah.
No, if 2 heroes are shackled together,
they don't have much follow-ups.
You toss the other one.
It's easy for him to run to whoever is shackled and toss them.
You toss them to each other? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can do that too. Tiny airlines.
Usually what makes it hard for Tiny to do those type of things is if there's some sort of follow-up, AoE stun or silence, but they really don't have anything except for some Void Spirit Axe to follow up on the Shackle, so he would be able to save whoever gets shackled, at least one of them.
One thing OG lacks is tower damage. Like with these 4 heroes, they barely do any damage, so they're gonna need to be playing with the catapults. I mean, they still have 1 extra hero to show, but this tower damage looks like really bad right now.
Yeah, I think usually though what OG does is that they will absorb the early pressure and they won't rely too much on getting towers early. Like Gaming Gladiators pretty much the opposite. Like I think they will always be trying to get the towers first, so I think OG know they're going to be on the back foot. I don't think they're going to expect to get towers before Gladiators to have Ench as well, you know? So I think probably they'll pick some carry that's just good for the game. They might pick some building damage, but I don't think they'll do it just to get building damage.
You know who's still in the pool? Pugman.
Speaking of building damage.
Touched. Yeah, that's what reminded me of it. Not that that's the hero's primary purpose nowadays anyway, but they actually found the ban. Very nice from OG. Yeah, it's funny how a hero that was first phase banned last game is just totally ignored. It's not like the concept of it was disproven or anything, but the pick order just really makes a big difference here for OG.
Solid carry against Mars on lane.
God, this would have been the most insane Meepo game.
Yeah.
Gonna be
unfortunate because I'm pretty sure they would have taken it. Would have been fun.
Overall, it's a very good Wraith King game because he doesn't like they need to heavily commit to be able to get the kill with the Grimstroke, with the Mars Arena, like even Tiny's combo, and then they need to reset. And Wraith King, like he doesn't care too much about it.
I'm curious if anti-mage.
Wow, they actually go for that. I was thinking about AM, but I was like, there's no way, right? Like this team would play this hero, but
Why is this a good AM game?
Kind of like one of the best lane counters against Razor, and it's probably offlane Razor. It's also one of the only good carry matchups against Wraith King. Decent against Windrunner and Clock both. They can't really touch him. Void Spirit can be okay against him, but he's all magic damage, so.
it's definitely going to be a problem for OG if this AM starts getting 3 or 4 items. Do they have the damage to single target him down, right?
Yeah.
Their carry combination is definitely not what you want to have against this hero, but the reason I didn't really think about it that much for them is that it doesn't fit their ideology that well, right?
I think it changes the game a lot because now they might not feel as pressured to be on the front foot, and I think it might be hard for OG to switch that up and go on the aggressive with their style. So maybe a good idea by Gaming Gladiators to just have like early pressure with the Ench and then have an AM as a fallback.
See, I hear a lot of maybes. Are we gonna have a third game?
I think so.
I think so too. I think it's a good AM game. So.
It is. I mean, they need to buy a little bit more time. Wraith King is the hero that gets the Deso. He likes to speed things up once he gets to like his second, his third item. It opens up the Roshan as well for them, but sieging the high ground might be a bit too difficult. They have Tiny, they have Mars with the spear as well, so you got to be very careful how to approach the tier 3 towers.
All right, well, let's find out if we'll indeed have a third game to this series. We're heading over to our commentary duo. It is Lyrical and Jenkins.
Thank you so much, Shiva, and the wonderful panel out there. And Jenkins, we have on the verge of elimination here, Gaming Gladiators. Do you think we're going to a third game?
I do. I don't really give a shit about the drafts, if I'm being honest here, Lyrical. I just want to see a game 3. These two teams are some of the best in the world. They got some interesting picks, anti-mage. The question is, how comfortable is Duraccio playing this in an actual game, on stage, in front of a crowd? Not an easy hero to pull off in general in this patch, but it is basically the perfect game for it. You can mana drain the Wraith King, you got the lane counter to the Razor. Yeah, this looks like we could go to a game 3.
I'm really excited for it. The game 3,
yeah,
I think everybody in the crowd wants to see it. Even the OG fans, they know that this has been a great series so far. Want to see more of it. We'll see what happens. I also think it shows like a ton of trust in this young player. Again, we spoke about it earlier. Had trouble at the beginning of this tournament, started to pull it together and put on a good performance. We'll see if he can do it again. Already the tips, they're coming out. They're gunning for him.
The tips are coming out in every which way, dude. There is so much drama between both of these teams. They played together so much during the DPC. Amari's got beef with pretty much everybody in the world from pubs. Apologized to Matthew in the previous series. There's a lot of storylines going on here.
So much storylines, so much personal growth. It's what you want to see in this game, and a bunch of young players that are sort of making themselves felt here on the biggest stage that we've got, and already heading on out towards those mid lane. Boom, just gonna high five off to the side there on that tower. But yeah, things again that we want to keep our eyes on. We talked a little bit about the matchup against the Razor. Amar obviously incredibly comfortable on this hero, absolutely loves to play it whenever he gets an opportunity to. How do you think that lane's gonna go?
I think this lane should almost always, I mean, you pick the anti-mage to counter this lane, but I feel like I've said that before about Amar Razor, and he seems to do pretty decent on it no matter what. I mean, you can always max Q on Razor and, you know, just push out the lane, but it is an anti-mage plus Grimstroke. You can blink with the Inkswell, that's pretty devastating.
Can be dangerous, but look at that. Taiga making the move, and OG, they get 3 bounty runes.
Bit of a snipe, a little bit of sniping action there. You know what else I'm excited for?
What's that?
Yuragi, being Saitama from One Punch Man, he is playing Wraith King. Of course, Mortal Strike coming out. We could see him one-shot somebody in this game, so that's what I'll be looking out for here, Lyrical.
Who's the one-shot? What's the one-shot you're looking for?
Who's the one-shot? Let's see.
If it's the AM, things have gone wrong.
Okay. That's going to be pretty rough for the boys on gaming. Probably Tofu.
Okay.
Probably Tofu. It's the Grimstroke. Let's be real here.
Fair enough. So watching down here on the bottom side, already a lot of battling between Celery and Seb, trading hits with the Windrunner, and then of course the heal, Nature's Attendance, that Celery's already taken and used one time, but you can see some good pressure being mounted now onto that Wraith King. Get the last hit, he's got it, he's on it. Draccio, trading punches there, forces back Taiga and using the Battery Assault also. Already, the real battle is going to be who ends up, dealing more of this damage, and then of course there can be those courier snipes there. And speaking of which, almost takes down Yuragi's courier.
I think in this lane, Yuragi, he's perfectly okay if Seb is sitting in the trees trading with the Enchantress. Mars plus Enchantress, you cannot possibly conceive of a more difficult lane. That's a rough one. Lots of kill threat there.
So much to watch for. And up on the top side, we'll see if Tofu can find any of these openings here. With Taiga already a little bit low on mana, does have mangoes. Things could get a little bit spicy if they hit level 2 pretty quickly here. As mid, so far 6-3 versus the 4-6 there on the Tiny. So a good chunk of denies.
Wow.
Both just focusing on that.
Yeah, that's a lot of denies. I mean, Tofu, I don't think either of them really do anything to each other here. Taiga being totally out of mana. He does have mangoes to work with, but a little bit dangerous. He's a little too low for that action.
Yeah, might need to try and dodge away. Throws out one more stroke of fate, and did that cancel the salve?
No, I mean it secures Boom the Rune, so.
Oh, okay.
I mean that alone, it's very impactful. No bottle for Boom, but still gets a rune.
So an Avalanche, forcing back BZM again. And again, the big thing that I'm looking at is both carries not having the best of times. AM got a couple of denies there, but Wraith King only 5 last hits right now. About 2.5 minutes into this lane. You said this one was going to be tough. We're seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, Yuragi can... is there going to be a... Nah, they're not going to. The wave is too far out.
Jeez.
Celery just cannot stop killing couriers. I feel like that's the only reason that he plays Dota. He just loves killing animals. Which is funny, considering that he's a vegan.
Absolutely, and Seb now gets brought down. The Mud Golems, they're gonna spawn and they go the Hurl Boulder. Quick finish. Celery's having an amazing tournament.
Yeah, I'm surprised teams are letting Enchantress through versus this one.
Wait, Yuragi, maybe in some trouble. Do they have any more
Ace has no spear. He's 0-2-1.
Okay.
He's playing to farm in this lane.
And he's doing a great job of it. Top CS in the game, keeping the Wraith King pretty far back and constantly being a threat to him. This is feeling like an impossible lane for Yuragi. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Mar manages to get the link off.
Draccio blinked already, he's dead.
Yeah, and just gonna get killed. That is not the way it's supposed to go. And Mar, on another hero of his that gets taken the first phase, he's just owning.
It's a double kill.
He's gonna be able to find it. Keeps chasing for more, why not? Oh, this doesn't get better, and Yuragi down bottom will get punished. So, both safe lanes not going as intended.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're more comfortable with the disaster lane being the Wraith King lane, though, just because it's a hero that can actually go jungle with the skeletons, right? But with Anti-Mage, there's not so much of a recovery. Like, you usually pick this hero to win lane. It's not like he jungles quickly by any means.
Well, he is certainly not doing that. We're on 20-8 right now versus the 13-5. And Draccio going to need to play a little bit of catch-up here. Maybe they can make something happen on the Taiga. They got the Inkswell. A couple more punches are going to come through now, trying to finish him off. But no, instead, going to get caught there in the cogs. Does not have Blink again. Draccio dead, and it might be another. Tofu's got to get the heck out of there. Scratching his head, coming up for answers, and there is just nothing on deck.
Yeah, it's one of those lanes that on paper, it should be so strong. Anti-Mage plus Grimstroke. You have the Inkswell combo, but the problem is the Blink is such a long cooldown that Amari just got all this physical damage coming out.
Draghi gonna get clapped, gonna get chased. Ace trying to pick up a little bit of the pieces here, and they do manage to kill him off. Celery gets the kill, and it's worth noting that both of those kills were off the back of trying to get aggressive up top. They were trying to punish the lane if they could, with the Blink being used early, and then they punished that aggression.
Both safe laners in this game are 0-2-0 and just having a miserable time.
You're just so happy. Mr. Offlane over
This
here.
is great. I love watching this. I love watching anti-mages die. Well, Wraith King, not so much, because you know he's just going to go jungle at some point, which I would imagine is going to happen pretty soon. As soon as Ace is level 6, like, there's no laning here. You're going to get ulted. You're going to keep feeding.
Yeah, Amar has more last hits than both safe laners put together. That's a problem.
Oh my god. Every safe laner in the crowd just winced.
BZM going to get punched a couple of times here. Celery wanting to make more action happen and will get the Arcane Rune. So the Hurricane afterwards, and then going to be forced to use the Dissimulate.
All right, that was almost a really sick Hurricane coming out from Celery. I feel like he's the first guy that I saw use that effectively, the Hurricane ability. Going up and down hills and using it to like kind of force staff people in.
Good note, level 4 right now on the Anti-Mage, trying to stop the struggle, but the struggle will not stop. Blinks back, 10-second cooldown means he can't even really come up to the lane again. Like, Mar's just here, he's got a catapult. This is a ton of damage onto that tower, and Celery will try and escape. A couple more punches, has the hoof stomp to keep him back, and Nacho in the meantime also forced to run away. So they're even denying him the jungle, kind of, on the Wraith King. Doing everything they can to shut him down as BZM finds Celery, taunt, pull back in, gets the finish.
Yeah, there's the punish, and that's just a solo kill as well, so it's not one of those situations where Celery is making like a crap load of space by having, 4 heroes chasing him around. It's just a freebie for BZM to come over and get that kill. And Yuragi needs the help. He heads mid. He's just going to free farm there because either side lane he's going to die in, just like Tofu might be dying right now.
That's right, Taiga on the job, finds him, has the Ink Swell to try and escape. Stun comes out at the last second. Amar trying to run him down afterwards, and just barely on the edge. Did the calculations. The calculation comes up with Tofu dead.
Dude, Amar is feeling himself today. Every time the camera goes on him, he's got like this slight smirk on his face. He's just loving life right now. Playing one of his favorite heroes. He gets countered, he still owns the lane. That's the dream.
3,900 net worth on this Razor with the Falcon Blade, Wraith Band, Treads.
Tower dead as well.
This is the dream start right now for this Razor.
Yeah, and I mean, the crazy thing too is Amar went for max plasma field, so it's not like he's sacrificing his farm to have a game like this. And, pressuring with the static link. Both of those kills on Anti-Mage, it was just with level 2 static link. So he's going to free farm up in this top area.
It's really dangerous, thinking about what this means for the rest of the game going forward. Ace now will find Seb and goes for the pushback, has the spear. Is it enough damage though? Shackle trying to live. Oh, just barely gets brought down. Boom, able to get him in the end.
Yeah, that was a DD tiny tree, so lots of damage coming out there.
So a nice little movement over, which means no TP out afterwards for Seb, while the Wraith King gets a little bit of me time. And again, Gaming Gladiators, after a little bit of a frustrating laning stage for the AM, they're going to get together, take down this bottom tier 2 tower and try and open up the map.
I think this move makes a lot of sense. Like, it could look like there's a lot of heroes committed to taking this tower, but they secured the last hit for Duraccio. And this is an Anti-Mage versus a Wraith King. AM cannot go jungle like a Wraith King can, so you need to make sure that he has a lane to farm, so you have to take this tower. Just commit everybody and get it, because now they can split up and farm just fine.
And this is the type of game as well that it takes a ton of mental clarity to not just sort of be freaked out at how far behind it feels like they are, at least in terms of those head-to-head matchups. Again, in terms of the net worth overall, it doesn't actually look that bad. It's 1,000 gold separation. It's just we know that potential of the Wraith King to catch up, whereas AM is going to need to get into the Battle Fury first. And has a long way to go.
But, he is having a good time down here. He's alone, in terms of the enemy team. And in terms of his team, Boom is actually sitting there kind of debating him a little bit, protecting him.
BZM gets another taunt, looking for the Dissimulate out, but couldn't take off the silence first. Now Taiga diving behind the tower. They are going all in on Tofu, and Boom gonna be there to clean up the pieces afterwards. So a little bit of an overextension by OG, gets punished by Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Tofu being the literal calmest guy on the planet, he doesn't freak out and panic there. He just kind of chills. He just walks away. Like, what are you doing? There's a bunch of creeps here. You're not going to get me. As long as he doesn't run into the clockwork, he knows that he's fine there. There's TPs that can come in.
And again, Celery wanting to push down this tier 1 tower mid, using the creeps to tank it and continuing to just pummel away at it. No reaction coming out right now from OG. And that sets up for some pretty solid pressure with this catapult there. In the meantime, Dyrachyo continues to farm down bottom, so the last couple of minutes starting to look a little bit better for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, GG, they're playing the map really well. They have their heroes in a place where Dyrachyo can actually come back on a hero that should be struggling right now, but let's see, what's the net worth looking like? He's doing okay, he's doing better than Mr. Wraith King is.
So again, Taiga moves on in, being hounded by this, maybe the Hurricane to push him away afterwards. Celery trying to escape, not gonna happen. No way out of that one. Nicely played by Taiga to secure the kill with the hook shot.
That was very close to being super cool though, like force-staffing over the high ground, or not force-staffing, whirlwinding, I should say, over the high ground. You can see what he was going for there. You know, it's the classic Celery, walk into the enemy jungle, survive because of some crazy creep play. Centaur stun or Hurricane across the high ground, but no, he goes down this time. It was a pretty big commitment though, it's like 3 heroes, so.
Yeah, and of course, Dyrachyo gets out afterwards, making sure that you're tanking the gank again for your carry. He is really low in the jungle right now, needs to be careful about his movement. Oh God, I don't think it would have been enough for the kill. He actually doesn't have any in the magic resistance.
That may have been enough, actually. That's 50 damage, yeah, he would have died.
Oh, heads up play there.
That would have been pretty insane from Seb.
Well, good to play by Dyrachyo. Has the Ring of Health coming to him now as well. Round 2. Has to be careful here. Yeah, Seb's just going to catch the wave, and though we're going to be back out it again. But regen rune gotten by Boom in the mid lane. And Dyrachyo moves in with Celery, always helping his carry, giving him the nature's attendance.
See, the advantage though that OG gets from this is that, like, can they kill him? I think they can.
They're trying to. Celery's there, and power shot.
He's not level 6 yet.
Nice little catch there for the kill. And Dyrachyo keeps on farming, so another death for his core.
But Seb is free farming down here too, right? I mean, he's a position 5. He's not supposed to be farming, but because Dyrachyo's here.
Oh. And towards the bounty rune spot, and they do get the kill on a Tygus, so another trade. Ace gets a little bit of separation there with the spear, trying to get his team out of there. They have the arena down, hiding away, does have a TP to escape, and through! It's enough. Amar comes in clutch again. Another 6-0-0 scoreline for the Razor.
Yep, and he's level 11. The next hero in line is level 10. He is higher level than the mid laners right now. Like, it's just another Amar game. He's just popping off again. I don't know if it was the Timber. Maybe this guy just woke up and he was just ready to play Dota today.
Just need to ban him. That's what needs to happen.
Is it because he apologized to
Matthew? Yeah.
Is that what it is? The moment that Amar becomes PMA, he just unlocks and becomes God mode? Oh my
playing
God.
with weighted clothes the whole time.
What are we gonna witness?
Some good stuff here. The last couple minutes are an indication. Shackle, just for cool moves. It's just practicing, you know, for a little bit later. Oh, Dyrachyo, hook shot in. Oh, Taiga, he found him and tries to get away. Will Dyrachyo escape? BZM can't quite get the sight on him. But again, another hook shot there and making this anti-mage uncomfortable.
Yep, pushes him out of this bot lane that he was totally free farming in. One cool move by Amar that he just did there was that he like ran towards mid in ward vision, where it made Dyrachyo feel like, okay, well, the way that he's running towards mid, there's no way there's a smoke gank coming to me, because he'd want to stick around to help out, but he just says, no, I'm going to run towards mid, and it made that not obvious. But the flip side of that is he's not there to help secure the kill, so they don't have enough damage to kill there.
Oh, and again, those types of movements away, it's still, you know, Gaming Gladiators keeping it somewhat even. The other thing to keep in mind is that it's been constant moves by OG that have been able to find punishments, but there's been counter kills that have come out, and now trying to bait Celery. Can they find him? Yes, Taiga pushed back in, gets the silence, no battery assault, no cogs for now, and they won't come at all.
All of these smokes that have happened in this game so far, like very high level the way that they're executing them, running Celery up with the creep. What are you gonna think when this guy's been in your jungle the entire time, just dying with creeps and messing with you? You're gonna think he's alone, right? But no, that time he wasn't. However, it's only Taiga that dies, so it's really not that big of a deal for OG either.
Celery gets jumped, tries to get himself out there with the little Hurricane, and won't be enough. Amar gets another kill. Now, I will say, if this guy ever dies, this is going to be a ton of gold going back the direction of Gaming Gladiators, because he has gotten pretty much all of the kills.
Well, you say that, Lyrical. He's got his BKB flying out on the courier right now. So
oh no.
This is a really solid timing for OG.
Yeah, 7 kill streak right now on this Razor, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to punish before that BKB comes out. This game is starting to look very hard for Gaming Gladiators. They're incredibly strong on OG.
I love the move from Yuragi to show up to this tower push too. Just use the skeletons to tank for the tower, tank for the catapult, and he's also got the armlet to line up with the Amar timing with the BKB.
Yuragi takes some damage there. Amar toggles it all away. Taiga opens up. There's the hook shot. The link immediately. Cogs pushback. Beautifully executed, and Ace didn't get a chance to play Dota. Had the Gale Force afterwards in case they needed it. This game, everything is going OG's way.
Yeah, Taiga's been doing a really good job. Like every initiation has been from him, and he's also been soaking a lot of smoke ganks. One of the reasons that I think this OG lineup works with 3 greedy cores is that Taiga makes so much happen in the game. He has the value of like 2 supports in terms of the stuff that he does. It looks like they're gonna find Celery here.
Yeah, running away, gonna go some body blocks and the eventual rundown. Now that being said, there's gonna be some creeps hitting the mid tower. They might be able to take that in the meantime, but Celery just has to make as much space as possible. Pops the heal, runs them all the way back to the tier 3 towers. They will get that kill, but can they get the mid tower? And we'll have to keep an eye on it.
He gets the mid tower from that. Okay.
Yeah, that was good.
Not worth it. Not worth it for OG, that one. That was a cool play from Celery. That's very nice. Like, he just distracts so his creeps can take the mid tower.
Yeah. So, still a 2,000 gold lead now for OG. And Ragi going in for the Deso next. So next couple of minutes, where do you see them going? Because it definitely feels like OG is the team that's like directing the pace of this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They're playing up against an anti-mage. Duracho, he needs probably... I think with his Manta, you can start showing up to a fight, maybe try to mana drain Yuragi and get a kill, but you're not really looking to like actively show up to stuff. It's more like if the fight's happening and it already looks good, you'll defensively show up. With that 3rd item, we're gonna see a lot of action coming up from Gaming Gladiators, but until then, it's up to OG to get the most out of the map that they can. Like, Roche is the next objective for them for sure. They wanna get a pick and then take Roche.
Watch for that, and of course, pressuring out along that bottom lane is gonna be the name of the game for Gaming Gladiators. As Ace, again, trying to hold on to that mid area, keep the creep wave pushed out, even though they don't have the mid tier 1 tower. Amar going to head towards mid as well and start to group up with the rest of his team.
BZM, he just completed the Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit. You have a lot of heroes that don't like to get silenced right now, and are there any BKBs even remotely close? Okay, actually, there's a BKB on Ace. So he rushed the BKB, which I think is definitely the right choice in this game. He's not looking to be the one initiating right now. They're making space. They're just farming.
Yeah, you can see that 6 minutes faster than average, and that's just because of how important it is for this game for them to actually be able to have somebody that can stand in front and soak that up. And likewise, that one's just faster because he's been playing really well on BZM. He is so farmed.
Yeah.
But we'll see where they go for it now. Ace, they reveal him underneath that rocket flare. Taiga, smoke breaks. Are they gonna go for an opening there? It's a little bit scary of a fight, but if BZM can get a good silence off. Duracho, down to the creep wave. Amar looking for an opening, spots Celery. Are they gonna jump on these guys? It doesn't look like it. They don't like the look.
Yeah, OG was kind of baiting Amar there, but because Ace has no Blink Dagger, it's really just Boom that's gonna do any sort of initiating. But in that situation, there just wasn't anybody to go on Amar. I think it was a good bait. Nobody was there.
Now, Gaming Gladiators, the smoke is going to break on Yuragi. Ace does not want to open up on that Wraith King. Duracho is grouped up with him also. Maybe trying to bait out this anti-mage, but no such luck. So this awkward dance in the mid lane ends with, OG saying, fine, we'll just go Roche. Oh, what? Hookshot onto the creep. A little bit of a misplay there. That might not be the initiation that they want. Double toss back, catches onto both, and just like that, BZM is dead. Almar does have the full link now onto Ace. Tries to TP out, but he won't be able to escape. Tofu backing away with Celery in tow. The stun is there. Toss back, trying to keep him alive, but it might end up with Boom being dead. Inkswell, will it be enough? There's still so much damage there on that Razor. Jump forward, Duracho taking the gank first. He barely gets away from that.
Amar's going for it.
And the power shot. Oh,
they hit him.
Got Amar.
What?
Down.
What the hell was that? Oh my God!
Avatos round 2, they go in for 1. They'll kill Seb, stun on the Wraith King on his way out of there. Tofu TP's away. Just absolute chaos mid as they won't be able to run down this Tiny.
Taiga just in the back line, slowly goes down to Celery. Those skeletons, they're powerful.
It's a dangerous thing to watch for. And, well, I mean, OG, maybe they spotted an opening there, but the creep just in the middle of him.
Yeah, boom. He goes in for the save and then gets forced out by his support, so definitely worth it. The power shot hitting here, I think, is very important. Otherwise, I don't know if it's enough damage. He's got the magic shield, but Amar is just there. He feels immortal in this game. It's another one of those games where he just has so many items that it takes too much to kill him currently.
He's feeling himself. Seb, ever the sportsman, and now the Gale Force used connects onto Tofu. Silence will not keep him alive. Beyond godlike, 11-0-1 on the Razor.
And he's building Sanjin Yasha. He's got his full Sanjin Yasha. He's a carry, like he's going full carry build here. Scaling into the late game, so, you know, it looks like a great anti-mage game. Ooh, almost.
Good juke. I'm coming over that direction, and they're able to back away. But in the meantime, OG, this opens up Roche for them. Nobody to come on in and contest this one. It comes maybe a little bit later than they would have wanted, but still 21 minutes.
Okay, BZM's gonna take it, I see.
Boom, gonna get the blink out before the shackle or anything else latches. So 3,000 gold lead, Sanjin Yasha done for this Razor. He is just a monster.
It's funny that you have 2 cores on the side of OG that are so huge that you can give the Aegis to the lowest net worth one. Because you just feel like Amar's never gonna die, and then Wraith King has a respawn, so he's never gonna die, and if he does, he respawns.
Ace, Spear breaks the link. They're still on him though.
He doesn't think he can TP.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Tries to back out of there, but there is nowhere left to go. Ace does a little jukey juke, but eventually gets brought down. Another kill.
He was afraid to TP because the hook shot. He didn't realize that it was just barely on cooldown. And Taiga, the way he was positioning, like it made it look like he was trying to go for a hook.
That's heads up play right there. Very nicely done. So a 4,000 gold lead. Manta finally done for this anti-mage. They haven't lost a tier 2 tower yet. There's a lot of pressure up on the top side right now by the Wraith King. Do you think that they've bought enough time, or are like Gaming Gladiators really feeling the pressure right now?
The next fight is definitely very important because this is the one that anti-mage has is Manta style, Derecho. He's going to feel pretty comfortable showing up to the fight and not just instantly dying. The problem is BZM, he's got Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit, so you have 2 silences. So you can actually catch him after the Manta style, and that's why the 3-item timing looks pretty solid in this game. But still, if there's some high ground push, if there's some push where OG overextends, you can show up with the AM, and he does actually do damage right now.
Well, this is a good way to start it. Toss back all the way to the tier 3 tower, and if they can get this first life out here, this is huge. Derecho is there. Taiga trying to play interrupt the Gale Force. Silence there onto 2. The BKB already out, but he doesn't have the arena. Boom, trying to get away. Amar just draining Ace all his damage. He's in trouble behind the tier 4 towers, trying to give him a high five in the well dang near. They just can't get away from this man. Amar too strong at this point, but the buyback. They want to punish this. They want to find a pick off there. Mana Void, not nearly enough damage. Amar just walks away, the arena down, round 2, but the stun is out. He doesn't have an answer. There's no BKB left. They find him for the kill. Amar finally goes down. Derecho gets a ton of gold and manages to escape. Power shot.
He's going for it.
Trying to escape, get out of there, but it's not going to happen. BZM, the hunter, brings down the anti-mage.
I mean, that was an insane, just an insane dive from OG. But Amar, that was an 8-second BKB, so he felt confident that he would kill Ace in the time that he had up on that. Also, the Gale Force from Seb again, it looks so disruptive in these fights. Like, it might literally be glitched. Like, there's gonna be a patch that fixes this because it's just, it looks too strong. At least Seb makes it look strong.
This guy knows something. An incredibly dangerous hero, but they just burn the Aegis for nothing. A rare mess up there by BZM, ends up getting caught in the mid lane. That being said, there was still a minute and a half left on it. Not sure what he would have been able to get done in that time. But they find a little bit of a reprieve on Gaming Gladiators, although OG, they're still sending this a 7,000 gold lead and trying to control more of the map.
Yeah, this dive, I mean, look at that. You're just pulling the backliners directly into the fight. What do you do if you're a little Grimstroke or a Lich or some hero like that and you're just getting thrown into the middle of the fight with your tanky strength cores?
You die.
It's like, well, shit, I can't take the same damage that they can. Look at the numbers on the HP bar. Mine's very small. Okay, phrasing on that.
Well done, Jenkins. Seb liked it too, yeah, absolutely. Eyebrow raised. But yeah, 25 minutes, and they're just playing like defense right now. That's all Gaming Gladiators are doing. 3 heroes wrapped around the AM, making sure that he's free to farm.
And they're doing a good job staying in the game. They really are. After how the lane went for their anti-mage, he's making his way to that top net worth slot. He's got a Battle Fury, so you are going to eventually apex a hero like Wraith King or a Razor. Scotty timing, that's definitely something they want to look out for.
Down bottom, Mar runs into Celery. It's a nice little pickoff for him there. Force Staff trying to escape, goes for the enchant afterwards, but the rest of the team shows up. And they find the Enchantress yet again. Silence now onto Duraccio. Has to blink away. Can they find him? Heisen off to the side and gets taunted, pulled in. They find the angle, they find the man. Duraccio dies again.
63 seconds dead. I mean, this is going to be the entire bottom lane, minus the barracks. You're probably going to get a tier 2 for this if you're OG.
They're so strong.
They're very strong. And anti-mage, it's at the point where Duraccio is supposed to be showing up to these fights and absolutely popping off in an ideal anti-mage game. But OG has just been so oppressive for the entire game. They're not letting him farm anything without pressuring him or killing him.
And they know what happens if this hero gets out of control, and that's why we've been seeing, with the exception of the tier 4 tower dive, very measured aggression, and now trying to really put the pedal to the metal. See if OG can put the clamps on this game number 2 and eliminate Gaming Gladiators. Next couple of minutes will be very decisive.
Taiga, he's looking.
Spots him. Oh, it's not good when all the cores have to run away from the 4 position, but that's just Taiga things. As Ace ran at, has to pop the BKB TP out. Does not have anything to break it, but it was close.
Yeah, once the hook shot comes out, you know you're perfectly fine. No Wraith King Bash or anything like that. Very nice hook shot from Taiga, though, anticipating the spider legs over the trees. I mean, that was really cool, knowing that he would juke like that, but the moment you use the hook shot, Ace knows that he's fine to TP out.
Ragi, in the meantime, is going for his own BKB. Scotty still 2,000 gold away from it for Duraccio. He's keeping it somewhat up with the rest of these cores, but there's 2 of them, and they're incredibly strong. And actually a 3rd, honestly. But a couple that are on his level at this point, if not above it. And AC, the next thing on the docket for Yuragi. If he gets that done, these buildings are going to melt even faster than they have been.
It is wild to me that OG has an offlane Razor, and the carry Wraith King is the one building the AC. Because Amar, he has Sanj and Yasha plus a Butterfly. He's just a carry. He's not an offlaner, he's a carry.
And yeah, also going in for the refresher next if he can get that one in time. Oh, Duraccio. Hook shot just a little bit outside of range there. It's on the crystals. Couldn't get there in time. But yeah, getting close to this 30-minute mark, and the net worth lead is not growing at the very least. As Ace going to go for the TP out of there. Hop in the BKB, stun now onto Celery. Duraccio continues to farm, trying to buy some time. He just wants his creeps. Even those are taken away. And Celery will go down as well. They have a word on him. Can they hunt this anti-mage? Do they even want to? They know he's coming down here. Eyes on it, blinks off to the side, and I think Duraccio is going to leave that creep wave alone and then head for the next one.
Smart. Yeah, that's smart. I mean, he needs to wave cut down here. I mean, he has no TP. Maybe that's a little dangerous. The question is, how confident is he that nobody's going to be down there waiting for him?
Wraith Pack finished off now as well for Seb. And this team, I mean, we can't emphasize enough how much they've just been seeing constant growth from this entire squad. After some of the performances, they were looking good throughout the DPC, even better here. And when the nerves are at their highest, they're still performing incredibly well.
Does help to play with a 2-time TI winner, I will say.
That's fair enough, absolutely.
Pretty good experience for them, I'm sure.
And not to mention this Gale Force that just makes everything easier as well. Boom. To back out, takes about half his HP in just one round of initiation. The tier 3 tower is being hit, but not quite enough.
Nice
Spear back. Maybe an opportunity here, and Avatar's dead. Okay. Maybe OG a bit too far forward there. Gaming Gladiators takes the punish.
Yeah, they blink on Ace. He maybe could chase. Looks like OG a little too far away.
And that is Roche up now. I mean, do they dare walk in there? I still feel Dyrachyo finds Amar, forces out the BKB, goes for the TP out, and now there's definitely an opportunity. Seb goes for the Gale Force, not gonna matter. Chase down all these heroes trying to take down the Wind Ranger, and another pickup. They decide to fight afterwards. OG have lost their mind, and I don't know if this is going to end up working for him. Yuragi draining all of his mana. They just decided to give away a couple kills. Namar walks back in, tries to take down Boom.
He has no
Silence
BKB.
for the moment, and yeah, no BKB, nowhere left to go. In absolute no man's land, but maybe a chance here. Yuragi pops his own BKB. BTM is back in with the buyback, and it was looking bad for a moment, but suddenly they get a couple of return kills. Dyrachyo's down, and OG managed to turn that fight into a solid play for them. Ace hoping to escape. Does he have anywhere out of here? Spider legs trying to run out of there, but no TP. He's gonna have to blink. I don't know where he's
no
going.
TP from the earlier TP that we saw much earlier. I mean, I feel like Amar chases this endlessly.
Yeah, this is as much space created. Ace is still smiling. He knows he's dead.
Oh.
Another spear trying to get out of there. Ace is actually gonna get out.
3 seconds on blink. He's got it. I mean, Amar is hasted. You have to be real careful here.
Run. Get away, little Ace. He's coming for you. Amar is bringing his help.
Oh,
and the plasma field. The chase is there, and Ace gets punished in the end.
And Yuragi, while this is happening, he just starts taking Roche on. Man, what a call that was from OG to do that there. I mean, that looked insane. You have no BKB on Razor. Your Void Spirit is dead. He chooses to buy back. You could throw the game right there, but OG, they're just confident that, man, Gaming Gladiators, they're not stronger than us. They can't be out of their base like this. Let's punish. And it secures them Roche.
And another Aegis claimed by BZM. So OG, they take the fight. They make sure they don't give up Roche, and now they're looking for more. Hook shot in, finds themselves one. Tofu tries to force staff, but there is nowhere left to go. This Gale Force way too strong. So a 9K gold lead, and the first rack's going to be taken down by OG, and I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they might not have any answers to this at all. Silence is out, BZM with the DD takes down Boom. 2 heroes dead, and Dyrachyo, I mean, he's got the Scotty, but there's just way too much take here on OG.
I don't know what you can do right now. You have to buy back all of your heroes. It might be worth it to wait for Tofu. Maybe they start, and then Tofu comes back just as the fight starts.
I mean, the fight is looking like it's already over. Now trying to get a toss back even further, but Celery, he didn't stay close enough to the fountain. They need him in the fountain, and they're not outside of it. Chased in, Amar is being a wall in between them. Celery dropping down, is going to die. The silence there onto Dyrachyo, but they run in, try and clean up one. BZM dies, but it's only one time. And round 2, Yuragi walks in, takes down another 3. And at this point, Taiga will fall, but it's the only kill that they've gotten. It's not nearly enough.
Why was Taiga there? I didn't see what was happening in that fight. He's just doing crazy clockwork things on the back line. He's actually almost got BKB on Taiga, by the way, which is just the most insane thing I've seen. He has BKB, he completed it. He has the full BKB. What a monster.
It's 11 ways seeing right now, and OG are really absolutely killing it in
Wait
this
a minute.
game 2.
Yuragi, he heard the blink animation or something.
Oh, and Dyrachyo tries to get out. Oh, the Gale Force, where you going, mister? They got him there. The Shackle's gonna come out, and the kill onto the anti-mage. Taiga's feeling it. Crowd giving him some love, and right now, Gaming Gladiators struggling to come up with answers. OG, they know they're on their way to play in the final day.
Yeah, there's no buyback for Dyrachyo. I think you have to let Megas go. I think you really do.
Walk in, silence there, Boom, trying to stop this incredible spree forward, and another Gale Force catches onto the side. Tofu's dead, no buyback. AM dead, no buyback, as they run in one by one. OG looking to close this game out here in a clean 2-0. as there is no answer. Buy back another time. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to stay into the bitter end, but that end is coming as Celery will fall one last round.
Amar's in the fountain.
They 5 into there. Why not? GG is going to be called an OG. They're going to the final day.
What a game. I mean, this team has just looked better and better as the tournament has progressed. They woke up this morning to play, dude. I don't know. This was just an insane 2 matches from OG. It looked like they're on a completely different level. 21 kills on Amar in that game. We thought it was the Timber. It's just Amar the fucker.
And you can see, I don't know if I've seen a coach get on the stage that quickly in a while. No Tail was ready for it. Feeling very proud of his team. Feeling very proud of the boys. And it's being led by all of them. You know, we heard a lot of times about how everybody's speaking on this team. They're all communicating, and for Gaming Gladiators, they put on a hell of a performance. I think they gained a lot of fans here. They will be knocked out as No Tail. He's feeling the love from the crowd. Give him another round of applause, everybody out there. We're going to head to the panel one last time.
teams playing on the final days, and TSM FTX is one of them, Tundra is another, and now OG will play on final Sunday. They will be in the top 3 of the Stockholm Major. Congratulations to them as they knock out Gaming Gladiators in a fantastic fashion. This second game of the series, Crit, it had a very rough start.
Yeah, some unfortunate laning for Gladiators. I think it didn't turn out the way they wanted to, especially their safe lane, so that really snowballed the game in OG's favor. And I think when you're in a tournament like this, where these guys, it's their first big tournament, it's easy to crumple after a start like that. So the snowball from OG was quite evident.
It was quite evident indeed. And before we're going to continue breaking down this game, we're first going to check in with the stage, because Slacks is there. I believe he's standing by with Tofu.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Tofu, one hell of a run, man. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, you guys won a lot of hearts and minds. It was the first exposure to a lot of people out there from you guys, and I have to agree. We love these guys, am I right, everybody? Listen to that crowd. It's a sad time for you, but that's got to make you at least a little bit more happy, huh?
We are super excited that we just had the chance to be here and compete, and we made a pretty good run. Like, I don't know, we kind of felt good about how we play, but making it this far is like nothing that we would have imagined. And it's just, even though we lost, playing here with the guys on stage, having the crowd is incredible. Like, it's insane.
Well, you better get used to it, because you guys are looking absolutely amazing. I mean, any words out there to the people watching at home, especially I know your coach couldn't be here today with you as well, so any words out there to the people watching?
Our coach, that is sadly not here, but did a lot for us and have been here for us for every game, and friends and family, whoever's watching, supporting, everyone in this arena. Like, the crowd is amazing, everyone's cheering, it's pure love to play the game here.
Well, thank you so much, man. I mean, I gotta say, everybody loves you guys, especially after those kind of performances. And we are very excited to see you at the International. You're pretty much there. Are you ready to TI?
We're pretty excited for that, but right now we're here, so we want to enjoy that for a bit more.
All right, thank you so much, Tofu. Absolutely amazing run. Congratulations. All right, thank you. Whew. All right. All right, the sadness is over now. Holy God, I almost teared up on that one. How are you doing, sir? Congratulations on your win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for OG! Droggy, how you doing?
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. So, a little bit closer to that final, huh? What'd you think about that last series? Were you guys worried at all?
No, we were prepared. We came prepared, and we did our best.
Yep. I heard that you're pretty good friends with those guys over there. I saw a lot of hugging, especially Duraccio, of course. Any words for them? And what'd you think of the team in general? Are you excited to face them again?
Yeah, I'm glad they came so far, and it was an awesome match. And yeah, no bad feelings, only good stuff.
Well, that's good to hear. So, I mean, you guys have come a long way. This is like, you know, the new generation of OG. This is your squad. First time playing in front of a big crowd like this before. Are you feeling that OG energy? Are you building it up from the people at home?
Yes, of course. The crowd is awesome. Love you guys.
That is what we like to hear. But, I mean, how does it feel, you know, to have this pride to make it here on your own? I mean, this is your squad. It's a big legacy, you know. You, Misha, the rest of the boys building it up. But this moment has been a long time coming. Does it feel real right now?
Yes, of course. And Misha is not with us, unfortunately, so we're missing him a lot. But we are grateful to what he's doing. He's helping a lot, also with our coach. Yep. And it feels good. It feels great.
All right, that is so good to hear. You're almost to the grand final, my friend. Very, very close. Any word to your competitors out there? What should they watch out for?
We're going to do our best.
That's all that you can do. All right, my friend, thank you for taking time out. It was a pleasure talking to you. Woo! And get ready for tomorrow, because that is semifinal, grand final day, baby! I'll send it back to you, Chiefs.
Thank you very much, and indeed the crowd here has been amazing, and I bet we're going to hear a lot more of them tomorrow because we got a lot of awesome Dota coming up. But I still want to talk a little bit more about the series we just watched, because there was also a couple of highlights we just wanted to show you guys. Because Syndron, this game, we all thought we were gonna have a game number 3 here.
Yeah, I think all of us on the panel were seeing a potentially really good AM game, but like Crit alluded to before, what ended up happening in the top lane was a little bit of over-aggression perhaps from the anti-mage lane, got punished by Amar playing an outstanding game. Like, it's one thing to get a couple of kills in lane that you're maybe theoretically not supposed to, and then converting it into a 21-11 game, right? Or 21-1-11. One death to his name. He doubled the damage of any other hero in his team. He just, you know, it's a great display when you're given an advantage and you can convert it this well. Just relentless play from him, and that's kind of his style, right? That's why OG, when they get him on his favorite heroes and they get him a good start, they just have so much faith in him to take the game over, and this is the kind of game that shows you why they think that way, right? Just stunning.
Yeah, and we saw a glimpse of the one fight, Lacoste. The Game of Gladiators almost had a chance at a comeback.
It looked like it, you know, it looked like we might have an even game after that one fight, but they were just so far ahead. Amar on the Razor popped off completely. Like, he was so far ahead that, like, he never felt touch in those fights. And we were talking about his itemization, like, why is he going SNY? Because he can. Like, he doesn't care about what other people think. Just in his mind, it feels like a good item to have. He's going to go for it, and he's going to continue dominating. Like, just a snowball effect. This guy thinks differently about the itemization.
Yeah, overall, I mean, a rapid 2-0 in favor of OG here, Crit, and I don't think a lot of people were expecting it to be this one-sided.
I think there was the potential for it. I mean, I don't think anyone expected it, but I think it's a strong showing from OG, especially because they played the heroes everyone expected them to play, and they're still making it work. So it's scary for the teams to come that they know what they're going to play, but what are they going to do about it? Because so many teams have tried now to respond to it. Amar, first phase racer, and just destroying the game anyway. So yeah, it's hard to play against them right now because you know what they're doing, but you can't really do much against it.
I gotta ask one question. We saw it win only. It's only one so far in the hands of Seb. Wind Ranger, gotta ask, do you ban it as a captain? What do you think Tundra should do tomorrow?
That's a tough call. I think if it was me, now I'm just gonna spill my beans. I think I would keep banning Enigma. I think that's the biggest key for them, the biggest enabling. And then I think you have to think about the Windrunner and the Timber and the Racer. Those are obviously the biggest 2 heroes for them. So we'll see what Tundra does. It's gonna be really interesting. I think Tundra is gonna be the toughest match so far for OG. They look really strong before today against TSM. So yeah, I think tomorrow is anybody's day. I think anyone can win it. So it's really hype.
It is really hyped for sure, and it has happened before. We have seen OG versus Tundra before in the group stages, but it was a little bit of a different OG at that time. I feel like they've learned a lot since then. We can take a look at the brackets as well, see where that places all the teams. Of course, Gaming Gladiators gets eliminated 4th place here at the Stockholm Major. They do have 1,130 points, Lacoste. That is enough to get to TI.
Yeah, I think coming into the next season, they're going to feel very comfortable. They can experiment a little bit more. Maybe they can take the pedal off the gas just to, you know, not show off too much coming into TI, because having enough points after the second tour feels really, really good for them. I don't think, you know, people expected them to be here and do as good, but yeah, we got to give them credit. Throughout both DPC tours, they looked extremely well with each game played. Like, you can feel them bonding together, and just the chemistry between players looks really nice.
Yeah,
I think the mindset this team has and the way they work as a unit opens up for the potential to experiment a lot. I think some teams have a harder time expanding their hero pools because they have an easier time, you know, losing faith in strategies or being uncertain about what to do. I think Gaming Gladiators came into this tournament with like a relatively small set of stuff that they wanted to run, but they were really confident. So now that they have time to prepare to the next tournament, now they have a foundation and they can add on to that and just keep expanding their repertoire, because come TI, I think you need to have a bigger pool than what they brought here for this tournament. I feel like they got a little bit figured out here toward the end, and OG exploited that. So, yeah. Just add a little bit more and you got there.
Yeah, and OG already got there, of course, to the final day. We see here they're in the lower bracket finals up against Tundra, and then the winner of that will play against TSM FTX in the grand finals tomorrow at the Stockholm Major. OG already has secured 990 points, which puts them just over the edge to probably making it to TI. And I gotta address the elephant in the room a little bit, because they're not playing with their full roster. They're coming top 3 at a major that is big, and I'm sure Misha at home is very happy that his team is doing so well, but Crit, I mean, it kind of also feel a little bit rough.
I think he's happy. I think he knows. I think Seb knows that he's not going to stay on the team. You know, I think they're part of the team. Nota and Seb, I think they will always be part of the team, and it really shines through. I think you can give credit to the players. They're all obviously they're doing great. They have their own heroes, their own styles. But I think what really shines through with OG is the backbone and the spirit. And you can talk about it a lot, and you might be like, oh yeah, the spirit. But there is an OG spirit about this team. It's hard to play against them. They're confident in each other. They're a team. And I think they will still be that with Misha. The Seb will be behind the scenes with Nota. They'll still be there. It'll be the same thing. So obviously he would have loved to be here, but I think nothing really changes for them.
All right, well, glad to hear it. Thank you so much, all three of you, for being on my panel this evening. Thank you all for tuning in today. You shouldn't tune out, by the way, because there's still an after show with Cap that you should definitely catch, so stick around. The Dota for today is done. We'll be back tomorrow with more Dota 2, so thank you all so much for tuning in to ESL 1, the Stockholm Major, powered by Intel.
All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw, got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw, got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Are you guys ready for some Dota?
Late night lights bright as crystal clear. Now we're here. Keep your hands on the wheel, let me drink in this feeling. Now we're here. Oh, I can hear the dance floor calling me, calling me. Now we're here. Now we're here. We've been waiting for this night for so long. We've been waiting in the wings for too long. We've been waiting for this night for so long. This is our night. We've been waiting in the wings for too long.
Hey everybody, welcome. It's another great night. I have to do a lot of social interactions, and I'm actually not an extrovert. Even though my whole entire job is talking, I'm a bit of an introvert. So we started early. We're gonna be getting in. It's a bit like going to an after party. If you've ever wondered what an esports after party is like, that's kind of what the vibe is gonna be going on in there. So we're gonna go in, see who's there, talk to people, just kind of see where the night takes us. So cheers. Robin, my wonderful cameraman. We're gonna be taking off, heading to the bar, which we actually did some little bit of tweaks, a little bit of updates. Hopefully I'll be able to show the bar for you guys, but it's actually very packed tonight. I've got, oh God, I'm gonna surprise him already. Hi, Crit. I hate to ambush you already.
It's all good.
Have you gotten your drink yet?
Yes, I have.
What do you got? What are you drinking?
Something with dark rum and ginger beer.
Okay, very nice. It's a very manly drink that you got going on.
I don't know. Is it manly? I feel like girls will like it too.
I'm okay with anything that is extremely fruity. So. yeah, exactly. So it's not going to be up my alley. Richie's actually got my drink that is going to be extremely fruity.
Good for you.
I believe this is the Radiance Burn, my good man.
The Radiance Burn that I didn't get to try yesterday.
No, you didn't. We got a little bit busy. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Ooh.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, that's a good
Fruity,
one. That's a
sour, exactly what I want. What's it made from it?
Oh, we got some pineapple juice, a little bit of Sprite, some grenadine. You chose some vodka in yours as well. So it's a nice little tropical mix, you know, when you're thinking about throwing it back to, I don't know, 2016 and picking up a Radiance first item, I guess.
For those of you guys who are wondering who this intimidating man is, I can get him. This is the Evil Geniuses manager. When they won TI, he always says like, "Oh, I won a TI." I think that's on your Twitter. Like, you know, you have
It's
one of
not
those.
on my Twitter.
Okay.
There's nothing on my Twitter.
Okay. Well, you had something once upon a time. There was like, what
It's
percentage?
not something that I say.
Crit, what percentage would you give him for that?
Oh, I mean, I was not there. So.
He was fucking there.
I know you weren't there, but knowing Charlie, you know Charlie better than many people do.
So let's say players are 16% each.
Okay.
I think managers probably like 5 to 10%.
5 to 10%. That's pretty fair. That's pretty nice. What are you drinking, Charlie?
I'm drinking a bad juju.
Oh, that was my choice as well.
Yes,
Very
I know.
fruity, very sour. That's
Just
why we're
like me.
friends. I know. Charlie's one of my very good friends, and unfortunately, we don't get to see him anymore. But we used to work together all the way back at TI 6 panel.
TI 6.
Yeah, it was me, you, Ted, who I don't know if he's here, but
He probably went back to the hotel.
probably.
He's old.
Yeah,
He's probably
getting
sleeping.
pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late. All right, I spotted somebody in the corner. Thank you for letting me talk to you guys. I'll take that. Wait, never mind. All right, so some of my favorite people are here, and there's one person who's just not very good at parties. You would think he would be, but as eccentric and wonderful and lively as he is, after parties aren't really his thing. So I'm a little bit surprised to see he's here, but maybe we'll be able to get a chance to talk to him. Hey, buddy. What are you doing here?
These guys, they don't know. That
What don't they know?
They don't know I'm Divine 5, these fucking losers.
Yeah, is that why you're here in the corner?
I'm not good at parties.
What? Who eats an orange at a party?
There's nothing wrong with that. Just sitting in the corner eating my delectable orange. That's a tangerine, you moron. It's delicious.
What were you drinking?
A Coca-Cola. It's called an Orange and Coke.
Orange. That sounds like a very delicious drink. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Cap.
I hope you have a good time.
Thank you, Cap.
Thank you. What are you gonna do for the rest of this hangout session?
This? I mean, just this. I don't like parties. They're awkward. I typically just go back to my room. You know this. I never.
It's true. He actually never comes to after parties.
Yeah, unless I have hot dogs, of course. Then I eat as many as possible until I feel sick, and then I go.
It's the only reason we see you at the TI after party.
That is true.
There's always hot dogs there.
That's true. I shove as many hot dogs. My record is 16 hot dogs. One time I went up to the CEO of Valve, Eric Johnson. I had 5 hot dogs in my hands, and one was in my mouth. I go, "Okay." And the look he gave me was so disgusted. I knew that day that he would never respect me. So it was pretty hype, honestly. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, go ahead.
You've recently become a bald man, which congratulations on that transition. You finally shaved it all off. We all knew that was coming for a long, long time, but I'm glad you finally bit the bullet.
This guy's an asshole. Listen, if you guys are going bald at home, listen to me. You don't have to shave your head, okay? You can get plugs, you can get wigs. A lot of guys identify with their hair. I lost hope that I would ever be beautiful a long time ago. And in case you guys haven't been watching, I look like shit every single day, so I couldn't care. Are we not supposed to curse? I'm sorry.
Say as much.
Friendship. Amara the friend. But anyway, yeah. So I'm cool with shaving it all off. That was rad. I wouldn't say it's a new thing, but gentlemen out there dealing with it, You do whatever makes you happy, okay? Elon Musk that shit. Put some plugs in. I don't give a hoot. But, if you're making fun of the baldies, did you know that every baldy can curse someone to bald them? And you, right in chat, John67, I was on my Twitch and I saw you put bald. You're bald now, all right?
It's coming. The baldness is coming, John. It's coming for you.
Both on top and on the bottom, baby. Head and curtains. You're domed.
Now, there are certain pitfalls to being bald. I went about a year and a half during quarantine shaving my head, and I always found it was really hard. There are certain areas that are hard to reach. Have you experienced that at all, Slacks?
Shut the hell up, Cap. Cap!
Slacks, can we see the back of your head?
Listen, I am new at this, and Cap, I'm sitting in the talent room, and he walks up and he goes, "Have you seen the back of your head?" And I go, "Of course I haven't, Cap. How is that possible?" Yes, go ahead.
It's hard to shave the back.
I don't know how to do it.
Just turn around. It's hard to shave the back of your head, so sometimes, no, there you go. There you
Handle me like I'm an animal. Jesus Christ. Did you guys see the grip he put on me? Cap is literally the American Psycho. The shit that you see, the memes that you see, it's this guy. Did you see that just grab me like I wasn't even a human being as soon as he had the ability? All right, show him. How are you supposed to shave that, Cap?
Okay, can you reach back? You can feel it. You feel that? You feel that hair? You feel that hair right there? Yeah.
I'm not used to...
That's how you know you have to do it again. And you just keep feeling, and then you just keep doing it.
Who's looking back there? Only you, okay? Yeah, look at this guy all put together and shit. I don't even know why he plays games. He looks like a goddamn supermodel. This guy brought out his business card the other day and kept passing it around to each other like we gave a shit. I hate you. I'm just kidding.
It was papyrus white.
You're a very good friend of mine, and I honor our friendship.
Thank you, Slacks.
Thank you.
All right.
Are we done?
Enjoy.
Are we done?
Yes, we're done now.
Okay.
Thanks. So that's Slacks at an after party. You can see why he doesn't go to those very often. Let's order over here because there's a bunch of talent here, and well, talent are good on camera. So see how this goes. Hello, friends. What are you guys talking about?
I was talking about Midas Mode 2.
What was he actually talking about, Cheever?
I was going to wear a Midas Mode there's a camera there, so I said camera. I was going to wear a Midas Mode t-shirt, but I thought that I would get fired because I mentioned something on the broadcast yesterday that I shouldn't, that you were very mad about, by the way, Dota Capitalist.
OG later complained to me, hey, don't forget to check out the OG show that they're doing right after this. Jenkins and I went on that very show, and apparently, not only did you manage to ruin my show, but you also ruined their show as well.
You incited that. That was you. You started talking about Arkosh with Kyle right there. They asked me what the best experience I had in esports was, and I was honest. It was a diarrhea-related incident. But it's not, it was wholesome. It really...
All right, we're going to take away from Jenkins there as he tries to continue to ruin yet another show. One of my favorite people to see in an after party is Synderen.
Why?
Because...
Why?
Because I remember ESL 1 Frankfurt. No. I remember ESL 1 Frankfurt, and it was the very first one, so it was 2014. And that was my very first after party, very first LAN event I'd ever gone to. And you were very nice. You were very friendly. You made me feel very welcome, especially at the after party where you were holding 2 different drinks. And this was about 2 hours through the after party, so everybody had already been drinking a decent amount. And you were holding 2 different drinks, and you said, thank you, that...
I said, yo.
And they were very large drinks, too. Oh. And you said, neither one of us is leaving until both of these are drained.
Did that happen?
That actually happened. And you sat there, and I was already holding 2 drinks. One for me and one for somebody else. And so we were both holding 4 drinks at that point in time. And you said we had to clear all of it. And neither one of us were allowed to leave. We just were forced to stand there and stare at each other, drinking the entire time.
And then we fell asleep in the bar and didn't go back until the next day.
No, I didn't drink those drinks.
You just put them away. You're like, I'm done.
I cheered you. I started drinking, you started drinking, and then I put the drinks to the side and I said, all right, well, I cleared out mine. And you were like, oh, shit. And then I walked away.
You're a good friend.
I'm a really good friend. I let you get drunk by yourself. Thank you.
You must have had such a great experience that night.
It was a very good experience. Thank you.
That's nice. That was memorable for you to be an ass. That's very good.
What was your favorite after party experience?
Well, apparently not that one, I guess.
Thank you, Sidrin. Hi, Gabe.
I'm here to provide some sustenance for the beautiful Jenkins.
Oh, okay.
He said that he wanted cola and grenadine, which is just sugar with sugar. So here you go.
What do you have to say for yourself? What's wrong with you?
I don't want this. I'm not Suns fan. This is. Get the here.
It's grenadine.
Grenadine, which I didn't know what that was a week ago. It's just sugar. Because it's just sugar and more sugar. It's just diabetes in a drink.
Yeah, he wouldn't be a fan of that.
Why did you ask for it?
Why did you ask for it?
You want to know what we were actually first talking about when we got here?
Oh,
I sat
would love
down
to
on
know.
this table, and the
Yeah.
first thing that Jenkins says to me is, "Would you kill a man for $1 billion?"
Yeah. And you said yes immediately.
Well, yeah.
He said yes. I was expecting to add conditions to it, but he just said yes. He said,
It's $1 billion.
He said he'd do it for free. I was
Okay, I didn't say
I was
that.
utterly
I did
shocked.
not say that.
All right, before we get anybody else in trouble here, let's go ahead and move on, shall we? Gabe, you look so nice in red, by the way. You're fantastic. This is one of the most lovely people in this scene. If you guys look at him on screen and you're like, man, Gabe would be a great person to get a drink with, he is absolutely that way.
Thank you so much. I love you.
I love you too. All right, let's move on. Do you mind if I cut in here, sir? Absolutely. Sorry, I don't want to hog these guys, but I really want to talk to them because they look like. Sorry, I'll hold the microphones. You guys look really cool, so I know you don't want to hold anything, just your drinks. What are you two gentlemen doing?
I mean, I'm having what is this called? A brambling what? A bramble? I feel like I've been completely rooted today, Cap. These damn OG fans make me sick in the arena. All my team's been losing as usual. Got this Gaming Gladiator hat.
I see that. You put it on reverse. Is that like a show of like
I'm embarrassed,
a sign
Cap.
that they're dead?
I'm embarrassed. It's a real hard day for me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to drink my sorrows away. At least we look good. That's what I think. At least we
Yeah.
look fantastic.
You do look very snazzy. I saw you guys in the arena early, and I thought, damn, those guys are cool.
Very, very cool. You know, we try our best. We're trying to pump up the crowd, spread the aura of cool, and hopefully the crowd has been very cool. So
Yeah.
I think it's working.
We're hoping that more sunglasses are going to spread through the arena. Is that what you guys are trying to like preach right now? Is that,
If anyone wants to group up with us in the stadium, we want to get a bat chest side going. So if anyone wants to join us, get the glasses from DHL. There's a booth over there. Grab it. Come find us. We're in the stadium somewhere. We'll set up a whole side of bat chest. I want the whole Twitch chat. Just bat chest. Everything.
Can I have two microphones. Can I be in the aura of cool?
You can.
Can I be right in the
can.
center? Can I
Absolutely.
squeeze in on there?
You're a cool guy.
Now this is nice. Now I can just be right in the middle of these super cool guys. Do you guys have any extra sunglasses?
We do.
Oh my God, he's prepared. John's prepared for everything.
Yeah. We have sunglasses. Trust me, Cap. We've got everything. We've got everything we could ask for. Bring him out, John.
I am very much looking forward to this. No, it's okay. Oh my God. Are these the ones you wear on stream all this? Oh my God. These are. If you guys don't know, if you guys haven't seen John and Mike cast before, these sunglasses, these are legends. And he gave them to me to put on. I'm a little bit nervous, but.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Oh.
You look incredible.
I feel incredible.
You should. Yeah, you look fantastic, Cap. I never want you to take those off. If I wasn't married, I'll tell you what, mate, you and me.
All right.
You're taking you to the back, I'll tell you.
All right, so how have you guys been? I mean, you guys met for the very first time after how long have you been casting together?
5 years. 5 whole years we've been casting together, Cap. 5 long years. A lot of trouble.
A lot of lonely nights.
A lot of struggle, a lot of lonely nights. It was really fun to finally meet this man that I love so much.
Has it been everything you ever expected it to be?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
We kind of skipped a couple of steps. We're in the same room now.
Yeah?
Sharing a bed.
Oh, wow.
But
wow.
You know, you got to do what you got to do.
Fair enough. Increasing that caster synergy. I totally understand what it's like. Me and Blitz, I remember Shanghai. Long tournament that one was. We stayed in the same bed too. It's good experience.
Very
Become better
intimate.
casters that way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Our sleep patterns are in sync now.
exactly. So how much have you guys been like? I saw you guys recording content. You guys have been busy since you got here. What have you guys been up to?
We've been making scuffed podcasts. You know, we've been taking out the phone camera. We've been borrowing microphones. We've been getting into conference rooms we shouldn't be in. We've been taking over. We put signs up telling people to come in, talk to us. Or we had Boba, we had Jerax walk in. Turns out we took his PC accidentally. He decided to give us a few questions. That was very nice of him. We had Moon Meander come in. We had Fnatic, Boom. They all came in. They talked to us. It's been fantastic, Cap. Everyone wants to talk. It's about damn time.
Hell yeah. I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm so glad you guys got to meet. And honestly, you guys are one of my personal, whenever I do watch duos, you guys are one of my favorite duos. So I'm really glad you're here. I got to take off, though. I got to talk to the busiest man back there. But any last words to any of the fans out there?
Love you all.
Love you all. And stay
Hell
cool.
yeah. All right, I'm going to take off these because I feel like it's too much. It's too much power.
Never enough power.
Thank you. All right, let's talk to the busiest man. I'm going to get behind the bar here.
Welcome. It's a little messy. I apologize. Welcome to my humble abode.
I didn't get to talk to you enough last night.
No.
And I want you guys to know that this show is entirely put together off of 3 people. It was originally 2 people. And we brought on Richie, and honestly, the show wouldn't be half of what it is without him.
You're too kind. You're too kind.
Okay, so let me show you. Let me show you what we've done here with the bar. Actually, we're gonna take a quick step back here. I've got my very own cup. Look at that. Let's take a look at the menu here. Richie, who used to be a bartender for 2 years, put together this entire menu of Dota-themed drinks. And from what I've tasted so far, I'm gonna guess they're all amazing. We've got some nice, cute little labels here for Admiral's Rum, Alchemist Moonshine. We got 2 more over there as well. The Storm Spirit Tequila, Jingu Gin.
Oh, yeah.
Nice little alliteration for it. You made a nice little get up.
Yeah.
You've done a nice job.
Thank you.
You've done a wonderful job.
appreciate it.
You were a bartender for 2 years.
2 years.
We talked about we were going to do bartender stories. So
Yeah.
I have to imagine many of those stories are not appropriate for broadcast.
There's a couple of them that are a little Monka TOS, you know, so we'll stick to some of the brighter ones.
All right, hit me one.
Well, my favorite thing doing was whenever I would work a little bit later on like Thursday nights usually, I don't know, one of the very many sports channels that the US always has running would switch over to esports by the end of the night.
Yeah.
Not talking Dota, unfortunately, but we're talking Rocket League, we're talking Counter-Strike, right? Like some real big titles. And I always enjoyed flipping the TVs, all of them, to these at the end of the night because it's better than watching the same old talking heads, you know, discuss the same football game.
Yeah.
And I'd get a lot of guys going, what the heck is this? What am I watching, you know? And I would end up explaining the concept of esports to them. Rocket League's a bit easy, car soccer. CS was always a bit more complex because I would get through the explanation of the game, and then it would finish, a round would finish, and it would restart, and they would go, wait, that wasn't real? And I went...
Well, I thought those people were dead.
Yeah, they didn't quite
They thought they were watching a blood sport.
They didn't really understand, yes. They significantly lost interest after that. So.
What was the best reaction that you got from somebody of like showing them esports? So what was the best reaction you got out of somebody?
It would have had to been from Rocket League, to be honest, because it's a little, you know, car goes up, ball goes into net, goal. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
People were seeing all the like pretty cool aerials and the flicks going on, and they got pretty excited by the end of it. We had 2 people kind of going, you know, one goes rooting for one team, one rooting for the other.
Yeah.
That ended up getting not that heated, but a friendly little banter. So it became a point of conflict, right, between some friends, and I thought that was really funny considering they had never heard of Rocket League before the day started.
What was the worst reaction you ever got? So, for example, when I was at working at the paper factory, and I told some of my fellow coworkers, or rather, they found out. One guy came up to me and was like, "Wait, so you're gonna go to Germany and live there to talk about the Pac-Mans?"
Yep.
He literally said exactly that, and I was just like, "What?" So, what was your worst reaction to esports being on the television?
I think the worst part about it was honestly, I got through the whole spiel explaining, you know, oh, this is what it is, the round-based system, and they're, oh, no, they play for money, and yes, you can do it. And then he went, yeah, I don't give a damn. Put on the Bears and give me a beer or something. You know, he was not up for it.
All right, well, that's fantastic. Richie, thank you so much. Again, I want to highlight this man has been putting in so much work into making all this happen. He's been giving so many people, all the lovely people we have here, have been getting great Dota drinks off of Richie. He's been making all of them. I mean, I'll make one for him tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But we do actually have to close out the show. You got a drink?
I do have a drink.
Richie, this one's to you. Thank you so
mates.
much for everything
Cheers.
you've done on the show.
Appreciate it.
Done a great job.
Yep.
All right, guys. That is going to be it. I hope you enjoyed whatever this is. It's I'm having a lot of fun anyway, and we're gonna do it one more time tomorrow. But we're gonna close out the show here. Don't forget though, there is also the OG. They're doing their podcast. They're doing a live podcast. And they've got a bunch of guests that are gonna be coming on. So we're gonna close out the stream here, but be sure to check that out. All right. Good night, everybody, and cheers.